Chapter 1. The Eastern Wasteland Realm. The Lu family of the Imperial Clan. The solemn atmosphere within the Grand Hall was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. All members of the Lu family, come forth and meet your demise. The voice boomed like thunder, resonating within the souls of all present. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family, a figure at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, had personally descended upon the Lu family. Emerging from a void, he stood tall like an ancient deity, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled dread in all who beheld him. His hawkish eyes gleamed with determination and fury, and as he spoke, he uttered words that foretold the annihilation of the Lu family. In the Grand Hall, the members of the Lu family were engulfed in sheer panic. They were acutely aware of the strength and renown of the Lin family's ancestor. This was a terrifying presence at the apex of the Emperor realm, wielding the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. That a being of such caliber could easily reduce the entire Eastern Wasteland realm to desolation with a mere wave of his hand. What hope did a mere Lu family possess against such a formidable foe? Faced with such a powerful adversary, despair gripped the hearts of all the Lu family members. Yet, in this moment of tension, the family head, Lu Tianyuan, stepped forward. He straightened his posture, a flicker of resolve illuminating his gaze. Old Lin, our Lu family has no enmity with your Lin family. Pray tell, why do you press us so relentlessly? Lu Tianyuan's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, resonating throughout the Grand Hall. The Lin family ancestor stood imperiously in the void, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over the assembly, sending Lu Tianyuan tumbling backward with a mere glance. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Your Lu family juniors dared to slay my Lin family's prodigious disciple. If I do not avenge this, what face will my Lin family have left?" A heavy weight settled in Lu Tianyuan's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded his prior assumptions. He understood well that the Lin ancestor's claim of the Lu family having murdered a Lin family genius was merely a fabricated excuse. The true motive behind the Lin ancestor's relentless pursuit was the coveted imperial-level technique, the Taishu sword classic, which belonged to their lineage. Months prior, the Lin ancestor had sent a messenger to request the borrowing of the Taishu sword classic from the Lu family. However, as the head of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan could not acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. He had resolutely declined the request in person. He had believed that the matter would end there. Little did he expect that the Lin ancestor would strike today, seeking to annihilate the Lu family under the guise of this baseless accusation. Though Lu Tianyuan was determined to stand firm, the sight of his anxious young kin behind him compelled him to emit a weary sigh that he could face death, but he could not allow these young relatives to perish alongside him. Despite the Lin ancestor's unscrupulousness, he was indeed a true powerhouse, beyond Lu Tianyuan's capacity to contend with the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. He felt like an ant before the Lin ancestor, who stood at the apex of the emperor realm. Even if he were gravely injured, he dared not display the slightest dissatisfaction, lest he provoke the wrath of his formidable adversary. For the sake of his clan, Lu Tianyuan suppressed his fury, lowering his stance as he approached once more, humbly stating, "This matter may be a misunderstanding. My Lu family would never engage in such treachery. I implore Elder Lin to grant us the opportunity to uncover the truth." A misunderstanding? Elder Lin sneered, decisively interjecting, "My people witnessed your Lu family's disciples in the act. Is there any doubt?" Lu Tianyuan's expression darkened. The so-called eyewitness account was undoubtedly fabricated. Even though he recognized Elder Lin's intent to slander, he could only bow his head and respond, "It seems there are those who wish to sow discord and frame my Lu family. I beseech Elder Lin to allow me some time. I will certainly unveil the truth and provide you with an explanation." However, as soon as his words fell, Elder Lin issued another cold rebuke. "What? Are you questioning me?" With Elder Lin's declaration, a terrifying imperial aura enveloped the entire Lu family like a dark cloud. From within this shadow, an enormous hand appeared, seemingly poised to reduce the Lu family to ruins at any moment. Just as the members of the Lu family braced themselves for impending doom, astonishingly, Elder Lin agreed to Lu Tianyuan's request. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Lin retracted his overwhelming presence and coldly declared, "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. Should there be no resolution by then, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the members of the Lu family in a state of shock. No one could have anticipated that the formidable Elder Lin would leave so abruptly. Lu Tianyuan, too, was filled with disbelief. He understood all too well the nature of Elder Lin. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit of the legacies of fallen imperial clans, Elder Lin had eradicated dozens of rivals on par with the Lu family. Now that Elder Lin had set his sights on their Tai Su sword classic, how could he possibly relinquish it so easily? Within the Great Hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Everyone knew that if they could not secure assistance within these 3 days, a catastrophe awaited the Liu family. Above in the sky, Elder Lin had not truly departed. He remained seated quietly upon the clouds. Behind him loomed the immense flying vessel of the Lin family, accompanied by 3,000 formidable Lin family guards. Elder, why grant them 3 days? They are but a trivial Liu family. If we eliminate them, who would dare defy your will? The patriarch of the Lin family, at the peak of the quasi-imperial realm, stood behind Elder Lin, his eyes brimming with arrogance. The Liu family was merely a fallen imperial clan, akin to a toothless tiger. There was no need for the elder to intervene. Personally, the 3,000 Lin family guards sufficed to obliterate the Liu family. However, the venerable ancestor of the Lin family raised his hand to halt his actions, his demeanor composed as he calmly remarked, "No matter. They are merely grasshoppers in autumn. Let them leap about for a few more days. It provides me the opportunity to discern who else is in collusion with the Liu family. Once we have dealt with the Liu family, we shall uproot them entirely, eliminating any future threats." The tactic of fishing for evidence would reveal all those forces allied with the Liu family, allowing him to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. This was the strategy of the Lin family patriarch. It also elucidated why he had earlier been willing to grant the Liu family 3 days grace. 3 fleeting days passed. In the grand hall of the Liu family, a heavy silence prevailed. Those who had ventured out in search of aid returned one by one, each laden with disappointment. Liu Tianyuan's expression darkened. Those imperial clans, who had previously shared camaraderie with the Liu family, now recoiled from them as if they were venomous serpents. The numerous waves of Liu family members dispatched for assistance had not even crossed the threshold of their allies before being sent away. As the last person seeking aid returned, the Liu family's elder was met with a despondent atmosphere, despair evident in the eyes of all present. Tonight marked the final deadline imposed by the venerable ancestor of the Lin family. Without shelter, the Liu family faced annihilation. In the hall, the faces of all present were ashen. Many women and children had begun to weep softly. Liu Tianyuan and the elder members of the Liu family could only sigh in helpless resignation. That moment, a cool, resonant voice emerged from a remote corner of the hall. "Perhaps our Liu family still has a chance." This clear voice instantly captured everyone's attention. The assembly in the hall parted to make way, all eyes converging on the serene young girl standing quietly in the corner. Liu Tianyuan turned to look, and upon recognizing that the speaker was his most beloved jewel, he could not help but ask excitedly, "Linglong, what did you just say?" From the corner, Liu Linglong stepped forward gracefully, her movements deliberate as she spoke. "Father, esteemed elders, have you perhaps forgotten that our Liu family also has a great emperor?" Upon hearing Liu Linglong's declaration, the assembly was engulfed in confusion. The most formidable among the Liu family was none other than the clan leader, Liu Tianyuan, who was at the 9th tier of quasi-emperor cultivation. Besides Liu Tianyuan, there were 8 other quasi-emperors present in the hall. Although the Liu family was an imperial clan, the last great emperor had departed over 100,000 years ago. Since that time, following the last great emperor's forced departure to guard the entrance to the otherworld, the Liu family had not seen a new great emperor emerge. Yet, the 12-year-old Liu Linglong spoke with such conviction, asserting the existence of a great emperor within their family. For a moment, the assembly believed the young girl had lost her senses. Liu Tianyuan sighed softly, stepped forward, and gently ruffled the little girl's hair, managing to muster a faint smile as he spoke tenderly. "All right, I understand your concerns for everyone. However, we are all aware of the strength of the Liu family. You are still young, such matters should not weigh on your mind. Return now and listen to the arrangements made by the others. You have always had your own opinions since childhood, and in the future, without our care, you must strive to live well." As his words fell, Liu Tianyuan's gaze shifted to the 8th elder, standing nearby, his expression solemn as he instructed, "8th elder, take these young ones and exit through the secret passage. Once you leave, adopt new identities and live well. Do not dwell on thoughts of revenge. As long as they can survive and carry on our lineage, it will suffice. Even in the afterlife, we can face our ancestors with dignity." Recognizing the overwhelming threat posed by the Lin family's patriarch, Liu Tianyuan had begun to arrange an escape route while dispatching clan members for aid, selecting over 100 young individuals from their lineage for the 8th elder to lead out through the secret passage. However, when the moment to execute the plan arrived, each of these youths resolutely insisted on staying behind. Liu Linglong anxiously grasped her father's arm, reiterating, "Father, what I said earlier is true. Does our Lu family not still have an imperial ancestor? The revered Lu Xian, who went to Tianyuan 100,000 years ago to guard the entrance to the foreign realm? Upon hearing the name Lu Xian, the assembly in the hall turned their attention towards Lu Linglong in unison. It dawned on them that their family indeed possessed a formidable imperial ancestor. Chief, Linglong speaks rightly. Lu Xian is our family's great emperor. It is said that Lu Xian was the mightiest emperor 100,000 years ago. The long-lived clans and the immortal doctrines feared his rise to supremacy, perceiving him as a threat to their positions. Thus, they coerced our entire clan, sacrificing their lives and the greater good of humanity, forcing Lu Xian to leave the family and guard Tianyuan. Liu Xian was the most powerful emperor of his time. If you're still here, what fear would we have of a mere Lin family patriarch? The elders, who had earlier appeared despondent, now brimmed with excitement. They had all heard the legends of Lu Xian 100,000 years ago. The Lu family produced an emperor who dominated the era, the unparalleled Lu Xian. Legend has it that he single-handedly wielded a sword upon the Sea of Realms, instilling fear in the ancient emperors of foreign races who dared not step beyond their borders. Some even referred to him as the Forbidden Emperor. In that ancient era, no one, save for the Emperor of Emperors, could rival Lu Xian's grandeur. Yet, such prominence drew envy and suspicion. The rapid ascent of Lu Xian alarmed the long-lived clans and immortal doctrines, prompting the 4 great long-lived clans and the 3 immortal doctrines to dispatch 7 emperors to compel Lu Xian to guard Tianyuan, thus sealing his fate. Once he departed, he vanished without a trace. Gradually, even the members of the Lu family themselves have forgotten the existence of ancestor Lu Xian. Whenever ancestor Lu Xian was mentioned, it was with the assumption that he had long perished in the abyss of heaven. However, in this critical moment for the survival of the Lu family, the name of ancestor Lu Xian emerged like a lifeline, offering a glimmer of hope to all the members of the Lu clan. Yet, soon after, their enthusiasm swiftly waned. If ancestor Lu Xian were still alive, we would naturally have no reason to fear the patriarch of the Lin family. However, ancestor Lu Xian has been absent for at least 100,000 years. Even if he were an emperor, he would have long since met his end, Liu Tianyuan's side, feeling compelled to shatter the illusions of his kin. Their lifespan as quasi-emperors was merely a mere 10,000 years. While an emperor's lifespan is indeed longer than that of a quasi-emperor, it does not exceed 50,000 years. Among the most powerful emperors throughout history, none have surpassed a lifespan of 100,000 years. Of course, those who extended their lives through other means do not fall into this category. Some ancient emperors, in their quest for longevity, would even resort to the heinous act of harvesting the lives of mortals to seize their essence for their own survival. Such ruthless emperors indeed have the potential to reach a lifespan of 100,000 years, or even longer. Though they wish for ancestor Lu Xian to still be alive, capable of appearing in this dire moment to turn the tide and save the Lu family, they did not wish for their ancestor to embody the cruelty of those who prey upon the lives of mortals for their own extension of life. Just as the hope in their eyes began to fade, Lu Linglong spoke again. Regardless of whether ancestor Lu Xian is still alive, we must make the attempt. If he is alive, perhaps none of us will need to perish. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's proposal, the members of the Lu family, who had lost all hope in ancestor Lu Xian, found their spirits rekindled. Patriarch, little Linglong is correct. There is no harm in trying. Let's give it a shot. If ancestor Lu Xian is truly deceased, then it signifies that our Lu family must endure this calamity. Whether we live or die, we shall accept our fate. But if ancestor Lu Xian is still alive, the voice trailed off. Everyone understood that this was merely their fanciful wish. Even if ancestor Lu Xian had once been the mightiest emperor, he was unlikely to have survived 100,000 years. However, for the Lu family in their current predicament, nothing could be worse than their present circumstances. Despite knowing the futility, they could not help but wish to try. Liu Tianyuan was also swayed by their sentiments, yet he shook his head and sighed. Alas, our Lu family possesses no means to contact ancestor Lu Xian. Even if he were alive, it is impossible for us to reach out to him in this fleeting moment. The flickering flame of hope that had just ignited in their hearts was once again extinguished by a cold reality. Even if ancestor Lu Xian were still alive, he would be far beyond their reach. The distance from their eastern wilderness realm exceeds 80,000 miles, separated by several barriers of worlds. Without a magical artifact for communication, they were utterly incapable of establishing contact. Just as despair settled upon their faces, Lu Linglong suddenly spoke. We can invoke a bloodline summoning. Ancestor Lu Xian is an emperor, intricately connected to our bloodline. With a bloodline summoning, we can reach him. even across the vastness of the heavens. Her words left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lu Tianyuan, equally astonished, inquired, Linglong, can this bloodline summoning truly reach Ancestor Lucian? His disbelief was palpable even as a peak quasi-emperor. He had never heard of such a thing as bloodline summoning. Yet his daughter, Lu Linglong, was merely a 12-year-old girl who had scarce opportunities to venture outside, and yet she claimed knowledge of bloodline summoning. The other elders, too, regarded Lu Linglong with confusion. They had also never encountered the notion of bloodline summoning, rendering them even more skeptical. The idea that mere bloodline power could transcend the barriers of worlds and defy spatial distances to contact Ancestor Lucian, who lay 80,000 miles away, seemed utterly implausible. Undoubtedly, this is nothing short of a fantastical tale. To dispel the doubts of those present, Lu Linglong could only explain that the method of bloodline summoning was derived from an ancient tome within her family. According to the ancient text, a profound connection exists between the great emperors and their direct bloodline descendants. By employing a unique approach to invoke this bloodline summoning, it is said that even vast distances can be bridged to establish contact. Of course, whether it succeeds or fails remains to be seen through experimentation. Observing Lu Linglong's calm demeanor, which betrayed no signs of deceit, Lu Tianyuan, though harboring some skepticism, acquiesced with a nod, stating, very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. If we cannot reach our ancestor Lucian, you must leave promptly to avoid prolonged uncertainties. As the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan's endorsement stirred excitement among the clan members, who eagerly turned their gazes towards Lu Linglong. The 8 elders, brimming with enthusiasm, stepped forward to inquire, Little Linglong, please enlighten us on how to perform this bloodline summoning. Regardless of the method, allow us elders to take the lead. We, who have lived long enough, still have much to offer before leaving the stage to the younger generation. Time is of the essence, dear Linglong. Please reveal what must be done to contact our ancestor Lucian. In an instant, the clan members within the grand hall stood united, expressing their willingness to offer their very lifeblood for the summoning of Lucian. Witnessing the sincerity of her kin, Lu Linglong felt a surge of emotion. She raised her hand to quell the fervor and then gently elucidated, the bloodline summoning requires merely a drop of primordial blood. However, the individual performing the summoning must be the one most intimately connected to Lucian. Moreover, the higher the talent and purity of the bloodline of the practitioner, the greater the likelihood of successfully executing the bloodline summoning. After Lu Linglong finished speaking, she turned to her father, Lu Tianyuan. Father, you must be aware of which branch within the Lu family shares the closest ties with the esteemed ancestor Lucian. Moreover, it cannot exceed 10 generations. Beyond that, the bloodline summoning cannot be executed. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Tianyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment, he responded, allow me to take charge. Our branch is indeed the one handed down from ancestor Lucian. As it stands, I am precisely of the 5th generation. If what you say holds true, then I shall invoke the bloodline summoning, and the chances will be significantly heightened. Lu Linglong had not anticipated that her lineage's ancestor was, in fact, the venerable Lu Xuanzong. By the time of her father, they had only reached the 5th generation. This revelation indicated that not only could Lu Tianyuan invoke bloodline summoning, but she too possessed the ability to summon Lu Xuanzong. Moreover, compared to Lu Tianyuan, her chances of successfully summoning Lu Xuanzong were decidedly greater. Observing her father taking on the task of summoning Lu Xuanzong, Lu Linglong's mind raced, and she interjected, since our lineage is most closely tied to Lu Xuanzong, it would be unnecessary to trouble my father. Although bloodline summoning required merely a drop of primordial blood, the entire process still demanded a degree of strength. Given the precariousness of their situation, it was imperative for her father to conserve his energy. As for summoning Lu Xuanzong, allow me to take a chance at it. With that said, before Lu Tianyuan could object, Lu Linglong had already formulated her argument and spoke in advance. Furthermore, I am the only one privy to this bloodline summoning. It is undoubtedly most fitting for me to perform it. However, when the time comes to execute the summoning, I must ask my father and the esteemed elders to provide protection. Once the summoning commences, it is crucial that no external forces interrupt the process. Although Lu Tianyuan wished to prevent his daughter from embarking on her perilous journey after a moment of inner turmoil, he could only let out a sigh and approach her with earnest admonitions. Exercise utmost caution. Should the situation become untenable, do not hesitate to retreat. Even if you are unable to summon the ancestor Lucian, it matters not. I have already arranged an escape route for you. Once you leave the Lu family, You may live under an assumed identity and thrive. As the impending battle loomed, Lu Tianyuan, in his capacity as the clan leader, recognized the necessity of preserving strength to confront the imminent life-or-death struggle. Even though he was acutely aware that he was no match for the ancestor of the Lin family, he would not waver in the slightest. His foremost duty, alongside the remaining members of the Lu clan in the Grand Hall, was to delay the Lin family's ancestor and their formidable warriors, thereby granting the fleeing elderate and the descendants of the Lu family as much time as possible. For every minute they could buy, the likelihood of the Lu family's escape would increase, along with their chances of survival. Thus, despite his reluctance to see his daughter take such risks, he had no choice but to make this heart-wrenching decision. Lu Linglong is undoubtedly the most suitable individual for the invocation of bloodline summoning at present. High above in the sky, the eyes of the Lin family's ancestral elder, previously shut tight, suddenly opened. Two beams of brilliance, akin to sunlight, illuminated the clouds. "Elder, what is the matter? Has the Lu family made any moves?" The Lin family patriarch, standing guard nearby, rushed forward to inquire upon witnessing the elder's actions. Nothing of consequence, merely a group of fish in a barrel, struggling in vain. Unable to stir any waves, the elder of the Lin family remarked with a cold laugh. Despite being high in the sky, he was fully aware of everything transpiring within the Lu family's Grand Hall. When he learned of the Lu family's audacious plan to summon the mighty Emperor Lucian from 100,000 years ago, he could not help but scoff. 100,000 years have passed. That Lucian has likely turned to mere ash. I am curious to see what you will manage to summon. The Grand Hall of the Lu family. Lu Linglong commenced the invocation of her bloodline summoning. Although she was aware that this method of summoning was feasible, she could not assure its success. After all, 100 millennia had elapsed. Was Ancestor Lucian still alive? If Ancestor Lucian had perished, her efforts would undoubtedly be in vain. Nevertheless, given that the Lu family stood at the precipice of life and death, it was imperative to attempt the summoning, regardless of its outcome. The process of bloodline summoning was not intricate and posed no significant difficulty. However, it was not within the reach of just anyone. Notably, during the summoning, one must inscribe the summoning array with one's own blood essence. This array was not something an ordinary person could depict. Within the entire Lu family, she was the sole individual capable of crafting this summoning array. This was precisely why she had just intervened to stop Lu Tianyuan. Though Lu Tianyuan was the fifth-generation descendant of Ancestor Lucian and thus more predisposed to successfully performing the bloodline summoning, his understanding of array formations was rather limited. To have him inscribe the summoning array with his blood essence would require more than a mere moment's effort. Lu Linglong took a deep breath, channeling her vital essence as she began to inscribe the summoning array within her body. Although she had not previously studied such formations in her past life, her mastery in the art of arrays was unparalleled in the entire upper realm. The summoning array, though somewhat intricate, remained a low-level formation, presenting no challenge to Lu Linglong. In the blink of an eye, a summoning array inscribed with her vital essence had materialized within her. At the moment the array succeeded, Lu Linglong distinctly sensed faint, ethereal auras awakening from her bloodline. This was the bloodline of the great emperor. It seems that Ancestor Lucian is indeed still alive. Lu Linglong was filled with excitement. The ancient Ancestor Lucian, who had existed 100,000 years ago, was indeed still alive. However, she refrained from immediately sharing this joyous news with others. After all, her knowledge of Lucian's existence was solely based on the bloodline aura resonating within her, leaving her uncertain about the current state of the ancient ancestor. 100,000 years had passed. The mere fact that Lucian had survived was nothing short of a miracle. Even if he was alive, it was likely that his condition was far from favorable. Perhaps, at this moment, Lucian was clinging to the last vestiges of life. Whether he could overcome this tribulation rested entirely upon him. Lu Linglong took a deep breath and began to invoke the secret method of summoning the ancestral bloodline of Lucian. Above in the heavens, the elder of the Lin family quietly observed the commotion within the Lu family's Grand Hall. Although he was aware that Lu Linglong was performing the bloodline summoning, he harbored no intention of intervening. In his view, this so-called bloodline summoning was nothing but sheer nonsense. Moreover, he could hardly believe that the great Emperor Lucian from 100,000 years ago was still alive. Lin Yuan, issue them a warning. The elder of the Lin family commanded, directing his gaze towards Lin Yuan, the head of the Lin clan. Understood. Lin Yuan responded, descending from the clouds. In an instant, his figure alighted above the Lin family estate. A formidable presence, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, emerged, instilling a profound sense of dread among the members of the Lu family present in the hall. Fortunately, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward, channeling his quasi-emperor aura to counteract the overwhelming pressure that bore down upon the Lu family. It must be the head of the Lin family arriving. Elders, please accompany me outside. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grave. Although both belonged to imperial clans, the Lin family's strength far surpassed that of the Lu family. The most formidable figure within the Lu family is none other than its patriarch, who has attained the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. In contrast, the other 8 elders possess only the initial stages of the quasi-emperor level. Meanwhile, the Lin family boasts 7 or 8 individuals who have reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Yet, this is not the most alarming aspect. The true strength of the Lin family lies in their formidable emperors. The Lin family alone is home to 4 eminent emperors. This is the primary reason the Lin family has been able to act with such audacity in recent years, with 4 emperors safeguarding their legacy. The Lin family's momentum has surpassed that of the 10 great imperial clans. Indeed, many now believe that the Lin family possesses the qualifications to supplant the 10 great imperial clans. Lu Tianyuan, accompanied by the 8 esteemed elders, emerged from the grand hall. His expression grave as he cast his gaze towards Lin Wang, the patriarch of the Lin family, hovering above in the sky. With a forced smile, he spoke, "Patriarch Lin, your journey from afar has not been met with the hospitality you deserve. I implore your understanding." However, Lin Yuang, undeterred by Lu Tianyuan's subservient demeanor, merely scoffed from his lofty position, exuding an air of dominance. He proclaimed, "In just 2 hours, dawn shall break. Should your Lu family fail to provide us with a satisfactory resolution by then, prepare for the annihilation of your clan." The mere mention of annihilation ignited a surge of fury within the 8 elders, who clenched their fists in indignation. Lu Tianyuan was filled with immense anger. Yet he could not afford to sever ties at this moment. After all, the younger members of the Lu family had not yet departed safely. "Patriarch Lin, this matter is merely a misunderstanding. Might I suggest a meeting to clarify the situation and dispel any misconceptions?" Lu Tianyuan spoke with a forced smile. Knowing full well that the Lin family's strength was formidable and beyond the Lu family's capacity to withstand. "Humph. Lu Tianyuan, had you been more perceptive earlier, we would not have arrived at this juncture." Lin Yuan, the patriarch of the Lin family, scoffed coldly. Months prior, he had personally approached the Lu family to request the borrowing of the Taishu Sword Classic, only to be met with Lu Tianyuan's outright refusal. At that moment, he vowed to annihilate the Lu family. He would never grant Lu Tianyuan the opportunity for negotiation. "Yes, indeed, it was my oversight. I implore Patriarch Lin to show some magnanimity and allow us a bit more time." Lu Tianyuan continued to feign a smile, driven by the welfare of his entire clan. "Enough. Lu Tianyuan, we are all astute individuals here. Let us speak frankly. If you surrender the Taishu Sword Classic and the Clan S Imperial Artifact, I might still persuade the ancestral spirits to spare your family a sliver of hope." Lin Yuan interjected sharply, laying bare his demands. Despite being fully aware of the Lin family's intentions, Lu Tianyuan's countenance darkened. Having previously rebuffed Lin Yuan's request, he found himself unable to continue his denial. However, yielding the Taishu Sword Classic and the Lin family's imperial artifact was an impossibility he could not entertain. "Patriarch Lin, should you truly desire the Taishu Sword Classic and the clan's imperial artifact, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. I only ask that you grant the Lu family a chance for survival. If you could allow us a path to safety, I would certainly present the Taishu Sword Classic and the imperial artifact with both hands." Lu Tianyuan's eyes darted as he spoke, probing the limits of the Lin family's patience. The patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, was no fool. He could easily discern that Lu Tianyuan was merely stalling for time, attempting to secure a sufficient opportunity for the fleeing descendants of the Lu family. With a cold smile, he decisively shattered all of Lu Tianyuan's illusions with a single phrase, "Do not attempt to outsmart me, Lu Tianyuan. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? Allow me to enlighten you. Your family's secret passage has long been under the vigilant watch of the Lin family. Should you dare allow those Lu descendants to escape through that passage, they will meet only a dead end." As Lin Yuan's words echoed through the hall, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders turned ashen. The secret passage represented the Lu family's most guarded secret. Yet now it was clear that this critical information had already fallen into the hands of the Lin family. The members of the Lu family present in the Great Hall heard Lin Yuan's declaration, their faces paling in unison. The Lin family was intent on eradicating the Lu family entirely. In that moment, many clan members were once again overcome with sobs. Lu Tianyuan had not anticipated that the contingency he had meticulously prepared would come to the attention of the Lin family. In that moment, he felt a flicker of relief that he had not allowed Elder 8 to lead the younger generation of the Lu family away. Had they truly entered the secret passage, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that would ensue. Lu Tianyuan, I advise you to accept your fate. In merely 2 hours, the Lu family shall face utter annihilation. Make the most of this fleeting time. Above in the sky, Lin Yuan, the patriarch of the Lin family, uttered these words before turning away. His purpose for coming was to personally obliterate every glimmer of hope harbored by the Lu clan, plunging them into a state of panic, fear, and the looming specter of death. As Lin Yuan departed, Lu Tianyuan abruptly lost all semblance of authority, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. The spark in his eyes dimmed instantly. Now, their sole hope rested upon Lu Linglong. If she could indeed summon the ancestral figure, Emperor Lu Xian. From 100,000 years ago, perhaps there remained a chance for the Lu family to survive. Amidst crackling lightning and roaring thunder, this was Tianyuan. Behind Tianyuan lay the vast expanse of the Realm Sea, a boundary that separated the territories of the alien races from the human realm, serving as the front line against the invasion of these foreign entities. For 1,000,000 years, countless human emperors had guarded the Realm Sea, sacrificing their lives to fend off the alien races. Yet, in the past 100,000 years, the Realm Sea had experienced an unusual tranquility. This peace was solely attributed to Emperor Lu Xian, who had ventured alone into Tianyuan 100,000 years prior, using his immense power to suppress the alien passage. Since that time, the alien races had not even dared to set foot outside of Tianyuan, let alone wreak havoc in the Realm Sea. For 100,000 years, the waters of the Realm Sea remained undisturbed, and within the human realm, harmony prevailed. However, the sacrifices made by Emperor Lu Xian for this peace had long been forgotten by the people, who had relinquished their freedom for a century of tranquility. Deep within Tianyuan lay a colossal divine burial coffin, sealing the entrance to the alien realm. Surrounding the coffin were immense chains, forming a formation that sealed the passage so thoroughly that not even a fly could pass through. Inside the bronze coffin lay a frail body, that of Emperor Lu Xian. No one could have predicted that, after 100,000 years, this once mighty emperor still drew breath. Though his aura was faint, with more air exhaled than inhaled, he remained alive, on the brink of collapse yet still embodying the essence of an emperor. His imperial might was inviolable, as long as he had not completely perished. The alien races would forever refrain from daring to step foot in the passage. It has been 100,000 years. This emperor has grown old and weary. Lu Xian's voice wavered, imbued with an endless sorrow. Once a figure of unparalleled grandeur, he had reigned over an era with remarkable elegance and charisma. Yet, who could have foreseen that such a legendary emperor, who once suppressed an age, was now compelled to guard the abyss in solitude? Furthermore, his sentence was to last 100,000 years. For 100 millennia, Lu Xian had not stepped beyond the confines of the abyss. Nor could he return to the human realm. He felt as though he had been cast into exile. This vast abyss resembled a prison, firmly ensnaring him, the once mighty emperor. Now, as his life approached its conclusion, he dared not entertain the luxurious hope of returning to his roots. Within the god burial coffin, Lu Xian let out a deep sigh. Throughout these 10 myriad years, his greatest desire had been to return to the human realm, to behold his family and kin one last time. For the sake of his lineage, he had willingly endured this exile for 100,000 years. Yet, as he faced his final moments, his utmost wish remained simply to gaze once more upon all that was familiar to him. Alas, he was acutely aware that such hopes were mere illusions. The immortal clans and eternal doctrines would never permit his return to humanity. Even after the passage of 100 millennia, they would still refuse to allow Lu Xian to rejoin his family. A once invincible emperor found himself unable to fulfill even the simplest wish before his demise. A tear slipped from the corner of Lu Xian's eye. He yearned to recall what the human realm looked like, to remember the Lu family and his loved ones, yet his mind was a blank canvas. 100,000 years had proven to be an eternity, one so long that it had erased all memories. Enough, he thought. As long as the Lu family remained safe and sound, it would all be worth it. Lu Xian sighed once more. However, just as he was about to close his eyes again, a faint glimmer emerged from the nearly desiccated blood within him. This faint glimmer was akin to a revitalizing elixir, infusing his parched blood with renewed vigor, causing it to surge with intensity in an instant. It was the descendant of this emperor, calling out to me. Lu Xian's once dim and lifeless gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. After 100,000 years, he had believed that no one in his family would remember him. Yet now, he could feel the pulsating power of his descendant's bloodline. With the assistance of this faint bloodline energy, his physical condition improved slightly, though it was merely a minor enhancement. It filled Lu Xian with overwhelming excitement. He had endured 100,000 years of solitude, never anticipating that, in the twilight of his existence, he would receive a summons from the bloodline of his descendants. He treaded carefully, unwilling to disturb this fragile trace of ancestral power, fearing that a careless move might shatter this delicate connection. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Linglong, through the bloodline summoning, sensed the presence of the ancestral figure, old ancestor Lu Xian. However, she felt no trace of joy. She could perceive that old ancestor Lu Xian was in a dire state, seemingly nearing the end of his life, on the brink of demise. Even if they managed to establish contact with a soon-to-fall emperor, it would offer them no assistance, nor could it alter the predicament of the Lu family. Lu Tianyuan, who had been closely monitoring his daughter's every move, felt a jolt in his heart the moment he noticed the change in Lu Linglong's expression. Anxiously, he whispered, "Linglong, have you managed to reach old ancestor Lu Xian?" Observing her father's anxious demeanor and the expectant gazes of the surrounding Lu family members, Lu Linglong, unable to shatter their last glimmer of hope, slowly nodded in affirmation. At that instant, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. The hopeful eyes of the Lu family members widened as their hopes magnified and transformed into joy. They could scarcely believe that they had truly connected with old ancestor Lu Xian. For a fleeting moment, the Lu family members in the hall were overwhelmed with excitement. Yet they remained silent, reluctant to utter a word. Lu Linglong had previously informed them that during the bloodline summoning, they must not be disturbed. The hall was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan, gradually returning to his senses from the shock, cautiously inquired, "Linglong, is the ancestor well?" After all, it had been 100,000 years, and Lu Tianyuan could surmise that even if old ancestor Lu Xian were alive, his condition would likely not be good. Seeing through her father's concerns, Lu Linglong sighed helplessly and replied softly, "The ancestor is in a very poor state. If he cannot be assisted, he may soon perish." Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of the Lu family members in the grand hall. Upon hearing that their ancestor was on the verge of demise, the Lu family members fell silent, tears streaming down their faces. Their sorrow stemmed not only from the shattering of their last hope for survival, but also from the impending loss of their beloved ancestor. Although they had never met old ancestor Lu Xian, they were deeply grateful for his immense sacrifices. Since childhood, they had been told of his heroic deeds. The elders of the family had imparted how old ancestor Lu Xian had sacrificed himself to secure the survival of the Lu clan. Now, with such a selfless figure poised to fall, the members of the Lu family mourned sincerely for him. Lu Tianyuan had not anticipated that their recently contacted ancestor, Lu Xian, would soon meet his demise. With a sigh, he anxiously gazed at his daughter and inquired, "Linglong, is there anything we can do to assist our ancestor?" He clearly recalled Lu Linglong's earlier words, suggesting that without assistance, could they, indeed, offer any aid to Lu Xian? Lu Linglong revealed the truth in hopes of garnering assistance from the members of the Lu family. "Indeed," she murmured. "We can consolidate the essence of all our clansmen and invoke the bloodline summoning array to provide our ancestor with an unending supply of clan blood. With sufficient essence, our ancestor shall surely endure." The bloodline summoning array employs unique methods to forge a bridge of connection between her and Emperor Lu Xian. Through this sacred array, not only can they sense the condition of ancestor Lu Xian and communicate with him, but they can also channel essence directly to him. While the essence from the Lu family members may not extend ancestor Lu Xian's lifespan, it can certainly slow the pace of his aging. Should they manage to provide an ample supply of clan essence, it might even restore ancestor Lu Xian to his former, formidable strength. The Lu family now finds itself in dire straits, unable to withstand the formidable Lin clan with merely its own members. They are destined to become mere pawns beneath the blade of the Lin family's ancestral figure. By pooling the essence of all clan members and channeling it to the venerable ancestor Lu Xian, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Naturally, it would be even more advantageous if these members of the Lu family were willing to sacrifice themselves, offering their own life essence. For the soon-to-fall Emperor Lu Xian, life essence holds far greater significance than mere blood. Should he be able to absorb a substantial amount of life essence, he might even extend his lifespan. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian found himself at the twilight of his lifespan, unable to halt the dwindling essence of life within him. Should he manage to absorb a sufficient amount of this vital essence, extending his years and restoring his combat prowess would become an attainable feat. However, Lu Linglong could not utter the words that would demand the lives of her kin. Thus, she opted for a more feasible solution. choosing to have the members of the Lu family offer their blood instead. Though this would undoubtedly diminish their individual strengths, it could be compensated for through future cultivation. As for the notion of sacrificing lives, that would only be a consideration when the Lu family faced an imminent crisis of survival. Lu Linglong initially believed that persuading her kin to offer their vital essence would encounter some resistance. However, to her astonishment, as soon as she finished speaking, every member of the clan in the grand hall rolled up their sleeves, ready to donate their blood. Even the adolescents, mere children of a few years, bravely raised their arms. Witnessing such fervor among his people deeply moved the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan. He gestured for the younger ones to step back, allowing the stronger members of the clan to come forward. As the leader, Lu Tianyuan took the lead, his own vital essence flowing forth in a steady stream, converging before Lu Linglong. Linglong, convey to our ancestors that the members of the Lu family are willing to sacrifice everything for them. Whatever is needed, even our lives, is a small price to pay. Lu Tianyuan, as a pinnacle quasi-emperor, undoubtedly comprehended the most pressing needs of an emperor on the verge of demise. Should ancestor Lu Xian be willing, he could even lead the offering of his own life essence. The 8 elders stepped forward in unison after donating their blood. They fervently proclaimed, "Tell the ancestor, we are prepared to sacrifice everything for him." In the grand hall of the Lu family, one by one, the members of the clan approached in silence, offering their lifeblood. For a moment, the only sound that resonated within the hall was the rhythmic dripping of blood. Meanwhile, within the coffin of the god of burial, Lu Xian, having regained a semblance of vitality, sensed the burgeoning strength of his ancestral bloodline within. It was then that he slowly inquired, "Is the Lu family well?" After a span of 10,000 years, upon re-establishing contact with his descendants, his first words were a query about their well-being. However, his voice lingered in the air, met with an unsettling silence, prompting him to reluctantly close his eyes once more. He could feel that he had genuinely reached the end of his life. His body had become entirely unresponsive, and even his consciousness was gradually slipping from his grasp. He understood that his demise was imminent. As death approached, he felt neither despair nor resentment. After 10 millennia of mere existence, he had long since become accustomed to facing life and death with tranquility. Now, with death at hand, it seemed to him a form of liberation. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered within him. Having finally made contact with his descendants, he lamented the missed opportunity to exchange even a single word with them, passing away with unfulfilled longing. The grand hall of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Linglong was filled with anxiety. She had gathered an ample supply of her clan's essence to assist the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian in his recovery. However, she could distinctly sense that ancestor Lu Xian's aura was growing increasingly faint, as if he were on the brink of complete demise. In an instant, Lu Linglong was drenched in perspiration, overwhelmed by urgency. This cannot be. If ancestor Lu Xian were to perish, the Lu clan would be utterly doomed. In a moment of desperation, Lu Linglong summoned the great formation with her bloodline, conveying her voice towards the revered ancestor. "Ancestor, are you still alive? If you do not return soon, the Lu family will face extinction." The once fading presence of the great Emperor Lu Xian, on the brink of complete demise, suddenly sat upright in the god burial coffin upon hearing her urgent cries. He had already ventured halfway into the realm of the dead. Yet Lu Linglong's persistent entreaties brought him back. How could the Lu family possibly? Lu Xian was consumed by an overwhelming rage. It was precisely this surge of fury that enabled him to return from the brink of death. What has transpired within the Lu family? Lu Xian's voice trembled with rage. Our Lu family, a prestigious imperial clan, boasts a lineage of over 1 million members. How could we possibly face extinction? Upon hearing the inquiry from the venerable ancestor Lu Xian, Lu Linglong fell silent. Through the bond of blood, she now felt an intrinsic connection with the great Emperor Lu Xian. Thus, she could distinctly sense that the condition of the venerable ancestor remained dire, teetering on the brink of demise. However, she also understood that a figure of Lu Xian's stature was not easily deceived. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Linglong slowly spoke. "Ancestor Lu Xian, you must brace yourself. The Lu family is currently facing a catastrophic annihilation." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's voice, Lu Xian was consumed by fury. His battered imperial body trembling violently once more, the flicker of life he had just regained swiftly fading away. Sensing the precarious state of ancestor Lu Xian, Lu Linglong hastily transmitted the vital blood of their kin. Drops of pure ancestral blood entered his body, allowing Lu Xian's imperial form to regain a semblance of vitality. He calmed his tumultuous emotions, attuning himself to the ceaseless flow of ancestral blood, as his parched veins greedily absorbed this potent essence. In mere moments, Lu Xian spoke again, inquiring, "What is your name? To summon me through our bloodline, we must share a profound connection." As a pinnacle emperor, Lu Xian is undoubtedly aware of the bloodline summoning. However, executing such a summoning is no simple task. Merely inscribing the summoning formation within one's body is beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. "I humbly report to the ancestor that my name is Ling Long, and I am your sixth-generation descendant," Lu Ling Long responded. In this brief span of time, through the continuous infusion of vital blood, she could perceive that the aura of ancestor Lu Xian had significantly revitalized. Although it could not achieve the effect of prolonging ancestor Lu Xian's life, it was sufficient to temporarily restore a portion of his strength, allowing him to survive for a few more days without issue. She glanced down at the considerable amount of her clan's blood remaining before her and continued to send it forth ceaselessly. Ever since Lu Linglong's response, Lu Xian was left in a daze. He remained in astonishment for several breaths before incredulously asking, "Did you just say you are my sixth-generation descendant? I actually have descendants?" Lu Xian was taken aback. When he initially departed from the Lu family to guard Tianyuan, he was nearly 3,000 years old. However, he remained a solitary figure, wholly engrossed in his cultivation, never having taken a spouse. Thus, when he suddenly learned that Lu Linglong was, in fact, his descendant, he found it difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts regarding her identity. The ability to summon him through bloodline could only belong to his progeny. Furthermore, from the essence of blood that Lu Linglong had first transmitted to him, Lu Xian could distinctly sense the imperial bloodline power coursing through her veins. All of this served as irrefutable evidence that Lu Linglong was indeed his descendant. Yet, he remained unaware of which of his former romantic confidants had bestowed upon him this lineage. Ancestor. Lu Linglong was at a loss for words. This was a question she could not answer. "Do you not have descendants, my esteemed elder? Surely you are aware of this," she exclaimed with a chuckle. "Indeed, I, Lu Xian, also have heirs. Truly, the heavens do not forsake me." In the burial coffin of the god of death, Lu Xian erupted into hearty laughter. Once carefree and unburdened, he now seemed to have discovered a reason to persist. Even for the sake of his descendants, he could not succumb to death at this moment. After his laughter subsided, Lu Xian inhaled deeply and spoke calmly. "Linglong, please elaborate on the current situation of the Lu family." Lu Xian did not refuse the incessant influx of blood essence from his clansmen. He required this vital essence to temporarily restore his strength in order to survive. Lu Linglong did not dare to waste any time and recounted in detail the events that transpired within the Lu family. Such audacity! The Lin family, at the time of my departure, was merely a third-rate imperial clan. Who granted them the audacity to now oppress my Lu family? Lu Xian seethed with fury, his voice a cold reprimand. He had never anticipated that after departing from his clan, the Lu family would descend into such ruin. Simultaneously, an overwhelming rage flickered in his eyes. What a prestigious lineage! What an everlasting doctrine! When I took my leave, they pledged to safeguard the Lu family for eternity. Yet now, after merely a scant 100,000 years, my clan stands on the brink of annihilation. Your flagrant betrayal leaves me no choice but to disregard my own vows. Lu Xian, filled with immense fury, stepped forth from the god burial coffin. It had been 50,000 years since he had lain within it, seeking to prolong the dwindling sands of his lifespan. This marked the first time he emerged from the coffin. His figure materialized above the abyss. His once mighty imperial form now gaunt and frail, resembling a mere reed. Yet, at the moment he stepped out, following the ceiling of the alien passage, a multitude of powerful ancient alien emperors turned their terrified gazes toward him. Upon sensing the familiar, terrifying aura, these formidable ancient emperors trembled in fear. Damn it! It has been 100,000 years, and that wretched being is still alive. How can he possibly endure? As long as he draws breath, we remain imprisoned here, unable to take a single step beyond this confinement. He has held us captive for 100,000 years. Must this torment continue indefinitely? The ancient emperors of the alien races erupted in anguished roars of indignation. They had waited for 100,000 years, lurking in the shadows, anticipating Lu Xian's demise. Yet now, the very being they believed to be on the brink of death had returned to life. For the alien races, this was an utterly intolerable revelation. In the world beyond the passage, the ancient alien emperors seethed with impotent rage. They yearned to break free from the alien passage and descend upon the human realm. Yet they quaked in fear at the sight of Lu Xian, the harbinger of death. At that moment, Lu Xian's gaze pierced through the passage, descending upon the alien domain. He appeared as an unattainable deity, surveying the foreign world from above. At last, his eyes settled upon an ancient alien emperor. Sensing Lu Xian's piercing gaze, the emperor trembled slightly, bewildered at how he had once again provoked this harbinger of death. Uneasily, he emerged from his palace, hovering in the sky, and upon meeting Lu Xian's gaze, he coldly sneered, "Lu Xian, you are still alive. I thought you had perished. What is this? Do you wish to bid farewell to your old adversaries before your demise?" The ancient sovereign of the alien race, the ancient sovereign of the Fire Clan, was a long-standing adversary of Lu Xian. When Lu Xian first descended into the abyss, he had already inflicted significant damage upon their clan, having slain 3 of their ancient sovereigns in a single battle. At that time, the present ancient sovereign of fire was merely at the threshold of sovereign status. In the context of alien races, a quasi-sovereign is akin to a quasi-emperor among humanity. It was only after Lu Xian vanquished the 3 ancient sovereigns of the Fire Clan that he ascended to become their new ancient sovereign. Hence, it is accurate to deem Lu Xian both an enemy to the Fire Clan and a benefactor to their current ancient sovereign. Were it not for Lu Xian's actions against the former 3 sovereigns, the latter would not have had the opportunity to ascend. Over the years, the ancient sovereign of fire had led the elite of his clan in numerous attempts to breach the passage, yet each endeavor ended in failure. Gradually, the members of the Fire Clan grew hesitant to approach the passage, and even the ancient sovereign had remained dormant in this foreign realm for tens of thousands of years. Now, upon encountering Lu Xian once more, despite witnessing his battered imperial form and sensing the life essence within him dissipating, the ancient sovereign of fire still refrained from stepping into the passage. That individual was a madman. Even with but a breath left, he dared not show any complacency. After all, he had witnessed countless times Lu Xian, on the brink of death, slay ancient sovereigns of alien races. Now that Lu Xian appeared to be on the verge of demise, the ancient sovereign resolved to bide his time, awaiting the moment when Lu Xian would finally perish, allowing him to depart the passage and escape the abyss. There was no need to engage in combat with Lu Xian at this moment. He did not wish to become another soul claimed by Lu Xian's blade. As the ancient sovereign of fire spoke, the other ancient sovereigns of the alien races turned their eager gazes toward the scene. They too beheld Lu Xian, his imperial form ravaged, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet, none dared to approach the passage or underestimate Lu Xian. They remained silent, waiting to see what this soon-to-fall Lu Xian intended to do as he emerged from the god burial coffin. In times past, had the ancient sovereign of fire dared to mock him so, Lu Xian would have undoubtedly caused the Fire Clan to flee in disarray. However, now Lu Xian exhibited an air of tranquility. He was no longer the same Lu Xian he once was. Upon learning of the tribulations faced by the Lu family over the years, he had undergone a profound transformation. Since they had brazenly bullied his family while he remained steadfast in guarding the abyss, they should not blame him for his change of heart. A group of ungrateful individuals were unworthy of his protection. Lu Xian emerged from the coffin of the god of burial, his imposing gaze shifting from the heavenly fire ancient emperor to the ancient sovereigns of various alien races before him. Wherever his eyes fell, the ancient sovereigns of those foreign races trembled in fear and unease. Ultimately, he withdrew his gaze, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the entire alien realm. "Grant me the elixir of immortality, and I shall depart from Tianyuan. From this moment forth, the safety of the human race is no longer my concern." His proclamation echoed across the alien land, leaving all who heard it in sheer astonishment as they gazed skyward. They could scarcely believe that Lu Xian, who had guarded this realm for 100 millennia, would utter such words. The alien sovereigns, who had eagerly awaited Lu Xian's downfall, were left utterly dumbfounded by his declaration. Over the years, they had attempted to entice Lu Xian with promises of the elixir of immortality, hoping he would abandon his post at Tianyuan, yet each time he had resolutely refused. Some ancient sovereigns had even met their demise at his hands for their audacity. What had changed now? Were they collectively experiencing auditory hallucinations? Had those words truly emanated from Lu Xian? The alien sovereigns, who had once sought to sway him with the promise of immortality, could hardly fathom that such sentiments could originate from his lips. After a considerable time, these ancient sovereigns emerged from their state of shock. Nevertheless, disbelief lingered. Many suspected Lu Xian was merely attempting to deceive them. The heavenly fire ancient emperor scoffed, "Lu Xian, such tricks are only suitable for deceiving toddlers. Do you truly believe we are fools?" As his words faded, another ancient sovereign interjected, "Lu Xian, are you attempting to dupe us into relinquishing the elixir of immortality? While we may not possess the strength to challenge you, that does not equate to a lack of intelligence. Do not harbor such delusions. You have guarded this place for 100 millennia. Granting you the elixir would only ensure your continued watch over it. Do you take us for imbeciles? Abandon this futile hope. The elixir shall never be yours. We need only await your demise in silence. There is no need for these unnecessary theatrics. The alien sovereigns remained unconvinced by Lu Xian's assertions. Indeed, as they pointed out, even if Lu Xian spoke the truth, they would never part with the elixir of immortality. All they needed to do was patiently await his passing, which would allow them to reopen the passage and escape from Tianyuan. To grant Lu Xian the elixir would only invite trouble upon themselves. Lu Xian had long anticipated that the elixirs of immortality held by these ancient foreign emperors would not be easily obtained. He was well prepared. And at the moment their mocking voices subsided, Lu Xian spoke once more, his tone even more commanding than before. I am not here to negotiate with you. You have no option to choose. I shall wait for a mere 10 breaths. Should I not behold the elixir of immortality, I will venture into the foreign realm. His voice resonated with authority, infused with an overwhelming aura of menace. The ancient foreign emperors, who had previously ridiculed him, were thrown into disarray upon hearing Lu Xian's declaration of stepping into the foreign domain. If Lu Xian, the harbinger of death, truly steps into the foreign realm, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of blood and carnage. Such losses are unbearable for any of them. Damn it! Has Lu Xian lost his mind? Has he not always refrained from entering the foreign realm? Why is he breaking that precedent now? If this fiend were to enter, who knows how many of our kin would perish at his hands? An ancient monarch of a foreign race roared in fury, glaring at the bewildered ancient monarch of the heavenly fire, lamenting, Heavenly fire, this is all your fault. Why did you provoke this harbinger of death? If he truly enters, your heavenly fire clan will be the first to engage. At that moment, the ancient monarch of heavenly fire felt a torrent of frustration coursing through him. He had never anticipated that his momentary bravado would provoke this harbinger of death to consider stepping into the foreign realm. Although he feared Lu Xian, he was not intimidated by the ancient monarchs of foreign races. He shot back fiercely, coldly retorting, I was not the only one speaking just now. Did you not all mock him as well? What? Are you all feeling cowardly now? Instead of lamenting, perhaps we should devise a plan to placate this harbinger of death. Indeed, a strategy must be formulated swiftly. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative that we prevent this harbinger of death from entering the foreign realm. Those ancient monarchs of foreign races, who had been so boastful moments ago, now wore expressions of sheer terror. They understood all too well that with Lu Xian's vengeful nature, the first to suffer upon his entry would undoubtedly be those who had just spoken so brazenly. Though Lu Linglong could not see the events unfolding in the foreign realm, she sensed the commanding voice of the ancestor Lu Xian resonating through the bloodline summoning array. Hiss. This ancestor Lu Xian appears to be a formidable individual. Even with but a single breath remaining, he dares to threaten the ancient monarchs of foreign races. He is certainly no ordinary person. Lu Linglong was utterly astonished. Those ancient emperors of foreign races were all of the emperor level, many of them at the pinnacle of their power. Yet, the fact that ancestor Lu Xian could pose a threat to those ancient emperors reveals the immense strength and dominance he possesses. Lu Linglong waited in silence, not daring to speak further, fearful of disrupting the plans of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian. The bloodline essence of the Lu family, while capable of temporarily restoring the venerable ancestor Lu Xian, is far from an ideal solution. If one could procure the elixir of immortality, it would undoubtedly be the most exquisite remedy. With but a single herb of immortality, the impending demise of the venerable Lu Xian could be postponed for a millennium, thereby addressing the ancestral plight at its very root. At this moment, Lu Linglong felt quite anxious. She was uncertain about how those ancient sovereigns of different races would make their choices. Even the formidable ancestor Lu Xian is now on the brink of death. Should the ancient emperors of the alien races refuse to surrender the elixir of immortality, ancestor Lu Xian will have no choice but to invade the foreign realm. Given his current condition, should he venture into that domain, his fate would be sealed in demise. However, he would undoubtedly take some beings from the alien realm with him. And it is even conceivable that he might drag down an ancient emperor of the alien races to accompany him in death. Yet, this is far from the conclusion that the Lu family wishes to witness. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian has passed away, and with him, the Lu family shall meet its demise. In the grand hall of the Lu family, all eyes were anxiously fixed upon Lu Linglong. They all yearned to ascertain whether the essence of blood they had offered could aid the venerable ancestor Lu Xian. Linglong, convey to the ancestor, if it proves insufficient, we are willing to sacrifice our very life essence. As your father, I stand at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm with my life essence. I am certain it will be of great assistance to the ancestor. Lu Tianyuan's expression was resolute. He was willing to sacrifice his own life essence to aid the ancestral elder Lu Xian in regaining his strength. No, clan leader. You are the backbone of our Lu family and must not come to harm. If the elder requires it, we old fellows are also prepared to offer our life essence. Though we may not possess your strength, we are still at the quasi-emperor realm. With our life essence, the ancestor will surely be able to temporarily restore his power. Ling Long. Convey to the ancestor that we are ready and willing to sacrifice our life essence at any moment. As soon as Lu Tianyuan's words fell, he was obstructed by the 8 elder members, who positioned themselves resolutely in front of him. At such a critical moment between life and death, the members of the Lu family remained united, which left Lu Ling Long quite astonished. This family appeared to be markedly different from her own in a previous life. Father. Esteemed elders, please rest assured. The ancestor is currently negotiating with the ancient monarch of the foreign race, and our assistance is not required at this time. Lu Ling Long intervened, simultaneously offering a reassuring smile to everyone, urging them to place their faith in the ancestral figure. After all, he was the most formidable emperor from 100,000 years ago, and his capabilities far surpassed our imagination. Her words illuminated the eyes of the Lu family members within the Grand Hall. They too recalled that the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian was no ordinary individual. An emperor who had lived for 100,000 years is a rarity throughout history. The fact that their ancestor had survived until now surely indicated his exceptional skills and prowess. Ling Long. Did you just say that the ancestor is negotiating with the ancient royal family of the alien race? Does that mean he is still in the abyss? Lu Tianyuan's expression subtly shifted. The ancestral figure resided far beyond the heavens. Even if communication were established, what could be done? Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. No matter how remarkable the abilities of ancestor Lu Xian, it was impossible for him to rescue the members of the Lu family from such a vast distance. Lu Ling Long, perceptive to her father's concerns, smiled and replied, Father, rest assured, the methods of our ancestor are beyond our imagination. He is already aware of the predicament facing the Lu family, and he will safeguard us. Alas, I hope our ancestor returns swiftly. Lu Tianyuan sighed, refraining from continuing his discourse. He lifted his gaze towards the exterior of the Grand Hall, where the night was gradually yielding to the approaching dawn. However, for the members of the Lu family, the arrival of dawn was not a welcome prospect. They wished for the night to linger a while longer, granting them precious time. If the ancestors were unable to assist us for the moment, it would be imperative for us to delay the inevitable. Lu Tianyuan summoned the 8 elders, engaging in a hushed discussion to devise a strategy. Outside the abyssal passage, in a foreign realm, 10 breaths remain. The voice of Lu Tianyuan resonated throughout the foreign realm. It seems you are unwilling to reconcile with me. If that is the case, I shall procure the elixir of immortality on my own. As his words echoed, the foreign passage trembled, and countless bolts of sword-like thunder followed Lu Xian as he stepped forward, cascading above him and spreading towards the alien entities. With the essence of blood provided by his kin, Lu Xian temporarily regained a portion of his formidable strength at the peak of the Emperor realm. With a single step, he emerged from the boundary passage, ascending into the skies of the alien realm. Behind him, billions of thunderous sword energies rampaged, transforming into a colossal thundercloud that enveloped the heavens of the foreign land. Upon witnessing this harbinger of death truly emerge from the passage and descend into their domain, the ancient emperors of the alien race were struck with terror, their faces paling. These ancient emperors had once been vanquished by Lu Xian. Over the past century, many among them had attempted to break free from the boundary passage with their kin, yet they were consistently thwarted and forced to retreat by Lu Xian. Had it not been for Lu Xian's steadfast adherence to the agreement of not stepping beyond the boundary passage, more than half of these ancient emperors would have perished at his hands long ago. Now, this harbinger of death had indeed torn apart the agreement, stepping forth from the boundary passage into the foreign realm. As Lu Xian advanced step by step, the ancient emperors of the alien race recoiled in horror. Particularly, the ancient emperor of the fire tribe nearly wept when he realized that Lu Xian's first territory of descent was his own. He had been the first to mock Lu Xian, and now Lu Xian had entered his domain first. This was undoubtedly an act of retribution. Yet, despite his fear, the ancient emperor of the fire tribe dared not utter a word, lacking even the courage to confront Lu Xian. The heavens seek to annihilate my fire tribe. Curse be it. Had I known this day would come, I would never have provoked such a harbinger of death. At this moment, the ancient emperor of the fire tribe was so overcome with dread that he could hardly muster the tears to cry. Lu Xian has arrived. And his primary target is none other than the Tianhua clan. Surrounding them, the ancient emperors of various alien races merely spectate, offering no assistance whatsoever. Just as the ancient emperor of Tianhua contemplated surrendering, a sudden voice reached his ears. The previously anxious Tianhua emperor seemed to be greatly encouraged in that moment. A flicker of confidence illuminating his gaze. He stepped forward, emerging from the Tianhua clan, ascending into the skies to obstruct Lu Xian's advance. His voice tinged with excitement as he proclaimed, "Lu Xian, retreat. Do not forget, we are in a foreign realm. Tianhua, are you courting death?" Lu Xian halted, his voice resonating with an air of dominance and arrogance. He stood suspended in the void, his shattered imperial form exuding a scent of decay. Nevertheless, even in such a state, his imperial aura continued to suppress the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, who trembled in fear. As a fellow pinnacle emperor, the ancient emperor of heavenly fire appeared as insignificant as an ant in Lu Xian's presence. "Lu Xian, halt your advance. I acknowledge that I am no match for you. But do not forget, this is a foreign realm. If you remain hidden in the abyss, we may be powerless against you. But now that you have entered this domain, do you truly fear not for your life?" The ancient emperor of heavenly fire mustered his courage to speak, attempting to impede Lu Xian's progression. Beneath Lu Xian's feet lies the territory of his celestial fire clan. He is unwilling to witness his clan succumb to the blade of Lu Xian. Yet, despite summoning every ounce of courage within him, his body trembles with fear in the presence of Lu Xian. This terror emanates from the depths of his being, a sentiment he cannot suppress. Were it not for the bolstering assurance provided by another, he would never dare to emerge and confront this harbinger of death. "Celestial fire, are you threatening me?" Lu Xian coldly smiled, fully aware of the source of the ancient emperor of fire's confidence. Just moments ago, the ancient emperor had trembled in fear. Yet now he boldly stood to confront him. It was evident that someone had emboldened the ancient emperor of fire. In this foreign realm, the only entities capable of instilling such assurance in him were the esteemed beings of other races. These distinguished figures transcend the ancient emperors of their kin, akin to Howl. In the realm of humanity, an ancient emperor corresponds to a great emperor, while those esteemed beings are comparable to the revered emperors of humanity, truly existing above the great emperors. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xian had been compelled by the 7 revered emperors of humanity to forsake his freedom and guard the abyss of heaven. Now, as he stepped into this alien domain, he was certain it would rouse the attention of those esteemed beings. The moment he entered this realm, he anticipated this very development. He gazed calmly at the ancient emperor of fire before him, his voice resonating with a deep, commanding authority that echoed throughout the foreign lands. "What of this realm? There exists no place in this world that I, Lu Xian, cannot traverse." However, as his words lingered in the air, a chilling voice suddenly pierced through. "Lu Xian, do you truly believe yourself invincible? You dare to be so audacious upon entering my domain, thinking there is no one here capable of subduing you?" At that moment, a towering black figure materialized in the sky. The previously terrified ancient emperors of this foreign realm, upon witnessing this dark presence descend, were filled with exhilaration. It was the Black Wind Sovereign. With the arrival of the Black Wind Sovereign, even if Lu Xian were a harbinger of death, he would undoubtedly be no match for this formidable being. The emergence of the Black Wind Sovereign kindled a spark of hope among the ancient emperors, as they knew that subduing the impending threat posed by Lu Xian would be a task of little difficulty. Lu Xian also lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, where the Black Wind Sovereign resided. He had anticipated the true embodiment of the sovereign to descend, yet he felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely a projection of the sovereign. How could such a trivial manifestation hope to impede me? Lu Xian let out a cold laugh, and behind him, billions of thunderous sword energies instantaneously transformed into countless rays of light, slashing towards the celestial end where the avatar of the esteemed one lingered. Witnessing this scene, the ancient emperors of the alien race, who had just moments ago been brimming with excitement, were rendered utterly astonished. They were aware of Lu Xian's arrogance, yet they could not fathom that he would dare to take such audacious measures. Despite being on the brink of demise, with his imperial body already decayed, he still had the audacity to draw his sword against an esteemed one. Even if it were merely an avatar, it was beyond the capacity of Lu Xian, this great emperor, to contend with. The chasm between an esteemed one and a great emperor, though seemingly narrow, was as vast as the heavens. Throughout history, countless remarkably gifted great emperors had ultimately perished at the threshold of the esteemed ones. Even someone of Lu Xian's caliber had not achieved the status of an esteemed one, had he? At the moment Lu Xian made his move, The entire realm of the alien race fell into a profound silence. It seemed as though everyone was temporarily paralyzed by shock. The previously assertive Tianhua ancient emperor, who had attempted to obstruct Lu Xian, now trembled in fear as Lu Xian drew his sword against the Black Wind esteemed one. Lu Xian was nothing short of a lunatic. The Tianhua ancient emperor wished to turn and flee. To stand in the path of such a madman was tantamount to seeking death. However, his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering him incapable of taking a single step. He could only gaze up in terror towards the celestial end, praying that the Black Wind esteemed one would put an end to this harbinger of death. Lu Xian, how dare you draw your sword against me? Who gave you the audacity? The Black Wind esteemed one, taken aback, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would dare to confront him. After all, who granted this dying wretch such courage? Though he had merely descended as an avatar, this manifestation still held the power of an esteemed one. Lu Xian, how dare he? In the depths of a foreign realm, within an ancient grand hall, the revered Black Wind Master, adorned in a flowing black dragon robe, struck the surface before him with a resounding slap. The table, comparable to an imperial artifact, shattered under his force. Damn it! Who bestowed him with such audacity? Am I, too, a being he can offend? The Black Wind Master was on the verge of madness. In this alien domain, he was among the most formidable entities. Yet now, he found himself insulted by Lu Xian, a once mighty emperor on the brink of downfall, inciting his unparalleled fury. At the edge of the heavens, the Black Wind Master's clone also took action. With a mere gesture, a tempest of swirling black winds erupted throughout the cosmos. An endless torrent of black wind surged forth, coalescing into a tornado that enveloped a significant portion of the sky, descending upon Lu Xian with the intent to suppress him. This was his unparalleled divine ability, the Black Wind Catastrophe. Summoning boundless black winds, it manifested as a cataclysm capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Its power utterly terrifying. Any ordinary emperor caught within the grasp of this Black Wind Catastrophe would find themselves facing certain doom. Lu Xian was merely a dying emperor, utterly incapable of withstanding the catastrophic Black Wind. The Black Wind Sovereign was truly enraged. With a single strike, he aimed to obliterate Lu Xian, making this arrogant human emperor pay dearly. However, at the very moment his Black Wind calamity surged forth, Lu Xian's myriad of thunderous sword energies had already descended. The thunderous sword energies clashed against the Black Wind calamity, two invincible divine powers colliding and unleashing cataclysmic force. In but a fleeting instant, the vast expanse of the Black Wind calamity was engulfed by the thunderous sword energies. Countless bolts of thunderous sword energy, undeterred in speed, struck towards the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar. At the horizon, the once confident Black Wind Sovereign gazed in disbelief as the thunderous sword energies approached. He barely had time to utter a cry of utter incredulity before being consumed by the myriad of thunderous sword energies. No, echoed his unwilling voice, reverberating through the void. In that moment, the entire world seemed to plunge into an overwhelming silence. Countless beings from foreign realms stood agape, staring at the horizon. Yet the shadow of the Black Wind Sovereign had vanished. An invincible sovereign from another realm had simply ceased to exist. Though it was known that this was merely an avatar of the Black Wind Sovereign, none could fathom that Lu Xian could truly annihilate even a fragment of such a sovereign. All foreign beings were left in a state of shock, utterly astounded. The ancient emperors of various races were equally taken aback, their previous smiles completely erased. No one had anticipated that Lu Xian had risen to such formidable heights. With a shattered emperor's physique, he had severed the sovereign with a single sword strike. This was nothing short of miraculous. The celestial fire ancient emperor was so frightened that he knelt. After all, even his greatest ally had fallen to Lu Xian's hand. For him, approaching Lu Xian would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Lu Xian was not truly invincible. After slaying the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar with a single sword, he began to cough, and the powerful aura of the emperor diminished by at least half in an instant. However, the brilliance in Lu Xian's eyes remained as sharp as a blade. Alas, if only I were at my peak, this strike would have been even more potent. Lu Xian withdrew his gaze from the horizon, yet the words he uttered sent shockwaves throughout the foreign realm. Particularly, the ancient emperor of the heavenly fire, who stood closest to him, was nearly paralyzed with fear. To slay a revered one with a single stroke of the sword, and still, that was not even Lu Xian's ultimate prowess. The mere thought of Lu Xian at his peak left him breathless. It was only at this moment that he realized. Over the years, Lu Xian had never unveiled his full strength in the presence of these ancient emperors from foreign tribes. Lu Xian, Oh, how mistaken I was. Did you not seek the elixir of immortality? I shall endeavor to procure it for you. Rest assured, even if it requires the utmost sacrifice from our Heavenly Fire clan, I will find the elixir for you. The ancient emperor of the Heavenly Fire was on the verge of tears before this harbinger of death. He could scarcely bring himself to claim the title of emperor. In his desperation, he even volunteered to seek the elixir for Lucien. However, Lucien merely sighed and replied, "It is too late." The moment his words fell, countless beams of sword light expanded within the pupils of the ancient emperor of the Heavenly Fire. No, the ancient emperor could only emit an incredulous scream before being engulfed by a torrent of sword energy. Lucien struck with unrelenting ferocity. After slaying the avatar of the Revered One with a single sword stroke, he proceeded to annihilate the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire. This time, he did not merely sever the emperor's physical form but directly absorbed the very essence of the ancient emperor. He stood serenely amidst the heavens, effortlessly dispatching an alien monarch. And before the assembled crowd, he began to refine the essence of the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire. He displayed utter disdain for the assembly of alien sovereigns, exhibiting arrogance to an unparalleled degree. Yet, in light of this spectacle, none dared to intervene. The alien monarchs wished for nothing more than to flee from this harbinger of death, utterly unconcerned with avenging the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire. What could they do? As Lucien refined the emperor's essence, his power would only grow more formidable. Even in the absence of an elixir of immortality, he was temporarily beyond death. They lamented. Had they known, they would have presented him with a precious elixir. For the sake of a mere elixir, they had offended such a lethal entity. It was a folly born of sheer madness. With the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire now deceased, once this reaper of souls refined the emperor's essence, they were certain to be the next victims. This individual had effortlessly dispatched an avatar of the Revered One. They were powerless to withstand him. Urgently, they resolved to summon a Revered One. Only a direct intervention could quell this harbinger of death. The alien sovereigns were engulfed in trepidation. Many among them had just moments ago derided Lucien. Now, as he refined the essence of the ancient emperor of Heavenly Fire, they knew he would not let their mockery go unpunished. Their only salvation lay in the arrival of an otherworldly Revered One, and it had to be a personal visit to have a chance of subduing Lucien. After all, the avatar of the Black Wind Revered One had not even been able to withstand a single strike from Lucien. Meanwhile, in the innermost sanctum of a distant realm, the Black Wind Revered One was nearly on the verge of exploding with rage. An avatar of his had been slain by Lucien. This was far more intolerable than a mere affront. It was an affront to his very honor. He was a revered being. Even an avatar of his was still a revered one. Yet now, he found himself outmatched by Lucien, fuming with indignation. The Black Wind Revered One was poised to storm out of the hall to settle the score with Lucien. However, before he could make a move, a figure appeared outside the hall, blocking his path. The newcomer donned a crimson robe and possessed a beauty that surpassed that of any woman, her enchanting eyes radiating an alluring power. "Qing Hu, do you dare to obstruct me?" The Black Wind Revered One's fury erupted as he faced the enchanting Qing Hu Revered One, showing no signs of courtesy. Lucien annihilated his doppelganger, and this enmity could not go unavenged. No one could impede his resolve. At that moment, the esteemed Qing Hu descended, and without uttering a word, the revered Haifeng comprehended his purpose. However, in the face of Haifeng's furious roar, Qing Hu remained unperturbed, instead smiling gently as he spoke. "It is not I who obstructs you, but rather the esteemed celestial lord who has sent me. Within the foreign realm, there exists but one individual worthy of the title celestial lord. That person is the true sovereign of the foreign domain, and even we, as reverends, dare not defy the celestial lord's commands." Haifeng's overwhelming fury dissipated at the mention of the celestial lord, and he respectfully inquired, "What commands does the celestial lord have?" Qing Hu turned his palm, revealing a black celestial order. Haifeng hastily knelt before the celestial order, awaiting the celestial lord's directive in silence. The black celestial order emitted a faint glow, and simultaneously, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from it. "Haifeng, for disobeying orders, you are sentenced to 100 years of confinement." At the moment he heard the voice from the celestial order, Haifeng trembled involuntarily. In the foreign realm, no reverend may act lightly without the celestial lord's command, as it is one of the prohibitions of this domain. Yet previously, to slay Lucien, he had dispatched his doppelganger, thus already contravening the celestial lord's decree. Should he step out of the hall now to personally eliminate Lucien, it would be a blatant act of defiance against the celestial lord. Though Haifeng stood as a pinnacle ancient reverend, he dared not contravene the celestial lord's commands. Yes, Haifeng obeys. Haifeng bowed his head in acquiescence and then turned to re-enter the hall. Upon witnessing Haifeng accept the command, Jinghu finally stowed away the celestial order and approached with a smile, saying, Haifeng, do not harbor discontent. The celestial lord acts with purpose. He commanded me to inform you that Lu Xian is to remain unharmed for the time being. Not only must he not be killed, but we are also to bestow upon him the elixir of immortality, ensuring his safe return to the human race. What? Not only must we spare him, but also grant him the elixir of immortality? Haifeng was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, that fellow has guarded the passage for 100,000 years, thwarting us for a century. Now that he is on the verge of death, why should we offer him the elixir of immortality? With it, he could live for another 10,000 years. Prolonging our obstruction, he had the urge to voice his doubts about whether the celestial lord had lost his senses. Yet, he dared not utter such thoughts aloud. Should these words reach the ears of the celestial lord, Haifeng might very well lose his life. The celestial lord, within this foreign realm, not only holds an unparalleled status, but wields an unfathomable power. Even we, the peak reverends, appear as mere insects before the celestial lord. Let us not forget, 200,000 years ago, a once mighty ancient foreign reverend sought to challenge the celestial lord's authority, but without even a chance to strike. He was summarily slain from afar by the celestial lord. At that time, Haifeng was merely at the threshold of the royal realm. To this day, the terrifying memories of that battle linger. Within the foreign realm, no one knows the origins of the celestial sovereign. Yet all are aware that only the celestial sovereign is the true master of this domain. In this otherworldly territory, offending the celestial sovereign means that even the mightiest deities cannot guarantee your safety. Although the Black Wind sovereign harbors discontent towards the celestial sovereign's decisions, he dares not utter the sovereign's name, choosing instead to complain to the Azure Fox sovereign. The Azure Fox sovereign chuckled softly and lowered his voice, saying, Black Wind, perhaps you are unaware, the family of Lu Xian is on the brink of annihilation. His desire for the elixir of immortality stems from a longing to rejuvenate and return to the human realm to save his kin. For 100,000 years, Lu Xian has guarded the human race's peace. Yet, those of the human race have treated his family in such a manner. What do you think Lu Xian will do upon his return? Though the Azure Fox sovereign spoke in hushed tones, her words sparked a glimmer of realization in the Black Wind sovereign's eyes. As one who attained the rank of sovereign, he was far from a fool. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, if I were Lu Xian, I would surely return to wreak havoc. Now I truly understand the celestial sovereign's intent. He wishes to leverage Lu Xian to stir the tides among the humans. Lu Xian has caused us considerable trouble over these 100,000 years. It is indeed time for him to return and bring some chaos to the human realm. The echoes of the Black Wind sovereign's laughter filled the vast hall, brimming with pride as he continued. Of course, should Lu Xian prove inadequate and meet his demise among the humans, it would serve him right. Just moments ago, the Black Wind sovereign had been displeased with the celestial sovereign's decision, yet now he radiated joy. Sending Lu Xian back to the human realm was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He even envisioned the turmoil that would ensue upon Lu Xian's return. Given Lu Xian's strength, only the true embodiment of the human emperors could possibly restrain him. Otherwise, none would stand a chance. Therefore, upon his return, Lu Xian would undoubtedly create a ruckus and perhaps even slay some human emperors and annihilate several powerful imperial clans. Ultimately, this would draw the attention of the human emperors, leading to Lu Xian's demise. In this way, it would serve as a form of retribution for the Black Wind sovereign. With such thoughts, the Black Wind sovereign found himself eagerly anticipating the unfolding of events following Lu Xian's return to the human realm. Azure Fox, is it not merely the elixir of immortality? I shall provide it. You may deliver it to Lu Xian and inform him that should he survive upon his return to the human realm, I eagerly await our next encounter. Declared the Black Wind sovereign as he produced an elixir of immortality, smiling. The Azure Fox sovereign, taken aback, did not expect the Black Wind sovereign to not only refrain from causing chaos but also to willingly offer an elixir. This delighted her, and with a radiant smile, she assured him, rest assured, I shall convey your message. Above the foreign realm, the sky stretched endlessly. Lu Xian refined the ancient emperor's primordial essence of heavenly fire. After all, this is the primordial essence of an emperor, which cannot be completely refined in a short span of time. Lu Xian remained unhurried, first absorbing a portion of the emperor's essence. As he assimilated the power of the emperor's origin, the life essence within him rapidly rejuvenated. Even his previously incomplete imperial body, under the influence of the Emperor's essence, began to radiate a newfound vitality. In mere moments, the aura of decay that surrounded him vanished completely. No trace of death lingered upon him, and his strength surged back to the pinnacle of imperial might, resembling a fearsome demon god, reigning supreme in the heavens. The ancient alien monarchs, witnessing Lu Xian's transformation as he refined the Emperor's essence and regained his peak, trembled in terror. Some of the more timid ancient monarchs even began to flee, unwilling to remain and face their doom. However, at that moment, the Qinghu Xuanzhang approached from afar. Clad in a crimson robe, the Qinghu Xuanzhang descended gracefully from the void, her smile radiant as she alighted before Lu Xian. Upon the arrival of this ancient dignitary, Lu Xian sensed the formidable power she possessed. He silently withdrew the portion of the Emperor's essence that he had yet to fully refine, his expression turning grave as he regarded the enchanting figure before him, furrowing his brow, and for the first time, a serious glint appeared in his eyes. A true Xuanzhang had descended, even with his strength having reached the apex of imperial power, achieving a realm beyond what countless emperors could attain. He could not afford to be careless in the presence of such a terrifying ancient dignitary. Qinghu Xuanzhang, have you come to thwart my ambitions? Despite knowing he was no match for the Qinghu Xuanzhang, Lu Xian exhibited no fear or hesitation, his gaze reflecting a steadfast resolve and intense murderous intent. Noticing the killing intent in Lu Xian's eyes, the Qinghu Xuanzhang quickly offered a gentle smile to ease the atmosphere, saying, Lu Xian, you need not harbor such animosity towards me. My arrival this time is solely to bring you benefits. Lu Xian did not anticipate that the esteemed Qinghu would not come to slay him. A fleeting glimmer of doubt crossed his eyes as he curiously inquired, if you are not here to obstruct me, could it be that the esteemed Qinghu has come to lend me a helping hand? Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, the ancient monarchs of the other races below were taken aback. What on earth? Is Lu Xian out of his mind? The esteemed Qinghu is one of our ancient dignitaries. How could he possibly come to his aid? The true form of the esteemed Qinghu had descended, a presence far beyond that of the earlier manifestation of the Black Wind. No matter how formidable Lu Xian might be, he could never withstand the might of the esteemed Qinghu. This madman was on the verge of his demise. The ancient monarchs of the other races even erupted into derisive laughter. Could it be that Lu Xian has lost his senses? How could he possibly believe that the esteemed Qinghu would come to offer him warmth? This is undoubtedly the greatest joke they have ever heard in their lives. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, they were met with a resounding slap to the face. Ha! Lu Xian, you truly are an extraordinary individual. The esteemed one has been dispatched by the heavenly sovereign with a mission to present you with an elixir of immortality, with just a single utterance from the esteemed Qinghu. The smiles on the faces of the ancient alien monarchs froze instantly. In an instant, the surrounding ancient monarchs were left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Our esteemed Qinghu has descended not to vanquish Lu Xian, but rather to extend warmth to him. Moreover, she has brought the very elixir of immortality that Lu Xian so desperately requires. It is important to note that Lu Xian before them has already reached the end of his lifespan. Even if he were to refine the primordial essence of the ancient Fire Emperor, he could at most extend his life by a mere 100 years. After that, he would inevitably meet his demise. No matter how formidable Lu Xian may be, he could only prolong his existence for a brief century. For the ancient beings who have been sealed for 100,000 years, this fleeting century is still a weight they can endure. Yet now, the esteemed Qinghu has taken the initiative to bestow upon him an elixir of immortality, claiming it to be a gift from the heavenly sovereign. Is this not madness? If Lu Xian were to acquire the elixir of immortality, he could extend his lifespan for a millennium. Could it be that the celestial sovereign intends for Lu Xian to impede their alien race for yet another 1,000 years? In that moment, the ancient emperors of the alien races were left utterly astonished, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Was it the celestial sovereign who had lost his sanity? Or was it the world itself that had gone mad? Particularly the esteemed Qinghu, who was indeed a sovereign from another realm. How could he audaciously present Lu Xian with the elixir of immortality without fear of being accused of treachery? Not only were the ancient emperors of the alien races bewildered, but Lu Xian himself wore a face of disbelief. He had never anticipated that a mere jest would manifest into reality. The esteemed Qinghu had genuinely come to offer him warmth, and not just any warmth, but the very elixir he so desperately required. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his expression grave as he gazed at the radiant elixir of immortality held by the esteemed Qinghu. The elixir was indeed genuine. However, He could not fathom why the celestial sovereign from another realm would entrust the esteemed Qinghu to present him with such a precious gift. Although Lu Xian is guarded for 100,000 years, he has yet to have any interaction with the celestial sovereign from the foreign realm. To be precise, it is more accurate to say that, given his strength, he has not yet attained the qualification to engage with the celestial sovereign. Although Lu Xian is not an otherworldly being, he is well aware of the enigmatic and formidable nature of the celestial sovereign in the foreign realm. It is no exaggeration to assert that the celestial sovereign is the sovereign of that realm, the ultimate ruler of the entire otherworld. In contrast, Lu Xian, at best, is merely an emperor of the human race. The chasm that separates him from the celestial sovereign is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Despite his uncertainty regarding the celestial sovereign's motives for bestowing upon him the elixir of immortality, Lu Xian seized the potion without a moment's hesitation. The esteemed Qinghu sovereign had initially presumed that Lu Xian would hesitate to accept the elixir upon his first glance. However, Lu Xian's audacity in claiming the potion only served to elevate the Qinghu sovereign's estimation of him. Moreover, allow me to clarify, Lu Xian, that this elixir of immortality is not the one gifted to you by the celestial sovereign. This particular potion was bestowed upon you by the Black Wind sovereign, who also requested that I convey a message. Should you return to the human realm and survive, he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to engage in a true battle with you. With this parting remark, the Qinghu sovereign gracefully departed. Lu Xian held the elixir of immortality in his hand, feeling an overwhelming shock. He could hardly fathom that this very elixir had been bestowed upon him by the Black Wind sovereign. After all, he had just slain a manifestation of the Black Wind sovereign. How could such a gift be possible? Despite his confusion, Lu Xian accepted the elixir without hesitation. Whether it was a gift from the Black Wind sovereign or the celestial sovereign, he would not refuse it. At this moment, he was in dire need of the elixir of immortality. Lu Xian initially ventured into foreign realms in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. Now that he has obtained the coveted potion, he feels reluctant to continue his rampage. Furthermore, he is aware that the celestial sovereign of that realm sent the esteemed Qinghu to personally bestow the elixir upon him, which also carries an implicit warning. Lu Xian was not a fool. Having obtained the life-giving elixir, he knew when to withdraw. With the elixir in hand, he turned and retreated back to the passage, allowing the ancient sovereigns of other races below, who were on edge, to exhale in relief. Indeed, some of these sovereigns were drenched in cold sweat. Good heavens! That was truly terrifying. Had the god of death not departed, it might well have been my own demise. After this incident, I shall never dare to utter a word against him again. Thankfully, this madman has left. I was nearly frightened to death. However, with Lu Xian in possession of the elixir, will he honor his agreement and continue to guard the abyss? If he proves untrustworthy, shall we then be subjected to his watch for millennia to come? We had presumed this lunatic was doomed, allowing our races to once again surge forth from the abyss and tread upon the Sea of Realms. Yet, unexpectedly, he not only survived but also acquired the elixir. Alas, our people must continue to endure under his seal. Never mind. We have waited for 100,000 years. We can afford to wait another 10,000. Sooner or later, Lu Xian will meet his downfall. I refuse to believe he can perpetually guard the abyss. As Lu Xian departed, the ancient sovereigns of other races were consumed by worry. They feared that after obtaining the elixir, he would remain to guard the passage to the abyss, obstructing their entry into the Sea of Realms. But now, Lu Xian has left, and soon he shall vacate the abyss. You all must prepare yourselves well. It will not be long before we can once again return to the Sea of Realms, strike at the Imperial Gate, and vie for the territories of the human race. The voice of the esteemed Blue Fox echoed from the heavens, igniting immense excitement among these ancient sovereigns. After 100,000 years, they finally had the opportunity to step through the passage once more and descend upon the Sea of Realms. Lu Xian exhibited no reaction to the affairs of foreign lands. In the past, had he been aware that these alien races were about to assault the Boundary Sea, he would undoubtedly have prepared meticulously to repel their formidable forces. Yet now, his sole desire is to swiftly refine the elixir of immortality, to return to humanity and rescue his kin. However, he is acutely aware that the path to rejoining his people is fraught with challenges. Linglong, what is the state of affairs within the family? The voice of Lu Xian reverberated through the bloodline summoning array, reaching the ears of Lu Linglong. Previously, she had already perceived all that transpired in the foreign realm through the bloodline summoning grand array. And now she found herself utterly astonished by the might and invincibility of her ancestral figure. A solitary individual wielding a sword, challenging an entire alien race, slaying sovereigns. vanquishing ancient emperors, and ultimately returning unscathed. Not only did he return unscathed, but he also personally acquired an elixir of immortality from the hands of the celestial beings of that realm. Such feats are beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing Lu Xian's voice once more, Lu Linglong composed herself, suppressing her excitement, and hurriedly replied, "Ancestor, the situation on our family's side is dire. In less than half an hour, dawn will break, and the ancestral figure of the Lin family, along with their kin, awaits us in the sky. They will not grant us the opportunity to depart from the family, nor will they leave us a path to survival." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's response, Lu Xian's countenance darkened like turbulent waters. He yearned to return to the family immediately and exact vengeance upon those Lin family scoundrels, tearing them to shreds. However, being far removed from the abyss, it was impossible for him to return to the family in an instant. If he were to wait for his return, it was likely that the family members would already be preparing for their funeral rites. Feeling helpless, Lu Xian found himself at a loss for a moment. Yet, it was not in his nature to merely stand by and watch as his kin were obliterated. "Ancestor, our time is running short. You cannot return to the family at this moment, so perhaps you could contemplate this. When you left the family initially, did you leave any contingency measures behind? If so, we might be able to endure for a few more days." Lu Linglong was well aware that the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian was now beyond reach. She had anticipated this eventuality long ago and could only resort to prayer. When Lu Xian departed, he had left behind a means of protection for the family. Otherwise, the Lu clan would have undoubtedly faced the calamity of extermination. Lu Linglong's words instantly illuminated Lu Xian's gaze. When he departed from the Lu family, he had indeed left behind various means to safeguard the clan. However, as Lu Xian recounted them one by one, his disappointment deepened. It turned out that the three sword energies capable of slaying emperors were bequeathed by Lu Xian's ancestor. Alas, those three sword energies had long been expended after the ancestor's departure from the family. I still remember your great-grandfather once telling me that shortly after Lu Xian's ancestor left, the imperial clan sought to trouble us. Had it not been for the three sword energies left by Lu Xian's ancestor, our Lu family would likely have faced annihilation at that time. As the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan was undoubtedly privy to the most information. Moreover, the celestial severing talisman, the demon subduing order, and the divine breaking curse you mentioned had all been utilized long ago. They served our Lu family greatly, preserving us in critical moments. Additionally, our family's protective formation, which was also improved by Lu Xian's ancestor, unfortunately, was breached 50,000 years ago, with even the imperial weapon serving as its core being seized. Currently, our protective formation is merely a quasi-emperor level array, incapable of withstanding attacks from an emperor. Upon hearing Lu Linglong mention that the formidable means he had left behind had long been depleted, the fury in Lu Xian's eyes intensified. He had stood guard at Tianyuan for 100,000 years. Throughout these millennia, no foreign tribes had attacked. Humanity should have enjoyed a century of peace. Yet, the Lu family had repeatedly suffered the calamity of extermination. If it were not for the numerous life-preserving measures he had initially established, the Lu family would certainly not have endured to this day. The eternal family, the undying doctrine. You promised me that you would ensure the Lu family's eternal tranquility. How dare you deceive me so? Lu Xian was engulfed in a tempest of fury, yearning to return to the human realm and demand an explanation from those responsible. However, he was acutely aware that the most pressing matter at hand was how to resolve the crisis currently confronting the Lu family. As time slipped away imperceptibly, Lu Xian, despite his absence from the Lu household, understood that his time was running out. Once dawn broke and the Lin family's patriarch descended, the Lu family would face utter annihilation. Linglong, does our Lu family still possess any imperial weapons? Lu Xian racked his brain, utterly at a loss for any means that could assist the Lu family. Imperial weapon? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with realization as she hurriedly replied, the only remaining treasure of the Lu family is the clan's imperial weapon. However, without the cultivation of a great emperor, it cannot be activated. Currently, the strongest among us is my father, who has only reached the pinnacle of quasi-imperial status. Thus, there is no one in the Lu family capable of wielding the clan's imperial weapon. Lu Xian sighed helplessly. When he departed, the Lu family boasted 10 powerful emperors. Yet now, the once illustrious Lu family has fallen so low that it possesses not a single emperor. Hearing the helplessness and sigh in Lu Xian's voice, along with a hint of reproach, Lu Linglong hurriedly explained, Elder Ancestor, you may not be aware that it is not due to the lack of effort from our Lu family's elders. The truth is that since your departure, no one has been able to cultivate the Taishu Sword Classic to the Emperor level. After enduring numerous calamities and the subsequent demise of the elder emperors, the advanced emperor-level techniques of the Taishu Sword Classic have become lost to us. My father and the others are indeed exceptionally gifted individuals, but without the subsequent emperor-level teachings, they too cannot attain the path of the emperor. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Linglong, what did you just say? They are unable to ascend to emperor status because of the absence of the emperor-level techniques from the Taishu Sword Classic? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with realization as she deciphered the intentions of Ancestor Lu Xian. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "Indeed, Ancestor, you could share with me the imperial cultivation methods of the Taishu Sword Classic, and I shall convey them to my father. Perhaps this could enable him to ascend to the realm of the emperor." Lu Tianyuan, having reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, has been ensnared for a millennium. His cultivation stagnant at this peak. However, the absence of the Taishu Sword Classic, an imperial-level cultivation technique, confines him to this quasi-emperor state. Should he acquire the Taishu Sword Classic's methodologies for imperial cultivation, with Lu Tianyuan's prowess and comprehension, it is conceivable that he could ascend directly to the great emperor realm. Yet, Lu Xian harbors no such optimism. With dawn merely a quarter of an hour away, even if Lu Tianyuan's understanding were unparalleled, it is utterly implausible for him to attain the great emperor realm in such a brief span. Time is of the essence. Even if he were to obtain the subsequent techniques, it would be too late. The time allotted by the Lin family is insufficient for your father to break through to the great emperor realm. Lu Xian sighed deeply, his brows furrowed tightly. However, his expression soon brightened, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Indeed, there is another way. I can bestow upon you a trace of the emperor's aura, with my emperor's essence. You will be able to temporarily activate the ancestral imperial weapon of the Lu clan on your own." Lu Linglong had previously conceived this method, yet she could not express it openly. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, and possessing too much knowledge was not necessarily advantageous. It might even arouse the suspicions of the esteemed ancestor, Lu Xian. Now, upon hearing Lu Xian articulated himself, Lu Linglong could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly requested his assistance. With a solution finally in sight, Lu Xian's face blossomed with joy. The heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart was finally lifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his imperial aura through the bloodline, summoning a ray into Lu Linglong's being. He then instructed her on how to harness this fragment of imperial energy to activate the ancestral imperial weapon of the Lu family. Once Lu Linglong fully comprehended the process, Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Linglong, the next steps are in your hands. As long as you can awaken our family's ancestral imperial weapon and protective formation, even the Lin family's emperor will pose no threat to you in the short term." In the heavens above, the venerable ancestor of the Lin family opened his eyes once more. Observing the gradual illumination of the horizon, he revealed a hint of derisive amusement. How utterly tedious. The so-called Emperor Lu Xian from 100 millennia ago has likely long since perished. The Lin ancestor slowly rose. Casting a glance at the Lin family patriarch and the thousands of formidable Lin warriors behind him, his expression chilling as he declared, "Let us proceed to annihilate the Lu family." The Lin patriarch led the charge, exuding a terrifying aura at the pinnacle of imperial power, enveloping the entire Lu family in its oppressive presence. In the grand hall of the Lu family, countless clansmen gazed anxiously toward the sky, where the formidable army of the Lin family loomed ominously. The ancestor of the Lin family, in pursuit of the Lu family's treasured scriptures and the imperial weapon that safeguards the clan, had invested heavily in this endeavor. Not only had this peak emperor ancestor personally descended, but the Lin family patriarch, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, also led the charge. Behind him stood a dark mass of thousands of Lin clan warriors, each possessing strength surpassing the minor saint realm. "Lu family, the time has come. Have you made your decision?" The voice of the Lin ancestor echoed throughout the Lu family estate, sending shivers of fear through every soul present. Within the hall, the gaze of the Lu clansmen turned desperately toward their patriarch, Lu Tianyuan. In this dire moment, Lu Tianyuan was their steadfast pillar of support. Lu Tianyuan glanced at Lu Linglong, who appeared to still be communicating with ancestor Lu Xian, and a hint of anxiety surfaced in his eyes. "Sigh, elders, please ensure the safety of Linglong and the clan leader while I attend to the Lin family." Lu Tianyu sighed deeply and, with a fearless resolve, stepped out of the Lu family's grand hall. "Elder of the Lin family, might you grant us a little more time for deliberation?" Lu Tianyuan lowered his stance, his voice tinged with a hint of supplication. Although uncertain of Lu Linglong's success, his current objective was to prolong time as much as possible. Are you expecting your ancestor, Lu Xian, from 100,000 years ago, to return and rescue you? Ha ha ha. Lu Tianyuan. It is truly perplexing whether to deem you foolish or to conclude that the members of the Lu family have lost their wits. After all, it has been 100,000 years. Your ancestor must have long since turned to dust. If he were capable of returning to save you, I would willingly offer my head for him to sit upon as a stool. The ancestor of the Lin family laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with derision and mockery, impatiently declaring that we are all intelligent individuals and ought to speak candidly. Surrender your Lu family's Taishu sword classic and the ancestral imperial weapon. All members of your family over the age of 8 must take their own lives before me. Perhaps I might still contemplate leaving a trace of your lineage. From the outset, the Lin family ancestors' words were venomous, and the terms proposed were utterly unacceptable. Yet, even as these conditions were evidently traps, Lu Tianyuan found himself compelled to deliberate intently. He inquired solemnly, Lin family ancestor, I am prepared to relinquish the Taishu sword classic and the ancestral imperial weapon of the Lu family. I, as the clan leader, can also take my own life. However, how will you assure us that, following my demise, a remnant of our bloodline will remain? Oh, what do you propose? The Lin family ancestor sneered condescendingly, Lu Tianyuan. Do you truly believe you are in a position to bargain with me? Do you expect me to swear a solemn oath? How utterly laughable! Have you not considered your family's current predicament? At my command, every last one of you shall perish. As for the Taishu sword classic and the ancestral imperial weapon, once your clan is extinguished, I can personally retrieve them. Witnessing the Lin family ancestors' complete refusal to grant the Lu family even a sliver of mercy, Lu Tianyuan sighed. His face pale, alas. It seems my family cannot escape this calamity. The patriarch of the Lin family descended from the heavens. Standing before Lu Tianyuan with an air of triumph, Lu Tianyuan, do you recall how you coldly refused my request to borrow the Taishu sword classic? At that time, your family expelled me, the patriarch of the Lin family. Did you ever anticipate my return? Do you remember the words I spoke upon leaving the Lu family? Today, let me personally escort you, the patriarch of the Lu family, on your final journey. As he spoke, the Lin family patriarch unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, manifesting a colossal avatar behind him. It was a formidable figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand grasping a different powerful imperial weapon. Upon its emergence, it charged towards Lu Tianyuan. Upon witnessing the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar, Lu Tianyuan's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment, "That is the ancient sea god's avatar, an ancestral imperial weapon of the Li family. How shameless of you, Lin family. A century ago, you annihilated the Li family and seized their imperial techniques and ancestral weapon. The Li family, once a formidable imperial clan, is said to be descended from the sea god. At the height of their power, several quasi-emperors wielding the forces of the ocean emerged, and the majestic figure of a 3-headed, 6-armed emperor once dominated the world. Yet, the Li family experienced an abrupt decline. A century ago, the Lin family, under dubious pretexts, launched an assault against the Li family, annihilating their entire lineage. Today, the 3-headed, 6-armed figure of the Li family, along with 6 formidable ancestral imperial weapons, has manifested upon the Lin family patriarch. And even a fool could discern the truth of the matter. Haha, Lu Tianyuan, you have some discernment after all. I shan't hesitate to reveal that when I visited the Li family, their patriarch was as ungrateful as you. I trust you are aware of the Li family's fate? Rest assured, once I obliterate your Lu family, I shall select true talents from my Lin family to inherit your Lu family's Taishu sword cannon and ancestral imperial weapons. Thus, even if your Lu family is eradicated, your legacy will endure. Would you not consider me a benefactor of your Lu family for such actions? The Lin family patriarch laughed shamelessly, as behind him, the 3-headed, 6-armed figure commanded the 6 ancestral imperial weapons in a frenzied assault. Although both he and Lu Tianyuan were at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, Lu Tianyuan had no imperial weapons at his disposal. The imperial weapons passed down through the Lu family had long since deteriorated or been lost. Presently, the sole imperial weapon remaining in the Lu family was their ancestral weapon, which lacked the cultivation of an emperor and could not be wielded effectively. Thus, faced with the onslaught of the 3-headed, 6-armed figure and the 6 imperial weapons, Lu Tianyuan could only summon his quasi-imperial weapon to confront them. As his technique surged, a towering figure of the Taishu sword god materialized behind him, wielding a divine sword, clashing fiercely with the 3-headed, 6-armed figure. The confrontation between these two quasi-emperor powerhouses exuded a terrifying aura, were it not for the protective formations surrounding the Liu family. The sheer force of their clash could have obliterated the Liu family entirely. The members of the Liu family within the Grand Hall anxiously observed the battle outside. The 8 elders were equally tense, their fists clenched tightly. Although they too were quasi-emperors, they could see that their patriarch was gradually falling behind. Despite being of the same rank, the Lin patriarch wielded 6 ancestral imperial weapons, while Liu Tianyuan was left with only a quasi-imperial weapon, which could not withstand for long. With a thunderous crash, the onlookers beheld the Taishu sword god figure of Liu Tianyuan being hurled away by the 3-headed, 6-armed figure. The 6 ancestral imperial weapons in the hands of the latter descended like meteors, and with just one round of assault, they nearly shattered Liu Tianyuan's Taishu sword god figure. Even Liu Tianyuan himself was struck, collapsing to the ground in disarray, blood spurting from his mouth. The patriarch has been defeated. The members of the Liu family were engulfed in profound despair. Nevertheless, the patriarch of the Lin family showed no signs of relenting. Aha, Liu Tianyuan, I must admit, you are one of the most formidable opponents I have ever encountered. Were it not for the support of these clan-defending imperial weapons, I might not have been able to contend with you. Yet, what does it matter? In the end, you have still fallen at my hands. When you expelled me from the Liu family, did you ever anticipate that one day you would find yourself beneath my heel? The Lin patriarch laughed heartily as he approached the prostrate Liu Tianyuan, the clan-defending imperial weapon in his hand poised to strike mercilessly at Liu Tianyuan. Beware. The patriarch is in danger. The elder of the Liu family, witnessing this dire scene within the Grand Hall, rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. The imperial weapon in his grasp transformed into a radiant beam of light, swiftly shooting forth to shield Liu Tianyuan. A tremendous crash resounded as the imperial weapon was sent flying. The esteemed elder of the Liu family, however, had already arrived before Liu Tianyuan, using his own body to shield him from the lethal strike of the Lin family patriarch. Bang! The elder of the Liu family was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. He shielded Liu Tianyuan from a fatal blow, and although wounded, it was a sacrifice worth making. In a brief moment, the strongest patriarch and elder of the Liu family were both severely injured, casting a pall of despair over the members gathered in the Grand Hall. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining elders rushed forth, placing their bodies in front of Liu Tianyuan and the elder. How amusing. Truly amusing. Since you Liu family members are not afraid of death, I, the patriarch, shall personally escort you on your journey. The patriarch of the Lin family bellowed with laughter. His 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation stirring as 6 powerful clan weapons surged toward the elders. These Liu elders, being merely at the initial stage of the quasi-emperor realm, could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before being cast aside like leaves in a tempest. Outside the hall, the patriarch and the 8 elders of the Liu family lay prostrate, their faces ashen. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Liu family turned pale with despair. Even the youngest among them began to weep. The Liu family is finished. Mother, are we all to perish? In the hall, the cries melded into an ocean of sorrow, enveloping the entire space in grief. Outside, countless members of the Liu family stifled their sobs, acutely aware that today was a day of inevitable doom. Just as despair settled over them, Liu Linglong, within the hall, suddenly opened her eyes. Having absorbed a trace of imperial aura from the ancestral spirit, she stepped outside. Upon seeing her father and the 8 elders lying on the ground, a fierce killing intent ignited within her gaze. Her icy eyes fixed on the patriarch of the Lin family as she spoke, her voice as frosty as winter's chill. It was you who injured my father? A mere girl of 11 or 12 years burst into such a dire situation, audaciously confronting a quasi-emperor. Even the Lin patriarch was momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure, he erupted into laughter. You Liu family are truly remarkable. A group of adults cowering inside, while a little girl dares to step forward. What a sight to behold. With unrestrained derision, the Lin patriarch dismissed the girl, considering her insignificant. Just a little girl. Even if she had been training since birth, how formidable could she possibly be? And look at her. She is already 12 yet has only just begun her cultivation. Such talent is utterly worthless. After his scornful jests, the Lin patriarch fixed a cold glare upon the young girl and sneered, "Little girl, since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish. But fret not, you will not be alone. Once you perish, I shall ensure these people accompany you. Do you know? I have always cherished the saying, a family should be united and whole." In the instant his words fell, the patriarch of the Lin clan casually waved his hand, aiming a strike at Lu Linglong. He was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, and this slap could easily overwhelm even the early-stage quasi-emperors among the Lu clan elders, let alone the novice Lu Linglong. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tianyuan's eyes turned red with urgency as he shouted hoarsely, "Linglong!" The 8 elders struggled to crawl forward, desperate to rescue Lu Linglong. However, their severe injuries rendered them incapable of movement. They could only watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded before them. As the patriarch's hand descended towards Lu Linglong, Lu Tianyuan was already in tears. The esteemed patriarch of the Lu clan, a man at the apex of quasi-emperorship, was reduced to a weeping figure at that moment. Yet, just when everyone believed Lu Linglong was doomed, no one noticed the glint of cunning that flickered in the girl's eyes. "Ancestor, save me." At this critical juncture between life and death, Lu Linglong suddenly cried out. Alas, this girl truly is a troublemaker. At the farthest reaches of Tianyuan, Lu Xian sighed helplessly. Through the connection of the bloodline summoning array, he could glean everything happening around Lu Linglong. Although he was incensed beyond measure upon hearing of his clan being harmed by the Lin patriarch, longing to traverse time and space to annihilate those Lin scoundrels. Such a feat was utterly impossible. Despite being at the pinnacle of emperorship, he could not obliterate the Lin clan from a distance of countless miles. However, what he did not expect was that Lu Linglong would dare to confront the danger herself. Sensing the impending attack from the Lin ancestor, although Lu Xian could not physically descend, he could still exert a fraction of his imperial aura through the bloodline summoning array. Seeking death, the voice of Lu Xian resonated through the bloodline summoning array, emanating from within Lu Linglong. Simultaneously, the terrifying aura of the great emperor transformed into a razor-sharp blade, instantaneously striking towards the head of the Lin family. The Lin family patriarch had presumed that personally dealing with a mere 12-year-old girl would be an effortless task, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Especially when Lu Xian's voice, imbued with the formidable might of an emperor, accompanied by that sword energy, was unleashed. The Lin family patriarch was utterly stunned. What a shock! This is an emperor. The Lin family patriarch was left speechless, with no time to ponder how this 12-year-old girl could unleash an attack of such imperial caliber. He hastily summoned the 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma form to defend against the onslaught. Boom! The 3-headed, 6-armed form was struck, nearly shattered by the sword energy. The 6 ancestral imperial weapons clutched in its hands were sent flying, clattering to the ground. The Lin family patriarch, alongside the 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma form, was hurled hundreds of feet away, crashing to the earth in a disheveled state, spewing blood in great heaves. In that moment, all his previous arrogance and bravado evaporated, leaving only terror and disbelief in his eyes. That sword energy from just now was too terrifying. Had it not been for the 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma and the 6 ancestral imperial weapons assisting him in resisting the attack, he would undoubtedly have been slain by that very energy. Yet, how could a mere girl in her teens possess such imperial sword energy? No, it must be that the Lu family has summoned an emperor. As the Lin family patriarch realized the gravity of the situation, the ancestral figure of the Lin family in the sky also changed countenance. At the moment Lu Xian's voice erupted, he sensed that within the Lu family's young girl lay the presence of an emperor. Hiss! The Lin family ancestor gasped in shock, his mind racing to the thought of Lu Xian, the great emperor. Could it be that they truly summoned the great emperor Lu Xian? Initially, upon hearing that the Lu family dared to summon the great emperor Lu Xian from 100,000 years ago, he had found it laughable. Though he was not of the same era as Lu Xian, he had heard that Lu Xian had been forced to leave the human race. Setting aside whether the immortal clans and everlasting traditions would allow him to live, even entering the heavenly abyss alone, Lu Xian would never be able to withstand so many foreign races. Thus, nearly everyone believed that Lu Xian had long since perished. Moreover, how could an emperor from 100,000 years ago possibly survive for such an expanse of time, unless he possessed an elixir of immortality? In an instant, the Lin family ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. He immediately attempted to retrieve the Lin family patriarch below. Yet, before his hand could descend, he witnessed a surge of golden light soaring into the heavens, enveloping the entire Lu family. It was the protective family formation. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Lin family's patriarch. He recalled that the protective formation of the Lu family was merely of quasi-emperor level. Yet, why was the protective formation before him of the imperial level? Furthermore, it was of the most superior kind. Even his peak emperor-level attack was completely thwarted by this protective formation. The protective array of the Lu family was activated. not only isolating his attacks but also ensnaring the patriarch of the Lin family within its confines. Most critically, the Lin family patriarch was gravely injured. Now trapped within the protective formation, he resembled a piece of meat on a chopping block, awaiting the Lu family slaughter. The Lin family's elder's expression darkened considerably as he furiously admonished, "Lu family, cease your tricks. I advise you to deactivate the protective array, otherwise, when I make my move, not a single soul from your family shall escape unscathed." Yet, his threats fell on deaf ears. Lu Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue at him, deliberately saying, "Then come in, old man. Do you really think we're foolish? If you open the family protection formation, will you truly let us go?" The elder of the Lin family never anticipated that one day he would find himself at a loss for words, confronted by a mere girl in her teens. Boom. In his fury, he unleashed a powerful strike worthy of an emperor, directed at the family protection formation. However, despite the cataclysmic force behind his attack, the Lu family's protective barrier remained utterly unshaken. At that moment, Lu Xian's voice resonated from within Lu Linglong, declaring, "There is no need to exert yourself in vain. Do you think my formation is something you can breach? Lin family boy, prepare to face the annihilation of your clan for daring to strike against the Lu family." Earlier, when Lu Xian had made his move, he had also spoken, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of the attack, leaving few to hear him. Now, however, he had articulated so much, and the voice emanating from Lu Linglong's body made it clear that something was amiss, particularly for the members of the Lu family. Upon hearing that commanding voice emerge from Lu Linglong, they were left utterly astonished, as if turned to stone. "Ancestor. It is Ancestor Lu Xian. This girl has truly found Ancestor Lu Xian." It became evident that it was indeed Ancestor Lu Xian's intervention that had injured the Lin family patriarch. They had thought, how could Lu Linglong, whose cultivation is even inferior to mine, possibly harm the Lin family patriarch? Tears of joy streamed down their faces as they realized their ancestor was indeed alive. He had not forgotten them. The Lu family was saved. In an instant, all members of the Lu family were filled with excitement, dancing with joy. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders gazed at Lu Linglong in astonishment. Initially, when Lu Linglong claimed to have contacted Ancestor Lu Xian, they believed her, yet they had no means to communicate with him, leaving them with lingering doubts. Now, however, they had personally heard the voice of Ancestor Lu Xian. In that moment, they were finally assured that Lu Linglong had indeed found Ancestor Lu Xian. It was truly Ancestor Lu Xian. "Oh, heavens, grant us your protection." Lu Tianyuan was overwhelmed with joy, and the 8 esteemed elders beamed with delight. The esteemed Ancestor Lu Xian still draws breath. The Lu family has also produced an emperor. Moreover, the formidable Lu Xian can injure the patriarch of the Lin family even across the bounds of time and space, a testament to his terrifying and immense power. Linglong. Is this protective family formation also the handiwork of the ancestor? Lu Tianyuan struggled to rise to his feet, laboriously making his way to Lu Linglong's side. His gaze filled with excitement as it swept over the protective array enveloping the entire Lu family. He was all too familiar with this protective formation. It had long since fallen into the realm of quasi-emperor level. Yet now, it had ascended to the emperor tier, who, apart from the esteemed Ancestor Lu Xian, possessed such extraordinary prowess? However, to his astonishment, Lu Linglong shook her head and proudly declared, "It is not Ancestor Lu Xian, it is I." Lu Tianyuan was utterly bewildered. How could his daughter's cultivation possibly elevate the family's formation to the imperial level? However, he also understood that now was not the time for such inquiries. He glanced at Lu Linglong and winked at her. Lu Linglong let out a soft laugh, fully aware of what he intended to inquire. With a smile, she said, "Father, feel free to express your thoughts. Our ancestor can hear everything." Lu Tianyuan forced a smile, hastily bowing toward Lu Linglong to pay his respects. However, before he could bend down, Lu Linglong had already evaded him. "Father, even if you are paying your respects, our ancestor cannot see you. If you have something to say, please speak freely. Our ancestor will understand your intentions." Lu Linglong chuckled as she spoke. At the edge of the heavenly abyss, upon realizing that Lu Tianyuan intended to bow to him out of respect for his daughter, Lu Xian burst into hearty laughter. "My dear girl, it seems your father is quite the amusing character." Hearing her ancestor jest about her father, Lu Linglong dared not interject, only managing to stifle a giggle as she remarked, "His actions stem from a genuine respect for you, ancestor." At the brink of the abyss, Lu Xian continued to laugh heartily, yet he did not forget to add, "He ought to respect me. After all, I am the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family. Only you, my dear girl, show me no semblance of respect." Lu Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue, shifting the topic as she inquired, "Ancestor, how long can this formation hold them off?" Lu Xian, brimming with confidence in his own array, boasted, "As long as no Emperor Zun intervenes, those worthless emperors of the Lin family shall never breach my formation in this lifetime." Initially, he had regarded this formation as merely a temporary measure. However, upon hearing its formidable power, Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with delight. She looked at Lu Tianyuan, her father, and smiled. "I know what you wish to ask. The ancestor has already spoken. His formation is beyond the capability of the Lin family's feeble emperors to dismantle. Even if they were granted a lifetime, they could never break through the ancestor's array." Upon hearing these words, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders behind him were filled with astonished joy. The Lin family loomed over them like a great mountain. Now, with the array of ancestor Lu Xian in place, as long as the Lin family could not breach it, all members of the Lu family would remain safe. Whether the Lin family would continue to linger outside was no longer a pressing concern for them. Furthermore, they were aware that ancestor Lu Xian had obtained the elixir of immortality. Once he refined it, not only would he return to his former glory, but he could also extend his life by thousands of years. All they needed to do was patiently await the return of ancestor Lu Xian. With his return, the Lu family would no longer have to fear the mere Lin family. "Excellent. With the ancestor's assurance, we can rest easy," Lu Tianyuan exclaimed with excitement. "Linglong, convey to our ancestor that all members of the Lu family eagerly welcome his return." Before Linglong could relay the message, Lu Xian's voice resonated once more. "Enough. Spare me your trivialities. Instead of wasting time, you should be hastening your cultivation. When I return, if you, the clan leader, have not attained the path of the emperor, I shall not hesitate to flay you alive." Upon hearing the ancestor's reprimand, Lu Tianyuan felt no sorrow. Instead, he hurriedly knelt on the ground, filled with trepidation, and declared, "Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, I, your unworthy descendant Lu Tianyuan, shall strive diligently. I would never dare to disappoint you. Very well. Focus solely on your cultivation and await my return. As for the imperial-level techniques of the Taishu sword cannon, I have already entrusted them to the young girl. Should you encounter any difficulties during your practice, feel free to consult her. If time permits, I shall offer you my guidance." Lu Xian stated impatiently from the depths of the abyss. He was genuinely infuriated by the current progeny of the Lu family. After 100 millennia, not a single emperor had emerged among them. It was an utter disgrace to him. Without the subsequent techniques of the Taishu sword cannon, could these inept individuals not create something of their own? Lu Xian had never adhered strictly to the recorded techniques for his cultivation, regardless of their power. They were ultimately the creations of predecessors. Even if one were to master them, they would merely be appropriating the wisdom of others. Thus, his practice was always rooted in the Taishu sword cannon, from which he fused and innovated to create his unique methods. This is precisely why Lu Xian could rise to become the most formidable emperor of his era. Outside the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan, who had just been reprimanded by Lu Xian, bore no trace of dejection on his face. Instead, he wore a broad smile. After all, this was their esteemed ancestor, the mightiest emperor of 100 millennia past. To hear the admonitions of their forebear was an unparalleled honor. However, upon witnessing the severely injured head of the Lin family lying on the ground, Lu Tianyuan's countenance darkened ominously. To the Lu family, this individual was not merely a bitter enemy but a veritable hot potato. Noticing Lu Tianyuan's gaze, the 8 elders approached, their eyes coldly fixed on the fallen Lin family patriarch. The once arrogant and haughty patriarch, now trembling with fear, realized that the protective formation of the Lu family was impenetrable, even by their own ancestor. He felt akin to a sheep ensnared in a den of wolves, with his life hanging in the balance at the mercy of the Lu clan. "Lu Tianyuan, you cannot kill me. My ancestor is outside. If you dare to harm a single hair on my body, my ancestor will not spare you," the Lin family patriarch exclaimed, his voice sharp and resolute. He understood that invoking the name of his ancestor would deter the Lu family from taking action against him. Indeed, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders hesitated. Though they yearned to eliminate the Lin patriarch, the precarious situation of the Lu family made them realize that killing him was not the wisest course of action. "Patriarch, perhaps we should capture him instead. After all, he is the head of the Lin family. Having him in our grasp will surely instill caution in them," one elder suggested. "Although we now have Elder Lu Xian, none can predict when he will return. Capturing the Lin patriarch could serve as an additional safeguard for our lives." "I concur. We should imprison him for now. However, we must first seal his cultivation to prevent any complications." The 8 elders, concerned about Elder Lu Xian's delayed return, unanimously agreed to take the Lin Patriarch hostage. Lu Tianyuan understood that this was the best course of action at present. Very well, then let us seal his cultivation. With the presence of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, you shall oversee this matter personally. Lu Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the discourse between Lu Tianyuan and the 8 esteemed elders, the patriarch of the Lin family erupted into a boisterous laugh, proclaiming, "I told you. You cannot kill me. You do not dare to kill me. What? Have you come to realize this now? I advise you to cease your struggles and release me. Open the protective array of your clan willingly, and perhaps I shall show mercy and grant your Lu family a chance at survival." Despite being reduced to a captive, the Lin patriarch remained insufferably arrogant. His hubris was intolerable to many members of the Lu family. Yet they understood that the decisions made by the patriarch and the 8 elders were for their collective good. However, none anticipated that at this very moment, Lu Xian's voice would resound once more. "Who bestowed upon you such confidence to think that my Lu family would not dare to slay you?" As soon as Lu Xian's words fell, the formidable sword aura of the emperor surged forth from Lu Linglong's being. No. The Lin patriarch gazed in horror at the dreadful sword aura, which enveloped him entirely. With a resounding boom, the quasi-emperor level Lin patriarch was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. This scene unfolded with startling abruptness. No one had imagined that the ancestral figure of the Lu family would act so decisively, executing the Lin patriarch with a single strike. As the Lin patriarch transformed into a sanguine mist, all onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. The first to regain composure was the Lin family ancestor, who was isolated outside the protective array. Witnessing the slaughter of the Lin patriarch, he felt a piercing pain in his heart, rendering him nearly unsteady. "No. How dare you, Lu family? How dare you?" The Lin ancestor roared to the heavens, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashing a barrage of potent imperial attacks upon the protective array before him. He longed to tear apart the very fabric of the array and rend the members of the Lu family within to pieces, scattering their remains. Yet, to his dismay, his ferocious assaults merely struck the protective array, creating not even a ripple. The imperial-level formation personally left by Lu Xian is beyond his ability to break. As he realized he could not breach the protective formation of the Lu family on his own, the elder of the Lin family, with eyes gleaming crimson, gazed towards the horizon and bellowed in desperation, "3 esteemed elders, if you do not intervene now, when shall you?" Following his words, the sky above the Lu family suddenly tore open, revealing 3 towering figures emerging from the rift. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Tianyuan's lips as he witnessed the arrival of the 3 emperors. The Lin family truly regards us highly, dispatching a total of 4 emperors for our sake. 4 emperors, including the pinnacle emperor, the elder of the Lin family. Not only could they obliterate the Lin family's declining imperial lineage, but they could also contend with the top 100 imperial families without much difficulty. The 3 emperors from the Lin family, after a deep sigh, joined forces with the elder to attempt to dismantle the Lu family's protective formation. Yet, despite their relentless assaults and the unleashing of their most formidable techniques, they found themselves utterly incapable of shaking the protective formation in the slightest. It was only at this moment that the elder of the Lin family came to the grim realization that, given their current strength, breaching the formation appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. Damn it, who would have thought that Lu Xian, that ancient being from 100 millennia ago, is still alive? Merely a formation he left behind renders us powerless. Gentlemen, do you possess any solutions? Fuming with rage, the elder of the Lin family found himself helpless against the protective formation, reluctantly placing his hopes in the other 3. However, even he, the strongest among them, was rendered powerless against the formation, leaving the 3 Lin family elders equally at a loss. "Elder, our only course of action for now is to wait." One elder, well-versed in formations, spoke slowly. "I have observed that while the Lin family's protective formation is formidable, it appears to have a flaw. They lack an emperor to oversee it. If we bide our time, an opportunity to breach their formation will undoubtedly arise. An emperor, indeed, is a being that surpasses the level of an ordinary emperor. Within the entirety of the human race, only the long-lived families and the immortal lineages possess such figures. Even among the top 10 imperial families, there are no visible emperors, let alone the Lin family. Though the Lin family had risen swiftly in recent years, seemingly on the verge of supplanting the top 10 imperial families, they were acutely aware that the latter's preeminence stemmed not merely from the number of their powerful emperors, but from their profound heritage. The elder of the Lin family had long suspected that the top 10 imperial families concealed hidden emperors, or even half-empowered ones. The so-called half-empowered, often referred to as half-step emperors or quasi-emperors. The esteemed Emperor Lu Xian of the Lu family possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate the Lu family's formations across the void. A feat so formidable that even four united emperors find themselves at a loss against it. Thus, it is highly probable that Lu Xian's current strength is that of a semi-emperor or perhaps a quasi-emperor. Although the Lin family appears to target the Lu family for their Taishu sword classic and ancestral imperial weapon, only the Lin family's ancient ancestor is aware that the truth is far more complex. The Taishu sword classic of the Lu family has long ceased to possess imperial-level cultivation methods, rendering it utterly insignificant in their eyes. As for the Lu family's ancestral imperial weapon, while formidable, it is not indispensable. Over the years, those imperial clans that have faced annihilation at their hands have held greater value than the Lu family. The Lin family's vigorous campaign against the Lu family is, in fact, orchestrated by unseen forces. Naturally, such matters cannot be brought to light. Thus, although the Lin family's patriarch is aware of the imperial presence behind the scenes, he understands that this esteemed entity would never intervene directly. Contemplating this, the Lin patriarch sighed helplessly and remarked, "Have you lost your senses? If my Lin family possessed an imperial figure, we would have long since supplanted the 10 great imperial clans. How could we not conquer a mere Lu family?" The Lin elder, who had been fiercely glared at, immediately fell silent, cognizant that the hidden ties of the Lin family were not to be exposed at this juncture. "It seems we must bide our time. I refuse to believe that this formation can endure indefinitely. Pass the order. From today onward, we will launch 3 relentless waves of assault, regardless of whether we can breach the protective array. We must ensure that the Lu family is deprived of any opportunity to recuperate." With this command, the Lin patriarch set the 3 esteemed elders into motion, each leading a contingent of Lin family members to commence their relentless onslaught. As for the Lin patriarch, after waiting a while and confirming that the protective array of the Lu family could not be breached for the moment, he turned to depart. Instead of returning to the Lin family, he headed straight for other imperial clans. 3 esteemed elders, hold fast while I seek additional assistance. I refuse to believe that a mere formation can withstand them for long. The Lin patriarch embarked on a journey to visit various imperial clans, intent on enlisting the aid of more emperors to dismantle the protective array and lay waste to the Lu family. As the Lin patriarch departed, the 3 remaining elders of the Lin family exchanged glances, each letting out a sigh in unison. They then continued to coordinate the relentless assaults on the array by their kin, day and night. As the 3 revered Lin family emperors appeared in the sky, the members of the Lu family were initially struck with panic and dismay. With 4 emperors joining forces, they feared their protective formation would soon falter. However, to their astonishment, the outcome was most delightful. By the grace of the heavens, the 4 Lin family emperors found themselves utterly helpless against our protective formation. We truly need not fear for our lives any longer. Alas, Ancestor Lu Xian, the mightiest of our clan, has proven that a single formation can withstand 4 emperors. One can scarcely imagine the extent of the ancestor's power. Ha! Lin family scoundrels, await your reckoning. When our ancestor returns, it shall be the day your lineage meets its demise. At that moment, I shall lead the charge, defiling your ancestral graves with impunity. The Lu family members, filled with exuberance, emerged from the great hall to hurl scornful jeers and insults at the Lin family in the sky. The 3 esteemed Lin elders, witnessing such audacity, were nearly driven to fury. How infuriating! These Lu family members truly deserve their fate. Once we breach this protective formation, they shall discover the true meaning of suffering. In all my years, I have never encountered such insolence. A swarm of insignificant insects dares to raise their middle fingers at me. Were it not for this formation, I would have shattered them into oblivion, teaching them the price of arrogance before me. 2 of the hot-headed Lin elders were nearly driven to bloodshed, yearning to storm in and annihilate those arrogant Lu family members. Yet, one elder, who specialized in formations, maintained a semblance of calm, though the fury and murderous intent in his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. With gritted teeth, he coldly remarked, "It has been many years since I have witnessed such blatant audacity. Lu family, your path to destruction is already set." "Enough," Lu Tianyuan interjected, furrowing his brow as he raised his voice. Instantly, the surrounding clamor subsided. "Everyone, return. You have all heard the ancestor's words. As descendants of Ancestor Lu Xian, we must preserve his dignity. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, anyone may register to receive ample cultivation resources. Furthermore, the Lu family's techniques shall be made available to all members." Lu Tianyuan's gaze swept over the astonished members of his clan as he continued, regardless of who it may be. As long as one breaks through their realm, they shall be rewarded. Although my Lu family is not a supreme imperial clan, we are not to be trifled with. As members of the Lu family, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. You must not let our ancestors down. The Lu family is not affluent. Ever since the departure of the esteemed ancestor, Lu Xian, the family has endured countless tribulations, both great and small. The fact that they have managed to persevere until now is indeed a remarkable feat. The resources within the Lu family's treasury have long been severely depleted. In the past, Lu Tianyuan, the patriarch of the Lu clan, had to meticulously manage every resource to sustain the vast family. However, now he has chosen to unlock the entire Lu family treasury, granting all disciples of the Lu clan the opportunity to access cultivation resources, provided they put forth their efforts. This is a prospect that the members of the Lu family had previously dared not even dream of. The Lu family, after all, belongs to the imperial lineage. Within the Lu family, there exist several exceptionally gifted disciples. However, due to the family's impoverished state, even these talents have access to only a limited amount of cultivation resources. This scarcity is one of the reasons for the overall lack of strength among the members of the Lu family. In contrast, those young prodigies who have gained significant renown often have the backing of their family's considerable investments. Unfortunately, the Lu family lacks such resources. Today, Lu Tianyuan generously decided to unveil all the resources of the Lu family, leaving the clan members in a state of astonished disbelief. The 8 elders were equally taken aback by Lu Tianyuan's decision. Patriarch, this is unthinkable, one elder voiced, attempting to dissuade him, but was preemptively halted by the grand elder. I support the patriarch's decision. If the Lu family is to cease to exist, what purpose do we have in hoarding these resources? Shall we leave them behind as gifts for our enemies? As the grand elder's words echoed, several elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the resources of the Lu family rightfully belong to its members alone. If our lives are at stake, what value do these resources hold? Rest assured, Patriarch, we shall dedicate ourselves to our cultivation and will not betray your trust or the expectations of our elders. The members of the Lu family, having recovered from their shock, fervently expressed their resolve. Witnessing the fervor ignited within them, each filled with a newfound zeal for cultivation, Lu Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "It is not merely about living up to our expectations, but rather, to your own potential. In the past, it was the Lu family that failed you. I, as your patriarch, have let you down. I recognize that we, the members of the Lu family, are no less capable than other imperial families. It is merely my ineptitude as your patriarch that has deprived you of adequate cultivation resources, allowing you to be overshadowed by others. From this day forth, focus solely on your cultivation. Regardless of the resources you require, the family will ensure you are provided for. Always remember, the Lu family is your steadfast support, your solid foundation." Lu Tianyuan's words moved countless clan members to tears, igniting an unprecedented fervor among them, as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, compelling them to return to their training with renewed vigor. As these fervent individuals departed, only Lu Tianyuan, the 8 esteemed elders, and Lu Linglong remained before the grand hall of the Lu family. At this moment, their gazes once again converged upon Lu Linglong. "Linglong, how is our esteemed ancestor faring now?" Lu Tianyuan inquired cautiously. "The venerable ancestor Lu Xian is their sole lifeline. Rest assured, father. The ancestor is currently refining the elixir of immortality. Once he has successfully completed the process, he shall return." Lu Linglong smiled and remarked, observing her father's hesitant demeanor. She understood he had more questions. Thus, she took the initiative to disclose the matter regarding the ancestral protective formation. So, this protective formation was indeed activated by the ancestor utilizing a trace of the Emperor's aura? That certainly elucidates everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. His daughter's performance today was nothing short of astonishing, so remarkable that he found it hard to recognize her. Were it not for the knowledge that she had summoned the ancestral spirit of Lu Xian through bloodline invocation, he might have doubted whether the Lu Linglong before him was indeed his daughter or an ancient being that had seized her form. Within that petite physique, there lay the essence of a formidable entity. However, it now appeared that such a possibility was rather slim. Did not her father inquire why she possessed knowledge of the bloodline summoning? Why was she so different from her usual self? Lu Tianyuan did not inquire further. Instead, it was Lu Linglong who directly expressed her thoughts. However, before she could elaborate, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair, affectionately saying, "Silly girl. No matter what you have done, you will always be my daughter, Lu Tianyuan." The gaze of trust and affection from Lu Tianyuan caused Lu Linglong to swallow back the words that had nearly escaped her throat. Upon realizing that his daughter understood his meaning, Lu Tianyuan smiled warmly and continued, "Dear girl, everyone harbors their own secrets, and there is no need to share them with us. Just remember, you are the daughter of Lu Tianyuan. The Lu family and I are your strongest support. No matter the grievances you endure, you can always turn to me for backing and to seek justice." As Lu Tianyuan's words faded, the 8 esteemed elders beside him affectionately voiced their support, saying, "Dear Linglong, we old fellows stand as your steadfast pillars. Who dares to bully you? We shall defend you. Although the Lu family may have fallen from grace, we are not so easily trifled with. Should anyone dare to mistreat our little princess, I shall obliterate them." Hearing her father's and elders' reassuring words, Lu Linglong felt her eyes moisten. In that moment, she became even more convinced that all her sacrifices for the family were indeed worthwhile. Just as Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders proclaimed, the Lu family may not be the mightiest, but they are undoubtedly the most protective of her. Not only do they safeguard her, but they also shield every member of the Lu family. How could one not cherish such a family? How could one not remain loyal? Rest assured, my dear, with your father by your side and the Lu family standing strong, live your life to the fullest. Even if the heavens were to shatter in the future, I shall support you unwaveringly. Lu Tianyuan gently stroked the little girl's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Who else could he dote on if not his own child? Moments later, several individuals entered the grand hall. The most impulsive among them, Elder 8, eagerly stepped forward and inquired, "By the way, dear child, has the ancestor informed you how long it will take for him to return to the family?" Upon hearing Elder 8's question, Lu Linglong composed herself, though there were some matters she was uncertain whether to disclose. Noticing Lu Linglong's hesitation, Lu Tianyuan slowly reassured her, "Do not worry, whatever it is. Feel free to express it. We will all accept it." Lu Linglong nodded, her expression grave as she said, "The ancestor certainly wishes to return swiftly. But it is likely that the journey will not be so tranquil." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that someone will impede the ancestor?" Elder 8 inquired in astonishment. Lu Linglong nodded solemnly, reassuring her companions that the ancestor had promised their safe return. As for them, there was no need for concern. The ancestral protective array left behind by their forebear was impenetrable unless a supreme emperor intervened. No matter how many emperors the Lin family summoned, it would ultimately be in vain. Hearing this, Lu Tianyuan and the others felt a sense of relief. Yet the thought that their ancestor might not return smoothly to the family rekindled their worries. Observing their anxious expressions, Lu Linglong comforted them, saying, "Father, rest assured. The ancestor has instructed us not to worry. He will return safely. However, before his return, we must diligently cultivate. Especially you, father. The ancestor has mentioned that you should attain the status of an emperor before he arrives, so you must strive with all your might." When the conversation turned to him, Lu Tianyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment but nodded nonetheless. Previously, his lack of access to the cultivation methods of the emperor realm had left him stranded at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. Now, armed with the techniques of the emperor realm, he was confident he could achieve enlightenment and ascend to emperor status in a short time. With the crisis of the Lu family temporarily alleviated, Lu Tianyuan felt a measure of peace. He did not wish to return to find himself isolated and alone. After all, the Lu family still held his direct lineage. For 100,000 years. If you have forgotten your gratitude, then do not blame me. This passage to the heavens I shall no longer guard. Lu Xian emerged from the passage, and the chains that had bound him vanished into thin air. The divine burial coffin also soared forth from the tunnel, and Lu Xian deftly collected it. This divine burial coffin was a treasure he had acquired from an ancient relic prior to attaining the status of emperor. The coffin itself was an artifact of unparalleled might, not only possessing formidable power but also capable of nurturing the flesh, delaying the aging process, and preserving the essence of life. Although Lu Xian was once the mightiest of emperors, he was not the emperor of emperors, nor had he consumed the elixir of immortality. Thus, his lifespan was akin to that of any ordinary emperor, limited to 50,000 years. However, due to the presence of the god burial coffin, he managed to extend his life by another 50,000 years, showcasing the formidable power of the coffin. Furthermore, Lu Xian was able to guard the abyss for 100,000 years with his imperial prowess, an achievement significantly aided by the god burial coffin. In his legendary battle, he wielded the coffin to slay 10 ancient foreign emperors. This battle catapulted Lu Xian's name to prominence throughout the alien realms. Thereafter, those ancient foreign emperors dared not tread lightly upon the abyss passage. During this era, when ancient beings could not traverse the passage, They could only watch helplessly as Lu Xian, with sword and coffin in hand, suppressed them for a full 100,000 years. Now, as Lu Xian prepared to depart, he naturally reclaimed the god burial coffin. Suddenly, a resonant sword hum echoed from the depths of the abyss. At that moment, as the deep and sonorous sound of the sword reverberated, the world fell into silence. Within this sound, there seemed to be an immense terror capable of burying all celestial beings and demons. As the sword's hum resonated, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the abyss. For the first time in ages, the abyss, shrouded in darkness, appeared as if the sky had been split open, allowing sunlight to pour in. The moment the sunlight descended, it illuminated the soaring divine sword. It was a bronze divine sword, exuding a terrifying aura capable of burying the heavens. This was the god burial sword, a treasured legacy that Lu Xian had inherited from a mysterious ruin. Like the god burial coffin, this god burial sword was also a supreme imperial weapon. Since the fateful battle 50,000 years ago, wherein he decimated 10 ancient foreign emperors, instilling fear in them to the point of avoiding the abyss passage, the god burial sword had lain dormant beneath the abyss, suppressing all malevolent spirits. After 5 long millennia, the god burial sword finally emerged into the light. At the very moment of its reemergence, a cataclysmic phenomenon unfolded across the realm of humanity. The god burial sword was a testament to Lu Xian's path to enlightenment, intricately linked to his imperial laws. As the sword manifested, the imperial laws trembled, illuminating the realm of humanity with their radiant glow. The once pitch-black night was transformed into a brilliance akin to daylight. The thrumming sound of the sword echoed throughout the human territories, across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Within the realms of innumerable imperial clans, countless cultivators emerged, astonished as they gazed upon the celestial phenomenon above. What a powerful aura of the Sword Emperor! Who could this possibly be? When did such a formidable Sword Emperor arise within our human race? Above the 10 great imperial clans, venerable elders of the pinnacle emperors emerged, their expressions filled with astonishment. The aura of the burial sky divine sword, imbued with the laws of imperial might, was terrifyingly potent, instilling fear even in these seasoned emperors. Even their cultivated laws, honed over millennia, trembled in subjugation. O heavens! To what unfathomable heights has this Sword Emperor ascended? Our human race must revive the way of the sword. From a mysterious realm, an ancient emperor emerged, his tattered garments failing to conceal his formidable imperial presence. He was an invincible Sword Emperor. Yet, in the face of Lu Xian's imperial laws, his swordsmanship appeared almost laughable. In the heavens above, within floating worlds, formidable figures from the Longevity clan stepped forth. They too gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon enveloping the entire human domain. The aura of the burial god, this is the burial sky divine sword. After 100,000 years, he is still alive, deep within the Longevity clan. An emperor who had been in seclusion for 10 millennia spoke, his eyes flickering with electric brilliance, filled with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the one they had banished to the abyss had managed to survive. An emperor living for 100,000 years. Such is a miracle. Lu Xian. It is Lu Xian. He is indeed alive. Another ancient emperor from the Longevity clan opened his eyes, his gaze equally filled with incredulity. It was they who had united to force Lu Xian away from the human race. He had nearly forgotten this matter, but now, sensing the aura of the burial sky divine sword once more, he recalled the proud figure who had faced their 7 emperors alone, wielding a single sword. Investigate. What is the current state of the Lu clan? As the voice of this emperor resonated, responses quickly followed. Which Lu clan do you refer to, esteemed ancestor? Upon hearing his descendant's inquiry, the emperor fell momentarily into a daze. 100,000 years ago, the mere mention of the Lu clan commanded respect throughout the realms. How had it fallen into such obscurity? With a sigh, he elaborated. Shortly thereafter, news was relayed back. Ancestor, the Lu clan you mentioned is besieged by the Lin clan. Facing imminent extermination, it seems to have alarmed their ancestor from 100,000 years ago. After quietly absorbing this information, the emperor sighed, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. When they had forced Lu Xian to leave the human race, they had pledged to ensure the Lu clan's eternal safety. Yet, in just 100,000 years, the Lu clan had nearly faced annihilation. Alas, it is we, these old bones, who have proven untrustworthy, failing Lu Xian. With a heavy heart, the emperor issued a decree to inform the Lin clan to retreat. The Lu clan is not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, deep within the Longshan clan, an ancient emperor emerged. With a brooding gaze, he regarded the formidable phenomenon that enveloped the heavens and the earth, his expression malevolent. The Lin family is truly incompetent. They cannot even subdue the Lu family and have provoked the troublesome figure of Lu Xian. They are truly more adept at causing failures than achieving success. This emperor's countenance darkened as he addressed the void ahead, coldly instructing, inform the imperial guard to exercise caution. Regardless of the methods they employ, Lu Xian must not return alive. Lu Jia. The members of the Lu family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying spectacle that spanned the entire heavens and earth. Hiss! Such a fearsome imperial law of the sword. One wonders who could have possibly mastered such a formidable path of the great emperor's swordsmanship. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 esteemed elders gazed in astonishment and envy at the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding above them. It appeared to them that from these celestial manifestations emerged an invincible divine sword, traversing the heavens and piercing through the void. Moreover, the sword seemed to resonate with the essence of their Lu family's Taishu sword cannon. Observing the astonished expressions on her father and the 8 elders, Lu Linglong could not help but chuckle, recognizing that such formidable swordsmanship could only belong to our esteemed ancestor of the Lu family. What? Are you suggesting that this is the swordsmanship of ancestor Lu Xian? Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders were utterly stunned. After a brief moment, their eyes were filled with overwhelming joy. Such a formidable swordsmanship was, in fact, possessed by their ancestor of the Lu family. Haha, this is our Lu family's ancestor. With such a powerful ancestor present, what is a mere Lin family worth? Lu Tianyuan laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. The immense burden that had weighed heavily upon him for these past days had finally been lifted. With such a formidable ancestor by their side, the Lu family was destined to rise to greatness. Above the skies of the Lu family, the 3 venerable emperors of the Lin family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon that pierced the heavens and the earth. Hiss! This aura. Why does it feel somewhat akin to that of the Lu family emperor who slain our patriarch? One elder of the Lin family spoke, his voice tinged with perplexity and surprise. It is not merely similar. This is indeed the ancestor of the Lu family. Not far from him, another elder, with a countenance filled with dread, stared at the celestial spectacle, incredulously exclaiming, Lu Xian, the Emperor Lu Xian who suppressed an era 100,000 years ago, is about to return. Our Lin family is surely doomed. Heaven's abyss. Lu Xian's hand gently glided over the burial heaven divine sword, his eyes brimming with fervent excitement. This was his imperial artifact of enlightenment, yet he had not laid eyes upon it for countless millennia. In the past, when he vanquished 10 ancient sovereigns of foreign tribes to suppress the myriad of beneath the abyss, he had no choice but to wield the burial heaven divine sword as a guard. For these thousands of years, it was precisely due to the sword's suppression that the lurking below the abyss could not wreak havoc upon the world. Now, as he reclaimed the burial heaven divine sword, the numerous concealed in the depths of the abyss erupted in ecstatic cheers. O heavens! O earth! Which benevolent celestial sister has granted us this reprieve? Who could it be that has taken away that devil, Lu Xian? Woe is us! The clan has finally awaited the chance to see the light of day once more. Bring forth all our wine. I proclaim today as the rebirth of our clan. Henceforth, every year on this day, we shall rejoice and celebrate. Cheers reverberated from the depths of the abyss, as though sealed for millennia, the enjoined in thunderous acclamations. Above the abyss, sensing the agitation and revelry of these, Lu Xian remained unperturbed. In times past, a single strike from his sword would have quelled them into submission. Yet now, he yearned for these to surge forth from the abyss. Even should they launch an assault against humanity, Lu Xian would not intervene. Humanity had betrayed him, had forsaken the Lu clan. His return to humanity was to unleash a storm of bloodshed. The fate of all others, aside from his kin, mattered not to him. From the moment he emerged from the passage of the abyss, Lu Xian's mind was clear, his spirit imbued with an unprecedented lightness, as if the monumental weight that had burdened him for 100 millennia had been lifted. No longer was he bound to guard the abyss or adhere to any promises. From now on, he would live freely, solely for himself, solely to protect his own kin. The notion of a grand human righteousness held no significance for him. Why should he safeguard all of humanity when he could not even protect his own clan? Though he possessed the primal essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, he still could not restore himself to his true pinnacle. It seemed he must refine the immortality elixir to reclaim his former glory. Lu Xian sighed. He could sense that the essence of the great emperor alone was insufficient for his recovery. He needed to refine the immortal medicine to return to his peak form. Remaining here to absorb the immortal medicine and regain his former strength before returning to the human race was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. However, Lu Xian could not afford to wait any longer. He feared that his kin did not possess the luxury of time to await his return. Although the protective formation he left behind could withstand any assault from a great emperor, he could not guarantee that it was entirely without flaws. Should the Lin family summon an imperial presence, his formation would be easily shattered, even if the imperial figure did not intervene personally. The Lin family could simply procure a treasure infused with the power of the imperial attack to breach Lu's protective array. Therefore, he had to return to the Lu family before such events transpired. Only by personally overseeing matters could he ensure the safety and security of his family. Thus, he departed from the abyss of Tianyuan without fully absorbing the essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, hastening his return to the Lu family. For the first time in 100,000 years, as Lu Xian emerged from the abyss, he felt that the world had transformed completely. Within the Tianyuan, he had only witnessed a dreary expanse, devoid of any glimmer of light, perpetually shrouded in gray. Now, stepping out of the abyss, Lu Xian was greeted by a world of beauty. How absurd it was that I confined myself in the Tianyuan for 100,000 years for such a laughable reason. Reflecting upon it now, how foolish I was back then. Lu Xian mocked himself. Upon realizing the numerous crises that the Lu family had faced over the years, he understood how utterly ridiculous his earlier compromises had been. Those individuals who had forced him out of humanity had never even contemplated fulfilling their promises. Had it not been for Lu Linglong's bloodline summoning, he might still be oblivious to the truth. Perhaps even until his dying breath, he would have clung to the belief that his sacrifices could secure eternal peace for his kin. The foolish Lu Xian of the past was no more. For the myriad realms, I have guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, yet you insignificant insects dare to insult my descendants and sever my legacy. If that is the case, let us bury the heavens together. Turning his back to the abyss, Lu Xian laughed heartily. From this day forth, the abyss shall be unsealed. As Lu Xian's voice echoed, colossal chains materialized from the skies above the abyss. Chains as thick as a man's arm densely encircled the entire abyss. This was an imperial-level formation meticulously laid out by Lu Xian himself. For 100,000 years, it had enabled Yi Ling to defend the abyss. Now that Yi Ling no longer stood guard, such a formation naturally lost its necessity. With a rumble, as the chains were retracted by Lu Xian, a chorus of cheers erupted from beneath the abyss. It was from the depths of the abyss and the alien races at the end of the passage. They had been sealed by Lu Xian for 100,000 years, and now it was finally time for them to see the light of day. Among the alien races, those ancient emperors who initially doubted Lu Xian's intentions began to cheer with excitement. Lu Xian was indeed departing. He had not only lifted the seal on the passage, but had also withdrawn the formation above the abyss. Oh, if only we had known that this god of slaughter was truly leaving, I would have gladly offered him the elixir of immortality. Can someone explain what exactly is happening? This god of slaughter was previously impervious to persuasion. When we proposed gifting him 10 elixirs of immortality, he remained unmoved. Who could have anticipated that now? A single elixir could sway him. Alas, the death of Tian was truly regrettable. If he had been the first to provoke and had obediently offered the elixirs, there would have been no calamity. Now, his death is in vain. If he were to know in the afterlife, he would surely be infuriated to the point of dying anew. Isn't that a load of nonsense? The essence of the great Emperor Tian Hua has been refined by that god of slaughter. How could he possibly know in the afterlife? Damn it! Why speak such gloomy words? Today is a day of universal celebration. Come, let us bring out our finest wines. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. The ancient monarchs of various races rejoiced and celebrated exuberantly. They had been guarded by Lu Xian for 100,000 years. And now they finally glimpsed the hope of stepping out of the abyss once more. Each of them was filled with immense joy. With some ancient sovereigns eagerly yearning to venture outside, they cautiously stepped into the passageway, and upon reaching its end, these ancient rulers were moved to tears. It had been countless years since the arrival of Lu Xian, the god of slaughter. They had not beheld the sights of the abyss for at least several millennia. Now, standing at the threshold of the passageway and gazing upon the familiar abyss, these ancient monarchs were overwhelmed with disbelief. It was truly hard to believe, even now. It felt like a dream. Who could have imagined that Lu Xian, the god of slaughter, would simply depart? Could this be a trap? Would that god of slaughter be waiting outside to ensnare us? As they were about to step out of the passageway and onto the abyss, the ancient monarchs hesitated. After years of being terrorized by Lu Xian, they found it difficult to accept that everything was indeed real. It is absolutely real. This is the news I uncovered from the esteemed Qinghu. An ancient monarch stepped forward, brimming with excitement, and explained that this time, the god of slaughter had truly left. Not only that, but he would likely stir chaos among the human race. Otherwise, why do you think the esteemed celestial lord gifted him an immortal herb? Upon hearing this ancient ruler's explanation, the others were filled with great curiosity, their eyes gleaming as they pressed for more details. Qinghu, ancient monarch. Do not keep us in suspense. Pray tell, what transpired? They could not comprehend why Lu Xian, who had guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, would suddenly abandon such a steadfast duty. They were even more perplexed as to why this great benefactor of the human race would incite turmoil. The explanation was, in fact, quite simple, and soon it would no longer be a secret. Very well, since you are also timid, I shall enlighten you. The Qinghu ancient monarch laughed heartily before continuing. You would never guess that Lu Xian initially came to guard the abyss under duress from the human emperors. Those emperors, in their quest to maintain their immortal lineage and the supremacy of their eternal doctrines, would not allow a being like Lu Xian to exist. After Lu Xian ascended as the mightiest emperor of the human race, the 7 great emperors threatened him with the fate of his family, demanding he leave the human realm and willingly guard the abyss. They believed that once Lu Xian arrived at the abyss, he was certain to meet his demise. However, who could have foreseen the outcome? That god of slaughter was anything but human. He single-handedly, with sword and coffin, suppressed us for 100,000 years. As the Qinghu ancient monarch recounted this, the other ancient rulers shared a collective understanding, as if they were once again transported back to those fearful days under Lu Xian's dominion. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. 100,000 years have passed. Why has Lu Xian chosen to depart at this moment? The ancient sovereign of the celestial fox chuckled heartily, feigning a moment of deep contemplation before continuing. You would never guess that the human race, those wretches, have not only failed to treat Lu Xian's kin with kindness after cornering him in the abyss, but have also repeatedly targeted the Lu family. I have heard that this time, it seems the entire Lu clan was nearly annihilated. Upon learning this news, Lu Xian ventured into foreign lands in search of an elixir of immortality. The assembly of ancient sovereigns was left utterly astounded. Being astute individuals, they quickly pieced together the unfolding events. In an instant, they comprehended why Lu Xian had erupted in fury, even relinquishing his post guarding the abyss for 100,000 years. How shameless those humans are, they exclaimed. Lu Xian devoted 100,000 years to safeguarding them, ensuring their peace. And how could they bear to treat him and the Lu family in such a manner? No wonder Lu Xian is consumed with rage. If I were to endure such treachery, I would have revolted long ago. Who among us would willingly protect such a treacherous race? If I do not upheave the heavens and obliterate the ancestral graves of those shameless emperors, I would consider my existence meaningless. Though Lu Xian may be quite detestable, I must confess my genuine admiration for him. His tribulations ignite my own fury. At this moment, I yearn to rally my 100,000 kin and march upon the human realm to avenge Lu Xian. With such betrayal from the human race, do you think Lu Xian might break free from them and seek refuge among us, the other races? What are you thinking? Someone remarked. If that god of slaughter were to arrive in the foreign lands, would we still enjoy our peaceful days? Oh, how foolish of me. Let us instead discuss how we might avenge that god of slaughter. The ancient sovereigns of the foreign races, who were ostensibly at odds with Lu Xian, found themselves united in indignation on his behalf. Despite their ferocity, the foreign races are governed by a sense of reason. In their realm, the supremacy of the strong is an eternal truth. The foreign races disdain cunning plots and schemes. They strive for what they desire through sheer might. Thus, only the powerful are worthy of reverence among them. Although Lu Xian is not of a different race, he has single-handedly guarded against them for 100,000 years. Most of the ancient emperors of the alien races genuinely admire him from the depths of their hearts. Now, upon hearing of Lu Xian's plight among the human race, even these ancient emperors feel a sense of injustice on his behalf and contemplate assisting him in seeking retribution. However, these matters do not concern us. Let us follow along and observe. I wonder if these human emperors will allow the god of death to return unimpeded to the human realm. The ancient fox emperor interrupted the collective indignation of the crowd and spoke softly, reminding them that this was the task entrusted to them by the esteemed Qing fox before his departure. If Lu Xian finds himself in peril, we must promptly lend our assistance to alleviate some of his burdens. We must ensure that Lu Xian can return to the human race safely. Upon hearing that it was the directive of the esteemed Qing fox, the ancient emperor's expressions grew solemn. They did not harbor fondness for the Qing fox. As among the many revered figures of the alien races, Only he was renowned for his cunning strategies, most of which were rather insidious. Nevertheless, they all understood that the Qing fox acted as a messenger for the celestial sovereign. Every word and deed of the Qing fox represented the will of the celestial sovereign. Since it is a command from the Qing fox, we shall certainly exert our utmost efforts. I too wish to witness whether the feeble human emperors can withstand the onslaught of Lucian, the god of death. Haha. Lucian has troubled us for 100,000 years. Now that I can see the human race suffer under his torment, I must go and broaden my horizons. Let us go forth and stir up some trouble. It has been 100,000 years since I last stepped out of the abyss of heaven. I am beginning to forget what the Sea of Realms looks like. In the past, I too had traversed the Sea of Realms and slain a human emperor. What is the Sea of Realms? I once crossed it and fought my way to the human imperial pass. The walls of that pass still bear the traces of my holy water. Holy water, my foot. Wasn't that just you, after 10 days and nights of fighting? Being thwarted beneath the imperial pass, and in a fit of rage, relieving yourself on the walls. And then you scurried back in disgrace. It has been 100,000 years, and you still flaunt that? Strike not the face while hitting, and reveal not the faults of others. Did you not also partake in that? I remember we once competed on who could relieve themselves higher. I certainly outdid you by a margin. Instantly, the ancient emperors of the alien races erupted in hearty laughter. One by one, they emerged from the abyss of heaven, cautiously standing upon the desolate plain, gazing at the vast sea of realms at the edge of the world, seemingly incredulous that they had truly stepped out of the abyss of heaven. For 100,000 years, they had been confined in the alien realm, and at long last, they beheld the boundless sea of realms once more. Look, that god of death has reached the sea of realms. Let us follow closely but remain concealed. Let us observe. The celestial fox ancient emperor pointed towards a magnificent silhouette at the edge of the universe, speaking with fervor. That was Lucian. After personally unsealing the heavenly abyss, Lucian had arrived at the Sea of Realms. The vast Sea of Realms stretched infinitely, resembling a boundless ocean of clouds. Above this expanse, countless celestial mountains and islands emerged from the shrouding mist. Within the Sea of Realms, numerous terrifying great monsters lay in wait, posing an omnipresent threat. This place serves as the boundary between the realms of humanity and the otherworldly beings, hence it is referred to as the Sea of Realms. Lucian paused before the boundary sea, his brow furrowed in concentration. Even before he set foot upon the boundary sea, he sensed formidable auras emanating from above. These were the presences of the human emperors. He lifted his gaze, and amidst the vast sea of clouds, at least 2 human emperors had descended. In the instant his eyes fell upon them, the clouds roiled and the 2 imposing figures manifested. These powerful human emperors stood guard amidst the clouds, accompanied by several dozen quasi-emperors. This was the boundary sea of the human race. Any intruders must halt. One of the emperors, the Emperor of Qingfeng, spoke with an authority that resonated through the air. He hailed from a prestigious imperial clan, one of the top 100, and had come in accordance with the edict of the emperor to safeguard the boundary sea. The human race currently stands as the mightiest among the myriad of realms, with an unprecedented number of emperors among them. Within just the top 100 clans, there are over 1,000 emperors. When considering the lesser imperial clans, the total count of human emperors has reached at least 2,000 to 3,000. It is no exaggeration to say that this era represents an unparalleled golden age for humanity. Due to the overwhelming number of emperors, the duty of guarding the boundary sea has been allocated among these imperial clans. The Emperor of Qifeng and the Emperor of Yufeng, positioned above the clouds, were executing the task on behalf of their families. Though their clans were not the strongest, they were certainly not weak. Being part of the top 100, such status and strength often led them to act with arrogance. Furthermore, with the boundary sea having remained tranquil for 100,000 years, they had nearly forgotten that dangers still lurked above. This was humanity's first line of defense against foreign races. Thus, when Lucian appeared before the boundary sea, they were momentarily taken aback. The quasi-emperors behind them rubbed their eyes repeatedly, struggling to believe that a figure had indeed materialized before the boundary sea. As guardians of this realm, the Emperor of Qifeng and the Emperor of Yufeng could not permit any foreign entities to cross these waters. However, upon realizing that the figure before them was, in fact, a human emperor, they were once again rendered speechless. You are also of the human race? The Emperor of Yufeng inquired with curiosity, incredulity etched across his features. How could a human emperor find himself beyond the boundary sea? Pray tell, who are you? From whence do you hail? Which clan claims you? Lucian initially believed that these 2 human emperors were sent to obstruct him. However, from their expressions and gazes, He discerned that they appeared to be unaware of their own predicament. Their presence in the Boundary Sea was merely a result of their duty to guard it. Regardless of who appeared beyond the Boundary Sea, it was their obligation to intervene. Stand aside. Lu Xian remained silent, his voice chilling and domineering. He had guarded the abyss for 100 millennia, while his kin had nearly faced annihilation. He could not afford to wait another moment, yearning only to return to his clan and safeguard his people. This day, whosoever obstructed his path would meet their demise. The emperors of the Clear Wind and Cloud summit above the Sea of Realms seemed taken aback by Lu Xian's demeanor. After a brief moment of astonishment, both were consumed by fury. You insolent wretch, how dare you disregard reason? Were it not for your status as a fellow member of the human race, I would have slain you the moment you approached the Sea of Realms. Now, I extend to you the courtesy of explanation, and yet you remain so arrogant. Very well. Today I shall teach you a lesson in humility. The Emperor of Cloud's summit erupted in rage, stepping forth from the Sea of Realms, unleashing an invincible divine ability. As radiant as the sun, aimed directly at Lu Xian. After all, he was an emperor of one of the top 100 imperial clans within the human realm. Who would dare to slight him? Now, to be disdained by an unknown human emperor was intolerable. Upon witnessing the Emperor of Cloud Summit's confrontation, the Emperor of Clear Wind refrained from intervening. He too believed that this impudent human emperor deserved a lesson. With arms crossed, he observed with an air of detachment, eager to witness the arrogant human emperor pay the price for his hubris. The ancient alien sovereigns, stealthily trailing Lu Xian, exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions betraying an unmistakable thrill and excitement. Goodness, these human emperors are audacious indeed. I possess at least 10 times their strength, yet dare not speak so brazenly to this harbinger of death. Had they witnessed his wrath, they would surely be left quaking in terror. The last one who dared speak to him thus, the ancient sovereign of heavenly fire, is soon to join the afterlife. It was high time these short-sighted human beings understood the plight that we, the ancient alien sovereigns, have endured through the years. With wicked grins plastered across their faces, the alien sovereigns were all too aware of Lu Xian's true power. He was lauded by their alien deities as the foremost being beneath the emperor. Just recently, he had effortlessly obliterated a clone of a revered figure with a single stroke. How could these insignificant foes muster the audacity to engage Lu Xian in combat? The ancient alien sovereigns reveled in their malicious anticipation, longing to witness the arrogant human emperors being soundly defeated by Lu Xian. Of course, they were even more eager to see Lu Xian sever ties with the entirety of the human race. Before the Sea of Realms, Lu Xian stood quietly, facing the already unleashed Emperor Yufeng. Rather than striking directly, Lu Xian opted to grant him a chance. Step aside, or face your demise. Lu Xian spoke again, his voice even more commanding than before. His persuasive demeanor only served to heighten the insult felt by the Emperor Yufeng across from him. What do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? The Emperor Yufeng was utterly enraged. After all, he was one of the most renowned emperors of the human race. He had never been subjected to such humiliation. Sun-extinguishing fist. The golden radiance emanating from the Emperor Yufeng suddenly transformed into a colossal sun, illuminating the vast expanse. At the moment he unleashed his attack, a towering avatar of an emperor manifested above him, grasping the sun with both hands and descending upon Lu Xian with overwhelming force. Hiss! This was Yunfeng's most formidable divine ability, the sun-extinguishing fist. It was this very technique that had allowed him to vanquish the Autumn Wind Emperor, who was a rank above him, in a single blow. Unexpectedly, after a millennium, his sun-extinguishing fist had grown exponentially stronger. The power of this strike had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Even at the peak of Emperor status, one might struggle to withstand it. Above the Sea of Realms, the Emperor Qingfeng, a longtime ally of Emperor Yunfeng, gazed in astonishment at the unleashed might of his companion. He had already begun to mourn for the reckless human emperor, sighing, "It's truly unfortunate that this individual is so blind to the gravity of the situation. To act so arrogantly before us, even in death, he would have deserved such a fate." Before Lu Xian made his move, he appeared to foresee the conclusion. The Emperor Yufeng had already unleashed his unparalleled divine abilities. The opposing human emperor was undoubtedly no match. Even if he survived, he would certainly be gravely injured. If Emperor Yunfeng were to act once more, he would effortlessly slay that arrogant human emperor. The quasi-emperors behind him, upon hearing Emperor Qingfeng's analysis, were filled with fervent admiration. Yet, they remained oblivious. In the void, 100 miles away, a group of concealed ancient alien monarchs had already begun to silently mourn for Emperor Yufeng. Were they to question the human emperor's intelligence? Lu Xian had warned him to step aside, yet he dared to obstruct the path. Truly, what a foolhardy individual. It is indeed challenging to dissuade the doomed. Not even at the pinnacle of emperor status, he dared to confront Lu Xian. These human emperors lacked any self-awareness. One could only wonder if the human emperor would regret his reckless decision upon realizing he faced Emperor Lu Xian, who had been invincible at the same level for 100,000 years. Alas, even if he wished to regret it, there would be no opportunity. Once the god of slaughter, Lu Xian, made his move, he would not be afforded a moment for remorse. At the very instant these ancient alien monarchs spoke, they witnessed Lu Xian in action. Just as Emperor Yunfeng's sun extinguishing fist approached a mere millimeter from Lu Xian's nose, sword energy emanated ominously from Lu Xian's eyes. Whoosh! The formidable defenses of Emperor Yufeng and his body, as sturdy as imperial weapons, shattered before this sword energy like fragile glass. Crack! Crack! From hundreds of miles away. The ancient alien monarchs distinctly heard the sound of Emperor Yufeng's body fracturing. Then, with a tremendous crash, a human emperor vanished from the realm. Throughout this entire ordeal, Lu Xian had not lifted a finger. With merely a glance, he had annihilated a human emperor. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. Even those ancient alien monarchs, well acquainted with Lu Xian, were left stupefied upon witnessing this moment. Good heavens! How much strength had this individual concealed? The ancient alien monarchs felt their scalps tingle, their bodies trembling. They had never realized the terrifying extent of Lu Xian's power. The formidable combat prowess he demonstrated at this moment surpassed the strength he had exhibited against them over the years by more than 100-fold. Only at this moment did they comprehend. Lu Xian had never regarded them seriously. On the Sea of Realms, Emperor Qifeng and the assembly of quasi-emperors were left in stunned silence. My heavens! What had they just witnessed? Emperor Yufeng had perished, and it seemed the opponent had merely used a glance. Then, the Emperor Yunfeng shattered into countless fragments. A human emperor, utterly obliterated. No, this cannot be true. How could he possibly be so formidable? This is the Emperor Yunfeng. An emperor. How could he so effortlessly slay a being of such stature? A mere illusion. It must be an illusion. Oh, how could the Emperor Yunfeng, the mightiest of our Yun family, perish? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the moment of witnessing the downfall of Emperor Yunfeng, the human quasi-emperors felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. The Emperor Qingfeng also gazed in shock at this scene. Just moments ago, he was utterly convinced that Emperor Yunfeng would triumph, yet now he trembled in fear. The power he shared with Emperor Yufeng was only a slight margin apart. If even Emperor Yufeng fell to a single sword strike from this adversary, what fate awaited him in the presence of such a divine executioner? You dare slay Yunfeng. You have committed a grave transgression. Though fear gripped him, Emperor Qifeng bellowed in anger, for he was the guardian of the Sea of Realms, supported by the entire human race. Thus, even with the knowledge that Lu Xian possessed the strength to obliterate him with a single sword, Emperor Qingfeng did not waver in the slightest. The fall of Emperor Yunfeng would undoubtedly resonate throughout the human realm, alerting the emperors stationed at the Imperial Pass to rush to the Sea of Realms and offer their support. No matter how powerful Lu Xian might be, he could never withstand the combined might of the human emperors. Therefore, despite his trepidation, Emperor Qingfeng did not retreat. Instead, he decisively commanded the quasi-emperors behind him, form ranks. Prepare to confront the enemy. The panicked human quasi-emperors, upon receiving Emperor Qingfeng's order, quickly rallied into formation, as if they had found their backbone. These quasi-emperors, assigned to guard the Sea of Realms, had undergone rigorous training. With a total of 36 quasi-emperors, they swiftly formed a powerful imperial-level formation. Even an emperor at the pinnacle could hardly escape once ensnared within. As the 36 human quasi-emperors established the formation, the worry and fear in Emperor Qingfeng's eyes vanished entirely. He stepped into the center of the formation, his expression grim as he gazed at Lu Xian beyond the Sea of Realms, and with a defiant roar declared, "To slay a human emperor upon the Sea of Realms, you possess audacity indeed. No matter who you are, you shall meet your end today." In the distance, the ancient alien monarchs concealed within the void revealed expressions of disdain upon witnessing the formation in the Sea of Realms. Is this it? This is less than 1/10 the power of our Tianmong clan's Tianmong formation. One wonders from whence they draw their confidence to attempt to thwart Lu Xian with such a pitiful formation. In the past, our Tianmong formation was effortlessly obliterated by Lu Xian's sword. Such a formation, at its peak, would require no sword from Lu Xian to dismantle with ease. This is the ancient emperor of the Tianmong clan, renowned for their formidable Tianmong Great Array, said to possess the power to slay emperors and besiege revered beings. However, it was effortlessly dismantled by Lu Xian with a single strike. Indeed, it was a swift defeat. Not only was the Tianmong Great Array shattered, but the 360 quasi-emperors and great sages who constituted the formation were also vanquished in an instant. Since that fateful battle, the Tianmong clan has never dared to step even a single foot into the passage again. In fact, the last words of the previous ancient emperor of the Tianmong clan before his demise were that as long as Lu Xian remained, the Tianmong clan would not cross the threshold of the passage. It must be acknowledged that the ancient emperor's wisdom was profound. He sacrificed his life to provide a painful lesson for his kin. Since then, each time the Tianmong people witness other foreign races being ruthlessly defeated by Lu Xian, they silently express gratitude for the sacrifice of their former emperor. The ancient emperor's words resonated with other ancient rulers. It seems the human race has enjoyed an untroubled existence for far too long, to the point where they have forgotten the terrifying presence of Lu Xian. Now, it is time for them to realize the suffering we, the foreign races, have endured over these 100,000 years. The ancient emperor of the Tianhu smiled wickedly, eagerly anticipating the moment when these foolish human emperors and quasi-emperors would pay the price for their arrogance and folly. Before the Sea of Realms, Lu Xian carefully stored the recently acquired essence of the great emperor. Although he no longer required the refinement and absorption of such divine energy, he could not bring himself to squander these precious resources. After all, it was the essence of a great emperor. Preserving it to bestow upon his kin for their own absorption would be a commendable act. What Lu Jia currently lacks the most is an emperor, and the source of the emperor in his possession can forge a true emperor. Sealing away this source of the emperor, Lu Xian directed his gaze towards the formation above the Sea of Realms. A formation composed of 36 quasi-emperors and one emperor dares to impede his progress? It has been 100,000 years. It seems that humanity has indeed forgotten the name of this emperor. Lu Xian's sigh reverberated across the vast Sea of Realms. Upon reaching the epicenter of the Grand Formation, the Emperor Qingfeng, startled by Lu Xian's words, experienced a sudden jolt of disbelief. He gazed at Lu Xian with astonishment, questioning, "What do you mean by 100,000 years? Are you truly an emperor from 100 millennia ago?" His utterance stirred a tempest of reactions among the surrounding quasi-emperors, all of whom were rendered speechless. What? An emperor from 100,000 years ago? How is that possible? The lifespan of an emperor is limited to a mere 50,000 years, unless one continuously refines and absorbs elixirs of immortality or harvests the essence of life, which could potentially extend existence to 100 millennia. Such elixirs are exceedingly rare. Even the most esteemed families of longevity or the immortal sex could scarcely procure them in abundance. Thus, if Lu Xian truly had lived for 100,000 years, it could only be through the abhorrent practice of harvesting the essence of life. To absorb the essence of life entails utilizing the lives of mortals for cultivation, a practice regarded as the epitome of malevolence within the human race. Anyone daring enough to engage in such a vile pursuit would undoubtedly be branded a scourge to be eradicated. Upon deducing that Lu Xian had resorted to this nefarious method, Emperor Qifeng and the 36 quasi-emperors were consumed by fury. "How dare you be a vile aberration?" Emperor Qifeng roared, his voice laced with outrage. "You, who harvest the essence of mortal lives and indiscriminately slay the innocent, are utterly unworthy of being an emperor of our human race. If you possess even a shred of conscience, I urge you to take your own life. For when the envoys of the Supreme Hall arrive, you shall have no opportunity to seek death. A beast like you, who preys upon the essence of mortals, will surely wish for a fate worse than death at their hands." In mere moments, they had conjured an image of Lu Xian as a malevolent entity, a harbinger of doom who feasted upon the vitality of the innocent. If Lu Xuanrua were truly harvesting the essence of mortal lives for his cultivation, he would have long transcended death and decay, rendering aging impossible. His ability to endure for 100,000 years is entirely attributed to the miraculous properties of the god burial coffin. Lu Xian paid no heed to the slander of the Qifeng emperor. His gaze remained frigid, and his voice, calm yet commanding, resonated with authority. "Step aside, or face death." Upon hearing Lu Xian utter these very words, the Qifeng emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors around him trembled slightly. They recalled that just prior to Lu Xian's decisive action, he had delivered a similar ultimatum to the Yufeng emperor. The Yufeng emperor chose to engage, and subsequently, he perished. Now, confronted with the same threat, Both the Qifeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors felt as though their very lives were at stake. Sensing the diminishing resolve among the quasi-emperors, the Qifeng Emperor hastily interjected. Regardless of your origins, your actions are an affront to the entire human race and a provocation against the Supreme Hall. I urge you to consider the dire consequences of your actions. Previously suppressing his rage, Lu Xian could no longer contain his fury upon hearing the Qifeng Emperor repeatedly mention the Supreme Hall. The so-called Supreme Hall is, in essence, a law enforcement body established by the 4 great immortal clans and the 3 immortal traditions of the human race, all of which are overseen by formidable emperor-level beings. In addition to these immortal lineages and traditions, the Supreme Hall has also welcomed numerous imperial clans and emperors into its ranks, thereby solidifying its position of absolute authority within the human realm. 100,000 years ago, it was precisely the 7 emperor-level beings of the Supreme Hall who conspired to force Lu Xian to abandon his family and take up residence in Tianyuan. At that time, they had promised the Lu clan eternal protection. Yet, those of the Supreme Hall failed to honor their vow. Upon Lu Xian's return to the human realm, his foremost objective was to rescue his kin. The second aim was to challenge the Supreme Hall, seeking justice for the sacrifices he had endured over the past 100,000 years. As fury erupted within him, Lu Xian struck with unwavering resolve. The moment the burial sky divine sword manifested, the world was instantly drained of all color. Even the light was obscured, leaving only the radiance of the sword. The burial sky divine sword descended from the heavens, cleaving the very fabric of existence. In that fleeting moment, the sword's brilliance illuminated countless realms, casting a dazzling glow across billions of miles. The Qifeng Emperor, who once brimmed with confidence in their formation, realized the gravity of his error the instant Lu Xian's sword light appeared. He comprehended the magnitude of his miscalculation. It was utterly profound. Merely this single beam of sword light was beyond their capacity to withstand. The figure of Lu Xian before them was no mere emperor. He was unmistakably an imperial sovereign. The might of this single strike rivaled that of a sovereign's personal intervention. The emperor-level formation, meticulously arranged by Qifeng Emperor and 36 quasi-emperors, could only repel an emperor, but was utterly insufficient against the sovereign. Hence, in the instant the sword light descended, Qifeng Emperor astutely fled. As the pivotal core of the emperor-level formation, he abandoned the 36 quasi-emperors behind him and retreated. A dignified emperor, driven away in terror. Who would dare believe such a tale? The quasi-emperors, already paralyzed by the oppressive sword aura, were left utterly bewildered upon witnessing Qifeng Emperor's flight. With the core having fled, was there any need to maintain the formation? Shameless. Despicable. The quasi-emperors roared in indignation. Yet, regardless of their vitriol, Qifeng Emperor continued his escape without a glance back. Lu Xian paid no heed to the fleeing Emperor Qifeng. With his formidable strength, it would have been trivial to intercept him. Yet, as a member of the human race, despite being prepared to sever ties with the Supreme Hall, he ultimately chose to grant the fleeing emperor a chance at survival out of respect for their shared humanity. In that fleeting moment of Emperor Qifeng's escape, the sword energy sliced through the formation like a mighty river. The 36 quasi-emperors of the human race were instantly reduced to ashes. They were not true emperors, nor did they possess the essence of an emperor. Their physical forms shattered, resulting in an irrevocable death. There was no possibility of revival. With the effortless strike that annihilated 36 quasi-emperors, Lu Xian felt little joy. His gaze turned toward the Sea of Realms. At the far end of that sea, the figure of Emperor Qifeng, who had been fleeing, suddenly came to a halt. Powerful human emperors emerged at the edge of the Sea of Realms, having rushed from within the imperial pass to support Emperor Qifeng. In the blink of an eye, 6 human emperors lined up at the periphery of the sea, their expressions dark as they scrutinized Lu Xian beyond the waves. Among them stood Emperor Qifeng, who visibly trembled upon seeing Lu Xian. He yearned to flee, yet was forcibly brought back by these emperors. Having already witnessed Lu Xian's terrifying prowess, Emperor Qifeng had no desire to engage with such a formidable being. Lu Xian's gaze turned towards the newly arrived 5 human emperors. Among them, 2 stood as peak emperors, while the other 3 were at the late stage of emperorhood. Added to this was the late-stage Emperor Qifeng, resulting in a formidable assembly of 6 emperors, 2 at their zenith and 2 in the latter stages. Such a configuration was ample to subdue any emperor. However, he was an exception. Not only did he remain unfazed by these mere 6 emperors, but even if 10 peak emperors were to appear, Lu Xian would still stand resolute. This time, Lu Xian refrained from speaking. Instead, casting a cold glance at the newly arrived emperors, particularly the two peak emperors from whom he sensed the aura of the Chongqing clan's techniques. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient foreign emperors concealed within the folds of space felt a pang of regret upon witnessing Lu Xian's spare Emperor Qifeng. Yet, before they could sigh, they beheld Emperor Qifeng return, flanked by the 5 human emperors. Above the realm sea, the 6 human emperors gazed down upon Lu Xian with an air of haughty superiority. This spectacle invigorated the ancient foreign emperors, filling them with excitement. Finally, something of interest was unfolding. For 10,000 years, the human race had enjoyed a period of peaceful development, and the number of their emperors had multiplied several times since that distant past. It would be beneficial for the killing god, Lu Xian, to eliminate more of their human emperors. Let the slaughter commence. The more that fell, the easier it would be for the foreign races when they launched their assault in the future. Eagerly, they anticipated crossing the realm sea, breaching the imperial gates, and descending upon the human realm. Alas, the humans were rather stingy. In facing a killing god like Lu Xian, they had only sent such a meager number of emperors, insufficient even for a mere trial of strength. This killing god had once dispatched 10 peak ancient emperors with a single strike. These few human emperors hardly warranted his serious attention. The ancient foreign emperors lamented, deeming the humans overly frugal, sending too few emperors to their demise. Given Lu Xian's stature, should not the humans have dispatched at least 100 emperors to honor his reputation? After all, he was the most formidable emperor of the human race from 10,000 years ago. While these ancient foreign emperors sighed in disappointment, the human emperors above the realm sea finally spoke. Among them, a peak emperor clad in a black robe fixed a grim and unkind stare upon Lu Xian. With an outstretched hand, a golden token materialized in his palm. Upon seeing that golden token, Lu Xian's expression grew even colder. The supreme token. It represented the highest authority within the human race. The appearance of the supreme token was akin to the 7 imperial dignitaries of the Supreme Hall personally descending. All humans were obliged to obey its command. To defy the supreme token was tantamount to betraying the human race. Holding the supreme token was the very foundation of this peak emperor's confidence. Bold Lu Xian. The emperor inquires why you have failed to uphold your agreement and left the Tianyuan without permission. Have you forgotten your promise? For the sake of our human race, you shall guard the abyss and may not leave at your own discretion for the remainder of your life. This pinnacle of the great emperor spoke with the authority of the emperor, interrogating Lu Xian. In the past, concerned for the safety of his kin, Lu Xian might have heeded the edicts of the supreme. However, now he cared not for such matters. Faced with the rebuke of the pinnacle great emperor and the inquiries of the emperor, Lu Xian revealed a trace of a cold smile, his voice frigid yet commanding. Well asked. I too wish to inquire about those emperors you speak of. Do they still remember the pact we forged long ago? The great emperor from the Chongqing clan, evidently aware of the events from 100,000 years past, displayed a moment of discomfort upon hearing Lu Xian's retort. Yet, representing the emperor in the Supreme Hall, he could not afford to lose face before a mere great emperor. He snorted in anger, the supreme token in his hand radiating a brilliant golden light as he imperiously declared, Lu Xian, you possess an audacity unparalleled. To leave the abyss without permission is a grievous sin. Now, you dare to show disrespect to the emperor in the Supreme Hall. It is evident you harbor treacherous ambitions. I stand here representing the Supreme Hall and the emperor to question you. Do you truly wish to remain obstinate? If you return now and dutifully guard the abyss, the emperors may yet show mercy and grant you reprieve this once. Of course, your unauthorized slaying of our great emperor and harm to your brethren is a grave offense. While death may be avoided, the punishment for living sins cannot escape. Come forth and endure 30,000 heavenly lightning lashes. Should you survive, this matter shall be considered resolved. Upon hearing the reprimand from the pinnacle great emperor, Lu Xian did not react with anger but instead laughed. It seemed he had heard the most amusing jest in 100,000 years. Since when did a mere great emperor dare to question him? Moreover, this individual even sought to represent the emperor in punishing him? 30,000 heavenly lightning lashes, how laughable. Lu Xian responded to him with nothing but a cold smile. Lu Xian's contemptuous smile incited an intense fury within the peak of the emperor. Hailing from the illustrious Chongqing family and representing the emperor, who among the human race would dare to slight him? Yet now, he found himself ridiculed by Lu Xian, a sinner among his kind. Before he could unleash his roar of indignation, another peak emperor had already bellowed, Lu Xian, what is your attitude? Do you truly disregard the emperor? However, regardless of his furious outburst, Lu Xian could scarcely be bothered to cast him a glance. A troop of mere buffoons, wielding the supreme command, truly believed themselves to be on par with the emperor? Lu Xian chuckled coldly. Today, even if the emperor behind you were to personally arrive, my stance would remain unchanged. It is your emperor who has betrayed his trust, showing disloyalty towards me and my family, the Liu clan. Even if you do not seek me out, I shall take it upon myself to find them and inquire personally. The voice of Liu Xian resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The several emperors on the boundary sea were already aware, to some extent, of the agreements made 100,000 years ago, and thus their expressions turned grave. Only the emperor of Qifeng remained oblivious, feeling like an outsider who could not comprehend the discourse between Liu Xian and the other emperors. Fortunately, he was not particularly concerned about it. Since his return, he had been vigilant of his surroundings, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Regardless of the grievances between Liu Xian and the immortal families, it was not within the purview of his insignificant imperial clan to intervene. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient monarchs of other races seethed with fury upon witnessing the attitude of these human emperors towards Liu Xian, their anger surpassing even that of Liu Xian himself. It seemed as though it was not Liu Xian who was being slandered by the human emperors, but rather themselves. Had the human race descended to such a state of moral inversion, where right and wrong were indistinguishable? One could scarcely believe that after 100,000 years, humanity had fallen to this level. These individuals, wielding the supreme order, were evidently intent on defaming Liu Xian. Such audacity was astonishing. They appeared utterly ignorant of the implications of death, daring to impose 30,000 heavenly tribulations upon Liu Xian. Had they lost their senses? Once this deity of slaughter took action, there would be no escape for them. If the supreme hall of humanity were comprised of such inept beings, the day when we, the other races, could breach the imperial gates and seize control of the human realm would surely be at hand. The ancient monarchs of other races were filled with exhilaration. They had been dispatched by the venerable Qinghu to secretly assist Liu Xian. Yet, the meager display from humanity was utterly insufficient in the face of Liu Xian's prowess. Liu Xian acted with casual ease, effortlessly resolving the matter at hand. There was no need for their intervention. The ancient emperors of various alien races observed with keen interest, some even taking bets, pondering how long this deity of slaughter, Liu Xian, would endure before making his move. Before the Sea of Realms, Liu Xian's retort left the several human emperors with exceedingly grim expressions. They yearned to counter his words, yet found themselves at a loss. The deeds perpetrated by their sovereigns were undeniably treacherous, but they could not concede such a truth. Their own emperors could not bear the weight of such a notorious reputation. Hence, they resolved that Liu Xian must be in the wrong. Liu Xian, your words elude my comprehension. You pledged to guard the abyss of heaven, thus. You ought to fulfill that duty diligently. Now, having forsaken your post, you have committed a grave error. To audaciously slay your own kin before the Sea of Realms is an abhorrent crime. Just moments ago, Lord Jiangming merely subjected you to 30,000 heavenly lashes as an act of leniency beyond the law. Do not remain obstinate, lest you bring harm upon yourself and others. I advise you to approach and accept your punishment with humility, then return to the abyss of heaven obediently. In doing so, I might plead your case before the sovereign, seeking clemency on your behalf, granting you and your family an opportunity for repentance. Another Peak Emperor coldly reprimanded him, their words laden with veiled threats. You, Liu Xian, may disregard your own life, but what of your kin within the human race? 100 millennia prior, it was under the duress of the 7 great emperors, wielding the threat against the Liu family, that Liu Xian had no choice but to abandon his people and assume the guardianship of the abyss of heaven. Now, after the passage of another 100 millennia, hearing the same threats once more ignited a tempest of fury and long-held grievances within him. Yet, in that moment, he appeared remarkably composed. He gazed steadily at the towering emperor before him, sensing the aura of the Chongqing clan emanating from him. Are you of the Jin family? Liu Xian's voice was remarkably tranquil. From the aura emanating from the peak of this great emperor, he sensed the presence of the emperor from the Jin family. As for the one wielding the supreme order, Liu Xian needed no conjecture. It was undoubtedly Emperor Jiangming, hailing from the illustrious Jiang family of the Chongqing lineage. Among the 4 prominent Chongqing families, it was the emperors of the Jin and Jiang families who initially orchestrated Liu Xian's expulsion from the human race, relegating him to guard the abyss of heaven. Thus, upon realizing that the human emperors before him were affiliated with the Jiang and Jin families, Liu Xian found himself unsurprised. It was these 2 great families' emperors who had expelled him, and naturally, they would not welcome his return to the human race. Hence, it was only reasonable for them to send these junior emperors, armed with the supreme order, to obstruct him. The emperor of the Jin family, upon hearing Lu Xian's inquiry, displayed a flicker of pride in his gaze and arrogantly declared, "Since you are aware of my origins, you must also comprehend whom you have offended. Lu Xian, I advise you to submit to your punishment. If you can endure the 30,000 strikes of the heavenly thunder whip, all your transgressions will be forgiven." As soon as the Jin family emperor's words fell, the one holding the supreme order, the Tianzuan of Jiangming, interjected with authority, "Lu Xian, our patience is not infinite. Should you fail to step forward for your punishment within 10 breaths, it would be deemed a provocation against the emperor and the supreme hall." Provocation? Lu Xian chuckled softly, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. With an unwavering calmness, he remarked, "Have I not been provoking you all along? Is it only now that you perceive this? Jin family, Jiang family, I never anticipated that the descendants of two esteemed emperors would prove to be nothing but a band of fools, utterly inept." With the utterance of Lu Xian's words, it was as though a bomb had been cast into a tranquil pond. The 5 emperors above the Sea of Realms glared at him with unbridled fury, their gazes filled with a malevolence that seemed capable of consuming him whole. Only the Emperor of the Gentle Breeze, upon witnessing the familiar smile curling at the corners of Lu Xian's lips, stealthily retreated to the rear. Naturally, in the presence of these formidable emperors from the Changxing clan, he dared not exhibit any overt behavior, yet he had, in an imperceptible manner, created sufficient distance between himself and the others. The moment he sensed Lu Xian's intent to strike, he would be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. The Emperor of the Gentle Breeze had already readied himself for immediate escape, while the emperors from the Jiang and Jin families remained oblivious to the impending danger. Infuriated by Lu Xian's words, they glared at him with rage. The Emperor Jiangming, clutching the supreme order, bellowed with a surge of murderous intent, "Lu Xian, you are courting death." Their mission had been to thwart Lu Xian's return to the human race, believing that the supreme order would effortlessly compel him to retreat. However, Lu Xian appeared utterly unconcerned with the supreme order, openly challenging them and the authority it represented. How could they possibly endure such provocation? With Jiangming's furious roar, the other emperors simultaneously took action. The battle of the 6 human emperors erupted instantaneously, with the exception of the Emperor of the Gentle Breeze, who remained aloof. A thunderous roar echoed as the terrifying power of the imperial Tao cascaded down from the heavens. It was an extraordinary sight to behold as the 5 emperors unleashed their might in unison. After striking, the Emperor of the Jin family laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Lu Xian, since you refuse to recognize your own insignificance, your fate is sealed." The joint assault of the 5 emperors rendered the entire human realm, save for a few esteemed beings, utterly defenseless. Regardless of how formidable Lu Xian may be, he remains merely an emperor. As long as he is still an emperor, he cannot possibly withstand the onslaught. However, they failed to notice that at the moment they launched their attack, the Emperor Qifeng, who had been standing beside them, had already vanished without a trace. Having learned from previous lessons and having witnessed Lu Xian's terrifying prowess, the Emperor Qifeng had swiftly fled when Jiangming and the others made their move. At this moment, he had escaped to the very edge of the boundary sea, on the verge of completely departing from it. Similarly, Jiangming and his companions were oblivious to the fact that under the combined assault of the 5 emperors, Lu Xian displayed not a hint of fear on his countenance. His expression remained as indifferent as ever. It was as if he had not even registered their attack. Hundreds of miles away, those ancient alien emperors concealed within the void erupted in ecstatic cheers. It was remarkable that the killing god Lu Xian had managed to endure until now. How foolish these human emperors were. Even before Lu Xian made a move, they were already eager to court death. Alas, with their meager strength, they were hardly worth noting. A few inept emperors were not even sufficient for Lu Xian to dispatch with a single sword. Shall we wager on whether this killing god will dispose of them in just a few moves? Do we even need to speculate? With a casual stroke of his sword, they would be reduced to ashes. These ancient alien emperors found themselves rather disenchanted. The strength of these human emperors astonished them. Were human emperors truly this weak? The principles of imperial law that stood behind these human emperors were even inferior to those of the ancient alien emperors. How dared they initiate an attack against Lu Xian? At that moment, they witnessed Lu Xian make a move. This was the first time since departing from Tianyuan that he brandished his sword. The resonant sound of the sword echoed throughout the boundary sea. At the instant the sword's cry rang out, the 5 human emperors felt their movements falter. The sound of the sword seemed to convey some profound terror. Even their actions momentarily halted. The principles of imperial law behind them were severed at the moment of the sword's cry. As the imperial law shattered, They instantaneously lost their connection to the essence of the emperor. This is bad. Even Jiang Ming, no matter how arrogant, sensed that something was amiss and hastily shouted, attempting to alert the others. However, before his voice could fully escape his lips, he witnessed the emperors before him simultaneously dissolve into countless fragments. Watching as each emperor crumbled into innumerable shards before his very eyes, Jiang Ming felt a complete breakdown. In the face of life and death, the supreme decree in his grasp erupted with a golden radiance, shielding him from the omnipresent sword energy. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Ming was struck with tremendous force, enveloped by the golden light of the supreme decree, and was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of miles, flying nearly 1,000 miles. Emperor Jiang Ming finally spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, and even the source of his imperial power bore countless cracks. It was only thanks to the protection of the Supreme Order that he escaped death. The others were not as fortunate, lacking the Supreme Order's safeguard. They perished beneath the relentless assault of the sword energy. This illustrates the formidable power of that single strike, a sword that could slay 4 emperors. It was nothing short of a miracle. No, this cannot be. The surviving Emperor Jiang Ming wore a visage of panic and disbelief. Even now, he was bewildered by the events that had transpired in that fleeting moment. They had united as 5 great emperors to eradicate Lu Xian, encircling him in their assault. Yet, just as they believed Lu Xian was doomed, a sudden sound of a sword echoed through the air. Subsequently, he witnessed the other 4 emperors fall almost simultaneously before his very eyes. Emperor Jiang Ming observed clearly that those 4 were all slain by the sword energy. The ferocity of that sword energy was such that even their protective imperial artifacts could not withstand its attack, disintegrating alongside their imperial bodies into countless fragments. Emperor Jiang Ming himself narrowly escaped death from that strike. Had it not been for the Supreme Order's protection, his fate would have mirrored that of the other emperors. Alas! Return. You cannot withstand him. At that moment, a sigh emanated from within the Supreme Order. Hearing this lament, although reluctant, Emperor Jiang Ming had no choice but to turn and flee. He continued until he reached the edge of the Boundary Sea, where he finally encountered the already arrived Emperor Qingfeng. Observing the innocent expression on Emperor Qingfeng's face, Emperor Jiang Ming halted, glaring fiercely at him, and furiously demanded, "Did you know of his strength all along?" In response to Jiang Ming's inquiry, Emperor Qingfeng hastily clarified, "You misunderstand. I was unaware of his true power. Furthermore, I had previously cautioned you all against underestimating him, yet you chose to ignore my warnings." It was then that Emperor Jiang Ming recalled how, upon their arrival at the Boundary Sea, Emperor Qingfeng had earnestly advised them to avoid conflict with Lu Xian. However, how could they have taken Qingfeng's counsel to heart? After all, they were armed with the Supreme Order, representing the Supreme Hall. Surely, Lu Xian would not dare oppose the Supreme Hall, no matter how audacious he might be. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh lesson. Lu Xian not only opposes the Supreme Hall, but also shows no deference to the imperial sovereign behind them. That sword strike just now has unequivocally demonstrated Lu Xian's stance. Lu Xian, he has severed ties with the human race. Even if he has not entirely broken away from humanity, he has at least dissociated himself from the Supreme Hall and their 2 prominent eternal clans. Emperor Jiang Ming glared at the great Emperor Qingfeng with a brooding expression, wishing he could strike down this coward who fled in the face of danger. However, before he could act, the voice of the Supreme Order echoed, absolving him of blame. Lu Xian's prowess has surpassed what it once was. He has now ascended to the realm of quasi-emperor. Even if he remained, it would merely result in his unwarranted demise. Upon hearing the voice of the Supreme Order, Emperor Jiang Ming, no matter his fury, had no choice but to relent. He cast one last fierce glare at the great Emperor Qingfeng before turning to flee towards the Imperial Pass. Beyond the Sea of Realms, witnessing Emperor Jiang Ming's retreat, Lu Xian made no attempt to pursue. He understood that Jiang Ming bore the Supreme Order, making him a formidable target not easily vanquished. Let the jester live a few more days. Lu Xianyu coldly smiled and strode onto the Boundary Sea, gathering a total of 4 sources of the great emperor. At present, in addition to the yet-to-be fully refined source of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, he possessed 5 complete sources of the great emperor. He had not anticipated that the news would spread to the Supreme Hall so swiftly. Lu Xian stepped onto the Sea of Realms, taking his time to proceed. The vast expanse of the sea, spanning billions of miles, was but a fleeting moment for him to traverse. However, even after crossing the sea, The return to the human realm was still obstructed by the formidable Imperial Pass. The Imperial Pass, a grand fortress forged by the blood and sacrifice of countless humans, had steadfastly repelled the onslaughts of alien forces time and again. Guarding the pass were not only the great human emperors, but also a million-strong human army. Despite Lu Xian being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, crossing the Imperial Pass was no trivial matter. Moreover, the news of his emergence had already reached the Supreme Hall. Those esteemed beings who wished to thwart his return to humanity would undoubtedly impede his journey. If merely envoys from the Supreme Hall were dispatched, he might manage to contend with them. However, should the esteemed emperor's descend in person, Lu Xian, though confident, understood that he could not withstand their might. The chasm between an emperor and an emperor of emperors was insurmountable. Even though he had attained the quasi-emperor of emperors realm, he remained incomparable to true emperor of emperors. The emperor of emperors stands as the ultimate pinnacle of this world. Throughout the ages, there have been countless emperors within humanity, at times numbering in the thousands. Yet, the emperor of emperors has never exceeded 9. This is a constraint beyond human control, dictated by the laws of the heavenly Tao. 9 is the utmost limit. Under the heavenly Tao, the laws governing the emperor of emperors are confined to only 9 pathways. Thus, within any given era, the number of human emperors of emperors shall never surpass 9. Currently, the Supreme Hall boasts 7 such beings. Only 2 positions for emperor of emperors remain within the entirety of humanity. Should there be any hidden emperors of emperors, it is likely that the 9 positions have already been filled. Lu Xian had long harbored the suspicion that this possibility was substantial. This belief stemmed from his own experience thousands of years ago when he sought to ascend to the Emperor of Emperors realm, only to sense the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao. He was constrained by the Tao, preventing him from becoming an Emperor of Emperors. Thus, he surmised that the current number of Emperors within humanity had indeed reached 9. The attainment of such a limit naturally led the heavenly Tao to reject his ascension. Now, as Lu Xian prepared to return to humanity, he was destined to encounter the Emperors of Emperors once more. 100,000 years ago, it was his insufficient strength that compelled him to flee from humanity, threatened by the 7 great Emperors of Emperors. As he prepared to re-enter the human realm, he was unwilling to witness the tragic events of the past unfold anew. If the number of Emperors reached its zenith, his only chance of becoming a new Emperor of Emperors would be to slay one of them. Lu Xian's expression was grave, his brow furrowed in contemplation. However, he was merely a quasi-emperor, and with his current strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to slay an emperor. Each emperor uniquely wields a distinct imperial law. The imperial laws represent the most formidable force within this realm, inherently suppressing the laws of the great emperor. Although Lu Xian is renowned as a quasi-emperor, he remains merely an emperor, practicing the laws of the emperor. His emperor laws are inevitably suppressed by the laws of the emperor's sovereign, rendering him forever incapable of being a match for the sovereign. Thus, upon realizing that the human emperor sovereign has likely reached the pinnacle of power, Lu Xian has been relentlessly pondering ways to break the deadlock. In the initial 10,000 years, he could find no method and was at a loss as to how to transcend the limitations of the heavenly Tao and ascend to the status of sovereign. However, later on, he uncovered some insights from the god burial coffin. At first glance, the coffin appears to be merely a simple bronze sarcophagus. Yet within it lies a world of its own. Every time Lu Xian reclined, his body would automatically find itself in a new realm. Within this realm, everything appeared to be suspended in time. The flow of time and the passage of years ceased to exist here. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Xian could slow the deterioration of his own body while lying within the divine burial coffin. Subsequently, he discovered some peculiarities about the coffin. He noticed that the coffin boards surrounding him were adorned with countless enchanting patterns, resembling an immense celestial map. Yet, in certain critical locations, there were voids, evidently the former positions of stars, now inexplicably absent. Later, through an unforeseen event, Lu Xian uncovered the secrets hidden within these coffin boards. To his astonishment, he realized that the voids in this celestial map could be filled with the essence of the great emperor. Thus, all the great emperor essences he had acquired over the years by vanquishing ancient sovereigns of alien races were poured into the starry voids upon the coffin lid. Presently, of the 28 voids in the celestial map on the coffin lid, only the 5 in the northernmost position remained unfilled. Initially, Lu Xian had intended to reserve these essences of the human race's great emperors for his kin. However, the urgency of the situation compelled him to reconsider. If he could not advance further to attain the status of Emperor Zun, even a return to the human realm would not guarantee the safety of his people. Conversely, should he choose not to return to the human race, the Emperor Zuns would likely refrain from acting against the Liu family beforehand. This realization, a simple yet profound truth, crystallized in Lu Xian's mind only after he had thoroughly calmed himself. Hence, he could not afford to rush back. Yet, he could not truly depart either. Abandoning his post at Tianyuan. To retreat to Tianyuan would be tantamount to conceding defeat to the Supreme Hall and yielding to the 7 great emperors. Such a course of action was one Lu Xian would rather perish than undertake. He fervently hoped that this divine burial coffin would bestow upon him some unexpected surprises. Lu Xian sat quietly above the Sea of Realms. As he held the 5 sources of the great emperor, each one merged with the voids on the star map, illuminating the star chart on the divine burial coffin completely. The 28 sources of the great emperor radiated an astonishing brilliance at that moment. The star map on the divine burial coffin instantly revealed colossal images of the sacred beasts in the 4 cardinal directions: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. The moment these legendary 4 sacred beasts emerged from the star map, Lu Xian trembled under the terrifying aura they exuded. Hiss! These are the legendary 4 sacred beasts. This star map can actually activate the 4 sacred beasts. Staring at the imposing phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts that appeared within the divine burial coffin, Lu Xian was left utterly astounded. However, after a brief moment of shock, his eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy. The fact that the star map on the divine burial coffin could summon the phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts was enough to indicate its extraordinary origin, igniting a flicker of hope within Lu Xian. Beyond the Sea of Realms, the ancient alien monarchs concealed in the void were utterly astonished to see Lu Xian come to a halt. What is happening? Why has Lu Xian stopped? Was he intending to return to the human race? It was only just the beginning of the Sea of Realms. Why has he ceased moving? I was anticipating his confrontation with the Emperor's Gate. Could something have gone awry? That human great emperor had brought the supreme order. Could Lu Xian have been intimidated by it? Although this god of slaughter is reckless, he is ultimately not an emperor, lacking the combat prowess of an emperor-level being, and thus could not possibly contend with the human race's emperors. If he were to return to the human race like this, he would undoubtedly be slain by those emperors. It seems he has realized that returning would likely spell doom for him, hence his hesitation. Alas, those human emperors are indeed despicable. How could they treat a great contributor like Lu Xian in such a manner? It is utterly unjust. A person like Lu Xian, if he were among our alien races, would undoubtedly be revered by myriad clans. What a pity that the human race is filled with such scoundrels, treating their benefactors in this way. The ancient alien monarchs expressed their indignation for Lu Xian, recognizing that if he were to return like this, he would certainly be suppressed by the human emperors. Qing Hu, do you not possess the command of the Qing Hu sovereign? Why not step forward and recruit Lu Xian? If the human race does not cherish him, we aliens will. If you can bring Lu Xian to our side, the sovereign will undoubtedly reward you immensely. Some suggested to the Qing Hu ancient monarch, urging her to recruit Lu Xian. Nonsense. Assisting Lu Xian in returning to the human race is the command of the celestial sovereign. If I were to recruit Lu Xian to the alien races, it would be to defy the celestial sovereign's orders. Do you fellows want to see me meet an untimely end? Upon hearing the mention of the celestial sovereign by the ancient Fox Emperor, the ancient rulers of various alien races fell silent, gripped by fear. It dawned upon them that attempting to solicit Lu Xian at this moment would be tantamount to defying the celestial sovereign's command. In the realms beyond, offending those esteemed beings might still leave a glimmer of hope for survival. However, to contravene the celestial sovereign's order would lead to a certain demise. The celestial sovereign is the very embodiment of their existence. Regardless of Lu Xian's intentions, we shall remain vigilant here. When he attempts to breach the imperial gate, perhaps we can lend our support in secret. The ancient Fox Emperor spoke again, his expression grave, acknowledging that the humans would likely not facilitate Lu Xian's access to the imperial gate. Thus, we would be their only hope. If all else fails, we shall provoke a conflict at the imperial gate, creating chaos that would allow Lu Xian to infiltrate. Upon hearing the ancient Fox Emperor's strategy, the ancient rulers of the alien races were invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm. How splendid! I shall summon the warriors of my Tianmong clan, ready to assault the imperial gate at any moment. The warriors of my Huahuang clan are also eager, their blades thirsting for battle. After 100,000 years, We finally have the opportunity to strike at the imperial gate once more. No one shall contest me for the first honor of breaching it. The prospect of assaulting the imperial gate filled these ancient rulers with exhilaration. They had waited for 100,000 years, enduring in silence. And now they were on the brink of returning to the imperial gate, their excitement palpable, eager to launch an attack at any moment. Above the imperial gate, the recently returned Emperor Jiangming cast a dark glance at the figure standing quietly over the Sea of Realms, his eyes ablaze with fury. Were it not for the command from the ancestor of the imperial sovereign forbidding him from stepping beyond the imperial gate or seeking vengeance on Lu Xian, he would certainly lead the million-strong human army behind him to annihilate Lu Xian. Behind him stood a throng of human emperors. Undaunted even after witnessing the battle over the Sea of Realms, many were impatient to burst forth from the imperial gate to slay Lu Xian and prove their own prowess. Yet, as the commander of the imperial gate, Emperor Jiangming remained silent, and they dared not take a single step beyond the gate, left only to glare in frustration. Is Lu Xian afraid? He stands there on the Sea of Realms, unwilling to advance even a step, surely aware of our presence and terrified. I once believed the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago would possess considerable strength, but it appears he lacks the courage. What of the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago? Merely a traitor expelled from the human race. 100,000 years ago, the Supreme Hall declared him a member of the human race, banishing him to the abyss for penance. It is astonishing that, after all this time, he dares to return. Such a despicable and shameless individual, should he arrive, I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. A mere traitor of the human race. If he dares to show up, we emperors could drown him with our collective disdain. However, observing the demeanor of Lu Xian, it is evident that he has been intimidated by our formidable presence and dares not approach. It is commendable that he possesses such self-awareness. The emperors of the human race erupted in uproarious laughter, completely disregarding Lu Xian. They even boasted of their intentions to personally slay him. Yet, they failed to notice the expression of Emperor Jiangming, whose face had turned ashen upon hearing their discourse. His fists clenched tightly, producing a resounding crack. If he himself had nearly fallen victim to Lu Xian's blade, from whence did these individuals draw their misplaced confidence, believing themselves capable of vanquishing him? Their disdainful remarks towards Lu Xian are nothing short of a humiliation. Enough! Silence yourselves at once. With a cold reprimand, Emperor Jiangming commanded, causing the other emperors to finally recognize his fury, and they hastily sealed their lips. It was only at this moment that they comprehended how their previous words had inadvertently offended Emperor Jiangming. The esteemed emperors, feeling awkward, wished to step forward and offer apologies. Yet, before they could utter a word, Emperor Jiangming had already turned away, leaving a group of emperors exchanging glances in bewilderment. Above the boundary sea, Lu Xian's gaze was entirely captivated by the divine burial coffin. The moment the phantoms of the four sacred beasts emerged from the star map, Lu Xian left behind a doppelganger upon the Sea of Realms. His true self, however, had already reclined within the divine burial coffin. As he lay within, his body instinctively entered that peculiar realm. To his astonishment, the phantoms of the four sacred beasts also manifested within this extraordinary world. Moreover, these phantoms appeared even more colossal and awe-inspiring than those he had glimpsed from within the divine burial coffin. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Here, the phantoms of these four sacred beasts seemed to have come to life, each as immense as the heavens themselves. The aura they radiated was overwhelming, sending shivers down the spine of Lu Xian, the mighty emperor. Hiss! Nearly the four phantoms emitted such a terrifying presence. It is truly beyond imagination to conceive the sheer power of the legendary true forms of the four sacred beasts. Lu Xian gasped in astonishment. The four sacred beasts, these are legendary entities. According to lore, the four sacred beasts are formidable guardians of the portals to the four corners of the universe. No one has ever beheld their true forms. Even the ethereal images of the four sacred beasts are a sight Lu Xian encounters for the first time. His gaze is filled with curiosity and awe as he looks toward the sky. The ethereal figures of the four sacred beasts manifest in the four cardinal skies of this world: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. Behind them lies a realm of void. Yet it imparts to Lu Xian a sense that something lies hidden within. It is as if four invisible celestial gates tower behind the ethereal figures of the sacred beasts. Alongside the apparitions of the four sacred beasts, countless twinkling lights emerge, resembling stars scattered across the heavens, dazzling and radiant. In what was once an empty sky, A multitude of stars suddenly appears. Among them, the most resplendent are the 28 colossal stars, each shining with a brilliant luminosity. As Lu Xian lifted his gaze, he was astonished to find that everything he beheld mirrored the star maps he had seen atop the god burial coffin, a revelation that left him utterly speechless. In that moment of awe, the ethereal silhouettes of the four sacred beasts in the sky suddenly transformed into radiant streaks of light. For beams, each a different hue, plummeted from the heavens with astonishing speed. Before Lu Xian could comprehend the unfolding events, he found himself enveloped by these four luminous trails. In an instant, countless runes materialized within his mind. Within mere moments, the four radiant beams surrounding Lu Xian vanished, coalescing into resplendent golden runes that illuminated his consciousness. Ultimately, all the runes converged to form 5 ancient characters of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art, resplendent in golden light. The moment he beheld these 5 characters, a torrent of knowledge surged through him, merging seamlessly with his memories as if receiving divine enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian grasped the entirety of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. After the revelation, excitement coursed through his body, causing it to tremble with exhilaration. This transcendent art, the chaotic heavenly emperor's art, was indeed a technique that surpassed the heavenly Tao itself. Beneath the heavenly Tao, 9 paths of emperor-level laws emerge. To merge with these emperor-level laws is to become a human emperor. Yet, the chaotic heavenly emperor's art holds the power to transcend the heavenly Tao. This underscores the immense strength and astonishing nature of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. This is the very technique I have long sought. Lu Xian beamed with joy. The coffin of the god of burial had indeed brought him immense delight. The emergence of the Chaos Emperor's art instantaneously resolved the confusions he had harbored for several millennia. The Chaos Emperor's art is divided into 9 tiers. Achieving a mastery beyond the 3rd tier elevates one to the realm of the Emperor's prestige. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement. With the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art in his possession, transcending to the supreme realm was no longer a mere dream. Furthermore, upon reaching the 3rd level, he would already attain the Empyrean sovereign realm. Lu Xian could only imagine the immense power that awaited him in the subsequent levels. Most importantly, cultivating the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art required no constraints from the laws of the Heavenly Tao. In other words, he would not need the 9 sovereign laws to attain enlightenment and become an Empyrean sovereign. Lu Xian continued to observe the cultivation techniques, and with each passing moment, his astonishment deepened. The 4th level of the chaotic heavenly emperor scripture had already transcended the earthly limits, elevating one to the realm of true immortality. The 5th level ascends to the mysterious immortal realm, surpassing that of the true immortal. Beyond that, one encounters the ranks of the golden immortal and the immortal king. Attaining the 8th level of the chaotic heavenly emperor scripture signifies reaching the supreme realm of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor stands as a paragon of supremacy, even within the celestial realm, representing the ultimate aspiration for all sentient beings. Yet, for the chaotic heavenly emperor scripture, the immortal emperor is not the final destination. The 9th level embodies an existence that surpasses even the immortal emperor. Only upon reaching this tier can one rightfully be termed the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor, a state that transcends all sentient beings, reigns as the sovereign of all creation. These realms seem exceedingly distant from Lu Xian's current state. Lu Xian now yearns to swiftly attain the 3rd level of the Chaos Emperor technique, enabling him to transcend the limits of the Emperor and ascend to the status of Emperor Zun. Only by becoming Emperor Zun can he possess the power to safely guide all his kin out from the human race, were it not for the present expanse of space. Even with Lu Xian's extraordinary talent, it would be utterly impossible for him to cultivate the Chaos Emperor technique to its 3rd level in a short span of time. If he were to wait until he could master the 3rd level, it would be at least a millennium or more in the future. Although the protective formation he has established can withstand any assault from an emperor, it cannot shield his kin indefinitely for centuries. Moreover, no one can guarantee that those shameless human emperors will refrain from attacking the Lu family during this extensive period. Thus, he simply does not have the luxury of a millennium to leisurely refine the Chaos Emperor technique. He cannot afford to wait. His kin cannot wait any longer. However, with the aid of this space, everything becomes possible. Within this realm, time stands still. It is indeed the most optimal place for cultivation. Even if Lu Xian were to cultivate for a millennium or more in this place, time outside would seem almost frozen. If my conjecture is correct, the master of this divine burial coffin is likely none other than the previous generation's heavenly emperor. Lu Xian took a deep breath and boldly speculated. The burial coffin of the god of death must be intricately connected to the heavenly emperor, harboring the chaotic heavenly emperor's sutra. However, all of this bears little significance to Lu Xian in the present. At this moment, cultivating the chaotic heavenly emperor's sutra is of utmost importance. Lu Xian's gaze settled upon the chaotic heavenly emperor's art, and he commenced his cultivation from the first level. The first level of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. The four symbols holy body realm. Lu Xian's gaze was piercing as the method for cultivating the first level of the chaotic heavenly emperor's scripture vividly materialized in his mind. This first level, known as the four symbols holy body realm, derives its name from the necessity of beginning one's cultivation with the four elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. By absorbing these elemental energies, one can condense the ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts. Ultimately, the goal is to achieve the unification of the four symbols, resulting in a metamorphosis of the physical body into the four symbols holy body realm, signifying the culmination of this stage. This realm serves merely as the foundation of the chaotic heavenly emperor's scripture. Any practitioner with a sacred level cultivation can embark upon this path. Lu Xian had already attained the realm of the emperor. Now, as he commenced his cultivation of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique from the sacred level, it was as effortless as a mere flick of his wrist. As he channeled the magical energies within his body, the four elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire began to converge within him. For Lu Xian, refining the four symbols' sacred body posed little challenge. The only uncertainty lay in the duration required for his success. As time passed, Lu Xian immersed himself in fervent practice within this ethereal space. In the realm of cultivation, time held no significance. With the absorption and refinement of various rare celestial materials, which would be fiercely contested in the outside world, his progress in mastering the chaotic heavenly emperor technique accelerated impressively. Even so, when he finally condensed the ethereal forms of the four symbols sacred beasts, a century had already elapsed. In the real world, a century would have left his kin in despair. Fortunately, within the confines of the god-burying coffin space, only a couple of breaths had passed in the present time. This brief interlude was a weight Lu Xian could endure. It seemed he had underestimated the complexity of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Despite having cultivated to the realm of the four symbols sacred body, he found no joy in his achievement. Merely mastering the rudiments of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art had consumed him a century of relentless effort. Furthermore, he had expended countless cultivation resources amassed over 100 millennia, merely to attain his current pace of advancement. Were it not for the support of those heavenly treasures, his rate of cultivation would have diminished by several dozen times. In other words, relying solely on himself, the first stage of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art would require at least a millennium of cultivation. He hoped that these resources would sustain him in progressing to the second stage of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Glancing at the dwindling resources for his cultivation, a hint of concern etched on his face. Another century had passed. At the moment when the ethereal figures of the four symbol sacred beasts merged with his body, it signified that his four symbol sacred body had attained its consummate state. Lu Xian rose from the void, his every gesture imbued with an aura of dominance and imperial majesty. The ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts, in tandem with his movements, exuded an unparalleled and terrifying might. With a casual wave, Lu Xian summoned the ethereal figures of the four great sacred beasts within him, coalescing them into a resplendent golden beam that surged forth into the void. The air trembled with a resounding roar as the golden pillar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, creating a gaping chasm in the fabric of reality. Witnessing the formidable power of the four symbols' sacred body, Lu Xian was profoundly astonished. This was merely the first layer of the chaotic heavenly emperor's technique, and it was already potent enough to obliterate a quasi-emperor. One could only imagine the magnitude of power that would be unleashed upon mastering the second layer of the chaotic heavenly emperor's technique. Lu Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly beginning to cultivate the second level of the chaos heavenly emperor technique. However, the resources in his possession were dwindling. Over the past 100,000 years, he had slain countless alien races and otherworldly demons in the abyss, acquiring an immense wealth of resources from them. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the resources he held could easily elevate even a mere pig to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Yet, despite this, these resources were only sufficient for him to fully cultivate the first level of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique. Glancing at the meager resources remaining in his hands, Lu Xian felt a tinge of helplessness. This scant amount was simply inadequate for his needs. It seemed that once he advanced to the second level of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, he would need to seek out additional resources. Lu Xian sighed, already contemplating where to procure resources. As for the alien races, it was temporarily impossible to approach them. After all, the alien deity had bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality, and Lu Xian could not be ungrateful. Thus, for the time being, he could not disturb the alien races. Regarding the human race, given his current strength, returning now might pose a significant danger. Moreover, to rampantly plunder cultivation resources among the humans would be tantamount to courting death. If he were to act so recklessly, he would undoubtedly be handing over leverage to the human emperors. It might even lead to his demise among the humans. The only option left was to seek out the demon races dwelling beneath the abyss in the vast ocean of realms beneath his feet. Although the demon race resided in the depths of the abyss, kept at bay by Lu Xian's celestial burial sword for 100,000 years, it did not imply that their strength was insignificant. Within the demon race, alongside numerous demon emperors and demon monarchs, there were also formidable beings whose power rivaled that of human emperors. If Lu Xian were to infiltrate the demon clan, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the demon sovereigns. Previously, Lu Xian had refrained from entering the demon clan, remaining solely within the abyss of heaven. Thus, the demon sovereigns had been powerless against him. However, should he venture into the demon clan on his own accord, it would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den, granting those sovereigns the opportunity to eliminate him. Although Lu Xian required an abundance of resources for his cultivation, he was not foolish enough to court his own demise. Thus, his options were inevitably narrowed down to the vast ocean beneath his feet. The boundless ocean stretched for countless miles, serving not only as a domain for marine beasts, but also as a rich haven for cultivation. Within this ocean, one could find numerous treasures that did not exist elsewhere. Over the past 100,000 years, despite never having stepped beyond the precipice of Tianyuan, Lu Xian had acquired a considerable number of treasures from the ocean, obtained from the hands of ancient emperors of alien races and demon monarchs. Lu Xian still recalls that one piece of ice jade, originating from the depths of the sea in the boundary ocean, harbors an exceptionally unique power of icy coldness. After Lu Xian refined the abyssal ice jade, he extended his lifespan by a decade. Although, for an emperor, 10 years may seem trivial, this additional time proved invaluable to Lu Xian at that moment. It was precisely due to this decade of extended life that, 50,000 years ago, when the alien races became aware of their impending demise and launched a fierce offensive, Lu Xian was able to slay 10 ancient alien emperors with a single strike, instilling such dread in those ancient beings that they dared not set foot in the passage again. Lu Xian had once contemplated personally traversing the oceanic realm in search of more abyssal ice jade to further prolong his life. However, bound by his promise to guard the abyss, he did not dare to leave even for a moment. Thus, this splendid opportunity to extend his lifespan was willingly relinquished. Now, unencumbered by any restraints, the ocean beneath his feet undoubtedly represented the optimal domain for his quest for cultivation resources. As Lu Xian selected his targets for plunder, his chaotic emperor technique officially ascended to its second tier. This second tier, known as the chaotic divine furnace stage, is a further advancement built upon the foundation of the four symbols' sacred body. It amalgamates the powers of the four symbols, refining them into chaotic spiritual energy. With this energy, combined with the four symbols' sacred body, Lu Xian's form was forged into a chaotic divine furnace capable of refining all. Upon his breakthrough to the chaotic divine furnace stage, his four symbols' sacred body transformed into the chaotic body. The chaotic body stands as the most formidable physique, transcending all others. Possessing the chaotic body enables one to escape the shackles of heavenly laws, ensuring that, in any era, one can effortlessly ascend to the status of emperor. Here, the term emperor signifies not merely the rulers of the lower realms, but the celestial emperors residing high above in the immortal realms, existences that truly stand atop all worlds. As long as one withholds their descent, they are destined to become an immortal emperor. This is also the foundation upon which the chaotic emperor technique operates, achieving imperial authority beyond the constraints of heavenly laws. With the chaotic body perfected, even in the absence of imperial laws, one can transcend to the imperial realm, rendering even the bodies of celestial kings and divine kings unqualified for comparison. At the moment Lu Xian attained the chaotic body, the sky above the oceanic realm transformed dramatically. The once clear expanse was suddenly shrouded in a multitude of dark clouds. As these clouds coalesced, tempestuous winds erupted forth. Crackling sounds echoed as lightning flickered and thunder roared within the clouds. In an instant, the previously tranquil sky above the oceanic realm was engulfed in a tempest. With rain pouring, lightning raging, creating an apocalyptic scene. Within the ocean, turbulent waves surged, and waterspouts ascended skyward. The entire oceanic realm morphed into a swirling vortex of storms, waves crashing, and lightning unleashing chaos. Above, 5 colossal suns of varying hues appeared in the sky. Crimson, white, gold, azure, and black. 5 suns, each of a distinct hue, emanated a terrifying force of annihilation. Wherever they traversed, everything was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The oceanic beasts of the realm, upon approaching, were swiftly swept into the sky, struck by lightning into charred remnants, torn asunder by ferocious winds, and reduced to ashes by flames. In the blink of an eye, the expanse above the realm had transformed into a hellish landscape. Lucien, who was in the midst of cultivating within the god burial coffin, sensed the turmoil outside, his countenance shifting dramatically. He understood that this was the celestial punishment descending upon him, intent on eradicating his chaotic form. The chaotic body was too formidable, too defiant, an entity beyond the grasp of celestial authority. Thus, at the moment of his transformation into the chaotic body, the heavens responded with apocalyptic calamities: the fiery disaster of the blazing sun, the thunderous wrath of the violet sun, the tempestuous gale of the shadowy sun, and the inundating flood of the black sun. 5 celestial tribulations descended, each potent enough to obliterate the cosmos, converging upon Lucien with the intent to annihilate his chaotic essence completely. Above the imperial pass, the human emperors stood in stunned silence, gazing at the cataclysmic spectacle unfolding over the realm. Many of these emperors had guarded the pass for millennia, yet they had never witnessed such a dreadful phenomenon. The once retreating Emperor Jiangming had instantly reappeared before the pass, his expression one of profound shock as he beheld the horrific scene above. Suddenly, his gaze trembled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the calamities, he discerned a figure, Lucien. The celestial tribulations had manifested due to Lucien's arrival. Jiangming, overwhelmed by astonishment, gasped in incredulity, pondering what heinous act Lucien had committed to provoke such wrath from the heavens that it sought to obliterate him. Ancient alien sovereigns concealed within the void panicked and retreated the moment the celestial tribulations descended. The calamities loomed over thousands of miles. If they did not flee, they too would be ensnared. Swiftly, like rabbits caught by surprise, they scurried back to the abyss. These ancient sovereigns, previously unshaken by the most daunting of threats, now trembled in fear. How terrifying! That was a celestial calamity. The harbinger of death, Lucien, had incited the heavens to strike him down. With 5 celestial tribulations manifesting due to his presence, he truly deserved the title of unparalleled in history. Yet why did the heavens seek to eradicate Lucien? He was, after all, a great benefactor of humanity, his contributions unmatched. Surely the celestial order ought to reward him instead of seeking his destruction? Could it be that the heavens had lost their clarity? The calamities of the heavenly path descend solely upon those who are egregiously wicked, individuals whom even the heavenly path cannot tolerate. Typically, such nefarious beings merit but a singular calamity from the heavenly path. Instances of attracting 2 distinct calamities are exceedingly rare, and to invoke 3 or more simultaneously is a phenomenon unheard of. Yet now, Lucien has astonishingly summoned 5 different heavenly path calamities. All 5 calamities have manifested due to his actions, underscoring the unwavering resolve of the heavenly path to obliterate him. Under the weight of these 5 calamities, no one can withstand them, not even Lucien himself. The ancient sovereigns of other races cannot help but feel a sense of injustice on behalf of Lucien. Lucien had devoted himself to guarding the human realm at Tianyuan for 100,000 years, vanquishing the beings of other races. Even if he were to be punished by the heavenly Tao, it would be expected that such retribution would originate from the heavenly Tao of the alien races. However, the absence of heavenly Tao power among these races explains why they are not bound by the heavenly Tao's restrictions, allowing their esteemed ones to exceed the limit of 9. For the human race and the heavenly Tao, Lucien is undoubtedly a significant contributor. Yet, the notion that the heavenly Tao would seek to annihilate Lucien is perplexing. The ancient emperors of the alien races have spoken out in his defense. Lucien, if you cannot withstand these calamities of the heavenly Tao, why not seek refuge with us in the foreign realm? Within the foreign domain, you are free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Once you enter, even the damned heavenly Tao can do you no harm. The ancient Fox Emperor, in particular, was frantic. Should Lu Xian perish beneath the heavenly Tao? How could he return to explain to the esteemed Qinghu? His voice pierced through the calamities of the heavenly Tao, reaching Lu Xian's ears. Having long anticipated the sentiments of these ancient emperors, Lu Xian felt an indescribable emotion flicker in his gaze upon hearing the ancient Fox Emperor's anxious words. Who could have imagined that the very human race he had protected for 100,000 years would wish for his demise amidst these calamities? Conversely, the alien beings he had suppressed for eons were now willing to accept him in this life-and-death moment. This irony struck Lu Xian profoundly, rendering his century-long vigil a tragic farce. Fortunately, he had long abandoned hope for the human race. Thus he felt no sorrow or disappointment. He lifted his gaze towards the 5 suns in the sky, the cataclysm of the apocalypse, the inferno of the blazing sun, the tempest of the purple sun, the gale of the shadow sun, and the deluge of the black sun. The mightiest calamities under the heavenly Tao had all descended upon him alone. Even if he were to perish beneath these disasters, it would be a source of pride. Of course, Lu Xian would not meet his end. The record of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique states that the Chaos Body is a formidable talent intolerable to the heavenly Tao. Little did I expect that merely having just attained the Chaos Body would summon 5 forms of calamity. It seems the heavenly Tao will not relent until it has obliterated me. Lu Xian gazed disdainfully at the heavens, confronted with the overwhelming force of calamity. He exhibited not a trace of concern, but rather an air of tranquility. Long ago, during his cultivation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art, he had foreseen all of this. Moreover, the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art had already bestowed upon him an impeccable solution. Boom! With a subtle movement of his palm, Lu Xian summoned the god-burying coffin into the air. At the very moment the coffin ascended, waves of celestial calamity surged forth, striking towards it with fierce intent. Yet, these formidable forces of heavenly disaster, upon colliding with the god-burying coffin, were rendered utterly ineffective, as if a stone were cast into the ocean. The coffin absorbed the calamities like a colossal sponge, regardless of their magnitude, leaving no chance for the celestial disasters to approach Lu Xian. In a fleeting moment, the overwhelming torrents of calamity were entirely devoured by the god-burying coffin. Above, the sky regained its clarity, while the realm of the sea returned to a serene stillness. Lu Xian stood quietly above the boundary sea, gazing up at the god-burial coffin, which had become even more formidable after absorbing the calamities of the heavenly Tao. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Ah, dear heavens, did you ever anticipate this? The calamities of the heavenly Tao not only failed to hinder me, but also aided in unlocking 34 innate prohibitions of the god-burial coffin. Within the coffin, there originally existed 108 innate prohibitions. Previously, Lu Xian had spent 100,000 years barely managing to unlock 20 of them. Yet now, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao calamities, he had effortlessly opened 34 prohibitions in an instant. Presently, 54 innate prohibitions had been unsealed within the god-burial coffin, surpassing the realm of the ultimate imperial weapon. Innate prohibitions are artifacts crafted solely within the essence of ultimate imperial weapons. These restrictions are organized in sets of 9. With each additional layer of innate prohibition, the might of the ultimate imperial weapon ascends further. Typically, an ultimate imperial weapon can possess a maximum of 3 layers, totaling 27 innate prohibitions. Once the number of innate prohibitions exceeds this threshold, the weapon undergoes a transformation, achieving power comparable to that of immortal artifacts. Thus, ultimate imperial weapons with more than 4 layers of innate prohibitions are referred to as immortal artifacts. The god-burial coffin possesses a staggering 12 layers, amounting to 108 innate prohibitions. If all are fully unsealed, the coffin would wield terrifying power akin to that of an immortal emperor's artifact. Now, with the aid of the heavenly Tao calamities, Lu Xian had directly unlocked 54 innate prohibitions within the god-burial coffin. Once he refines these 54 prohibitions, the coffin will unleash the might of a top-tier immortal artifact. Compared to the previous state, where only 20 prohibitions had been refined, the enhancement in power is immeasurable. With the refined 54 innate prohibitions of the god-burial coffin, Lu Xian even harbored hopes of slaying an emperor. After all, no matter how powerful an emperor may be, they remain beneath the realm of immortals. They would undoubtedly be incapable of withstanding the assault of a top-tier immortal artifact. Very well. Let the heavenly Tao calamities come in abundance. Lu Xian beamed with joy, even wishing for more of the recent calamities of the heavenly Tao to manifest. Perhaps they would assist him in unsealing the 108 innate restrictions within the coffin of the gods. However, after all the forces of the heavenly Tao disasters were absorbed by the coffin, it seemed as though the heavenly Tao had completely receded, showing no intention of continuing its onslaught or eradicating him. Lu Xian could only sigh softly as he temporarily stored away the god burial coffin, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. It was a pity that the aspiration to utilize the heavenly Tao to unlock the 108 innate prohibitions of the god burial coffin could not be fulfilled at this moment. However, he had still reaped significant rewards this time. Not only had he advanced the Chaos Emperor technique to its second level, achieving the Chaos Body, but he had also unsealed 54 innate prohibitions of the god burial coffin. For him, this was already more than sufficient. Now, he merely needed to refine the 24 newly unlocked innate prohibitions within the god burial coffin, and he would have complete confidence in safely returning to the human race. With the god burial coffin in hand, containing 54 innate prohibitions, he might even stand a chance against the Emperor Lord. Lu Xian appeared unscathed above the boundary sea, effortlessly repelling the calamities of the heavenly Tao. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly astounded. Above the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming, who had just believed Lu Xian to be undoubtedly doomed, stared in shock at the unharmed Lu Xian, nearly biting his own tongue in disbelief. Could it be? Could it truly be? How is he still alive? Emperor Jiangming even questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him. Just moments ago, 5 kinds of heavenly Tao calamities had descended, any one of which possessed the power to annihilate beings of their stature. Yet, how is it possible that Lu Xian had withstood all of them? Is he truly still an emperor? Could it be that Lu Xian is not, in fact, a concealed powerhouse of the imperial realm? Behind Emperor Jiangming, a throng of human emperors stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide open as if they had been grasped by the throat like helpless ducks. Within the boundary sea, numerous oceanic behemoths that had concealed themselves at the onset of the heavenly Tao calamities were also left dumbfounded. These formidable sea creatures now regarded Lu Xian with reverence akin to that of deities. Above the abyss, the ancient alien sovereigns who were mourning Lu Xian were rendered speechless. What had they just witnessed? Lu Xian is still alive. In that moment, the ancient emperors of the other races erupted into ecstatic cheers. I knew it. This god of slaughter, having survived for 100,000 years, could hardly meet an easy demise. How splendid! Even the calamities of heaven could not extinguish his life. He is truly beyond human comprehension. The ancient emperors of those races were even more jubilant than Lu Xian himself. Far above in the realm sea, upon hearing the jubilant voices of the ancient emperors celebrating his existence, Lu Xian felt a stirring within his heart. Having guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, he had come to understand these other races quite well. Although they were mortal enemies of humanity, they were also the most agreeable to interact with. In that moment, Lu Xian seemed to have solidified a certain conviction. He had chosen the most fitting path for his people. However, there was no rush at present. His immediate focus was not on breaching the imperial gate, but rather on amassing resources. He required a substantial amount of resources to cultivate the chaotic heavenly emperor's art and to refine the god burial coffin. The aquatic tribes beneath the realm sea were the optimal choice for his resource plunder. Just as Lu Xian was about to plunge into the ocean, he heard the call of Lu Linglong. Ancestor, can you hear me? The sudden call from Lu Linglong brought a wave of tension to Lu Xian's expression. His first thought was that the Lu family was in peril. Linglong, has something happened to the family? Lu Xian inquired in a deep voice. If the family were indeed facing a crisis, he would have no choice but to forcefully breach the imperial barrier and return home immediately. Ancestor, the family is currently quite safe. Although the 4 elders of the Lin family are relentlessly attacking, they are utterly unable to breach your array. There is no need for you to worry about the family for the time being. Lu Linglong's response eased Lu Xian's expression somewhat. He furrowed his brows and inquired, did you seek me for a particular matter? Is there some good news to share with the ancestor? Linglong's voice carried a hint of excitement as she fervently announced that it was her father who had instructed her to inform the ancestor of his successful ascension to the title of emperor. With a great emperor now safeguarding the L family, the ancestral formations left behind by the ancestor would be even more impenetrable. Therefore, the ancestor need not worry about matters concerning the family for the time being. However, the ancestor should exercise caution as the Lin family, unable to breach our protective formations, might devise ways to obstruct your return. Upon hearing that it was indeed L Tianyuan who had achieved the status of emperor, L Xian was momentarily taken aback. For it had been less than a day since he had disseminated the cultivation method. It is truly astonishing to Lu Xian that Lu Tianyuan could achieve the status of an emperor within just a year. After all, under normal circumstances, even with access to the subsequent techniques of the emperor level, one would require at least 10 days to a month for comprehension before being able to break through and attain the path of the emperor. Yet, remarkably, Lu Tianyuan accomplished this in merely a day's time. Lu Xian was uncertain whether it was the extraordinary talent of Lu Tianyuan that was remarkably powerful, or if there were other underlying reasons. Perhaps there existed treasures, such as a secret realm that could accelerate time. Lu Xian did not inquire about these trivial matters. Knowing that the Lu family was now under the watchful eye of a great emperor, he felt a sense of relief. The imperial-level formation he had established would, once governed by a great emperor, exponentially enhance its power. Particularly after ascending to greatness, Lu Tianyuan would possess the capability to wield the ancestral imperial weapon. With the imperial-level formation left by Lu Xian, coupled with the ancestral imperial weapon, it would be impossible for any number of great emperors to breach the defenses of the Lu family. Of course, should an Emperor Zun take action, even the Lu family's formation would falter. However, it seemed unlikely that the human emperors would lower themselves to strike against the Lu family for the time being. Aware that the Lu family was momentarily secure, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As for Lu Linglong's speculation regarding the Lin family plotting against him, Lu Xian remained entirely unperturbed. Should the Lin family's ancestor dare to appear before him, it would only lead to their own demise. What truly concerns Lu Xian is not merely the Lin family, but rather the formidable figures behind them, the human race emperors. I understand now. You must not let your guard down. Continue striving in your cultivation to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, remember this: before my return, the protective array of our clan must never be activated. Regardless of who may arrive, the protective array must remain untouched. Lu Xian spoke slowly. Lu Linglong was naturally aware of these matters. She nodded in agreement, assuring the ancestor that they would await his return here. Until the ancestor reappeared, no matter who approached, they would not activate the protective family formation. The protective formation was their final bastion. Once it was breached, the Lu family would likely face annihilation. Thus, even without Lu Xian's admonitions, they would not unilaterally open the protective formation. Moreover, currently, only Lu Tianyuan, who had recently ascended to the status of a great emperor, and Lu Linglong, who bore the aura of Emperor Lu Xian, possessed the capability to activate it. As long as the two of them refrained from taking action, the other members of the Lu family lacked both the means and strength to breach the formation. With assurance regarding the safety of his family, Lu Xian finally ventured into the ocean. As he submerged beneath the waves, his form rapidly descended, and in a mere moment, he found himself at the depths of the Boundary Sea. Before him lay an entirely different underwater realm. The surroundings were adorned with resplendent corals, giant clams, pearls, and other treasures radiating brilliance. Each of these items would fetch a considerable value on land. However, for Lu Xian, these possessions held little significance. What he sought were resources that could aid in his cultivation. As Lu Xian advanced, the sea creatures inhabiting the depths, spanning hundreds of miles, fled in terror to the distance. They had witnessed Lu Xian withstand the calamities of the heavens and the battle where he had cleaved 4 emperors with a single sword. Thus, upon seeing Lu Xian arrive in the underwater world, they all panicked and retreated, daring not to approach within a 100-mile radius of him. Wherever Lu Xian traversed, the traces of the sea monsters were conspicuously absent, which left him somewhat vexed. He had been searching in this underwater realm for a while, yet he had only managed to locate a few inconsequential cultivation resources that offered little assistance. After a brief moment, Lu Xian paused atop a coral mountain that resembled flames. Casting his gaze toward the distant sea monsters that were scattering in flight, a spark of cunning flickered in his eyes. It seemed he would need to capture a few sea monsters for interrogation. Only these creatures possessed the knowledge of where the true cultivation resources lay hidden beneath the waves. Before long, he spotted a formidable sea monster of imperial stature, a colossal sea serpent. Its massive form stretched several hundred zhong, with scales glistening like steel, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Unlike the other frightened sea monsters that had fled, this sea serpent emperor remained concealed within an underwater palace, its gaze dark and fixed intently upon Lu Xian's direction. Lu Xian discerned that this vicinity was undoubtedly the territory of the sea serpent demon emperor. Like other demonic beasts, these sea demons possessed a profound sense of territoriality. For thousands of miles around, this expanse belonged to the sea serpent demon emperor, and the sea demons in the area were, by nature, his subordinates. The intruder Lu Xian instilled such fear in the subordinates of the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor that they scattered in disarray. Should he choose to remain in the shadows, he would become the subject of ridicule from other Sea Demon Emperors, and it would sow seeds of doubt among the Sea Demons who had pledged their allegiance to him. Yet, he recognized Lu Xian's formidable strength and understood that he was not to be trifled with. Thus, he opted to conceal himself within his aquatic domain, avoiding any confrontation with Lu Xian. Nevertheless, Lu Xian had already set his sights on him. Lu Xian descended upon the aquatic palace of the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, his gaze fixed intently upon the formidable figure before him. He spoke directly, "I harbor no desire to take your life. Simply relinquish the cultivation resources within your palace. If I am satisfied with what you offer, I shall take my leave." Lu Xian did not beat around the bush. He stated his intention directly. The Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, who had long remained hidden in the watery depths, nearly erupted with rage upon hearing Lu Xian's blatant threat. With a powerful undulation of its massive form, it surged forth from its watery domain to confront Lu Xian, its voice icy as it proclaimed, "Human, I acknowledge your strength, but to brazenly invade my realm is a grave affront to our aquatic kin." The Sea Serpent Demon Emperor's voice echoed throughout the entire realm of the seas. Outside the dominion of the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, numerous aquatic demon emperors seethed with fury upon learning that Lu Xian dared to threaten their sovereign. Although they had witnessed Lu Xian's prowess in fending off heavenly calamities, they remained largely indifferent to him. After all, it was the god burial coffin that had aided him, not Lu Xian himself. As for Lu Xian's feat of slaying 4 human emperors in the realm of the seas, these aquatic demon emperors dismissed it, for they held the human emperors in disdain. They believed that had they intervened, they too could have dispatched those human emperors with ease. Each of these aquatic demon emperors possessed the strength to vanquish 10 or even dozens of human emperors. Moreover, this ocean was their territory, where their powers could be maximized. In contrast, Lu Xian, as a human emperor, would undoubtedly find his abilities curtailed upon entering the waters. Consequently, they did not perceive Lu Xian as a significant threat. "Sea Serpent, if you dare relinquish any resources, it would be a disgrace to our kind. How dare a mere human emperor act so audaciously within our domain?" they roared. "I advise you to recognize your folly and depart from our presence, lest we spare you this time." Emerging from their respective territories, the aquatic demon emperors materialized around the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, with dozens of formidable figures manifesting in the vicinity. Witnessing the appearance of such a formidable assembly, the previously trembling Sea Serpent Demon Emperor grew emboldened. It swayed its colossal form and, with a self-satisfied grin, addressed Lu Xian, "Human, do you see the might of our aquatic kin? Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, you could never hope to match us all. I advise you to be wise and apologize, and I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired, allowing you to depart unscathed." As soon as the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor's words fell, the surrounding aquatic demon emperors erupted in unison. An apology alone will not suffice. He must kneel. His actions have insulted all of us. For years, we aquatic beings have refrained from punishing your kind for your rampant transgressions in the realm of the seas, showing you exceptional mercy. Yet you dare to invade our domain and threaten our sovereigns? You truly do not know the meaning of peril. The marine demon emperors grew increasingly arrogant, their words becoming ever more outrageous, with some audaciously proclaiming that Lu Xian should take his own life to atone for his supposed transgressions. Initially, Lu Xian had merely sought to extract some cultivation resources from the water palace of the Sea Serpent Emperor, yet upon hearing the vitriolic taunts from these marine demon emperors, his countenance darkened gradually. In the depths of the ocean, hundreds of thousands of miles away from this domain, a group of ancient monarchs from foreign races lurked in the shadows, quietly observing Lu Xian's every move. Witnessing the marine demon emperors brazenly challenge Lu Xian, these ancient sovereigns were left astounded. What madness has seized these aquatic beings? The strongest among them barely reached the late demon emperor stage, with not a single peak demon emperor in sight. How dare they threaten Lu Xian? Do they truly believe that their numbers afford them any advantage? In the presence of such a harbinger of death as Lu Xian, even a peak emperor would be insufficient. These mere fish-like demon emperors are hardly a match for him. How amusing it is that Lu Xian, who originally intended only to demand some resources for his cultivation, would find these marine demon emperors so foolish as to wager their very lives. I can almost envision the scene of their brutal demise at his hands. No one comprehends Lu Xian's terrifying prowess better than these ancient monarchs from foreign races. A horde of insignificant demon emperors, no matter how numerous, is merely refused in the face of Lu Xian's might. It is utterly laughable that these inconsequential demon emperors would dare to display such arrogance towards Lucien. Just as the ancient monarchs from foreign races finished their remarks, they observed Lucien stir. Despite the vast distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, they could still perceive the palpable chill emanating from Lucien, his aura rapidly descending into an icy demeanor. Even the surrounding waters began to crystallize into ice. It was evident, even to the simplest of minds, that Lucien was enraged. Those ancient monarchs, who had already distanced themselves from Lucien by hundreds of thousands of miles, fled in haste the moment they sensed his fury. Once provoked, the madman Lucien unleashes consequences far too dreadful for them to bear. Do you recall the last time Lucien was so enraged? He single-handedly annihilated millions of alien coalition forces and the 8 ancient emperors with nothing but a sword. Indeed, I distinctly remember. Fortunately, I was astute enough not to join those ancient emperors in battle. Otherwise, I would have surely perished beneath Lucien's blade. Why must these sea demon emperors incite his wrath? The repercussions are likely beyond their capacity to endure. Alas, it seems these sea tribes may be utterly slaughtered. As the ancient alien emperors fled, they sighed in despair. Only they had witnessed the true fury of Lucien. Upon the territory of the sea serpent demon emperor, fear gripped him as he observed the surrounding waters rapidly crystallizing into ice. From Lucien, he sensed an overwhelming aura rising swiftly. In that moment, Lucien transformed entirely, as though he had become someone else. Even his eyes appeared strange. The whites had vanished, leaving behind 2 voids of black, akin to black holes capable of consuming all. At that moment, Lucien spoke, his chilling and domineering voice resonating throughout the entire realm of the sea. You see, demons have already chosen the path to your demise. As his words echoed, the celestial sword of burial surged forth. Its blinding radiance cleaved through the darkness, expanding rapidly. The sea serpent demon emperor, closest to Lucien, glimpsed but a flash of light before his immense form was obliterated in an instant. His imperial essence, unable to escape in time, drifted effortlessly into Lucien's grasp. With merely the act of unsheathing his sword, Lucien effortlessly dispatched the sea serpent demon emperor. The surrounding sea demon emperors, who had been so audaciously mocking Lucien moments before, were rendered speechless by this spectacle. They had expected Lucien's strength to be constrained in the depths of the ocean. However, his power surpassed their wildest imaginations. While these sea demon emperors stood frozen in shock, the celestial sword of burial descended. The resonating hum of the sword sounded like a funeral dirge. In that moment, every living being within tens of thousands of miles of sea was turned to ash. Even the numerous sea demon emperors in the vicinity could not evade their fate, all reduced to cinders beneath the celestial sword of burial. Those ancient alien emperors, who had only just fled 100,000 miles, halted in terror as the sword's cry rang out. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of the sea behind them reduced to a wasteland of ash, they gasped in horror. Thankfully, they had escaped. Otherwise, they too would have perished beneath that one sword strike. Is this truly the extent of Lucien's might? With a single stroke, he swept away hundreds of thousands of miles, vanquishing millions of sea demons and dozens of demon emperors. Surely, even the ancient sovereigns would find such a feat unattainable. The ancient emperor of the Blue Fox gazed in astonishment at the underwater ruins that lay behind him. Who could have imagined that mere moments ago? This was a thriving domain. Who could have foreseen that just moments prior, there existed millions of sea creatures? The might of a single sword is indeed formidable. Lucien's prowess, even if not akin to that of an emperor, possesses a terrifying combat capability comparable to that of an emperor. Just Lucien alone is worth the strength of dozens of ancient sovereigns. Indeed, the celestial sovereign's foresight was remarkable. He had long discerned that Lucien was extraordinary, which is why he instructed us to assist Lucien in secret. Should Lucien be able to join the otherworld, he would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset for our realm. The ancient sovereigns of various races were left astounded, their breaths caught in shock, as they gazed at Lucien with eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Lucien stood atop the desolate ruins. As he unleashed his sword, the frigid aura surrounding him dissipated instantaneously. His eyes returned to their normal state in that fleeting moment. With a wave of his hand, an abundance of cultivation resources soared towards him from all directions. These treasures were collected by the various sea tribe demon emperors within their respective aquatic realms, now thoroughly plundered by Lucien. The amassed wealth of dozens of sea tribe demon emperors, comprising rare and exotic treasures, divine elixirs, and spiritual stones, piled high like mountains. Even the ancient emperors of distant races gazed upon the scene with envy, were it not for their inability to contend with Lucien. they would have undoubtedly rushed forth to seize these riches. Lo and behold, that is the sea dragon flower. A single petal can extend one's life by a century. A supreme imperial elixir. I recall that the esteemed Qinghu possessed a single petal, cherishing it dearly, yet Lu Xian has acquired over a dozen blooms. The ancient emperor of the Qinghu could hardly contain his envy upon seeing the large golden blossoms, each the size of a bowl, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Is it truly possible? That stone, larger than a grinding disc, is the imperial elixir, the sea god fruit? Oh, the injustice! I once expended immense effort to obtain merely a fist-sized piece of the sea god fruit, yet Lu Xian possesses one the size of a grinding disc. Another ancient emperor from a different race succumbed to despair. The sea god fruit he had treasured for millennia suddenly seemed insignificant. This was not an isolated incident. One by one, the ancient emperors of various races discovered the imperial elixirs and rare treasures they had long coveted, their eyes turning crimson with envy. I propose, Qinghu. Shall we not join in the fray? I do not desire much, merely to seize some of those star source crystals. With such an abundance, it would suffice to forge a dozen imperial weapons. I'm not greedy. I would be content with merely 1% of those elixirs. Just let me take 1 or 2 of those underwater treasures. Driven by envy, the ancient emperors began to coax the Qinghu emperor, urging him to agree to collaborate in robbing Lu Xian. The Qinghu emperor's countenance turned pale, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Whoever is not afraid of death may proceed." Do you truly believe that seizing Lu Xian's possessions will be so simple? That slaughterer's treasures are not easily garnered. With this admonition, the ancient emperors were abruptly brought back to their senses, especially upon witnessing the numerous imperial origin sources in Lu Xian's possession. They instinctively recoiled in dread. They had no desire to meet the same fate as the sea tribe demon emperors. Lu Xian paid no heed to the commotion caused by the ancient emperors of foreign races. With a mere wave of his hand, he plundered all the resources of the nearby water domain spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Furthermore, he acquired a remarkable 33 essence stones of the great emperor. Indeed, the seabed proved to be an exceedingly prosperous realm. The treasures of an ordinary sea-dwelling demon emperor far surpassed those of the ancient emperors of foreign races by countless magnitudes. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, for he perceived the depths of the ocean as a veritable paradise. Had he not been in a rush to cultivate, he would surely have ventured further to plunder more treasures from the aquatic realm. However, time was of the essence. The members of the Lu family awaited his rescue. Thus, Lu Xian refrained from indulgence. With the cultivation resources he had acquired, he swiftly departed from the ocean's depths. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he arrived at a desolate part of the seabed. There, he retrieved the god burial coffin and laid himself within. In the next moment, he found himself in the space of the god burial coffin. With a flourish, he extracted a substantial portion of the cultivation resources he had gathered from the sea and commenced his practice. Just as Lu Xian vanished from the ocean floor, a group of ancient alien monarchs emerged from their hiding places. Cautiously, they scoured the surroundings, ensuring that Lu Xian's presence was absent, before collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. That killer Lu Xian has departed. We must not let our visit to the depths be in vain. If Lu Xian can seize these treasures from the sea tribes, so can we. Let us roll up our sleeves and clear out all those aquatic demons and their treasures. The Tianmong ancient monarch could hardly contain his excitement. Raising his arms in jubilant proclamation, they dared not seize Lu Xian's treasures, yet they could target the Sea Clan's demon emperors instead. Here, they boasted a formidable assembly of over a dozen ancient sovereigns from various races, each at the pinnacle of their power, united in purpose. Raiding the water palaces of the lesser demon emperors would pose no challenge whatsoever. Even the typically composed ancient fox sovereign found his eyes gleaming with fervor. It was imperative to remember they were to only plunder the palaces of the weaker sea demons, and not to be greedy. With 13 of them, they would take 13 water palaces and depart immediately. In contrast to the ancient sovereigns, who gazed enviously at the treasures of the Sea Clan, the ancient fox sovereign maintained a level head, issuing a cautionary warning. Any breach of their agreement would result in him informing the ancient fox elder upon their return. The 13 ancient sovereigns surged toward the water palaces of the Sea Clan. However, the endeavor proved far more complicated than anticipated. Upon raiding a single water palace, they found themselves besieged. The expressions of the sea demon lords, each at the zenith of their might, were grim as they fixed their hostile gazes upon the 13 ancient sovereigns. We, the Sea Clan, have maintained a policy of mutual non-interference with your kind. Have you come here to provoke a war between our races? One particularly furious peak demon emperor glared at them, fully aware of the recent slaying of several sea demon emperors, prompting this assembly to devise a counter-strategy. The ancient sovereigns now found themselves at a loss for words. Especially in the presence of the numerous sea demon emperors surrounding them, they realized they were in deep trouble. The issue was no longer whether they could execute their heist, but whether they could escape with their lives. Moreover, even if they managed to flee, news of the incident reaching the foreign realms would spell severe repercussions for them. Historically, peace had reigned between the ancient races and the Sea Clan. Given the Sea Clan's habitation of the Boundary Sea, neither humans nor ancient races wished to escalate tensions. This was particularly true for the ancient races, who relied on traversing the Boundary Sea to launch attacks on the Imperial Pass. Offending the Sea Clan bore no advantages for them. Now, these ancient sovereigns found themselves contemplating a joint raid on the seawater palaces, should word of this leak. It would undoubtedly jeopardize the fragile peace between their races and impact future conflicts with humanity. After all, the Boundary Sea had always been the domain of the Sea Clan. Should the Sea Clan strike while the ancient races attempted to cross or ally with humanity during an assault on the Imperial Pass, it would create a perilous scenario that no ancient race would wish to encounter. Esteemed lords, you may have misunderstood our intentions. We are not here to target the Sea Clan. In truth, we have come in search of Lu Xian. Yes, we seek the infamous god of slaughter, Lu Xian. As the Sea Tribe demon emperors glowered menacingly, the ancient fox emperor hastily turned his gaze to explain. Do you think I am a fool? One of the Sea Tribe demon emperors bellowed, exposing the ancient fox emperor's deceit. Yet, the ancient fox emperor remained unruffled, chuckling as he continued. What you may not know is that Lu Xian has been guarding the abyss for 100,000 years, and he is a formidable enemy of our race. Now that he seeks to escape back to the human realm, we cannot allow him to slip away easily. Thus, the esteemed Lord Tianzuan has dispatched us to hunt Lu Xian, and we must capture him alive. However, we did not anticipate that he would cunningly evade us and take refuge in your waters. We had no choice but to pursue him. And if we have inadvertently offended you, I ask for your understanding. The ancient fox emperor's words were a blend of truth and deception, and the Sea Tribe demon emperors, unaware of the underlying circumstances, found themselves believing him to some extent, particularly when the ancient fox emperor mentioned Lord Tianzuan. A flicker of fear appeared in the eyes of the Sea Tribe demon emperors. Even though they did not fully trust his words, they dared not speak further. After all, these ancient emperors of the alien race had the formidable backing of Lord Tianzuan. Besides him, there were at least a dozen other ancient lords within their ranks. In contrast, the Sea Tribe could boast only a handful of demon lords, and most of them remained in a sealed state, only emerging in dire moments of survival. Yet, one headstrong demon emperor from the Sea Tribe pressed on, questioning, if that is the case, what is your purpose here? Moreover, these items in your possession are clearly ours. How do you explain that? Is this not a misunderstanding? The ancient fox emperor replied, these items are merely spoils we seized from that killing god, Lu Xian. You must have seen, he slaughtered millions of Sea Tribe members and pillaged numerous water palaces. We intended to thwart him, but were ultimately a step too late. When we arrived, we could only reclaim this little from him. The sincerity in the ancient fox emperor's voice swayed many of the Sea Tribe demon emperors, especially since Lu Xian had indeed decimated several of their own. Although doubts lingered, they chose not to voice them further. After all, their tribe lacked the strength and qualifications to wage war against the alien race. Ultimately, the Sea Tribe demon emperor, who had nearly been plundered of his water palace, could only accept his misfortune. The ancient fox emperor and his entourage fled the Boundary Sea without looking back, fearing that the Sea Tribe demon emperors might recklessly confront them. It was only upon their arrival among the ancient emperors of the alien race in the abyss that they finally sighed in relief. Damn, this is utterly unfortunate. Why is it that Lu Xian can annihilate so many of the Sea Tribe and yet remain unscathed? We merely attempted to rob a water palace and nearly faced dire consequences from those Sea Tribe members. The ancient emperor of Tianmong seethed with indignation. Had it not been for the fear of igniting a war between the two clans, he would have taken action long ago. He was prepared to confront the monstrous emperors of the sea, even if it meant facing death. The other ancient emperors shared his sentiments, many of them already bracing themselves for a ruthless onslaught. Only the ancient emperor of the Tianhu remained composed, his expression dark as he admonished, enough of this. Raiding the water palace and provoking a conflict between our clans. If this reaches the ears of the celestial sovereign, do you think you'll have a chance to survive? His words silenced the assembly. While they might not fear the Sea Clan's monstrous emperors, the dread of the celestial sovereign was another matter altogether. The thought of what repercussions awaited them should the celestial sovereign learn of their actions caused the once arrogant ancient emperors to shrink back in trepidation. In the space of the divine burial coffin, Lu Xian activated his cultivation technique, transforming his physical form into a chaotic divine furnace that devours all. Before absorbing the resources plundered from the sea tribes, Lu Xian first retrieved the elixir of immortality. This was the precious elixir bestowed upon him by a celestial being of an alien race. Or one could say it was an elixir that Lu Xian had seized from them. By refining this elixir, he could extend his lifespan by a millennium, effectively resolving all his predicaments. For at least the next 1,000 years, he would be free from the anxiety of mortality affecting his combat prowess. This elixir of immortality contained an immense essence of life. Should he absorb it using his original cultivation method, it would take at least a century to fully refine it. However, now, with his form transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, he completely refined and absorbed the elixir in less than a year. An endless stream of life essence surged into Lu Xian's body, dispelling all negative conditions. At this moment, Lu Xian had truly restored himself to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Not only had he regained his former strength, but he had also added a millennium to his lifespan. He need no longer worry about the insufficiency of lifespan. This elixir of immortality could only extend his life for 1,000 years. If he could not break through to the Emperor Venerable realm before that time, he would require additional elixirs to prolong his life further. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his eyes shining with fervent excitement. The ancient sovereigns of alien races, who could live for 100,000 or even 200,000 years, largely relied on elixirs of immortality to extend their lifespans. However, among the human race, such elixirs are scarce. Consequently, some human emperors, as their lifespans approached their limits, chose to align themselves with alien factions in exchange for these life-prolonging potions. Of course, there exist certain long-lived families and enduring paths within humanity that possess elixirs of immortality as well, but their quantities are limited and not accessible to all. Currently, Lu Xian had already attained a lifespan of 10,000 years, rendering the pursuit of immortality unnecessary for him. He was confident that this decade-long lifespan was sufficient for him to ascend to the realm of Emperor Venerable. Once he achieved the status of Emperor Venerable, he would possess at least 200,000 to 300,000 years of life, alleviating any concerns regarding longevity. With the issue of lifespan resolved, Lu Xian devoted himself to the cultivation of the Chaotic Emperor technique. His mastery of this technique had reached the 2nd level. Should he succeed in breaking through to the 3rd level, it would equate to attaining the Emperor Venerable realm. Countless heavenly materials, rare treasures, and sacred elixirs continued to be absorbed and assimilated by him. Lu Xian's cultivation speed was continuously soaring. Centuries passed swiftly in this burial space of the divine coffin. When Lu Xian opened his eyes once more, his chaotic body had attained a state of perfection. This signified that his 2nd level of the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique had also reached a state of completion. The 2nd level of the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique, now perfected, corresponded to the pinnacle realm of the Great Emperor. Coincidentally, it aligned perfectly with Lu Xian's original realm. With the 2nd level of the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique perfected, the next step was to break through to the 3rd level. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level, he will ascend to the status of an Emperor-level powerhouse. Even if he cannot contend with the esteemed Emperor-level beings of the human race, he would not be utterly defenseless. At the very least, safeguarding himself in their presence should pose no challenge. However, the 3rd level of the Chaotic Emperor Sutra is not easily surmountable. The 3rd level of the Chaotic Emperor Sutra is known as the realm of chaotic fusion. To merge with the Great Tao and become an integral part of it is the hallmark of the Emperor realm. Lu Xian's gaze sparkled with brilliance. The typical human imperial sovereign, too, engages in the fusion of Tao, but they intertwine with the 9 imperial laws derived from the heavenly Tao. Mastery of these imperial laws is a requisite for attaining the imperial sovereign realm. Given that the imperial laws beneath the heavenly Tao are limited to 9, the number of imperial sovereigns within the human realm can never exceed this figure. However, the chaotic heavenly emperor scripture that Lu Xian practices does not necessitate the fusion of imperial laws. Instead, it seeks to directly harmonize with the great Tao of the universe. The avenues of the universe are countless. The 9 imperial laws under the heavenly Tao pertain solely to the realm of humanity, rendering them inapplicable to the alien territories. The ancient sovereigns of those foreign races do not require the fusion of imperial laws. Rather, they forge their own paths to achieve the ancient sovereign realm. This holds true not only for alien races but also for the demonic and beast races. The chaotic heavenly emperor scripture is, in essence, quite similar to the methods employed by these alien, demonic, and beast races in their pursuit of enlightenment. However, the paths they ultimately integrate differ based on their unique cultivation techniques and individual comprehension of the Great Tao. Consequently, ancient sovereigns who amalgamate diverse avenues possess vastly varying strengths. Although Lu Xian stands at the pinnacle of the emperor realm and has once touched the threshold of the Great Tao, he has been hindered by the limitations of human cultivation methods, preventing him from independently comprehending the essence of the Tao. Now that he has attained the chaos body, unbound by the constraints of heavenly laws, he finds it significantly easier to perceive the principles of the Great Tao. As he releases his primordial spirit, he is suddenly struck by the sensation that an infinite number of Tao principles traverse the cosmos. These principles resemble a colossal, towering tree, extending from the void's edge and branching out into myriad trunks and limbs. They also evoke the image of vast arteries crisscrossing the expanse of the sky above. Lu Xian once again delved into the profound mysteries of the Chaos Emperor Sutra. According to the teachings inscribed within, the great way of heaven and earth encompasses both strength and weakness. The potency of these cosmic laws is determined not only by the inherent nature of the laws themselves, but also by the number of beings who cultivate a particular path. When numerous practitioners engage in the same great way, the power of that path becomes diluted, shared among countless individuals. Consequently, the strength of those who cultivate that path diminishes. In contrast, should one choose a path of solitary cultivation, their combat prowess will undoubtedly surpass that of those who share their path with many. Lu Xian's primordial spirit traversed to the very edge of the cosmos, where he beheld the existence of countless celestial pathways. Although he could not discern the ultimate destination of these grand laws, he was able to sense their strength through their varying thickness. Moreover, he perceived indistinct silhouettes interwoven with these celestial pathways. These shadows represented the practitioners who had embraced these paths. Within the scope of Lu Xian's vision, numerous celestial pathways remained unclaimed, while several others bore witness to multiple practitioners merging with their respective paths. At this juncture, in order for Lu Xian to transcend to the third level of the chaotic heavenly emperor scripture and attain the status of an emperor, he must select a celestial pathway to merge with. My cultivation revolves around the supreme void sword canon, and my greatest strength lies within the sword path. Logically, it follows that merging with the sword path would be most conducive to my development. Lu Xian's gaze radiated with unwavering determination. The path of the sword was undeniably the most fitting for him. However, upon discovering a sword doctrine that traversed the heavens and the earth, his expression shifted slightly. This doctrine was evidently magnitudes more formidable than the surrounding cosmic laws. Yet, upon this singular sword doctrine, there were already numerous shadows present. This indicated that at least several dozen individuals had merged with the sword path to attain the status of emperor. Though these shadows were not necessarily all of the human race, they nonetheless illustrated that many had already integrated the sword laws. Should Lu Xian choose to merge with the sword path, he would inevitably have to share the power of the sword laws with these individuals in the future. Even if this sword doctrine was somewhat superior to other cosmic laws, it would still fall short compared to the other grand paths. Unless Lu Xian could attain sufficient strength to vanquish all the emperor-level beings who had merged with the sword laws, he would never monopolize the sword path. However, such an endeavor was far from simple. Among the human race, there were merely 9 emperors, while within the realm of sword laws, there were as many as 20 or 30 who had integrated the sword path. The prospect of locating and defeating them seemed nearly impossible, though the sword path was potent. Sharing it with others rendered the pursuit of cultivation utterly unnecessary. Lu Xian's countenance was grave, although reluctant to abandon the way of the sword. He found himself compelled to seek alternative paths of profound principles. Lu Xian held himself in disdain, unwilling to share a singular path with others. As his primordial spirit departed from the realm of the sword path and ventured towards other profound principles, his expression grew increasingly somber. He could sense that numerous profound principles were actively repelling his primordial spirit's approach. This aversion stemmed from his lack of cultivation in the corresponding principles, rendering any attempt to merge with them impossible. The foundation of unifying with profound principles lies in the necessity of comprehending the corresponding powers of those principles. Lu Xian has not cultivated the powers of those laws, and thus cannot merge with their grand principles. If my strongest swordsmanship cannot be chosen, I must resort to alternatives. Yet my cultivation in other grand paths remains far from the realm of their laws. Is it truly the case that there are no other suitable paths for me to choose from, aside from the sword? After half a day of deliberation, Lu Xian's primordial spirit still failed to discover a suitable path of the Great Tao, the swordsmanship principles, which were the most fitting for him and among the most potent laws, unfortunately, had already been shared among several dozen individuals. In addition to this singular swordsmanship principle, he encountered a few other laws that bore some connection to his swordsmanship, yet they paled in comparison to the sword principle itself. Thus, Lu Xian dismissed the notion of selecting any of them. Should he opt for these alternative paths, his future achievements would be severely limited, leaving him to lament his decision and face the arduous task of starting anew. Choosing a new path not only necessitated relinquishing his previous cultivation, but also demanded the arduous endeavor of mastering an entirely fresh set of principles. The time wasted in such endeavors is one concern, but whether he could attain his former level of mastery remains uncertain. Moreover, the transition would adversely affect the very foundation of his great Tao. This elucidates why, when selecting a path of integration, once a choice is made, it is seldom altered thereafter. Should the foundation of the great Tao be compromised, even the most exceptional talent would face significant hindrances on the path to enlightenment and immortality. In severe cases, it could even result in a complete severance from the celestial path. Lu Xian naturally did not wish to change his path in the future, so he could only make a single, decisive choice regarding the great Tao he was to cultivate. None of these paths seemed suitable for him. Must he truly opt for the sword Tao? Lu Xian's primordial spirit was once again drawn to the allure of the sword path, due to his profound mastery of swordsmanship. The laws of the sword would actively beckon his spirit to draw near, enticing him to merge with the path. Yet, Lu Xian resolutely declined once more. He was unwilling to share the great Tao with anyone. Far from the realm of the sword laws, Lu Xian's primordial spirit soon beheld a path of laws far grander than that of the sword. Before he could approach, it became evident to Lu Xian that this was the path of the physical body. According to the records of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's scripture, the path of the physical body is one of the 10 primordial paths. The primordial paths are the original ways birthed from the cosmos. There are 10 in total, and the path of the physical body is among them. Thus, throughout history, many have chosen the path of the physical body. Lu Xian's gaze fell upon the source avenue, his expression imbued with excitement. He sensed that the physical path was also beckoning his primordial spirit closer. This indicated that should he choose to merge with it, the physical path could indeed be an option. Opting for the source avenue undoubtedly promised a brighter future than the sword path. However, upon observing the myriad of indistinct shadows along the physical path, he promptly abandoned this notion. There were nearly 100 vague silhouettes on the physical avenue, suggesting that at least that many had attained the status of emperor through this path. Although the physical path was significantly more formidable than the sword path, the presence of nearly 100 contenders vying for the power of the avenue made the latter a more prudent choice. Despite the immense allure of the physical path, Lu Xian resolutely chose to forego it. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, there existed 10 source avenues, of which the physical path was merely one. Beyond it, there were indeed 9 other source avenues, among which surely lay one that would suit his aspirations. Lu Xian's primordial spirit departed from this region, continuing onward. Soon, he beheld a grand path, comparable to that of the physical body. Before his primordial spirit could draw near, he already sensed the overwhelming power of flames. Hiss! This is the path of fire. It is also one of the 10 fundamental paths of origin. Lu Xian took a deep breath. The fire origin path is intertwined with countless laws. These are the myriad lower-level laws derived from the fire origin path, all related to the principles of fire. It must be said that this fire origin path is indeed a formidable source path. Unfortunately, Lu Xian's comprehension of fire laws is rather superficial, and his primordial spirit does not resonate with this fire origin path. As his primordial spirit ventured away from this region, it encountered several other source paths. Yet, none of them were compatible with his spirit. As he approached the edge of the world, the laws had become exceedingly scarce, and even Lu Xian felt a sense of urgency. He had abandoned the sword path laws. Among the 10 source paths, he did not choose to merge with the physical source path or the metal source path, both of which were suitable for him. Now, the options available to him among the laws had dwindled significantly. Is there truly no law path suitable for my selection? Lu Xian's expression grew solemn as he contemplated whether to retreat, pondering the choice between the Tao of sword laws and the primal paths of the body and the metal source. However, at that moment, his primordial spirit seemed to sense a formidable gravitational pull. This force emanated from the very edge of the cosmos, compelling Lucien's primordial spirit to surge uncontrollably forward. In an instant, his spirit traversed countless realms of Tao laws, arriving at the ultimate boundary of existence. Before him lay only 10 primal paths. These 10 primal paths resembled colossal rivers, cascading from the edge of the universe and extending into deeper realms below. The primordial spirit of Lucien had just emerged from the regions below. Thus, he understood that the areas where these fundamental paths extended were replete with countless laws of the great Tao. 10 primordial paths manifested here, subsequently evolving into the myriad paths of heaven and earth. Hence, is this the terminus of the great Tao? Lucien gazed around with fervent excitement. The force that beckoned his primordial spirit seemed to emanate from an even higher realm. It was as if 10 fundamental avenues extended from that place. Or perhaps it could be said that it was the very origin of the evolution of these 10 fundamental avenues. Hiss. Why do I sense that the most suitable path lies there? Lucien took a deep breath. Even though he could not yet perceive the grand path that beckoned to him, he could sense from its formidable allure and affinity that it was undoubtedly the path most suited to him. It was even more fitting than the principles of swordsmanship and the other 2 primordial paths. Under the formidable allure, Lucien's primordial spirit continued its advance. As he approached the precipice of this realm, it seemed as though his spirit transcended an unseen barrier, arriving in an entirely new expanse. The sights before him rendered Lu Xian utterly astounded. At the edge of this universe, he beheld scenes that would forever be etched in his memory. In an infinite space, resplendent light shimmered everywhere. Above, celestial bodies danced, the sun, moon, and stars, intertwined with mountains and rivers, embodying the essence of all creation and the myriad worlds beyond. It appeared that the culmination of all existence converged here. At the horizon of the sky, a colossal waterfall cascaded from the heavens above, its radiant light flowing ceaselessly. What tumbled forth from this waterfall was not mere river water, but an inexhaustible stream of primordial essence. Countless strands of this primordial energy gathered beneath the waterfall, forming a vast lake. The 10 fundamental pathways of the cosmos emanated from this lake, branching out as 10 mighty rivers. Even if Lu Xian were not particularly astute, he could discern that by a stroke of serendipity, he had arrived at the true terminus of the Tao, the realm of origin. That waterfall was the very source from which the Tao was birthed. All pathways of existence extended from this ocean of primordial essence before him. The 10 fundamental pathways, being the initial manifestations of the Tao, were intrinsically linked to the ocean of origin, hence their designation as primordial pathways. Departing from this sacred realm, these 10 pathways absorbed diverse energies, giving rise to the myriad pathways of the cosmos. This was the very essence of the celestial paths Lu Xian had initially glimpsed. Here lay the very foundation from which all celestial paths were nurtured. According to the records of the chaotic celestial emperor's scripture, it is exceedingly rare for one's primordial spirit to reach the realm of origin. Yet now, his spirit found itself in this extraordinary domain. This revelation filled him with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Lu Xian's primordial spirit hovered above the source realm, gazing in astonishment at the swirling essence of origin before him. He could sense that it was not the 10 pathways of the origin that drew his primordial spirit here, but rather the vast sea of source energy right in front of him. Hiss. Why is this? Is it possible that I am meant to merge directly with the sea of origin? Lu Xian was taken aback. The Tao of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor recorded that all paths of heaven and earth originate from the sea of primordial source. However, this sea of primordial source is merely the root from which the great Tao emerges. It does not inherently contain any power of the Tao itself. If he were to truly merge with the sea of primordial source, what great Tao would that constitute? Just as Lu Xian was pondering in astonishment, his divine consciousness once again sensed that familiar allure. Under the influence of this force, his divine essence gravitated towards the sea of primordial source. Ultimately, he soared upwards along the cascading waterfall, reaching its apex. At the waterfall's terminus, his divine consciousness seemed to breach an invisible barrier, transporting him to an even more extraordinary realm. This was a space devoid of any trace of light. Here, all colors and all powers were obliterated. It resembled a primordial expanse, a realm of chaos. Yet, amidst this void, there lingered familiar energies drifting through the cosmos. Hiss. This is the essence of chaos. Having cultivated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique, Lu Xian was intimately familiar with the aura of chaotic energy. He was utterly certain that the energies wandering in this realm were indeed the essence of chaos. This place was saturated with chaotic energy. In an instant, Lu Xian's gaze brightened with realization. Could this truly be the land of chaos? Lu Xian was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was rendered speechless. The Chaos Realm, as recorded in the Chaos Emperor's scripture, is a place that transcends the realm of origins. In the aftermath of chaos, the Great Tao evolves. The Great Tao nurtures the essence, bringing forth order and rules within the universe. Thus, in the present world, all living beings comprehend the power of the Great Tao and harmonize with its principles. However, before the emergence of the Great Tao, there existed only chaos. In this primordial state, there is no distinction between day and night, nor between light and darkness. The essence of chaos gave rise to the 3,000 laws of chaos. Once, each of these laws possessed terrifying power, rivaling that of the complete Great Tao. Yet, ever since the chaos was shattered, these 3,000 laws have receded into the depths of the universe. Lu Xian never anticipated that his simple desire to choose a path of integration and ascend to the status of emperor would lead him to the enigmatic realm of chaos, a place scarcely reached by others. Even the ancient celestial emperors who practiced the chaos celestial emperor technique were unable to arrive in this domain. He could scarcely believe that he had been granted such a fortuitous opportunity. Lu Xian inhaled sharply with excitement. According to the records of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's Sutra, upon attaining the chaos body, one can cultivate the essence of chaos. With this essence as a foundation, there exists a certain probability of encountering the legendary realm of chaos. However, those who have previously practiced the Chaos Celestial Emperor's Sutra have never been able to access the realm of chaos. Even those formidable beings who ultimately achieve the status of Celestial Emperor have never laid eyes upon this enigmatic realm. Lu Xian found it perplexing how he had so effortlessly arrived in the land of chaos. Could it truly be attributed to his extraordinary luck? Just as Lu Xian was lost in thought, a transparent orb, no larger than a thumb, suddenly burst forth from his primordial spirit. This peculiar orb, which Lu Xian had unexpectedly acquired, was not a weapon, yet it possessed the remarkable ability to nourish the primordial spirit. Consequently, upon obtaining this orb, Lu Xian fused it with his own spirit. However, it now appeared that this orb was far from ordinary, and it held significant relevance to his arrival in this chaotic realm. Lu Xian stared in astonishment as the orb departed from his primordial spirit, suddenly erupting with resplendent beams of light. At the moment the orb began to radiate its myriad hues, the previously colorless and lightless expanse of chaos was instantaneously illuminated. However, even in its newfound brilliance, the chaotic realm did not transform into a vibrant kaleidoscope. Instead, it morphed into a dim and murky space. Lu Xian could even perceive the traces of the flowing chaotic energy. Simultaneously, he beheld a pearl suspended in the sky of this chaotic realm. Brilliant strands of law, resplendent in their power, emanated from the pearl, intertwining and merging with the chaotic expanse. In an instant, the heavens of this chaotic domain were adorned with intertwining chaotic laws. Hiss. This is the 3,000 laws of chaos. Lu Xian was utterly astonished. He had never realized that the bead he had inadvertently acquired contained the 3,000 laws of chaos. At that moment, he seemed to uncover the true origin of this bead. The Chaos Pearl. This must be the Chaos Pearl. Lu Xian's body trembled with excitement. The records in the Chaos Emperor scripture indicate that the Chaos Pearl encompasses the 3,000 laws of chaos, capable of birthing its own world. Moreover, the Chaos Pearl is the sole artifact capable of awakening the land of chaos. Judging by the scenes before him, the pearl he unexpectedly acquired must undoubtedly be the Chaos Pearl. His primordial spirit was drawn here precisely because of the Chaos Pearl. Rather than saying that the land of chaos attracted his primordial spirit, it would be more accurate to say that it lured the Chaos Pearl. At the same time, his eyes radiated a brilliant light. The Chaos Pearl, the 3,000 laws of chaos. He found himself with no further choices to make. In the vastness of the cosmos, no law could rival the power of the 3,000 laws of chaos. Nor could any force of the Great Path be more suitable for Lu Xian, who possessed the Chaos Pearl. With the Chaos Pearl in his grasp, Lu Xian felt no hesitation in choosing among the various chaos laws. All of the 3,000 laws of chaos were open for his cultivation. At that moment, the Chaos Pearl descended from the heavens. Returning once more to the depths of Lu Xian's primordial spirit, Lu Xian instantly sensed the distinct essence of the Chaos Pearl. Previously, the Chaos Pearl served solely to nurture his primordial spirit. Beyond that, Lu Xian was unable to perceive its origins or any other functions. However, at the moment when the Chaos Pearl fused with his primordial spirit, Lu Xian distinctly sensed the immense power of the 3,000 laws of chaos contained within. Within the Chaos Pearl, chaotic energy pervaded, with the 3,000 laws of chaos intertwining in a magnificent display. Possessing the Chaos Pearl bestowed upon Lu Xian an innate affinity for these chaotic laws. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, he could choose to merge with all the chaotic laws. Yet, as an individual, his energy was finite. Lu Xian was not an omnipotent deity. Even if he desired to integrate the 3,000 laws of chaos, it was not something he could achieve immediately. Thus, he could only select one that was most suited to him for fusion among them. Among the 3,000 laws of chaos, there existed the 10 most formidable laws, referred to as the 10 supreme laws. Lu Xian's eyes shifted, fixating on the 10 most formidable laws contained within the Chaos Pearl. These 10 supreme laws comprise the law of force, the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, the law of immortality, the law of demons, the law of life, the law of the 5 elements, the law of yin and yang, and the law of destruction. Mastering even a single one of these potent laws would grant the wielder the immense power to suppress the fundamental laws of the universe. Although the sword law among the 3,000 laws was quite suitable for Lu Xian, he did not choose it. To forego the most powerful law of force would be sheer folly. Earlier, in the realm of the Great Tao, the law of the physical body had shown considerable interest in Lu Xian, indicating that he was indeed suited for the path of the physical body. The law of force and the path of the physical body are intrinsically linked. Thus, selecting the law of force was indeed the most fitting choice for Lu Xian. As he made this selection, his primordial spirit immediately fused with the law of force. In that very moment of fusion, the law of force within the Chaos Pearl trembled, and countless resplendent runes surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a powerful technique inscribed within Lu Xian's mind, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Upon witnessing this technique, which provided a direct conduit to the law of force, Lu Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. This art, born of the law of force, could unleash unparalleled might when combined with it. Once perfected, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art would allow him to open a staggering 86,036 apertures within his physical form, enabling limitless transformations, such as sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms, manifesting the ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth, and wielding the extraordinary power to shape worlds. Lu Xian was completely captivated, for even with his extensive experience in imperial-level techniques, he never anticipated that such a formidable and wondrous method of cultivation existed in this world. By harnessing the chaotic energy to open his own acupoints, he could use these acupoints as his dantian. The human body contains a total of 108,636 acupoints. If all were unlocked, it would be akin to possessing 108,636 chaotic dantians. The amount of chaotic energy one could store within would reach an unimaginable magnitude. Originally, Lu Xian believed that the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique was already remarkably extraordinary, yet this Panwu Great Power technique proved to be even more astonishing. Of course, without the foundation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique to cultivate the chaotic body and master the chaotic energy, he would not even qualify to practice this Panwu Great Power technique. As Lu Xian acquired the Panwu Great Power technique, his primordial spirit returned from the realm of chaos. At the moment his spirit re-entered his body, Lu Xian opened his eyes. Although he did not succeed in merging with the Tao this time, he had nonetheless obtained the Panwu Great Power technique. Once he cultivates this technique to its first complete realm, he will be able to seamlessly merge with the laws of power and ascend to the realm of Emperor. Hence, Lu Xian was not anxious. Instead, he was filled with immense excitement. This Panwu Great Power technique is undoubtedly the most powerful of all techniques, capable of suppressing all others upon mastery. Under the weight of absolute strength, even the most supreme laws of space, time, and chaos will be utterly subdued. Within the confines of the God-burying coffin space, Lu Xian commenced his cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. This art is fundamentally distinct from the myriad techniques he had previously practiced. It is a discipline devoted entirely to the cultivation of the physical body, necessitating a substantial influx of chaotic energy to unlock the myriad acupoints upon the body. The greater the number of acupoints opened, the more formidable the physical strength one possesses. To achieve the first level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, one must unlock a staggering total of 108,636 acupoints. Only by fully opening all acupoints and transforming them into 108,636 chaotic dantians can one ensure a continuous flow of chaotic energy, thus attaining the consummate state of the first level of this divine art. It is only upon reaching this pinnacle that one becomes eligible to comprehend the principles of integration. Lu Xian did not waste any time. He swiftly activated the chaotic heavenly emperor art, transforming his physical form once more into a chaotic divine furnace, devouring the treasures seized from the aquatic realm. As various supreme treasures of heaven and earth were refined, they transmuted into countless streams of chaotic energy. Under Lu Xian's guidance, this chaotic energy began to surge into the acupoints within his body. With a resounding boom, his physical form trembled instantaneously, and he experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to the soul departing from the body. Simultaneously, a mysterious space emerged within him, a cavity opened by the chaotic energy. This cavity brimmed with chaotic energy, which, under its own tumultuous force, continually expanded, ultimately becoming a chaotic dantian. This encapsulates the complete process of opening the acupoints. No superfluous means are required. As long as the chaotic energy is sufficient, it can perpetually unlock all the acupoints of the physical body. Yet, it is precisely this chaotic energy that is the most elusive and precious. Lu Xian just estimated that the consumption of chaotic energy required to open this first acupoint is equivalent to a century of cultivation at the emperor level. Moreover, the initial stage of this formidable martial divine art necessitates the unlocking of a staggering total of 108,636 acupoints. The amount of chaotic energy required is simply astronomical. Lu Xian was acutely aware that the cultivation resources he had acquired from plundering the aquatic realm were insufficient to unlock all the physical acupoints within him. However, this was not the time for such concerns. His immediate task was to refine and absorb all the cultivation resources at his disposal. He would unlock as many physical acupoints as possible. If necessary, he could always venture back to the aquatic realm once he had fully absorbed these precious materials. Even before he had completely absorbed the resources in his possession, Lu Xian was already devising plans for another raid on the aquatic realm. If those aquatic emperors were to discover that Lu Xian viewed them merely as a source of wealth, they would surely be driven to tears. Time stands still in the pursuit of cultivation. After refining and absorbing all the cultivation resources in his hands, he had only managed to unlock over 30,000 acupoints within his body. This was still a considerable distance from achieving the first perfection of the divine power of Pangu. It seemed he would have to refine those imperial essences as well. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Xian directly consumed a source of the great emperor. His body had become a chaotic divine furnace, and this source was swiftly devoured and assimilated. It subsequently transformed into an immense volume of chaotic energy. The power of this great emperor's source was absorbed over a span of several decades. Once Lu Xian completely assimilated the source, he had barely managed to unlock fewer than 3,000 acupoints within his body. This outcome exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated that such a source would at most allow him to unlock 1,000 acupoints. The results were threefold greater than he had envisioned. He was astonished to discover that the efficacy of the great emperor's source far surpassed that of refining those rare heavenly and earthly treasures. Lu Xian beamed with joy. Had he known the remarkable effects of these emperor origins, he would have devoured and refined them long ago. As each emperor origin was assimilated, a continuous flow of chaotic energy emanated from within Lu Xian. By the time he had completely refined and absorbed all the emperor origins in his possession, several centuries had elapsed. In this brief span of a few hundred years, he had nearly perfected his Panwu great strength technique to the first level of completion. Currently, the number of acupoints he had opened exceeded 90,000. He was merely a little over 10,000 acupoints short of the total required for the first level's completion, which stood at 108,636. It is truly astonishing how effective these emperor origins are. If only I had a few more. My Panwu great strength technique would surely reach its first level of completion. Lu Xian was filled with indescribable excitement. This development was far ahead of his original plans. He had anticipated that even if he continued to plunder the water mansion, it would take a considerable amount of time to gather sufficient cultivation resources to achieve perfection at the first level of the Panwu great strength divine art. However, having already witnessed the benefits of the imperial source, why not directly seize the imperial source itself? Those cultivation resources would merely expedite his training, while the imperial source could extend his lifespan. Although a single imperial source would only prolong his life by a few hundred years, he had already absorbed nearly 30 imperial sources. These 30 imperial sources had significantly increased his lifespan by almost 10,000 years. The effect rivaled that of an immortality elixir. Now, he had nearly 20,000 years of life remaining. Even if he failed to break through to the Emperor Zun realm, he need not worry about his lifespan running short. As the old adage goes, gold belts can only be obtained through murder and arson. And it certainly proved to be true. Lucien burst into hearty laughter. In the past, he adhered to the constraints of morality, striving to be virtuous. However, now that he has liberated himself, he has come to realize that cultivation can indeed be remarkably simple, as long as he possesses the audacity to kill and seize. Boundless resources for cultivation will be at his disposal. During this session of cultivation, Lucien exhaustively consumed all his resources without a hint of regret. Had it been in the past, depleting such a vast amount of cultivation resources would have caused him immense anguish. Now, with his liberated mindset and unrestrained spirit, he perceives the world to be infinitely broader. A visit to the water mansion is still in order. Lucien emerged from the god-burying coffin, a smile radiating from his face. Indeed, this aquatic realm is truly a land of fortune for me. At this moment, he remained at the depths of the abyssal sea. The surroundings were still in disarray, the once resplendent aquatic palaces laid to waste by his single sword strike. Lucien could only opt for a new underwater palace to plunder. Soon, he descended into a new maritime realm, where an endless expanse of the oceanic world unfolded before him, adorned with magnificent underwater palaces, each imposing in stature, scattered throughout. Lucien also observed that these aquatic territories appeared to have fortified their defenses. Above the domains of these water estates, imperial-grade formations had been activated, evidently designed to thwart his advances. However, to Lucien, these imperial-grade formations seemed almost non-existent. His gaze turned toward the interiors of each water estate, searching for traces of the aquatic demon emperor. Having already uncovered the profound applications of the emperor's essence, this time his intentions extended beyond merely plundering the water estates. His primary objective was to seize the emperor's essence itself. Lucien did not conceal his presence, and thus, upon his arrival, the various sea-tribe demon emperors sensed his emergence. Instantly, those demon emperors became exceedingly tense. It is he, the god of death, Lucien, has returned. In a state of panic, these sea-tribe demon emperors hurriedly exited their aquatic abodes, activating all the formations within their respective territories. Lucien cast a glance towards the water domain, and to his astonishment, he discerned that it was enveloped by no fewer than 3 to 5 layers of imperial-level formations. If it were merely a singular imperial-level formation, with Lucien's prowess, dismantling it would be a trivial task. However, with the additional layers of formations intricately intertwined, even Lucien would need to invest a modicum of time to breach them. Just as Lucien hesitated for a fleeting moment, 4 to 5 dozen sea-tribe demon emperors emerged from the surrounding water domain. Furthermore, in the distance, there were even more formidable demon emperors advancing towards this locale. In the span of mere moments, over 100 sea-tribe demon emperors had gathered in this maritime expanse, the majority of whom had attained the pinnacle of demon emperor strength. The simultaneous appearance of these sea-tribe demon emperors was clearly a premeditated ambush awaiting Lucien. As these demon emperors materialized, powerful imperial-level formations began to manifest around Lucien as well. Lucien furrowed his brows as he glanced over. In that fleeting moment, the imperial-level formations surrounding him had already amassed to over a dozen layers. Suppressed by such a multitude of imperial formations and encircled by more than 100 sea-clan demon emperors, even Lucien's countenance slightly changed. He had underestimated them. He never anticipated that these sea-clan demon emperors would exhibit such remarkable unity. Lucien furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that these sea-clan demon emperors would unite against him. Such an occurrence would be nearly inconceivable among other races. Take, for instance, the foreign tribes. Although there are celestial sovereigns to suppress them, their ancient emperors would not collaborate so harmoniously. To gather 100 ancient emperors to confront him would be a nearly impossible feat, and even if such a gathering were to occur, it would certainly not transpire in a fleeting moment. Yet, in the realm of the Sea Clan, all of this seemed remarkably ordinary. Since Lucien had subdued those aquatic realms, less than half an hour had elapsed in reality. Astonishingly, within this brief span, they had managed to assemble over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors. Such a capacity for mobilization and unity is unmatched by any other race. Lucien had not anticipated this. In an instant, surrounded by a multitude of imperial-level formations and over 100 sea-tribe demon emperors, he found himself lacking absolute confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Having guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, Lucien never imagined that the first crisis he would encounter upon leaving his mountain would arise amidst the sea-tribe of the realm. After all, the sea-tribe had long been regarded as the weakest of all races. Consequently, over the years, both humans and other races, as well as the demon tribes, have traversed the realm's sea with impunity. Now, as Lu Xian was encircled by so many Sea Tribe demon emperors, he truly witnessed the formidable power of the Sea Tribe. Just as Lu Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation of a solution, a peak demon emperor stepped forth from the throng of demon emperors. Lu Xian gazed over, beholding a Sea Tribe demon emperor whose species was indiscernible. Having transformed into human form, he exuded an aura of dominion befitting a ruler of the depths. The surrounding Sea Tribe demon emperors, upon his emergence, respectfully retreated several steps, clearing a space for him. From this alone, it was evident that this Sea Tribe demon emperor was no ordinary being. As he approached the formation, he cast a penetrating glance at Lu Xian through the barrier. His deep blue eyes ablaze with an unquenchable fury. He thundered, "Lu Xian, the Sea Tribe and your human race have always maintained a respectful distance. Who granted you the audacity to unleash slaughter within my territory? Do you truly believe that the Sea Tribe is devoid of guardians?" His words were imbued with overwhelming authority. And behind him, a colossal true dragon avatar materialized. Even Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the magnificent true dragon manifestation. The ability to cultivate such a form indicated that this Sea Tribe demon emperor possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. The true dragon bloodline is a lineage of ancient provenance. Possessing even a trace of it sets one apart from the ordinary sea demons. It was no wonder that the over 100 Sea Tribe demon emperors surrounding him exhibited such profound respect in his presence. Lu Xian had never anticipated that within the current realm of the oceanic race, there existed a sea monster possessing the bloodline of a true dragon. Although the true dragon lineage once reigned supreme among the oceanic clans in ancient times, that was merely a legend from countless eras ago. In this world today, the traces of true dragons have long vanished. Even the beasts bearing the true dragon bloodline have become exceedingly rare. Who would have thought that amidst the oceanic race, widely regarded as the weakest, there still existed a sea monster with true dragon heritage? Nevertheless, even with this sea monster emperor's true dragon bloodline, it did not instill any fear in Lu Xian. Lu Xian's prowess had long transcended that of an emperor, possessing the terrifying strength of a semi-divine being. With the cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine skill, his combat power had increased exponentially compared to before. Within the realm of emperors, no one could stand against him. In response to the challenge from this Sea Clan demon emperor, Lu Xian refrained from idle chatter. His voice, though not loud, resonated with greater authority than that of the Sea Clan demon emperor, declaring, "Survival of the fittest is an immutable law of the universe. If you surrender the treasures within the water palace and provide me with 10 sources of emperor essence, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Lu Xian dare to threaten them, the Sea Clan demon emperors were left in stunned disbelief. What audacity! This fellow is utterly arrogant. Do not restrain me. I must annihilate him. Does he even comprehend the gravity of his words? He demands we relinquish our treasures and bestow upon him 10 sources of emperor essence. Has he lost his mind? In my thousands of years, I have never encountered such a brazen individual. Lu Xian, are you insane? It is you who is surrounded, and yet you speak as if we are the ones encircled. The Sea Clan demon emperors, seething with rage, were eager to charge forth and eliminate Lu Xian. However, they were acutely aware of his formidable strength, and thus, none wished to be the first to act. Ultimately, their gazes turned toward the pinnacle demon emperor with the bloodline of the true dragon, collectively imploring, "Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, we beseech you to intervene and eliminate this arrogant fool, so that he may understand that our Sea Clan is not to be trifled with." Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor? Lu Xian's gaze once again fell upon the peak demon emperor possessing the bloodline of a true dragon. After a brief observation, he discerned the creature's true form and could not help but scoff. "A three-headed flood dragon? And you dare to claim the title of a dragon? It appears that your Sea Tribe is indeed a shameless lot, adept at embellishing your own reputation." The true form of this heavenly dragon emperor was merely a three-headed flood dragon that had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years. In his early years, within a certain ruin beneath the sea, he fortuitously absorbed a drop of true dragon's essence, which allowed him to evolve a trace of true dragon bloodline. Although the true dragon bloodline within him was exceedingly thin, it enabled him to become one of the overlords of the seabed within just 10,000 years. His greatest aversion was having his origins mentioned. Now, as Lu Xian unceremoniously pointed out his identity as a three-headed flood dragon, it incensed him to the point of fury. And he bellowed in wrath, "Lu Xian, you are courting death. I am a descendant of the true dragon. What right do you have to call me a three-headed flood dragon?" Lu Xian had not anticipated that these three-headed flood dragons would be so concerned about their lineage. This revelation unexpectedly unveiled their Achilles heel, prompting Lu Xian to laugh heartily and exclaim, "A mere three-headed flood dragon is nothing more than a water serpent. How dare you proclaim yourself a true dragon descendant? I have never heard of a true dragon producing a three-headed flood dragon. Haha. If you are intent on claiming a noble heritage, at least choose one that bears a closer blood relation to you. Or shall I conjure one for you? Ah. I recall that the three-headed dog also possesses 3 heads. Surely, you must be related. The next time you encounter others, just inform them that you are a descendant of the 3-headed dog, and no one will ever question it. When Lucien remained silent, he was unremarkable. Yet, upon speaking, he struck directly at the sore spot of the 3-headed serpent, particularly when Lucien remarked that the 3-headed serpent was closely related to the 3-headed hound. It infuriated the serpent to the point of spewing blood. Regardless of the circumstances, the 3-headed serpent certainly had a more pleasing name than the 3-headed hound. Lucien audaciously claimed he was the descendant of a 3-headed canine, a monumental affront. Alas, Lucien, you are courting death. How can such a creature even dare to be associated with me? I am a pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon, the authentic celestial dragon demon emperor. Lucien, how could you humiliate me so? If I do not sever your head from your shoulders, I. The 3-headed flood dragon roared in fury, yet was left speechless, repeating I for an eternity without articulating a single coherent word. Observing the 3-headed flood dragon seed with rage, Lucien found the spectacle utterly amusing. This creature, a scion of an ancient lineage, although less renowned than that of the true dragon, is undeniably one of the sovereigns of the sea. It was surprising to witness the 3-headed flood dragon so perturbed by its heritage, desperately attempting to assert its connection to the true dragon bloodline. This behavior was, indeed, beyond Lucien's comprehension. At this moment, witnessing the 3-headed flood dragon rendered speechless by its indignation, Lucien could only deem this creature's predicament as richly deserved. The exchange of insults between Lucien and the 3-headed Jiaolong left the surrounding sea demon emperors utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Particularly, when they witnessed the 3-headed Jiaolong being exposed by Lucien, seething with rage, the sea demon emperors struggled to contain their laughter. They were all too familiar with the origins of the 3-headed Jiaolong. However, since this creature had acquired the blood of a true dragon, none dared to refer to its original lineage. Over the years, it had been referred to as the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, and as time passed, even these sea demon emperors had nearly forgotten the true origins of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor. Now, with Lucien's revelation and his mockery of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor as a 3-headed dog, the sea demon emperors found themselves both angry and amused. Were it not for their respect for the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, they would have burst into laughter. Yet, due to the formidable strength of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, even if they wished to laugh, they dared not do so. Each sea demon emperor's face turned pale as they suppressed their laughter, still pondering Lucien's earlier words. Lucien's audacity is indeed more terrifying than an imperial-level assault. The 3-headed hound and the 3-headed flood dragon are closely related. This is undoubtedly the most amusing joke they have heard in years. While they take pleasure in witnessing the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor's misfortunes, they cannot simply stand by and watch him suffer humiliation. After all, these Sea Clan Demon Emperors rely on the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor to stand up for them. If they were to offend him, none could bear the consequences. Lucien, you have already fallen into our encirclement, yet you still dare to be so recklessly defiant. You truly seem unafraid of death. The Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor is the supreme sovereign of our Sea Clan. How bold of you to insult him so. If we do not teach you a lesson today, word will spread, and others will think our Sea Clan is easy to bully. A Peak Demon Emperor stepped forward, his expression grim as he fixed a piercing glare upon Lucien. Lucien beheld the true form of this demon emperor, which astonishingly resembled a sea serpent. It seemed to bear some connection to the sea serpent demon emperor he had previously slain. Lucien was not mistaken. The sea serpent demon emperor he had previously slain was indeed a descendant of this pinnacle demon emperor. Thus, he yearned to personally slay Lucien to avenge his progeny. Had it not been for his apprehension of Lucien's formidable power, this supreme demon emperor would have undoubtedly rushed forward. Upon witnessing someone rise in support of him, the expression of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor softened somewhat. Lucien, do you truly believe my Sea Clan is easily bullied? Today, you shall not leave here alive. As we unleash our wrath, you dare to insult my Sea Clan's Demon Emperor. If you escape today, how shall my Sea Clan maintain its standing in the future? Everyone, seize him and tear him to shreds. A mere human demon emperor dares to act wantonly in my Sea Clan. Let him understand that we are not to be insulted. Those Sea Clan demon emperors who had been stifling their laughter moments before now stepped forward, pointing at Lucien and hurling insults. A hint of a smile finally appeared on the face of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor as he raised his hand. silencing the cacophony of voices from the surrounding Sea Clan demon emperors. Over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors fell silent, awaiting the words of the heavenly dragon demon emperor. It is but a single human demon emperor. There is no need for us all to join forces. Should we get out? It might lead others to believe our demon race is devoid of strength. The heavenly dragon demon emperor stepped forward, entering a realm shrouded by layers of imperial-level formations. He appeared directly before Lu Xian, his expression cold as he glared at him, a derisive smile curling his lips. Lu Xian, do not say I do not offer you a chance. If you kneel and apologize now, I may yet show you mercy and allow you to leave alive. Persist in your obstinacy, and I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. As his words echoed, the surrounding Sea Clan demon emperors erupted in cheers. Well said. Kneel and apologize. Apologize to all of our Sea Clan. Let him kneel. Bow in repentance for the countless souls of our fallen Sea Clan. Killing dozens of our Sea Clan demon emperors and countless sea lives, merely bowing an apology is far too lenient. Capture him, imprison him in the depths of the earth, and let him endure the torment of fiery hell, a fate worse than death. Before Lu Xian could utter a word, the Sea Clan demon emperors had already devised plans for his punishment. As their excitement escalated, the heavenly dragon demon emperor raised a hand to quell their fervor. Lu Xian, have you made your decision? Kneel and apologize now, and perhaps you may yet preserve your life. Should you utter even a single word of defiance, I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences of offending me. As he spoke, the heavenly dragon demon emperor stepped forward, a colossal manifestation of a true dragon emerging behind him, its formidable aura pressing down upon Lu Xian like a mountain. Although the true form of the heavenly dragon demon emperor was that of a three-headed flood dragon, he had indeed acquired a drop of true dragon blood. With the power of this drop, the three-headed flood dragon had come to possess a trace of true dragon lineage. Despite Lu Xian's earlier mockery, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's prowess was undeniably among the pinnacle of demon emperors. In fact, the ancient sovereigns of other races that Lu Xian had encountered over the years would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against him. Lu Xian could discern at a glance that the heavenly dragon demon emperor, like himself, had already ascended to the realm of the half-respect. Moreover, as a member of the demon clan, the heavenly dragon demon emperor was not constrained by the celestial rules governing the human race, thus allowing him to assimilate Tao with greater ease than Lu Xian. Currently, the heavenly dragon demon emperor was on the cusp of the Tao integration realm, poised to step into the rank of demon sovereign at any moment. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Lu Xian, despite his pride, dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. However, the notion of bowing down and apologizing was utterly preposterous. Lu Xian had lived for 100,000 years, and he had never once known how to write the word apology. Even when he was once suppressed by the combined might of the 7 great sovereigns, he had never bowed to them. The heavenly dragon demon emperor was not yet a demon sovereign. How could he possibly warrant Lu Xian's apology? Confronted by these aggressive Sea Clan demon sovereigns, Lu Xian let out a cold chuckle, his voice low yet brimming with authority. You demand an apology from me? Huh. I fear my apology would be too much for you to bear. Upon hearing this, the Sea Clan demon sovereigns across from him were engulfed in fury. The heavenly dragon demon emperor trembled with rage, his eyes turning crimson as he bellowed, Lu Xian, this is your own choice. I hope you do not come to regret it. As soon as his words fell, the true dragon avatar behind the heavenly dragon demon emperor lunged towards Lu Xian. This half-step Tao integration true dragon avatar possessed terrifying strength, capable of challenging even the junior sovereigns. As the true dragon avatar surged forth, the surrounding sea for thousands of miles was stirred into countless water vortices, all rushing towards Lu Xian. The heavenly dragon demon emperor let out a cold snort, sweeping his hand to unleash a terrifying sword energy infused with the might of the turbulent sea, aimed directly at Lu Xian. Witnessing the heavenly dragon demon emperor's assault, the Sea Clan demon sovereigns erupted with excitement, shouting, Go! Eliminate him! How dare a mere human demon sovereign act so arrogantly among us? He must be annihilated without a trace. However, just as the Sea Clan demon sovereign's clamor subsided, they saw Lu Xian move. In the face of the sword energy from the heavenly dragon demon emperor and the suppression from the true dragon avatar, Lu Xian's eyes blazed with divine light as he coldly declared, A hybrid insect dares to draw a sword before me? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? His voice remained low, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Those Sea Clan demon sovereigns who had been clamoring for Lu Xian's demise were instantly left in stunned disbelief by the words that penetrated their minds. The heavenly dragon demon emperor, upon hearing Lu Xian's voice, nearly spat blood in fury. After all, he was a dignified heavenly dragon demon emperor, and Lu Xian had the audacity to humiliate him repeatedly, especially the term hybrid insect, which struck him like a dagger, inciting him to fury. The true dragon avatar roared in response to his rage, "Lu Xian, I shall not rest until you are dead." Yet, as his thunderous roar echoed, Lu Xian's voice once again pierced through his mind. "You were never a dragon. Is vowing not to be a dragon not a jest?" The heavenly dragon demon emperor was directly breached, spewing forth a mouthful of old blood that soared dozens of feet, his body trembling in fury. At the very moment the heavenly dragon demon emperor expelled blood, Lu Xian made his move. A torrent of sword light erupted from behind him, cascading like innumerable meteors plummeting from the heavens, instantly shattering the true dragon's avatar. As the true dragon's avatar was cleaved apart by the sword light, the heavenly dragon demon emperor, who had just vomited blood, coughed up another stream of black blood, his entire being resembling one who had sustained grievous injuries. The true dragon's avatar encompassed the entirety of his strength and was intricately linked to his imperial loss. Now that the true dragon's avatar lay in ruins, a significant portion of the heavenly dragon demon emperor's power evaporated in an instant. In that moment, the heavenly dragon demon emperor truly comprehended the formidable and terrifying might of Lu Xian. He had previously believed his own strength to surpass that of Lu Xian, especially since he had fused with the essence of the true dragon. However, this single strike had awakened him to the stark reality. The chasm between him and Lu Xian was akin to that between heaven and earth. Though both stood as half-step revered beings, he could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Xian. At that moment, the heavenly dragon demon emperor shed all remnants of his prior pride and arrogance. Only boundless dread and panic remained in his gaze. Originally hailing from humble origins as a three-headed flood dragon, he had painstakingly acquired the essence of the true dragon, cultivating a trace of its bloodline and ascending to the status of the heavenly dragon demon emperor, yet he never anticipated facing death so soon. In a fit of panic, he turned to flee. The notion of slaying Lu Xian or demanding an apology from him was utterly beyond his contemplation. To compel such a harbinger of death to apologize was tantamount to courting his own demise. However, by the time he came to this realization, it was far too late. Clap. Lu Xian was unaware of when he had appeared before him, but with a single step, he had trampled the heavenly dragon demon emperor into the muck. Lu Xian delivered a merciless kick, shattering the head of the celestial dragon demon emperor and revealing its true form. Moments ago, it had assumed a human guise, exuding elegance as a three-headed Jiaolong, but now it reverted to its original state, a colossal two-headed Jiaolong, spanning hundreds of feet. Lu Xian's recent kick obliterated his head entirely. "I have stated that my apology is beyond your capacity to endure." Stepping upon the shattered remnants of the celestial dragon demon emperor's essence, Lu Xian cast a glance downward, his tone devoid of embellishment yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "What? Do you still require my apology?" At the very moment their gazes interlocked, the celestial dragon demon emperor trembled in terror, his two heads and four eyes reflecting nothing but sheer fright. He fervently shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no need. It is we who owe you an apology. We should not have offended you. We are the ones who should apologize to you." The once arrogant celestial dragon demon emperor now beseeched like a humble servant, desperately seeking forgiveness. Had he not been paralyzed by fear, he would have undoubtedly knelt before Lu Xian, prostrating himself in submission. For the sake of preserving his life, he would willingly sacrifice his own dignity, even if it meant shattering his skull in the process. For one who had clawed his way up from the depths, the notions of pride and reputation paled in comparison to the sanctity of life. With life extinguished, what purpose does pride serve? And as for dignity, can it aid in survival? Lu Xian had not anticipated that the heavenly dragon demon emperor would exhibit such a stark transformation. Observing the frenzied apologies of the heavenly dragon demon emperor, a trace of disdain flickered in Lu Xian's gaze. This creature was utterly inferior, even when compared to a mere fraction of the ancient emperors of other races. While the prowess of those ancient emperors might not surpass that of the heavenly dragon demon emperor before him, their integrity was far superior. They would never debase themselves to such an extent as to forfeit their dignity for the sake of survival. For such detritus, Lu Xian felt that even to slay him would tarnish his own hands. Nevertheless, even with sullied hands, Lu Xian would not let this opportunity slip away. Boom. Lu Xian once again stamped down, shattering yet another head of the dragon demon emperor. In the blink of an eye, only one head remained of the three-headed serpent. Lu Xian once again took action, instilling such fear in the heavenly dragon demon emperor that he was on the verge of tears. Realizing that Lu Xian would not spare him, the heavenly dragon demon emperor rose to flee, shouting desperately as he ran, "No, you cannot kill me. I am the demon emperor of the Sea Clan. Behind me stands an ancient demon sovereign. If you dare to take my life, my ancestor will not let you off lightly. It must be said, the threat posed by the heavenly dragon demon emperor held a modicum of weight. A demon sovereign of the Sea Clan, indeed? Lucien halted his steps, refraining from pursuing further. If he were to truly eliminate the celestial dragon demon emperor, it would lead to an unending conflict. Should a Sea Clan demon sovereign be provoked, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Although Lucien was confident, he was not so arrogant as to believe that he could confront the demon lord solely based on his own strength. Moreover, it was said that the Sea Clan had only 3 demon lords, ancient relics that had survived since the primordial era. The youngest among them had lived for over 1,000,000 years. A demon lord who could endure for such a duration, regardless of their perceived weakness, was certainly beyond Lucien's current capabilities to contend with. Just as Lucien hesitated, the heavenly dragon demon emperor had already frantically escaped the confines of the imperial grade formation and returned to the company of the Sea Clan demon emperors. Upon seeing the more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors surrounding him, the heavenly dragon demon emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Lucien and, as if transformed into a different individual, furiously shouted, "You, Lucien, dare to sever 2 of my heads. This grudge is one that we shall not share the heavens with. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that you do not leave alive." Observing the heavenly dragon demon emperor's renewed tirade, Lucien was left utterly astonished. This fellow truly had no sense of shame. Had he forgotten who had been begging for mercy at his feet moments ago? With regard to this self-destructive jester, Lucien could no longer contain himself. Damn it! Today, I shall engage in a fierce battle with the demon lord, and I will ensure that this pompous clown meets his demise. Lucien was utterly enraged. The heavenly dragon demon emperor had been teetering on the brink of destruction, and if Lucien did not eliminate him, he would surely lose his mind. The moment those words left his lips, Lucien took a single step forward, effortlessly penetrating the layers of imperial-level formations surrounding him. Under the might of his powers, those numerous imperial formations appeared as if they were non-existent. When Lucien reappeared, he had already descended before the heavenly dragon demon emperor. "I have spared you once before. Since you do not cherish this opportunity, it is time for you to depart from this world." Lucien's cold gaze fixated on the astonished heavenly dragon demon emperor, his voice imbued with a chilling aura, brimming with lethal intent. As Lucien's words echoed, a torrent of sword energy erupted from within the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body. This was a contingency left by Lucien during his earlier strike, poised to eliminate the demon emperor at any moment. Now, these sword energies surged forth from the demon emperor's form, and despite his status as a demon sovereign, he could not withstand their onslaught. With a resounding blast, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body exploded instantaneously, transforming into countless droplets of crimson mist. However, at the very moment the demon emperor met his demise, a furious roar resonated throughout the depths of the realm sea. "How audacious! You dare to slay one of my own?" As this wrathful voice reverberated, an overwhelming and terrifying presence enveloped the entire realm sea. The sea-dwelling demon emperors, who had trembled in fear at the death of the heavenly dragon emperor, now ignited with fervor upon hearing this voice. It was the return of the demon sovereign. The demon sovereign had awakened. One by one, those who had been quaking in fear moments before erupted into ecstatic cheers. What does it matter that Lucien was able to slay the heavenly dragon demon emperor? Now, what has arrived is none other than their Sea Clan's demon sovereign. With the demon sovereign taking action, no matter how formidable Lucien may be, he is undoubtedly no match. Lucien had not anticipated that after slaying the heavenly dragon demon emperor, a demon sovereign would indeed intervene. However, at the moment he struck down the heavenly dragon demon emperor, he had foreseen such an outcome, thus it did not come as a surprise. Confronted with the impending arrival of the demon sovereign, Lucien felt no trepidation. Rather, he grew increasingly composed. From the direction of the voice, it was evident that the Sea Clan's demon sovereign was still some distance away, requiring at least several dozen breaths before arriving at his location. With such a time frame, escape was simply not feasible. Moreover, he was acutely aware that fleeing before a demon sovereign was an impossibility. Therefore, it seemed more prudent to take a bold stance. Before the demon sovereign's descent, he would make a significant move. With a resonant hum, the Burial Heaven Divine Sword manifested, its terrifying sword cry echoing across the entire realm. The moment the sword's wail erupted, the smiles of the Sea Clan demon emperors froze in disbelief. None of them had expected Lucien to be so audacious as to dare act in the presence of a demon sovereign. Just as these Sea Clan demon emperors were momentarily stunned, the Burial Heaven Divine Sword descended. its formidable sword energy sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles of Sea Clan territory. Majestic Sea Clan water palaces were reduced to ruins. The imperial formation shrouded around these palaces were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the Burial Heaven Divine Sword. In an instant, over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors were also decimated by the sword's power. Countless invaluable emperor sources lay exposed before Lu Xian. Each emperor source signified the fall of an emperor. With this single strike, he had annihilated nearly 50 Sea Clan demon emperors. Lu Xian waved his hand, summoning the primal essences of these emperors, along with the celestial treasures that emerged from the water palace. Even in the face of death, he was determined to seize a fortune first. With this sword strike, he unleashed his utmost power, the results surpassing his expectations. One stroke felled nearly 50 Sea Clan demon emperors, sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles, annihilating sea creatures by the millions. This was indeed several dozen times more potent than when Lu Xian had previously made his move. It must be that after cultivating the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, his prowess had ascended to new heights. Lu Xian was filled with immense joy, realizing that this was the extraordinary power of the Panwu Great Strength technique, which bestowed upon him remarkable benefits. At this moment, with every movement he made, the over 90,000 meridians within him transformed into an equal number of chaotic dantians, continuously unleashing a terrifying amount of magical energy. It was a sensation of boundless and inexhaustible power. Even after unleashing such a formidable sword strike, Lu Xian still felt his magical energy brimming, his fighting spirit undiminished, without the slightest hint of fatigue. In the past, he could have only executed such a level of attack once or twice before depleting his magical energy. This was precisely the boon granted by the Panwu Great Strength technique. Although it did not elevate him to the realm of the Emperor, it had magnified his magical power countless times. Now, he no longer had to worry about being unable to fight due to insufficient magical energy. Moreover, he could unleash attacks of that magnitude thousands more times. Experiencing the advantages of the Panwu Great Strength technique firsthand, excitement radiated from Lu Xian's eyes. Even knowing that the demon sovereign was soon to arrive, he felt no inclination to retreat or fear. He had merely tapped into the magical energy of the Panwu Great Strength technique moments ago. Now it was time to test its combat capabilities. Lu Xian's eyes radiated a brilliant divine light. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique is a formidable power that enables the cultivation of the laws of strength, which stands as the foremost among the myriad laws of chaos. The might of this technique is undeniably immense. Particularly, the combat arts contained within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique are unparalleled in the realm. Engaging in battles across realms is merely a trivial matter. With the support of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique, Lu Xian already possesses the strength and confidence to confront an emperor. Currently, there remains just over 10,000 acupoints for me to reach the perfected state of the first layer of my Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique. Alas, time does not permit me to continue my cultivation. Lu Xian took a deep breath, feeling a sense of regret. If only he could be granted more time to perfect the first layer of the Panwu Great Strength Technique, he would be able to merge with the laws of strength and ascend to the status of an emperor in the realm of emperors. With the formidable power of the Panwu Great Strength Technique, it should be a trivial matter to withstand a demon sovereign. Alas, time was not on his side. A formidable sea-tried demon sovereign had already breached the oceanic barrier and appeared before him. This was a colossal demon sovereign, towering at a height of 10,000 zhang. Its massive body resembled that of a giant, yet it bore the head of a dragon, complete with a pair of majestic horns sprouting from its crown. As it moved, the immense form swayed, and the terrifying power of the Emperor's laws enveloped the entire oceanic expanse, transforming it into a forbidden zone. The Sea Tribe demon emperors, who had narrowly escaped death, trembled in fear beneath the overwhelming aura of the demon sovereign, each collapsing to the ground in fright. "We bow before the dragon python demon sovereign," they cried in unison, their hearts gripped by the terror instilled by Lu Xian's earlier sword strike. Had it not been for the arrival of the dragon python demon sovereign, they would have likely met their demise. Thus, upon witnessing the arrival of the dragon python demon sovereign, they felt as though they had encountered a savior, each experiencing a profound sense of relief from impending doom. The dragon python demon sovereign paid no heed to the sea-tried demon emperors, its furious gaze fixated intently on Lu Xian. With nostrils flaring, it exhaled massive columns of smoke, its voice booming with rage. "Have the human race become so audacious? A mere emperor dares to act recklessly in my sea tribe's domain, even going so far as to slay my kin. Who grants you such audacity?" As it spoke, The terrifying aura of the demon sovereign and the overwhelming power of the emperor's laws bore down upon Lu Xian. For an ordinary emperor, succumbing to such pressure would be inevitable. Even if they were not directly obliterated, they would be rendered immobile under the weight of the oppressive force. Thus, before the might of the dragon python demon sovereign's laws could descend upon him, Lu Xian had already steeled himself for a formidable response. However, when the emperor's laws manifested, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Xian's eyes. What was happening? Were the emperor's laws truly this feeble? Lu Xian was utterly astonished. The emperor's law of the dragon python demon sovereign was infinitely weaker than he had anticipated. He found that he did not need to exert all his strength to effortlessly withstand the suppression of the emperor's law. Soon, Lu Xian realized that it was not the emperor's law that was feeble, but rather that he had become exceedingly powerful. After cultivating the chaotic heavenly emperor technique and the Panga divine strength, his magical energy had long surpassed the standards of the emperor realm. Particularly, the Panga divine strength had elevated his magical prowess to an unimaginable level. Faced with the suppression of the emperor's law, Lu Xian remained utterly composed. With a cold shout, a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Panga golden body. As Lu Xian's voice echoed, over 90,000 acupoints within him released resplendent golden light. This golden radiance coursed through his skin and veins, enveloping Lu Xian entirely in its luminous embrace. The golden light was not merely a simple layer surrounding his form. It integrated seamlessly with his blood, bones, and skin, achieving a true fusion with his physical body. This was the essence of the combat technique recorded in the Panga divine strength, known as the Panga golden body. Only after mastering the Panga golden body could one unleash the myriad combat techniques contained within the Panga divine strength. Initially, Lu Xian had planned to wait until all 98,636 acupoints were opened before commencing his training of the Panga golden body. However, he could not afford to delay any longer. In the face of the demon sovereign's oppression, he had to employ every means at his disposal. With the chaotic energy from over 90,000 acupoints merging with his flesh, Lu Xian's Panga golden body was already taking shape. After achieving the Panga golden body, Lu Xian sensed the most significant transformation. The chaotic energy within the numerous acupoints, once disparate, now flowed as one under the operation of the Panga golden body. This energy could be commanded with ease, effortlessly unleashing its full power at a moment's notice. Under the watchful gaze of the dragon python demon sovereign, Lu Xian coalesced his Panga golden body and unleashed a punch toward the sky above him. The Panga divine strength fist. This was one of the many combat techniques recorded in the Panga divine strength, and when perfected, it not only allowed mastery over the laws of strength, but also the comprehension of the laws of fist combat. It was an invincible technique forged from the fusion of these two powerful laws. Lu Xian unleashed a powerful punch, causing the chaotic energy from over 90,000 acupoints to erupt forth. A whirlwind coalesced around his fist, resembling the descent of a demonic deity, parting the boundless sea in its wake. The dragon python demon sovereign, who had initially dismissed Lu Xian, was struck with astonishment upon witnessing this formidable blow. Could this truly be a mere emperor? It was evidently the might of an imperial sovereign. A glint of disbelief flickered in the eyes of the dragon python demon sovereign as he recognized the terrifying power behind Lu Xian's punch, which had already reached the level of an imperial sovereign's combat prowess. Even some ordinary early-stage imperial sovereigns might struggle to withstand such might. Fortunately, he was no ordinary imperial sovereign. As a renowned demon sovereign for several tens of thousands of years, the dragon python demon sovereign possessed earth-shattering strength. In response to Lu Xian's punch, he let out a cold shout, dismissing it as a feeble attempt akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He then retaliated with a punch of his own, summoning the laws of the imperial sovereign that trailed behind him, all converging onto his fist imprint. With a thunderous crash, the two fist imprints collided within the ocean, instantly transforming the surrounding million-mile expanse into a desolate wasteland. The seed-welling demon emperors, who had narrowly escaped death moments ago, would surely have perished had it not been for the protective presence of the dragon python demon sovereign. Hiss. Is Lu Xian truly just an emperor? What a farcical notion. Have you ever encountered an emperor capable of withstanding a demon sovereign? The dragon python demon sovereign, a figure of renown for countless millennia, had few rivals at the imperial sovereign level. Who exactly was Lu Xian to stand on equal footing with the dragon python demon sovereign? The seed-welling demon emperors, having escaped with their lives, trembled in fear. They had previously believed Lu Xian to be an ordinary emperor, which emboldened them to follow the heavenly dragon demon emperor in their attempt to besiege him. Yet, it was only now that they realized the depths of their folly. Lucian, this fellow, has reached a level where he can contend equally with the dragon python demon lord. Can one merely consider him an emperor? Who has ever witnessed such an extraordinary emperor? The dragon python demon lord, with a grim expression, found himself unable to subdue Lucian with a single blow. Instead, they fought to a standstill, which was a tremendous humiliation for him. He is a dignified emperor. How could he possibly share the stage with a mere human emperor? It felt as if he had been slapped across the face. As for Lucian, though he remained alive, he was on the verge of collapse. After exchanging a blow with the dragon python demon lord, his Panwu golden body nearly shattered, and more than half of the bones within him were broken. Even his over 90,000 chaos stanchions were largely destroyed by the demon lord's punch. That amounted to over 40,000 chaos stanchions, causing Lucian to grit his teeth in anguish. He had refined dozens of imperial essences to create these chaos stanchions, only to have them obliterated in an instant by the dragon python demon lord, returning him to a state prior to liberation. Although he maintained an appearance of calmness, he was far from comfortable. Merely managing to stand was already a significant achievement. Damn it all. He had underestimated the formidable power of the demon lord. Lucian furrowed his brow, secretly seething with anger. He had believed that with the formidable Panwu golden body and the Panwu divine strength fist, harnessing the power of over 90,000 acupoints, he would be capable of contending against the demon sovereign. Yet, reality delivered a crushing blow. It became evident that each individual who could attain the Emperor's sovereign realm possessed a terrifying strength. Even if he expended all his might, he would still fall short in the face of this dragon python demon sovereign. Moreover, he could sense that in the earlier confrontation, the dragon python demon sovereign had acted in haste, and that punch was far from his full power. Should the dragon python demon sovereign unleash his complete strength, Lucian would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. Indeed, there are no weaklings amongst the imperial lineage. Even the most feeble emperor sovereign is beyond the reach of an ordinary great emperor, unless he ascends to the emperor's sovereign realm himself. He would refrain from engaging with these emperor sovereigns ever again. Lucian no longer pondered the notion of confronting the emperor of the abyss. His sole desire was to escape swiftly. To evade the grasp of the dragon python demon sovereign would be a triumph in itself. Just as Lucian was rapidly devising a strategy to extricate himself, the dragon python demon sovereign had once again launched an assault. This esteemed demon sovereign, who had fought to a standstill against a human emperor, was now incensed beyond measure. Humph! How dare you attempt to ambush me? Such audacity is truly a flight of fancy. If this is all the power you possess, then you shall meet your demise. With a singular step, the colossal figure of the dragon python demon sovereign loomed before Lucian, its dragon python manifestation above emitting a fearsome roar as it opened its maw, lunging to devour Lucian whole. The true form of the dragon python demon sovereign clenched its fist once more, the laws of the emperor coalescing like a torrent around his hand, a cataclysmic punch that stirred tempestuous waves, aimed directly at Lucian. This blow represented the demon sovereign's genuine might, a single strike capable of shattering the heavens and annihilating the earth. Even among those of the emperor realm, few could withstand such a force. Lucian possessed a profound self-awareness. Before the fist could descend, he had already recognized his inability to withstand it. Thus, before the blow could land, Lucian bit his tongue until it bled, using the essence of his blood to swiftly inscribe a rune in the air before him. He then gathered the chaotic energy within him and infused it into the crimson rune, shouting with fervor, "It is now in your hands, whether life or death." As Lucian's voice echoed, the blood-red rune erupted into a resplendent golden light, enveloping his form just before the dragon python demon sovereign's fist could strike. In an instant, Lucian vanished from sight. The dragon python demon sovereign's punch meant only emptiness. Spatial loss. Damn it. How could a mere emperor wield the laws of a sovereign? The expression of the dragon python demon sovereign darkened as he fixated on the faint traces of blood left in the sea. He had not anticipated that his seemingly infallible strike would miss. However, what truly astonished him was that Lucian had managed to employ the spatial laws of a sovereign. Had it not been for this sovereign-level mastery of spatial laws, Lucian would undoubtedly have met his demise. After Lucian cast the spatial talisman, he had already closed his eyes. Whether it was life or death, he surrendered to fate. Am I still alive? When he opened his eyes once more, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Not only was he alive, but he had also escaped from the depths of the boundary sea. However, the dim surroundings caused Lucian to furrow his brow slightly. Where's this place? Moments ago, teetering between life and death, he had only been able to invoke the runes inscribed within the formidable martial arts technique of the Panwu, using his own blood to draw a spatial talisman. At that moment, Even he was uncertain whether the hastily drawn talisman would prove effective. Yet now it appeared that the spatial talisman was indeed quite useful, not only allowing him to evade the fatal blow from the dragon python demon lord, but also transporting him to this location. Nevertheless, Lu Xian remained unsure of where he had been conveyed to. Nonetheless, as long as he had escaped from the depths of the boundary sea, that was sufficient. He had not anticipated that the spatial talisman could indeed tear through space and facilitate his escape. Lu Xian reminisced about his earlier experience in inscribing the spatial divine symbols, still overwhelmed with excitement. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly astonished by the formidable prowess of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Whether it was the enlightenment technique he practiced, the Panwu Golden Body, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Fist, or the spatial divine symbols, all were merely the tip of the iceberg contained within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. The complete Panwu Great Strength Divine Art encompasses a vast array of powers, with various divine spells and incantations that embody the entirety of the 3,000 laws. It can be asserted that by mastering the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art to its utmost limits, one could attain mastery over the complete chaotic 3,000 laws. Thus, possessing this Panwu Great Strength Divine Art equates to acquiring the methodologies for cultivating all 3,000 laws. Previously, Lu Xian had been singularly focused on breaking through the Emperor's realm, dedicating his time solely to studying the enlightenment technique, leaving no opportunity to explore other spells and divine arts. Furthermore, it was due to the fact that the myriad techniques and spells recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art could only be truly unleashed upon reaching the second level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Lu Xian is still far from achieving the first major perfection. Previously, he had been compelled by circumstances to reluctantly attempt the methods of the talismans. To his surprise, the initial engraving of the spatial divine talisman yielded such remarkable results. Alas, in the battle against the dragon python demon sovereign, not only did I lose over 40,000 chaotic dantians, but I also nearly lost my life. It was a most unwise trade. Truly, it was far too unprofitable. Once I ascend to the status of Emperor Sovereign, I shall undoubtedly seek retribution. Lu Xian is not a magnanimous individual. His style is characterized by a principle of retribution. However, given the formidable strength of the dragon python demon sovereign, thoughts of vengeance must be set aside for the time being. It is only after he ascends to the rank of Emperor Sovereign that he can contemplate such matters. Although this time has resulted in significant losses, it has also yielded considerable gains. Lu Xian extracted the god burial coffin and materialized within its enigmatic space. This time, he retrieved all the resources acquired from the water manor. Besides the astonishing quantity of cultivation materials, he also obtained a remarkable 48 pieces of the Emperor's essence. I told you. This water manor is my land of fortune. Although I nearly met my demise at the hands of that old fellow, the rewards are simply overwhelming. Truly, surviving great tribulations brings forth subsequent blessings. Gazing at the vast array of cultivation resources and the Emperor's essences, Lu Xian couldn't help but beam with joy. Even the near-fatal encounter with the dragon python demon lord seemed trivial in comparison. After tallying these resources, he realized that just those 48 pieces of Emperor's essence were sufficient to elevate his Panwu Great Strength technique to the pinnacle of its first stage, with plenty left over. As for the other cultivation resources, they could be preserved for advancing the second stage of the Panwu Great Strength technique and the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art. With such an abundance of Emperor's essence before him, Lu Xian felt no reluctance in utilizing them. After refining and absorbing 24 pieces of Emperor's essence, the meridians within Lu Xian finally unlocked a staggering 108,636 apertures. This marked the completion of the first stage of the Panwu Great Strength technique. Lu Xian opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. Next, he would embark on the cultivation of the Panwu Golden Body. Lu Xian beamed with delight. After the activation of 100,836 acupoints, it was essential to consolidate the power from these acupoints in order to achieve the true Pangu Golden Body. Only by possessing the Pangu Golden Body could one aspire to reach the second tier of the Pangu Great Strength Divine Ability. Previously, during his encounter with the Sea Clan, Lu Xian had sought to condense the Pangu Golden Body in preparation for his battle against the Dragon Python Demon Lord. However, the Pangu Golden Body he had formed at that time was not complete. Now, by gathering the power from 100,836 acupoints, he was set to recreate the Pangu Golden Body, which would be the authentic manifestation. The process of condensing the Pangu Golden Body alone consumed nearly a century of his time. After 100 years, every aspect of Lu Xian's being, His flesh, sinews, bones, and skin had transformed into a hue reminiscent of gold. The energies of 100,836 acupoints had perfectly merged with the Panga golden body, allowing him to unleash an unfathomable strength with mere gestures. It was at the moment of the Pangu golden body's formation that Lu Xian also sensed the existence of the law of strength. The Panga great strength divine ability was fundamentally rooted in the law of strength, and the Panga golden body served as the foundation for comprehending this law. Lu Xian activated the celestial rotation of his martial golden body, and within him, the myriad of 108,636 acupoints radiated a resplendent golden light, converging into divine power that enveloped Lu Xian. Lu Xian casually attempted to strike, and with but a single punch, he could effortlessly obliterate a mighty emperor. Such terrifying strength could easily be likened to that of a deity, without an ounce of exaggeration. However, what truly delighted Lu Xian, surpassing even this divine power, was the law of strength. After cultivating the Panwu golden body, he sensed that he had seemingly brushed against the threshold of the law of strength. Now, each of his movements appeared to bear the imprint of this profound law. With the Panwu great strength divine art reaching its first major perfection, this moment presented an opportune chance for me to merge with the Tao and strive towards the realm of the Emperor. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Once he ascended to the realm of the Emperor, not only would his combat prowess undergo a monumental transformation, but his lifespan would also extend by an additional 200,000 to 300,000 years, having already surpassed 30,000 years due to the refinement of the Emperor's essence and the consumption of the immortal elixir. The prospect of adding another 200,000 to 300,000 years would render him nearly indistinguishable from immortality. This time, he must successfully merge the Tao and elevate to the Emperor's realm. Lu Xian, filled with excitement, let out a fervent roar. As his primordial spirit was released, it ascended once more to the very zenith of the heavens. Before him lay an infinite expanse of various laws of the great Tao. Perhaps due to Lu Xian's practice of the Panwu great strength divine art, the laws he traversed radiated goodwill, beckoning him to approach and merge with them. Some laws even gravitated towards Lu Xian's primordial spirit, eager to forcibly unite with him. This was a phenomenon Lu Xian had never encountered before, witnessing the laws approaching him. He could only hasten his pace to evade their vicinity. Having visited this place once before, Lu Xian's primordial spirit navigated effortlessly to the realm of origin. Upon entering this sacred domain, even the 10 great origin Taoists gravitated towards him. Among them, the Tao of the physical body emanated a resplendent radiance, striving to envelop Lu Xian's primordial spirit entirely. Lu Xian had never anticipated that he would truly become a coveted figure. Even the 10 fundamental avenues were drawn to him with such affinity. Had it not been for the law of strength, he would undoubtedly have chosen these fundamental avenues. However, having cultivated the Panwu great strength divine technique, his sole option now was the law of strength. His primordial spirit accelerated, evading these fundamental avenues and entering into the realm of chaos. The chaos that unfolded before him was markedly different from his first encounter. It now radiated with a newfound brilliance and vitality. The 3,000 rules of chaos enveloped the entire chaotic expanse. The moment Lu Xian's primordial spirit entered, all 3,000 chaotic rules trembled and converged towards him. Witnessing the chaotic rules draw near, Lu Xian found himself momentarily bewildered. Although he had contemplated reaching the state of simultaneously cultivating all 3,000 rules in the future, his current energies were limited, rendering it impossible to practice all 3,000 rules at once. Furthermore, he was in the process of merging paths. Once he chose a particular law, he could no longer integrate other laws. Thus, his objective was clear, to gravitate towards the law of strength, before the other 3,000 rules could catch up. His primordial spirit plunged headlong into the law of strength. Instantly, Lu Xian sensed an overwhelming force of law that nearly shattered his primordial spirit. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the Panwu great strength divine technique activated automatically, aiding him in counteracting the terrifying suppressive force emanating from the law of strength. As the technique operated, Lu Xian's Panwu golden body emerged within the law of strength. In an instant, the countless powers of law within the law of strength surged towards Lu Xian's Panwu golden body like a river rushing into a sponge. Within moments, Lu Xian discerned a mysterious connection forming between himself and the law of strength. When he closed his eyes, it felt as though he could leap directly into the law of strength. Of course, this was merely a figment of imagination. At present, he was only at the stage of merging paths. His physical form could not truly enter the law of strength. Only his primordial spirit could transcend the corporeal and fuse with this law. Then, through the guidance of his primordial spirit, he could summon the law of strength, borrowing power from the river of loss. The merging of paths, as it were, involved drawing on the strength of the laws to confront adversaries. Achieving true integration of the physical form with the laws could only be accomplished upon reaching a higher state of unity with the laws. This concept was also documented in the chaotic celestial emperor scripture. Should one attain this state of unity, it would mean that one's essence had merged with the laws, becoming a part of them. Reaching such a realm would elevate one's power to that of the transcendent beings who have ascended to immortality. Lucien has only just embarked on the path of the fusion realm, and he is still quite distant from achieving the harmony realm. Lucien closed his eyes, gradually perceiving the existence of the laws of power, drawing upon the strength of these laws. As the inexhaustible laws of power fused with his being, divine patterns began to emerge upon his golden body. These intricate patterns enveloped him, and the power they emanated continuously cleansed and transformed his physical form. The body, which had already attained the pinnacle of an emperor, began to evolve and metamorphose towards a higher realm of law under the influence of these divine patterns. The realm of the emperor is also known as the realm of the heavenly Tao. Prior to reaching this stage, although one could grasp the force of the laws, it was merely a borrowed power from the cosmos. Such a level of power could neither merge with the great path nor be utilized to transform the body. Only upon reaching the emperor realm, when the primordial spirit merges with the great path, can one ceaselessly absorb the power of the laws to reshape the physical form. The most significant distinction between the physical body of an emperor and that of the emperor realm lies in the fact that the latter's body is no longer a mere flesh and blood entity, but rather one entirely condensed from the laws of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it is often referred to as the law body. In comparison to the fleshly body of an emperor, the law body of the emperor realm has completely transcended the limitations of flesh. Even if this body were to be shattered or turned to ashes, the primordial spirit could still draw upon the laws from the great path to reconstruct the physical form. For those who have attained the emperor realm, as long as neither the primordial spirit nor the great path is utterly obliterated, total annihilation is impossible. Their law bodies are nearly immortal and indestructible. These realizations came to Lucien as he experienced the transformative power of the laws. It was only in this moment that he comprehended the absurdity of his earlier desire to slay the dragon python demon sovereign, no matter how formidable his strength. Even if he shattered the demon sovereign's physical form 1,000,000 times, it would inflict no harm whatsoever. The realm of the emperor is indeed a level of power that is difficult for even the most profound emperors to comprehend. Without entering the emperor realm, one shall forever remain incapable of understanding its might. Lucien's eyes gleamed with divine brilliance, his expression brimming with exhilaration and astonishment. He could sense that he was on the verge of achieving the body of the law and ascending to the status of emperor. As the ceaseless power of the law surged through his flesh, Lucien's entire aura underwent a profound transformation. After cultivating the law of strength, his body initially expanded to an unimaginable size under the reinforcement of the law's power. Subsequently, as the power of the law condensed, he reverted to his original form. Following numerous cycles of this transformation, the power of the law within Lucien had been refined to its utmost limit. At that moment, his physical body had entirely evolved into the body of the law. With a thunderous roar, Lucien's realm reached its zenith, just a hair's breadth away from ascending to emperor. In that instant, Lucien was overwhelmed with joy. Having guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years, he had always dreamed of reaching the realm of the emperor. Throughout this time, he had attempted to break through to the emperor's realm countless times. Yet he was repelled by the forces of the heavenly Tao, unable to succeed. For years, he had been trapped at the threshold of the half-step emperor realm, gradually enduring until the end of his lifespan. To his astonishment, not only had he found a second spring in life, but he was also on the verge of becoming an emperor. As Lucien prepared for his ascension, the chaos stirred, and the long-forgotten 3,000 laws of chaos re-emerged in the world. The 3,000 laws surged forth from the chaos, manifesting in the depths of the heavens. The law of strength intertwined with the cosmos, resonating with Lucien. With the emergence of the 3,000 laws, the great Tao roared, and the heavenly Tao trembled. Within the human race, the 9 emperors were all astonished, gazing upward at the sky. They cultivated the heavenly Tao, which nurtured 9 paths of emperor-level laws. Thus, the number of imperial clans within the human race had always been limited to 9. These 9 were the formidable beings who embodied these 9 paths of emperor-level laws, essentially representing the heavenly Tao. At the moment the 3,000 laws of chaos manifested, the will of the heavenly Tao simultaneously descended, enveloping the world in a terrifying aura. As chaos emerged, the heavenly mechanisms were thrown into disarray. The voice of the heavenly Tao's will resonated in the ears of the 9 emperors of the human race. Originally terrified, they now turned their gazes towards the sky, their expressions changing drastically. Master, what can we do? From within one of the vast emperor-level laws, a shadowy figure stepped forth, respectfully inquiring of the elder who embodied the will of the heavenly Tao. In that moment, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao's will appeared as an elderly man with white beard, clad in a flowing white robe, resembling an immortal with the appearance of youth despite his age. His gaze revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation, yet his eyes were fixed upon the ends of the universe, the source of all. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. The era of great contention is about to arrive. As my disciples, you must strive for the welfare of the human race. The number is finite, originally 9. In my earlier years, I left behind 9 paths of emperor-level laws. Therefore, the human race should possess 9 emperors. In this era of great contention, I, as your master, shall once again unveil the laws of the imperial sovereign for our human race. With the great transformation of 50, one shall be eluded. Thus our human race's imperial sovereign laws shall amount to 49. Today, I shall restore 40 imperial sovereign laws for our people. Henceforth, all members of the human race, those destined by fate, shall be able to merge with these laws and attain the status of imperial sovereign. As the voice of the heavenly Tao's will echoed, new imperial sovereign laws emerged in addition to the original 9. A total of 40 brand new paths of imperial sovereign laws manifested around the initial 9. These newly appeared 40 laws flowed like mighty rivers, suspended between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire territory of humanity. The 9 existing imperial sovereigns, already integrated with their laws, emerged from within the realm of the imperial sovereign laws, their ethereal figures filled with astonishment as they beheld the 40 new laws. Behind them stood their respective families, which housed numerous prodigies who had languished at the pinnacle of the emperor for countless years. With the advent of these new imperial sovereign laws, their younger kin now possessed the opportunity to ascend to the rank of imperial sovereign. What astonished them even further was the revelation that their master had opened up 40 paths of imperial sovereign laws all at once. Does this not imply that the number of imperial sovereigns among the human race could reach as many as 49? If indeed there were 49 imperial sovereigns among us, who in the realms could withstand the might of our people? To traverse the seas of realms, to push through foreign domains, and to sweep away the forbidden zones would be but a trifling task. Yet, this was not the end. The elder, embodying the will of the heavenly Tao, continued, stating that with the emergence of chaos, the very fabric of existence has transformed. The imperial sovereign is no longer the ultimate limit of this realm. A transcendent state above the imperial sovereign shall soon arise. Therefore, I shall establish a method of cultivation through the heavenly Tao for all of humanity. Anyone who practices my method of heavenly Tao cultivation shall surpass the imperial sovereign and achieve harmony with the world. As the elder's voice faded, countless runes simultaneously appeared within the minds of the 9 imperial sovereigns. These runes coalesced into the method of heavenly Tao cultivation. The 9 imperial sovereigns, immersed in the path of the laws, were filled with ecstatic realization as they comprehended the heavenly Tao cultivation method. It became clear that above the merging of paths lies the true harmony with the Tao. I have long pondered why my own realm has been unable to break through. The merging of paths merely utilizes the laws. Only through harmony with the Tao can one truly command the laws and become the sovereign of the laws. The sovereign of the laws. This indeed represents the realm beyond the imperial sovereign. The 9 great emperors of humanity were filled with immense joy. They had been trapped within the realm of the emperors for at least several 100,000 years, having already reached the pinnacle of their status. Yet, despite their relentless efforts over the years, they found themselves unable to advance further. They initially believed their lack of innate talent was the reason they could not ascend to immortality. However, upon receiving the celestial method of cultivation bestowed by the heavenly Tao, they realized that it was not their aptitude that hindered them, but rather the restrictions imposed by the laws of the Tao. Now, with the heavenly Tao granting them the celestial cultivation technique, they finally possessed the qualifications to harmonize with the Tao. Within the human race, there would be 49 individuals capable of unification with the Tao. I now bestow this opportunity, awaiting those fated to receive it. At that moment, the elder embodiment of the heavenly Tao spoke once more, waving his hand to infuse radiant light into the 40 new laws of the emperor. Within this brilliance resided the celestial cultivation methods. In the future, those who integrated the laws of the emperor and achieved a certain level of cultivation would be able to obtain the celestial methods from this source. The path to becoming an emperor is fraught with challenges, and the merging of Tao is arduous. Thus, I now create 10,000 lesser paths to the emperor for humanity. By merging these lesser paths, one may also attain the status of an emperor. The will of the heavenly Tao continued. As waves of Tao laws materialized in the void above, in a brief span, beneath these 49 great paths of the emperor, a staggering 10,000 new paths emerged. However, these paths were considerably smaller than the 49 great paths of the emperor. The 9 great emperors stared in astonishment at the 10,000 lesser paths, utterly shocked. Master, what is the significance of these 10,000 lesser paths to the emperor? A vague shadow emerged from one of the great paths and inquired in astonishment. The white-bearded elder, embodying the will of the heavenly Tao, stroked his beard and replied with a smile, the chaotic laws number 3,000, and there are also 3,000 great paths. Yet, in my heavenly Tao, there are only 50, one of which has been forsaken. This is indeed unjust. Therefore, I now establish myriad paths for humanity. Within the human race, 100 flowers may bloom, and myriad paths may flourish. Though these 10,000 lesser paths do not compare to your great paths of the emperor, they are still an evolution of the great Tao laws. Those who merge with the Tao shall become emperors. Those who unify with the Tao shall become masters of the laws. You ought to encourage the human race to unite in cultivation, hastening the fulfillment of our number of emperors. Thus, the will of the heavenly Tao completed its design, with 49 great paths of the emperor and 10,000 lesser paths. The number of emperors among humanity had astonishingly transformed from 9 to a potential future of 10,000. Even the 9 great emperors were left in utter disbelief. If humanity truly witnessed a surge of 10,000 emperors, they could scarcely fathom the magnitude of their power. A great era of conflict was about to unfold. And as the chaotic laws emerged, the heavenly Tao's intent sought to elevate the overall strength of humanity. Once humanity experienced the influx of 10,000 emperors, the power of the heavenly Tao would reach its zenith. The emergence of the 3,000 laws of chaos heralds a new era as the celestial design unfolds. Concurrently, the great Tao trembles, and the long-dormant pathways of heaven and earth arise from the depths of the void. The manifestation of these celestial pathways enables all sentient beings to more readily perceive the existence of the laws of the great Tao, although the Tao remains formless. It facilitates an increase in the number of those who merge with the Tao throughout the realm. However, Lu Xian is unaware of the celestial and cosmic arrangements at play. At this moment, Lu Xian has crossed the threshold into the realm of the Emperor. His primordial spirit has fused with the laws of power, cleansing his corporeal form with the might of these laws, and he has finally ascended to the Emperor's domain. A resounding boom erupted, akin to shackles that had been binding him from above being shattered in an instant. An incessant flow of law power surged into Lu Xian's being, integrating into the 636 chaotic dantians within him. Having just entered the Emperor realm, his martial body began to undergo a rapid metamorphosis. Not only has it become significantly stronger than before, but the 636 chaotic dantians within him, having absorbed the laws of power, commenced in even further transformation. Lu Xian closed his eyes, delving into the comprehension of the second level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. This second level represents the Panwu ancestor body. To attain this realm, one must cultivate a Panwu golden body within each of the 100,836 chaotic dantians. Ultimately, by converging the powers of these 100,836 Panwu golden bodies, one can forge the singular Panwu ancestor body. The Panwu ancestor body is not merely the foundation of the laws of strength, but also the very basis of the Tao integration realm. Only by achieving the Panwu ancestor body can the physical form attain the might to merge with the laws of strength. Should one attempt to forcibly merge with these laws without reaching the Panwu ancestor body realm, they would be annihilated by the very laws they sought to harness. After all, the laws of strength are the foremost among the 3,000 chaotic laws, and it is no exaggeration to assert that this represents the pinnacle of the grand laws. Thus, the integration of the laws of strength is not a feat that an ordinary physical body can accomplish. Having just condensed 100,836 chaotic dantians, one must now also condense 100,836 Panwu golden bodies. Lu Xian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The cultivation of this formidable martial prowess was indeed no easy feat. Boom! A source of the great emperor was refined in his hands. And as his body transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, the speed of refining the great emperor's essence was elevated countless times. What originally required a century for complete refinement now took less than a decade to be fully absorbed and assimilated. Lu Xian had initially believed that this source of the great emperor would enable him to forge at least several hundred, if not thousands, of Panwu golden bodies. However, the reality was that the power contained within this singular source of the great emperor was insufficient even to solidify a single Panwu golden body. Gazing at the half-formed Panwu golden body within his acupoint, Lu Xian felt a pang of regret. After all, this was a source of a great emperor. And now it had been squandered so easily. Previously, during the first stage of the Panwu divine power, such a source would have allowed him to unlock over 3,000 acupoints. Yet now, he could not even coalesce a single Panwu golden body. Lu Xian could only once again extract the emperor's essence. As this essence was refined and absorbed, he successfully manifested a golden body of martial prowess. It took 2 pieces of emperor's essence for me to forge a single golden body of martial prowess. This is exceedingly unprofitable. Lu Xian collected the remaining imperial origins. These imperial origins, when bequeathed to his kin, could undoubtedly foster the emergence of a new emperor within the family. As for the 2 imperial origins that coalesced into a singular Panwu golden body, Lu Xian had come to a realization. Previously, as he was at the emperor realm, the effects of the imperial origins were significantly more pronounced. However, now that he had ascended to the Emperor Zun realm, the efficacy of these imperial origins in his possession had diminished considerably. The fact that 2 imperial origins had manifested into a singular Panwu golden body was, in truth, quite commendable, especially considering his current status as an Emperor Zun. Nonetheless, he had gained insight into the arduous nature of cultivating the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art at the Emperor Zun level. The prospect of condensing the Panwu ancestral body seemed an uncertain endeavor, perhaps not to be realized for an indeterminate time. Fortunately, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art was already ripe for cultivation, encompassing a myriad of spells, techniques, talismans, and formations. Having previously witnessed the efficacy of the spatial talisman, Lu Xian promptly embarked on its study. The spatial talisman offered a means of escape from the clutches of the demon sovereign, proving to be an invaluable tool for survival. Once he perfected the spatial talisman, he would no longer need to harbor fears, even in the presence of ancient Emperor Zuns. Lu Xian never forgot his mission. He was destined to return to the human race and rescue his kin. Upon his return, he would inevitably confront the 7 great emperors he once faced. Although Lu Xian had reached the realm of the emperor, he was but a newly ascended one. In terms of strength and cunning, he could not possibly compare to those ancient emperors who had dwelled in that realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, he needed the space talisman, a means of escape that would ensure his survival during this journey among his people, preventing his own recklessness from leading to his demise and that of his kin. Previously, Lu Xian had invoked the space talisman in a moment of life and death, hastily inscribing it with his own blood. Now, as he practiced once more, he found himself on familiar ground. However, this time, the process of truly cultivating the path of talismans was entirely different. It required more than merely inscribing a space talisman. He had to condense a personal talisman within his body before he could genuinely embark on the path of talismans. The Panwu Great Power technique encompasses all, embodying the myriad laws of chaos. The space talisman represents a synthesis of the laws of power and space. It is but one of the many talismanic paths documented within the Panwu Great Power technique. Alongside it exists a plethora of other talismans, such as the Time Talisman, the Reincarnation Talisman, the 5 Elements Talisman, and the Destruction Talisman, among others. Each of these myriad talismans, once mastered, serves as a means of preserving one's life. Yet, to cultivate these talismans, one must first solidify their personal talisman. Lu Xian had once practiced the art of runes, and although he was not initially proficient, his tenacious dedication during the 100,000 years spent guarding the abyss of heaven had rendered him quite adept. Furthermore, in those long years of solitude, he had dabbled in various paths of cultivation. Thus, now, as he endeavored to master the runic techniques recorded in the tome of the mighty martial arts, it posed no challenge to him. As he channeled the chaotic energy within him, a colossal lifebound divine rune began to coalesce inside his being. This lifebound divine rune, entirely formed through the laws of strength, encapsulated nearly half of Lu Xian's formidable cultivation. As soon as it materialized, it attracted the descent of the divine thunder of the heavenly Tao. However, before the divine thunder could strike, it was effortlessly shattered by his lifebound divine rune. This was no ordinary rune. It was a lifebound divine rune forged from the laws of strength, imbued with terrifying might, surpassing even the most formidable of imperial weapons. The mere divine thunder of the heavenly Tao stood no chance against it. With the successful formation of the life-bound divine rune, Lu Xian commenced his training in the spatial divine rune. With his powerful mastery over runes, complemented by the strength of his life-bound divine rune, he swiftly coalesced a spatial divine rune in less than an hour. This spatial divine rune, shimmering with golden light, revolved around his life-bound divine rune, continuously supplying it with power while simultaneously drawing strength from it to enhance its own potency. This encapsulates the method of cultivating the art of runes. First, to forge the life-bound rune, and then to develop a myriad of additional runes, each capable of bestowing strength upon the life-bound rune. This is Lu Xian's inaugural experience as a talisman practitioner, his eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. It is said that in ancient times, talisman practitioners were an exceptionally formidable class of cultivators, capable of wielding a single talisman to command the universe, their combat prowess unparalleled. Some of the most powerful talisman practitioners condense thousands upon thousands of talismans within themselves. When they unleash their power, a deluge of talismans would descend, capable of contending against 100 or even 1,000 foes. Lu Xian's eyes shimmered with divine light. The talismanic practitioners of yore were once formidable cultivators. Yet for reasons unknown, they severed their lineage. In the present age, there exists not a single pure talisman master among the human race. The contemporary practitioners are predominantly capable of inscribing only rudimentary talismans, lacking even the knowledge of how to coalesce their innate talisman. Lu Xian had previously been unaware of the method to condense his life talisman. But it was only after acquiring the Panwu Dali divine art that he succeeded in forming his life talisman. Initially, he perfected the Panwu golden body. And now he has embarked on the path of a talisman practitioner, which fills him with exhilaration. However, this is not his ultimate destination. The Panwu Dali divine art contains a plethora of cultivation methods, and talisman cultivation is merely one among many. What intrigues Lu Xian the most is the method of faith cultivation. This approach intertwines the principles of strength and faith, harnessing the formidable energies of both. Upon mastery, it allows one to absorb the faith energy of all sentient beings to cultivate one's own grand path. Simultaneously, it enables the practitioner to bestow blessings upon their followers through the principle of faith. These blessings not only confer various cultivation resources, but can directly enhance the practitioner's cultivation level. In essence, Lu Xian can convert the faith energy he accumulates through the path of faith into cultivation power for his followers. Consequently, those who receive this enhancement will generate even greater faith energy in him, creating a perpetual cycle. This mechanism is akin to wielding an extraordinary artifact. Naturally, such blessings cannot be sustained indefinitely. Lu Xian must possess a sufficient reservoir of faith energy to bestow these gifts. Although there are certain limitations, it undeniably serves as an effective means to elevate one's own strength while simultaneously bolstering the prowess of his adherents. Indeed, the utility of faith energy extends far beyond these applications. Lu Xian places great significance on this matter, for he aspires to bestow blessings upon his kin after achieving mastery, aiding them in enhancing their prowess. As for Lu Xian himself, the cultivation of this faith-based principle holds little importance to him. Beyond this faith-centric cultivation method, there exists another intriguing approach related to the laws of divine abilities. The cultivation method within the great power of martial arts leaves Lu Xian utterly astounded. The laws of divine abilities, initially categorized as a medium-level principle among the myriad of chaotic laws, are neither particularly formidable nor insignificant. Their primary utility lies in the capacity to facilitate a swift comprehension when cultivating any divine ability. Within the great power of martial arts, the integration of the laws of divine abilities with the laws of strength has given rise to a technique known as the rapid cultivation of divine fruit. This technique involves absorbing one's own chaotic essence, planting the laws of divine abilities as if they were seeds, and nurturing them with chaotic essence to sprout and flourish into a tree of divine fruit. The paramount function of this divine fruit tree is to absorb chaotic essence, enabling the condensation of divine fruit. By consuming the divine fruit, one can attain the pinnacle of any divine ability in a remarkably short span of time, without the need for profound contemplation. Upon witnessing this particular path of cultivation, Lu Xian was rendered utterly astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. He was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to immediately practice this miraculous technique of rapid attainment of divine powers. After all, the prospect of achieving perfection in any divine art within a brief span of time was undeniably alluring. The possession of such divine fruit would save countless hours of cultivation and immense reserves of spiritual energy. However, he realized that he could not afford the luxury of indulging in further cultivation at this moment. His current seclusion would extend for several millennia. And in the realm of reality, several days had already elapsed. He couldn't help but wonder how the Lu family had fared during this period. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering with a hint of concern. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition, as if something had befallen the Lu family. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian hurriedly called out for Lu Linglong. However, to his dismay, he realized that the bloodline connection between him and Lu Linglong had inexplicably vanished at some point in time. Lu Xian's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. It must have been during my ascension to the status of emperor, when the laws of power reshaped my imperial physique, that I subsequently lost the bloodline connection with the young girl. Lu Xian contemplated the reasons behind this. When he ascended to the realm of the emperor, his physical form had completely transformed into a body of laws, thereby severing the bloodline connection with Lu Linglong. Presently, even if Lu Linglong were to continue invoking the bloodline summons, she would likely be unable to reach him. After all, he had now become a body of laws. Having long transcended the realm of bloodline and corporeality, he decided to first contact the young girl to ascertain whether there had been any changes within the family. Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Linglong was unable to reach him. However, he could effortlessly contact Lu Linglong. With his exalted status, establishing a connection with Lu Linglong posed no challenge whatsoever. Although Lu Linglong could no longer reach Lu Xian through their previous bloodline bond, Lu Xian, with his current prowess, needed only a slight maneuver to reconnect with Lu Linglong. As Lu Xian employed his abilities, the bloodline connection between him and Lu Linglong reemerged. Moreover, this time, it was a bond he initiated himself, allowing him to perceive everything around him through Lu Linglong's eyes. At this moment, the Lu family finds itself ensnared in a dire crisis. Following the thwarting of the Lin family's ancestral figure outside the protective formations and the subsequent slaying of their patriarch, the Lin family elder departed from the Lu estate to seek assistance from the great imperial clans. In a remarkably short span, he managed to summon no fewer than 10 peak emperors. These venerable beings, hailing from esteemed imperial lineages, were persuaded by the Lin elder to assist him in breaching the Lu family's protective array. Fortunately, the imperial-level formation left behind by Lu Xian proved sufficiently formidable, repelling the relentless assaults of a total of 14 emperors. Nevertheless, the countenance of the Lu family members remained exceedingly grave, with traces of fear evident in the gazes of some clan members. This trepidation stemmed from the fact that, despite the repeated attacks, the formidable array remained unbroken, prompting the invocation of a figure of elevated status, the patriarch of the Jiang family. Lu family, reliant on this formation, we are left with no recourse. We beseech you, Patriarch Jiang, to take matters into your own hands, implored the Lin family patriarch before one of the peak emperors, who was none other than the leader of the Jiang clan, one of the illustrious Longxing family, backed by an emperor of their own. The Jiang family stands as a preeminent force within the human realm. The Jiang patriarch had come at the behest of his own venerable ancestor, thereby ensuring his presence at the Lu estate. Rest assured, Brother Lin, my ancestor is already apprised of the situation here and has specifically instructed me to bring forth a treasure. Once unveiled, it shall undoubtedly dismantle this trifling imperial-level formation in an instant. The Jiang patriarch proclaimed with a beaming countenance, looking down upon the Lu family with an air of superiority, his voice laced with arrogance. Lu family, should you willingly lower your defenses and offer an apology, we might yet extend a chance for your survival. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, you shall find yourselves with no escape. Once I unveil this treasure and shatter your protective formation, not a single soul from your clan shall remain. He directly threatened to annihilate the Lu family without mercy. The members of the Lu family were engulfed in profound fury. However, they were acutely aware that the Jiang family were not ordinary adversaries. They possessed treasures capable of shattering the protective family formation. In that moment, the Lu clan was at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Even Lu Tianyuan, who had just ascended to the rank of emperor, wore an expression of grave concern. Lacking any viable solutions, he could only cast a desperate glance towards his daughter. Linglong, have you been able to reach our ancestor? Upon discovering that the connection between Lu Linglong and ancestor Lu Xian had been severed, an unsettling sense of dread permeated the Lu family. Especially in such a critical moment of life and death, ancestor Lu Xian represented their sole beacon of hope and support. If they could establish contact with him, Perhaps a glimmer of survival remained within their grasp. As Lu Linglong was about to shake her head in disappointment, a sudden glimmer of excitement illuminated her face. "Fear not, my dear. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Through Lu Linglong's gaze, Lu Xian could clearly discern everything happening outside. Lu Xian clearly observed the expressions of terror and unease in the eyes of the Lu family members, as well as the sinister countenances of the haughty emperors beyond the formation. His gaze intensified with a fierce killing intent, particularly upon seeing the patriarch of the Jiang family. The Longxing Jiang family. It was the ancestral figure of the Jiang clan who had vehemently advocated for his expulsion from the human race. He vividly recalled the suggestion put forth by the Jiang ancestor, which demanded his self-execution as an act of contrition. Furthermore, there were intentions to annihilate the entire Lu family following his demise. Had it not been for the lack of unanimous consent from all the imperial lords, he feared he would have perished long ago. The Lu family has long since ceased to exist. Thus, the Jiang family is, in fact, one of their most formidable adversaries. Now, witnessing the head of the Jiang family threatening to annihilate the remnants of the Lu lineage, and even bringing forth a treasure imbued with the might of an imperial strike to dismantle the imperial-level formation he left behind, is truly astounding. Lu Xian, now at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, sensed the aura of the emperor's laws emanating from the talisman clutched by the head of the Jiang clan. He understood that it was indeed bestowed by the emperor of the Jiang family, specifically crafted to unravel the imperial-level formation he had established. Jiang clan, who would have anticipated that after 100 millennia, your malice remains as potent as ever? Since you cannot tolerate our Lu family, let it be that your Jiang clan shall face obliteration first. Lu Xian's countenance was dark, and his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Were it not for the considerable distance separating his true form from this place, he would undoubtedly have taken matters into his own hands to eliminate these audacious emperors who dared to offend the Lu family, particularly that head of the Jiang clan, who was marked for his demise. However, at present, he could only rely on his bloodline connection with Lu Linglong to project his aura. Revealing his true self was out of the question. The task of vanquishing these emperors posed a considerable challenge. Very well. For now, I shall allow you to linger a little longer. Once I return to the realm of humanity, you shall be the first to serve as my offering. With a cold snort, Lu Xian's voice resonated, and a terrifying imperial aura surged forth, merging with Lu Linglong's form in the Lu family's imperial-level formation. Under the enhancement of his imperial might, the previously ordinary protective formation of the Lu family underwent a swift transformation. In mere moments, the Lu family's protective formation ascended to the realm of the esteemed level. Such a revered formation would pose a formidable challenge, even for an imperial sovereign attempting to breach it. As for the talisman held by the head of the Jiang family, the thought of breaking the formation was nothing short of ludicrous. Although Lu Linglong was unaware of what her ancestor had accomplished, she could distinctly sense that the protective array of the Lu family had seemingly grown even more formidable. Especially at the moment when she perceived the power of the laws emanating from within the array, she was utterly astonished, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The laws of the Emperor Sovereign. This was indeed the genuine laws of the Emperor Sovereign. Her ancestor had ascended to the rank of Emperor Sovereign. Lu Linglong's excited form trembled with fervor. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian has ascended to the rank of Emperor. A piece of news that undoubtedly brings immense joy to the Lu family. Once ancestor Lu Xian returns, the current emperors will appear as mere jesters. As for the ancestor of the Lin family, he could be effortlessly vanquished. Observing the fluctuations in his daughter's demeanor, Lu Tianyuan may not have noticed the changes in the protective family formation, yet he could clearly discern the excitement radiating from his daughter. In that instant, he realized that they must have re-established contact with ancestor Lu Xian. The Lu family is saved. Indeed, Lu Linglong conveyed to him telepathically, "Father, do not worry. The ancestor has enhanced our family's protective formation. Now, even the emperor himself would find it challenging to breach our defenses. With merely the talismans in his possession, it is utterly impossible for him to dismantle the ancestor's formation. With the ancestor present, these individuals cannot stir up any significant turmoil." Upon hearing his daughter's reassuring words, Lu Tianyuan's eyes crinkled with delight. "Excellent, excellent. With the ancestor here, we certainly need not harbor any fears." Lu Tianyuan beamed with joy. The earlier worry on his face completely vanished. The surrounding elders, upon witnessing the change in their clan leader's expression, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Although they could not decipher that the protective clan formation had been enhanced by Lu Xian, they understood that it was undoubtedly related to the ancestral figure. The tension that had gripped these elders finally eased. Meanwhile, the head of the Jiang family, who had initially believed that his threats would instill fear in the Liu clan, was utterly taken aback by their reaction. Not only were they unafraid, but they were even laughing with delight. This scene provoked a strong reaction from him. Very well. Since you choose to reject my goodwill and invite trouble, do not blame me for being ruthless. Once I shatter your protective formation, I shall flay you alive and make you experience the most excruciating tortures before tearing you to shreds. The head of the Jiang family spoke with venomous malice, even more sinister than the old ancestor of the Lin family. Yet, armed with the knowledge that they had contacted the ancestral figure Lu Xian, Lu Tianyuan felt no fear of the Jiang patriarch's threats. Instead, he stood tall. He approached the Lu family, and from behind the formation, he locked eyes with the head of the Jiang family, coldly mocking. Ah, so this is the might of the Jiang family, threatening to annihilate entire clans at will. You wish to turn my Lu family to dust. The Jiang family truly wields great power. Do you fancy that the human race is merely your private garden? Today it is my Lu family. Will you also seek to obliterate other imperial clans in due course? Lu Tianyuan, harboring a breath of indignation, delivered his scornful remarks with resounding vigor, echoing throughout the vast expanse. Creatures within 100,000 miles were privy to his voice. Surrounding him were myriad clans, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Among these, several dozens could be deemed imperial lineages. Earlier, they too sensed the turmoil from the Liu family. Yet they feigned ignorance, reluctant to sever ties with the Lin family over a mere Liu clan. Moreover, with the patriarch of the Jiang family now present, even if these imperial families were aware of the unfolding events, they chose to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. However, with Lu Qinyuan's voice resonating across the realms, even the common folk could hear him, making it impossible for them to maintain their pretense of ignorance. Ah, the Jiang family of eternal life certainly wields substantial influence. The patriarchs of the imperial family seethed with anger, despite their disdain for the Lin and Jiang families' conduct. They dared not intervene. Yet, their willful blindness incited discontent among their clansmen. Patriarch, they argued, though the Jiang family is a lineage of longevity, they cannot act with impunity. They threaten to annihilate entire clans at a whim. Today it is the Lu family, but who can assure us that we shall not be next? In this moment, we must unite and stand together with the other imperial families. Otherwise, we risk our very existence. Will it not be the case that the Jiang family could extinguish us without justification in the future? We can no longer remain passive observers. Do you not comprehend the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? Today, the Jiang family targets not only the Lu family. They are testing our resolve as imperial families. If we remain indifferent while the Lu family is destroyed, who will come to our aid when calamity befalls us? Within each imperial lineage, there were enlightened clansmen urging their patriarchs to take a stand. Regrettably, the patriarchs feigned deafness. Some even retreated to seclusion, avoiding their clansmen altogether. Yet, Lu Tianyuan remained unconcerned with the external reactions of the imperial families. His intent in amplifying his voice across the realms was to unveil the stark truth of the situation. He sought to illuminate the fact that today was not a revolt instigated by the Lu family, but rather a sinister plot by the Lin family and the Jiang family of eternal life, who sought to obliterate the Lu family to seize their imperial-level techniques and protective formations. The voice of Lu Tianyuan resonated repeatedly, elucidating the entirety of the circumstances. Those who were previously unaware of the affairs concerning the Lu family, upon hearing Lu Tianyuan's explanation, expressed their sympathy towards them. Simultaneously, they harbored a strong disdain for the conduct of the Lin family and the Chongqing Jiang family. However, these matters were beyond the involvement of ordinary individuals. While they lamented the plight of the Lu family, there was little they could do to effect change. Lu Tianyuan harbored no illusions that anyone would come forth to support the Lu family during such a tumultuous time. His sole ambition was to unveil the truth, to make known the trials and tribulations faced by his family. He aimed to completely expose the true nature of the Lin family and the Chongqing Jiang clan, allowing all to witness their despicable and shameless demeanor. Outside the formation, as Lu Tianyuan revealed the truth, the patriarch of the Jiang family wore a countenance so dark it seemed it could drip with malice. He could scarcely believe that Lu Tianyuan would dare to lay everything bare before the public. Even if he were to step in and offer an explanation, it would not absolve the Jiang family of suspicion entirely. Although the scheme to incite the Lin family against the Lu family originated from him, it remained a secret shared only with the Lin family's ancestor. Now, however, Lu Tianyuan had divulged it to the masses. In that fleeting moment, Millions within 100,000 miles had become privy to the entire sequence of events. Even should he wish to exact vengeance, he could never slay such a multitude. Consumed by regret for not having acted sooner to eradicate the Liu family, he lamented the opportunity he had unwittingly afforded Liu Tianyuan. As Liu Tianyuan's words grew increasingly exaggerated and he began to cast aspersions, attributing actions to them that they had never committed, the patriarch of the Jiang family seethed with rage, his nostrils flaring. Liu Tianyuan, you court death. Do you believe anyone would take your words to heart? And even if they did, what of it? Once I annihilate your Liu family, the truth shall rest firmly in my grasp. The Jiang patriarch's expression darkened as he fixed his venomous gaze upon Liu Tianyuan, a serpent poised to strike. I had intended to grant you a brief reprieve, but since you seek your own demise, then perish. With a furious roar, the Jiang patriarch unleashed a talisman imbued with the power of the emperor. In an instant, the talisman erupted, releasing formidable imperial laws that surged forth like a tempest, aimed directly at the protective formation of the Liu family. As the talisman collided with their defenses, the Jiang patriarch laughed maniacally. Prepare to meet your end. You wretched insects dare to challenge the majesty of our Chongqing clan? Then perish alongside your foolishness. His laughter echoed with a frenzied intensity as he sought to release all the humiliation he had endured moments prior. He even brazenly recounted the events involving Liu Xian from years past, incredulous that Liu Xian's legacy could offer them any protection. How naive. 100,000 years ago, we forced him to abandon the human realm. 100,000 years hence, we shall do so again. For a century, our ancestors showed mercy, sparing Liu Xian's life. Yet he dares to resurface. Allow me to inform you, an emperor from our Jiang family is en route. Should Liu Xian dare to show himself, he will surely meet a grave fate. And you, worthless lot, since you fail to recognize your good fortune, you shall accompany him to the afterlife. The patriarch of the Jiang family spoke with an intensity that left the surrounding imperial clan leaders utterly astounded. What had they just heard? Secrets from 100,000 years ago? Did they now possess knowledge of the Jiang family's clandestine affairs? Instantly, the expressions of these imperial clan leaders darkened considerably, and some even glared furiously at the Lin family's elder who had summoned them. Their connection to the Jiang family had been minimal. Their presence here was solely due to their association with the Lin family, and, of course, the promise of benefits from the Lin elder. Yet now, before they had even reaped those promised rewards, they were confronted with the scandal of the Jiang family from 100 millennia past. These astute leaders understood that they had been cornered. The only means of survival, upon learning of the Jiang family's disgrace, was to ally with them and become vassals of the Jiang clan. However, these once free imperial clans now found themselves shackled, forced to become mere pawns of the Jiang family. Naturally, this was met with great reluctance. Lin Song, since I cannot assist with matters here, I shall take my leave. One of the imperial clan leaders declared, casting a fierce glare at the Lin elder before turning to depart. As the departing leader exited, a cold glint flickered in the eyes of the Jiang patriarch. Observing this leader's exit, the other imperial clan leaders felt a stirring within, contemplating following suit. Yet, before they could voice their intentions, a furious roar erupted from the distance. How dare you? You dare to kill me? The crowd recognized this as the voice of the recently departed imperial clan leader. Just as his furious cry echoed, blood rain began to fall from the heavens, accompanied by the descent of an imperial law. An emperor had perished. The leaders who had contemplated leaving gasped in shock. The departing clan leader was dead. Astonishment swept over the assembly as they regarded the Jiang patriarch with newfound trepidation. The fallen leader had been at the pinnacle of imperial power, one of the most formidable among them. Even when compared to the Jiang patriarch, their strengths were nearly equal. Yet now, such a powerful figure had met an untimely end. The span from the leader's scream to his demise had scarcely taken a few breaths. The swift execution of a peak emperor in mere moments was a testament to the terrifying might of the Jiang family. Patriarch Jiang, our Fong family is willing to submit to the Jiang clan. We beseech you to grant us an opportunity. As the first patriarch of the loyal imperial clan stepped forward, an increasing number of clan leaders bowed their heads in submission. Patriarch Jiang, we too wish to join the Jiang family. We implore you, grant us an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the remaining patriarchs of the imperial clans had all expressed their intentions. The reason the Jiang family patriarch had revealed the secrets of 100,000 years was to draw these imperial clan leaders into the Jiang family fold. Now that they were willing to submit, the Jiang family patriarch smiled with satisfaction and said, since you all wish to join, my Jiang family will naturally not turn you away. Rest assured, Joining my Jiang family will bring you only benefits. I can share some excellent news. I have received a message from our ancestor that the laws of heaven and earth in this domain have been unsealed. It is now an era where anyone may merge with the laws of the emperor and become an emperor themselves. Since you are now members of my Jiang family, once this matter concludes, I will take you back to the Jiang family, where our ancestor will personally guide you. Seize this opportunity, perhaps when you leave my Jiang family. You will already be emperors. Those patriarchs of the imperial clans, who had initially felt compelled to join the Jiang family, were utterly astonished upon hearing this revelation. The unsealing of the emperor's laws, where everyone had the potential to become emperors, was undoubtedly monumental news for them. Particularly, the promise from the Jiang family patriarch to bring them to the Jiang family for personal instruction from the ancestor was a lifeline for those who had been trapped at the pinnacle of the great emperor stage for tens of thousands of years. With their lifespans dwindling, instantly, those who had previously resisted the Jiang family began to beam with joy. Patriarch Jiang. Our Fang family will henceforth look to the Jiang family for guidance, and our Su family will also heed every command of the Jiang family. Should Patriarch Jiang require our service, please do not hesitate to instruct us. In an instant, the patriarchs of these imperial clans expressed their unwavering loyalty. Seeing these individuals encroaching upon his position, the ancestor of the Lin family hurriedly interjected, Patriarch Jiang, it is imperative to first eliminate the Lu family. Fulfilling the task assigned by our ancestor, the Jiang family patriarch was well aware that vanquishing the Lu family was indeed the priority. He had initially believed that by activating the talisman bestowed by the ancestor, he could easily breach the Lu family's protective formation. However, the scene before him left him utterly astounded, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. The talisman, imbued with the formidable power of the emperor, was relentlessly assailing the Lu family's protective formation. Yet, despite the talisman's might being nearly exhausted, the Lu family's protective formation remained utterly unscathed. This indicated that the emperor's talisman he had unleashed was utterly incapable of breaching the Lu family's defenses. As the imperial talisman exhausted its power and turned to ashes, the protective array of the Lu family remained utterly undisturbed. The patriarch of the Jiang family exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This talisman contains the very laws of the emperor. How could it possibly fail to breach your mere imperial-level formation? There must be some mistake." The members of the Lu family anxiously gazed at the protective array hovering above them, for it held the key to their very survival. Should this ancestral barrier be breached, their fates would be sealed, leaving them without a grave. When they witnessed the imperial-level talisman fail to penetrate the protective formation, a wave of exhilaration swept through the entire Lu clan, erupting into joyous cheers. Lu Tianyuan, the patriarch, could not contain his elation, his laughter resonating with fervor. Although he was aware that his daughter had made contact with the venerable ancestor Lu Xian, he remained uncertain whether the formation left by ancestor Lu Xian could withstand the imperial-level talisman. Yet, the outcome filled him with delight. Marvelous, marvelous. Ling Long, please convey our heartfelt gratitude to ancestor Lu Xian on our behalf. Lu Tianyuan beamed with joy, the tension and worry on his face dissipating entirely. The surrounding members of the Lu family expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards their ancestors' benevolence. At that moment, upon witnessing the imperial-level talisman lose its power, Lu Xian also displayed a hint of relief on his countenance. Although he had enhanced the family's protective formation, he still harbored some apprehension regarding its ability to truly withstand an attack of imperial caliber. After all, the talisman brought by the head of the Jiang family sealed the might of the Jiang family's imperial expert. That imperial expert had already reached the late stage of imperial rank 100,000 years ago, and with the passage of another 100,000 years, it was likely that he had ascended to the pinnacle of imperial power. Lu Xian had only just stepped into the realm of the emperor, relying solely on a trace of emperor's aura to enhance the array. After all, it could not compare to the formations he had personally modified. Now, witnessing that even the emperor's talisman could not affect his array, Lu Xian felt a surge of joy. However, he did not forget the astonishing news he had gleaned from the words of the head of the Jiang family. The unsealing of the heavenly Tao would herald the emergence of numerous emperors among humankind. What could this mean? Lu Xian was somewhat bewildered. When he previously attained enlightenment, he had witnessed that beneath the celestial laws of humanity, there existed only 9 imperial principles. Could it be that my ascension through the laws of strength has instigated a transformation in the heavenly order? Lu Xian furrowed his brows as his primordial spirit extended outward, once again reaching the farthest reaches of the sky. Upon gazing at the realm of the human race as heavenly Tao, A look of astonishment filled his eyes. What is happening? When did the human race come to possess so many emperor-level laws? Lucien was utterly bewildered. Beneath the celestial laws of the human race, he beheld countless majestic pathways of the emperor's principles, tens of thousands in number. Among these, the most formidable pathways numbered 49, while the remaining, albeit slightly weaker, pathways amounted to a staggering 10,000. This heralded the possibility of the emergence of not merely 9 emperors within the human race's future, but potentially thousands, even 10,000s. No wonder the patriarch of the Jiang clan had the audacity to proclaim that the ancestral figures of the Jiang family could assist those clan leaders in ascending to emperor status. With the human race possessing myriad emperor pathways, one merely needs to assimilate any single pathway to attain the exalted rank of emperor. Lucien's eyes flickered with astonishment. Within the ranks of the human race, there exists a considerable number of peak emperors. Given the talent, comprehension, and strength of these individuals, attaining the status of emperor is merely a matter of time. He foresaw that it would not be long before the number of emperors among the human race would multiply, perhaps even by dozens or hundreds. At that point, the title of emperor would no longer signify the pinnacle of martial prowess within the human realm. Only those who ascend to the rank of emperor would wield true influence. This is troubling. The emergence of such a multitude of emperors among the human race does not bode well for me. Lucien wore a grave expression. Having resolved to lead his kin away from the human race, he understood that as the number of human emperors increased in the future, no matter where he took his family, confrontation with humanity would be inevitable. In this moment, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Should the number of human emperors rise, it would inevitably lead to a scenario where humanity dominated singularly, whether it be the alien races, the demonic clans, or the aquatic tribes. They would all be crushed beneath the heel of humanity. In this vast world, there would ultimately be no sanctuary left for the descendants of the Liu family. Lucien was deeply reluctant to witness such a situation unfold. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to convey the revival of the human race's celestial laws to the alien tribes. With a resounding force, he emerged from the space of the god burial coffin, only to find himself in a realm shrouded in darkness. This must be the territory of the abyssal demons. Lucien took a deep breath. Although he had never set foot in the territory of the demon clan, he had engaged in conflict with them for countless years. He was quite familiar with their aura. He had not anticipated that his earlier use of the spatial divine talisman would directly transport him into the realm of the demon clan. As soon as Lucien appeared, several members of the demon clan sensed his presence. After all, within the confines of the demon clan, the essence of Lucien, a member of the human race, was exceedingly distinctive. Even if Lucien attempted to conceal it, he could not succeed. No matter how he masked his aura, it proved largely ineffective. His spells designed to obscure his presence could only deceive the ordinary members of the demon clan, offering no protection against the powerful demon lords. Thus, the moment Lucien stepped out of the spatial portal, he was already targeted by the demon lords. "It's you, Lucien. How dare you enter our demon clan?" A voice from one of the demon lords echoed, its sinister tone reminiscent of sound squeezed through clenched teeth, evoking a deep sense of discomfort. Lucien's gaze shifted towards the distant horizon. Beneath the shadowy expanse of the heavens, he beheld a pitch-black figure, standing under the blood-red moonlight. Its eyes, glimmering with a sanguine glow akin to the moon above, fixed their unyielding stare upon Lucien. From the aura emanating from the silhouette, Lucien sensed that it was a demon lord at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. In terms of both presence and power, it vastly surpassed him. Despite having cultivated the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art and possessing 10,836 chaotic dantians, he found himself overshadowed by the profound strength of the demon lord before him. Nevertheless, he could discern that the demon lord harbored little animosity towards him, showing no inclination to engage in combat. Before Lucien could utter a word, the demon lord exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? You have also merged with the Tao. How can this be? Within the human race, there can be no more than 9 emperors. Has some ancient being perished? Otherwise, how did you ascend to become an emperor?" The demon lord seemed to be conversing with itself, offering Lucien no opportunity to respond. Suddenly, its eyes widened in astonishment, as if it had encountered a ghost, fixating intently on Lucien. After several breaths, it finally exclaimed, "So you have chosen the path of the great Tao for your enlightenment. I thought, how could those 9 ancient beings of the human race possibly perish? Aha, this is indeed amusing. A mere human, and yet you have chosen to merge with the great Tao like us, the other races. How intriguing, how delightful, truly delightful." Lucien gazed coldly at the demon sovereign that materialized in the sky, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this demon sovereign could discern at a glance that he had not merged with the Tao of heaven of the human race to ascend to the status of emperor. Lu Xian's gaze fell upon the demon sovereign, yet he could not discern the aura of the grand laws that lay behind this formidable figure, nor could he ascertain the specific laws that this demon sovereign had assimilated. However, judging by the immense power radiating from the demon sovereign, it was evident that this was an existence he could not hope to conquer at this moment. Nonetheless, he had deduced the identity of this demon sovereign, the sovereign of the Yellow Springs. The overall strength of the fiendish race was somewhat inferior to that of the other races. Within the entirety of the fiendish race, there were only 5 or 6 demon sovereigns. Although Lu Xian had never encountered them nor engaged in combat, he could still discern their identities. The figure before him, the Hades demon lord, stood as the most formidable entity among the many demon lords of the otherworldly demon race. Aside from the supreme great demon god who governed the otherworldly demon tribe, the Hades demon lord undoubtedly claimed the title of the foremost among them. When considering sheer strength, the Hades demon lord would rank among the top within the realm of human emperors. At least, among the 7 great human emperors Lu Xian had witnessed in the past, only one could potentially rival the Hades demon lord in prowess. As for the remaining 2 human emperors, Lu Xian had neither seen nor heard of them, rendering him unable to assess their capabilities. Lu Xian had not anticipated that immediately after concluding his seclusion and attaining the status of an emperor, he would encounter the formidable Hades demon lord. Should he engage in a forced confrontation, he might not perish. Yet he would undoubtedly suffer grievous wounds at the hands of the Hades demon lord. Lu Xian sighed, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Could this be considered as having just escaped the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair? The Yellow Spring demon lord, noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, couldn't help but smile once more, continuing, Lu Xian, I am well aware of your illustrious reputation with the cultivation of an emperor. You have suppressed my demon race for 100,000 years. I must admit, you are a legend. Even among your human imperial clans, none can rival your achievements. However, I have also heard of how they have treated you. I know that your emergence from seclusion is driven by a desire for vengeance against your kin. Yet, you may be underestimating those imperial lords of your race. With your current strength, having just stepped into the realm of an emperor, returning home would only lead to your demise. Since fate has brought you before me, let us consider this an opportunity. Should you choose to remain with my demon race, I can offer you the position of a demon lord. As for your kin, if the chance arises, I will ensure that our kind rescues them from the human race. As long as they are willing, they may join you and become a part of my demon clan. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xian was taken aback. The Yellow Spring demon lord had personally extended an invitation to him. This was entirely beyond Lu Xian's expectations. Logically, given that he had suppressed the demon race for 100,000 years, the Yellow Spring demon lord should have sought his demise. Yet now, this very demon lord was attempting to recruit him. Lu Xian found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years, securing peace for humanity during that long span. In principle, he was indeed a great benefactor to the entire human race. Even the exalted emperors of humanity could not claim greater merit than he. The entire human race ought to be grateful for his contributions. Yet, paradoxically, he had been forsaken by them. Worse still, those very people sought to annihilate his family. In stark contrast, the alien races and the demonic tribes, whom he had defended for a century, were now extending their goodwill towards him, eager to embrace him. This stark disparity in treatment left Lu Xian somewhat bewildered. At that moment, he pondered why those alien and demonic races, whom he had vanquished in numerous battles, were willing to accept him. Why? Lu Xian gazed upon the Yellow Spring demon sovereign and, for the first time, inquired, I have slain no fewer than 100,000 of your demonic kin, including numerous demon emperors among your ranks. I am your sworn enemy. Do you not harbor resentment towards me? Do you not desire to take my life? Lu Xian first articulated his doubts. Yet, in response to Lu Xian's inquiry, the Hades demon lord chuckled dismissively. Lu Xian, within our demon clan, we adhere to the principle that the strong are revered. In the past, as a member of the human race, it was only natural for you to slay our kind. Although you have taken the lives of many from our clan, it is merely a reflection of their inadequacy. Their demise at your hands was deserved. Back then, we were all bound by our respective factions. Do not think that even if you had slain 1 million of our kind, or even 10 million, we would not have held you in respect. However, as you have stated, that is now in the past. Given the current treatment you and your kin receive from the human race, I suspect you no longer wish to remain among them. Furthermore, having merged with the Great Tao, even if you were to return to the human race, you would be seen as an anomaly among them. Do you believe they would tolerate a rebel among their ranks? Do you think the heavenly Tao of the human race would permit your existence as an outlier? Lu Xian, in the past, you had no choice. But now, you possess the power to choose anew. Join the demon clan, and we shall become your strongest support. All the conditions I have mentioned will stand true. There will be no need for you to return to the human race. We, the demon clan, will ensure your kin are safely brought before you. The Hades demon lord's explanation deeply moved Lu Xian. The simple yet profound notion that the strong are revered was sufficient to compel both the alien races and the demon clan to unconditionally accept him, once their adversary. Yet, within the human race, he faced an absurd desire for his annihilation. Not only were they intent on his death, but they also sought the destruction of the Lu family. Nevertheless, Lu Xian gleaned astonishing revelations from the Hades demon lord's words. With merely a nod, the demon clan could secure the safe arrival of his kin from within the human race. What did this signify? It indicated that the demon clan had already established a network within the human realm. Moreover, it was undoubtedly extensive. Otherwise, the Hades demon lord would not have spoken with such conviction. Lu Xian believed that if he nodded at this moment, the lord of the underworld would ensure the safe arrival of the Lu family before him. However, Lu Xian chose not to acquiesce. He raised his gaze to the lord of the underworld, his tone neither servile nor overbearing, and stated, "To be candid, I must express my gratitude for the goodwill extended by your demon clan, and I am also thankful for your esteemed recognition, Lord of the Underworld. Nevertheless, there is a saying among our human race, one must avenge one's own grievances. Lu Xian has declined the invitation of the Hades demon sovereign. The Hades demon sovereign, far from being surprised, chuckled with newfound admiration, exclaiming, "Well said. Revenge is something that must be undertaken personally. Lu Xian, I hold you in even greater esteem now. With your departure, there shall surely be no refuge for you among the human race. If there is no place for you in the future, why not come to my demon clan? Our doors are always wide open, welcoming you and your kin. And as for the promises I made earlier, they remain valid whenever you choose to arrive." What was anticipated to be a fierce battle turned into an effortless exit from the demon clan. Once Lu Xian stood outside the realm of the demon clan, he glanced back at the entrance, feeling a profound sense of incredulity. His recent conversation with the Hades demon sovereign felt like a fleeting dream. The demon clan was willing to embrace him, a former adversary, even offering him the title of demon sovereign and extending an invitation for his family to join him. It must be said that this was an immense temptation for Lu Xian. Nevertheless, he ultimately declined, just as he had articulated to the Hades demon sovereign. Vengeance must be exacted personally. His return to the human realm was not solely to rescue his kin, but also to seek justice for his tenacious vigil over the past 100,000 years. Should the human race fail to deliver this justice, what consequence would it hold for him to abandon them? Emerging from the abyss of heaven, he descended upon the Sea of Realms. At the moment Lu Xian reappeared above the Sea of Realms, the human emperors at the distant imperial pass were utterly astonished. Emperor Jiang Ming, with disbelief etched across his face, exclaimed, "It is him. Lu Xian, he is still alive." Lu Xian had vanished from the Sea of Realms for several days, leading many to believe he had perished. Thus, when he reappeared amidst the Sea of Realms, the human emperors were utterly astonished. It was fortunate he still lived. Our ancestor has commanded us to hunt down Lu Xian. If he had died prematurely, we would have lost our opportunity to strike. At that moment, a haughty laugh echoed from behind the crowd, when they witnessed the emergence of several emperors from the void. A flicker of delight crossed Emperor Jiang Ming's eyes as he excitedly beheld the 9 approaching sovereigns. 9 peak emperors. Each stood at the pinnacle of imperial might. Together, they could even withstand a blow from the esteemed ruler of the Jiang family. Within the Jiang clan, there existed a group of unique beings. Each of them possessed peak imperial cultivation, their combat prowess eclipsing their contemporaries. Yet, they remained obscure, with few outside the clan aware of their existence. They were the guardians of the Jiang family. The clan boasted a total of 36 such guardians, organized into 4 groups: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Heaven-level guardians were the strongest, while the Yellow-level guardians were the weakest. However, even the weakest Yellow-level guardians, when united, could wield terrifying power capable of slaying an early-stage emperor. As for the more formidable Mysterious-level guardians, their combined strength could even vanquish a mid-stage emperor. The Earth and Heaven-level guardians were even mightier. It was said that the combined might of the Heaven-level guardians could rival that of a late-stage emperor. The 9 individuals now appearing above the Imperial Gate were, in fact, the Jiang family's weakest Yellow-level guardians. Yet, even these Yellow-level guardians, when united, possessed battle prowess comparable to that of an early-stage emperor. Jiang Ming, I pay my respects to the esteemed guardians. Upon witnessing the guardian's personal arrival, Jiang Ming hurried forward to bow. Although they were all emperors of the Jiang family, the guardian's strength and status far exceeded his own. Even the clan patriarch held a subordinate position before these guardians, with only the ancestral figure possessing the authority to command them. Thus, the arrival of these 9 yellow-level guardians naturally represented the will of the Jiang family's emperor. Is this the Lu Xian who has caused you such losses, Jiang Ming? He appears to possess neither extraordinary power nor remarkable abilities. How is it that during your years of guarding this imperial gate, your strength has seemingly regressed? Even such a trivial figure can overshadow you? The leading yellow-level guardian cast a disdainful glance toward Lu Xian, who had appeared in the distant Sea of Realms. His voice laced with mockery and derision. Though Emperor Jiang Ming was the commander of this imperial gate, he did not dare to act defiantly in front of these esteemed guardians. Even when subjected to ridicule, he could only respond with a forced smile, saying, "Esteemed guardians, please do not underestimate Lu Xian's capabilities. Just days ago, he survived a heavenly calamity that failed to subdue him. In fact, he effortlessly dispelled it." Upon hearing that Lu Xian had actually thwarted the heavenly calamity, the expressions of the several Huang-level guardians revealed a flicker of interest. Jiang Ming, you claim he blocked the heavenly calamity? It must have been one of the least formidable calamities, right? That hardly amounts to anything. You are all of the Emperor realm. Do you lack the strength to resist the heavenly calamity? The leading Huang-level guardian scoffed disdainfully. Although the heavenly calamity is formidable, it is not entirely insurmountable, given their prowess. As long as 2 or more calamities do not strike simultaneously, they are confident in their ability to contend. However, the next words from Emperor Jiang Ming left these 9 arrogant Huang-level guardians utterly astonished. Esteemed guardians, he has withstood 5 types of heavenly calamities. We all witnessed it clearly. 5 calamities, simultaneously descending, were effortlessly repelled by Lu Xian. As Emperor Jiang Ming's declaration echoed, a pin drop could be heard in the Emperor's hall. The 9 Huang-level guardians were filled with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, the leading guardian exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one has ever withstood 5 types of heavenly calamities at once." At this juncture, his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and he coldly laughed. "Jiang Ming, I understand that you fear the Ancestor's reprimand for your incompetence, unable to handle even a mere Lu Xian. Yet, to deflect blame in such a ridiculous manner is laughable. Do you think us fools? Or do you believe the Ancestor is a simpleton, easily deceived by your clumsy excuses? Why do you not claim that Lu Xian is already an emperor himself?" Witnessing the Huang-level guardian's utter disbelief, Emperor Jiang Ming felt a profound sense of despair. He wished to continue his explanation, but, upon seeing their arrogant demeanor, could only let out a resigned snort, contemplating that perhaps Lu Xian truly had become an emperor. He could not fathom that Lu Xian would inexplicably vanish for several days after withstanding the heavenly calamity. Although they had not observed any signs of Dao integration during these days, it did not imply that Lu Xian had not ascended to emperor status. The moment Jiang Ming beheld Lu Xian's return, a strong premonition surged within him. Lu Xian has undoubtedly attained the Dao and ascended to the status of emperor. However, his words were met with derision from the 9 yellow-level guardians. "Emperor? Haha. Jiang Ming, do listen to the absurdity of what you are saying. The 9 great emperors of our human race have already achieved completeness. How could there possibly be a new emperor when they departed from their clan? They were unaware that the heavenly Dao had been unsealed, allowing all paths for humanity to validate themselves as emperors." Thus, upon hearing Jiang Ming's remarks, they erupted into laughter. One of the yellow-level guardians, with no regard for decorum, boldly declared him an emperor. He isn't even worthy to carry the shoes of an emperor. The leading yellow-level guardian arrogantly sneered, let alone the fact that he is not an emperor. Even if he were to become one, he would still meet his demise at our hands today. Since we have mastered this formation, we have only slain great emperors. We have yet to attempt to take down an emperor. Today, he shall serve as our test." As his voice faded, the other guardians joined in raucous laughter, clearly dismissing Lu Xian as insignificant. Witnessing their overconfidence, a great emperor attempted to intervene, yet before he could utter a word, he was silenced by a mere glance from Jiang Ming. "Do you seek death? If I dare not advise them, what position do you hold?" Upon hearing Jiang Ming's voice, the great emperor trembled in fear. If even Jiang Ming refrained from speaking against these guardians, how could he dare? The emperor, who nearly found himself in trouble, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Ming. At that moment, Lu Xian had already stepped onto the Sea of Realms. intent on crossing it to reach the Imperial Pass. However, before he could reach the center of the sea, a commanding voice boomed from the Imperial Pass. "Impudent! Who gave you the audacity to tread upon the Sea of Realms?" It was the leading yellow-level guardian, who coldly reprimanded from above the Imperial Pass. As his voice echoed, he had already emerged from the Imperial Pass, positioning himself before Lu Xien in the sea. The other yellow-level guardians, like shadows, surrounded him. As the 9 yellow-level guardians descended, they swiftly formed a formation, quietly encircling Lu Xien. Observing the sudden appearance of these 9 peak emperors, Lu Xien's expression shifted. He could discern that these individuals were unlike ordinary emperors, particularly the positions they occupied, which held profound significance. Before Lu Xien could fully comprehend the situation, the leading yellow-level guardian shouted, "Formation, activate." At the moment his voice fell, 9 beams of light erupted from the bodies of these guardians. In the blink of an eye, the 9 figures vanished from Lu Xien's sight. Around Lu Xien, it seemed as though the world had transformed entirely. The boundary sea beneath his feet had vanished, replaced instead by an endless expanse of desert. He found himself amidst a vast desert, surrounded by an ocean of sand that stretched infinitely into the horizon. An Imperial-level killing formation. Lu Xien's complexion shifted slightly. He was taken aback that these 9 individuals could wield such a formidable formation, and a killing formation at that. The desert that surrounded him, though merely an illusion, was imbued with lethal intent. A single misstep could lead to his utter demise. "Lu Xien, do you know your crime?" At that moment, in the heart of the desert, countless grains of yellow sand surged into the air, coalescing into a colossal sand giant towering 100 feet high. The sand giant opened its mouth, and a voice resounded once more. "Lu Xien, 100,000 years ago, the Emperor bestowed upon you mercy, granting you the opportunity for redemption. You were to guard the Tian Yuan, never to leave even a single step. Who gave you the audacity to stray?" This commanding voice belonged to the leading yellow-level guardian, who spoke with an air of superiority, reprimanding and interrogating Lu Xien. As soon as Lu Xien laid eyes on these 9 figures, he recognized the aura of their cultivation techniques. They hailed from the Chongqing Jiang family. The patriarch of the Jiang family was his sworn enemy. Thus, Lu Xien displayed no semblance of cordiality towards these Jiang clansmen, his voice laced with murderous intent. "What are you to question me? A mere lapdog. How dare you challenge my authority?" As the words left his lips, Lu Xien waved his hand, unleashing a sword chi that cleaved through the air. With a thunderous roar, the towering sand giant was severed in 2, disintegrating into countless grains of sand, returning to the desert floor. At the moment the sand giant was vanquished, the leading yellow-level guardian emitted a muffled groan, abruptly spitting forth a mouthful of black blood. "How is this possible? How could you harm me through the formation?" The leading yellow-level guardian gazed down at the wound carved into his chest by the sword chi, his eyes brimming with shock and terror. With a mere flick of his sword, Lu Xien managed to pierce through the layers of intricate formations and illusions, nearly bringing about his own demise. This was utterly terrifying. Aside from the Emperor, no one else possessed such formidable power. In that instant, the 9 yellow-level guardians each experienced a moment of realization, almost in unison exclaiming in disbelief, "Lu Xien, you are indeed the Emperor." The title of Emperor represents the pinnacle of existence. Currently, within the human realm, there exist only 9 emperors. Earlier, while at the Imperial Pass, they had casually remarked that even if Lu Xien were an emperor, they could still vanquish him. Yet, they had never anticipated that Lu Xien was, in fact, truly an emperor. Though their formation was reputed to have the capability to hunt down emperors, they had never actually succeeded in slaying one. Thus, upon realizing Lu Xien's true status as an emperor, fear flickered in the eyes of the 9 yellow-level guardians. Had Lu Xien merely been at the peak of the great emperor realm, they would have felt confident in their ability to defeat him. However, now that he was revealed as an emperor, and given the overwhelming power of that casual sword energy that had nearly claimed his life, it became evident that Lu Xien's strength was likely equivalent to that of a mid-tier emperor. How could they possibly contend with such might? The 9, who had previously worn expressions of arrogance and boasted of their intentions to slay Lu Xien, now began to entertain thoughts of retreat. "Brother, since Lu Xien has already attained the emperor realm, how can we possibly stand against him? We should withdraw and relay this information to our ancestor. He will undoubtedly take matters into his own hands and resolve the issue." One of the yellow-level guardians voiced, his words reaching the ears of the others around him. The few who had begun to waver nodded in agreement. Only the leader among them, the foremost yellow-level guardian, coldly declared, "We cannot retreat. The task entrusted to us by our ancestor is to eliminate Lu Xien. If we fail to accomplish this, would we not bring disappointment upon our ancestor?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the grievous wound inflicted upon his chest, and with a fierce shout, he proclaimed, "No matter what, we must kill him. What does it matter if he is an emperor? Our formation is specifically designed to hunt emperors. Today, we shall slay him and ensure that all are aware of the name of our yellow-level guardians." Witnessing the leader's unwavering resolve, the others abandoned their thoughts of retreat. At that moment, within the confines of the formation, Lucien found his surroundings transforming once more. The vast sea of sand had vanished, replaced by a boundless inferno of flames. Around Lucien, countless flames erupted, enveloping him within a sea of fire. This inferno was not merely an illusion. It bore the terrifying destructive power of the Emperor's fire, the Imperial Flame. The Imperial Flame surged, coalescing into enormous fire dragons that roared with earth-shattering fury as they charged towards Lucien. The fire dragons howled, the sea of flames roiled. And in the blink of an eye, Lucien was engulfed, destined to be reduced to ashes. As Lucien's form vanished entirely within the inferno, the leading yellow-level guardian let out a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! What of the Emperor? He too shall perish at our hands." However, at the very moment his words fell, a torrent of sword light erupted from the sea of fire, piercing through the illusion of flames and severing his head in a single stroke. Bang! As the head of the leading yellow-level guardian soared through the air, it was instantly obliterated by a multitude of sword energies. Even his headless body was simultaneously torn apart by the sword chi, blood raining down like a tempest. Lucien's figure appeared silently at the spot where the yellow-level guardian had just stood, and with a mere wave of his hand, he suppressed the very essence of the great emperor. With seemingly effortless grace, Lucien effortlessly pierced through the formation, eliminating the audacious individual who had dared to challenge him. The Imperial-level killing formation was nothing extraordinary. As Lucien's voice echoed, the laws of strength instantaneously descended in suppression. With a thunderous roar, the Imperial-level killing formation immediately collapsed, and the surrounding illusions vanished in an instant. Lucien remained quietly standing above the Sea of Realms, his hand grasping a source of the great emperor. Opposite him, only 8 yellow-level guardians remained. The leading guardian had already succumbed to his sword. As the formation was shattered, the 8 guardians simultaneously spewed black blood, retreating several steps in shock. Upon witnessing the great emperor's source clutched in Lucien's hand, their gazes were filled with astonishment and dread. They could hardly fathom that the formation capable of slaying an emperor would be so easily dismantled by Lucien. Not only had he broken the formation, but he had also slain their most powerful member among them, Huang Yi. Gazing at the blood rain drifting above the Sea of Realms, the 8 yellow-level guardians turned pale with fear. "Retreat!" one cried out, pivoting to flee towards the Imperial Pass. The others followed suit, darting away like frightened rabbits. Without a hint of hesitation, the thought of avenging Huang Yi never crossed their minds. The 8 peak-level guardians resembled frantic rabbits, racing towards the Imperial Pass as though a great terror were pursuing them. Above the Imperial Pass, the emperors were filled with elation upon seeing Lucien ensnared within the formation. They believed he was doomed. After all, the ones who had made their move were the 9 guardians from the Jiang family. Even Emperor Jiangming wore an expression of sheer delight, laughing heartily. "Ha! Lucien, offending our Jiang family. Not even the King of Heaven can save you." However, just as his words fell, he was met with a harsh reality. Observing the 8 guardians fleeing in panic, Jiangming's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock. Yet, he soon grasped an even graver truth. 8. Why were there only 8? Jiangming exclaimed in disbelief. With 9 yellow-level guardians in action, only 8 were now escaping. Even a fool could deduce the implications of the missing one, especially when witnessing the scene of blood rain swirling above the Sea of Realms beneath Lucien's feet. Everyone inhaled sharply in astonishment. He was dead. The guardian was dead. The emperors atop the Imperial Pass were filled with shock and terror. No one could believe that Lucien had slain a guardian of the Jiang family. Was it not said that these guardians could unite to slay an emperor? Just like this? Everyone recalled the brazen boasts of the leading yellow-level guardian upon their arrival. The slap to their faces came far too swiftly. The guardian, who had been so boastful moments ago, had now become a part of the blood rain. Watching the 8 guardians flee in desperation, their hearts tightened with anxiety. If even these individuals cannot withstand the might of Lucien, who else could possibly stand against this harbinger of death? Emperor Jiangming. Should we not go forth to greet the protectors? One of the emperors stepped forward, cautiously seeking counsel from Emperor Jiangming. Should they refrain from venturing out to welcome them, the 8 protectors of the Jiang family would likely meet with dire misfortune. However, Emperor Jiangming Shaking his head in resignation, sorrowfully declared, "There is no need. Activate the formation immediately and seal the Imperial Gate. We must not allow Lu Xian to set foot within the Imperial Gate. Otherwise, none of us shall survive." As for the 8 Jiang family protectors outside the gate, it was not that he did not wish to save them, but rather that it had become unnecessary. For he had already witnessed Lu Xian's form descending upon them like a demonic deity. As Lu Xian descended from the heavens, he positioned himself before the Imperial Gate. Directly in the path of the 8 Jiang family protectors, his icy gaze fixed upon the panicked group. The protectors, who were in a frenzied flight, felt their blood run cold at the sight of Lu Xian, abruptly halting in terror. They looked up towards the Imperial Gate, now only a few thousand meters away, their eyes betraying a flicker of despair. The gate was tantalizingly close. If they could reach its sanctuary, they might grasp a chance at survival. Yet, this seemingly short distance had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Especially upon witnessing the moment the Imperial Gate sealed shut, the 8 protectors' faces turned ashen, for they all understood that their fates were sealed. Confronted by the terrifying presence of Lu Xian, and devoid of the support from their Imperial-level killing formations, they resembled mere ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. Lu Xian intends to eliminate them effortlessly. Jiang Ming, inform the ancestor that we are inept and have failed to meet his expectations. One of the yellow-grade guardians, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy, addressed the Emperor Jiang Ming above the Imperial Pass, imparting his final words. Remember, hold steadfast at the Imperial Pass. Lu Xian has already attained the status of emperor. You cannot halt him. The formation of the Imperial Pass is your ultimate refuge. Relay everything that has transpired here to the ancestor post-haste. Only the ancestor can thwart him. His voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Pass. Above the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiang Ming and the other human emperors behind him stood utterly stunned, as if turned to stone. Particularly upon hearing that Lu Xian had become an emperor, they were all rendered speechless. Emperor Jiang Ming was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible! How could he possibly be an emperor? Just days ago, I had engaged him in combat. At that time, he was merely an emperor. How could he have ascended to the rank of emperor in such a brief span?" Not only was Emperor Jiang Ming in disbelief, but the other human emperors behind him also bore expressions of utter incredulity. Lu Xian is actually the emperor. This revelation struck them like a thunderous bombshell. If Lu Xian truly holds the title of emperor, can they maintain their defense at the Imperial Pass? Among the remaining few emperors, the fortunate Qi Feng Emperor, who narrowly escaped from Lu Xian's grasp, was utterly stunned upon hearing the news of Lu Xian's ascension to emperor. In just a few short days, he had risen to such an unimaginable height. It is truly terrifying. Opposing such an individual is akin to courting disaster. Qi Feng Emperor marveled inwardly and, taking advantage of the collective shock surrounding him, quietly withdrew from the Imperial Pass. He then fled at full speed, eager to distance himself from the chaos of the Imperial Pass. Although the formations at the Imperial Pass are reputed to withstand the might of an emperor, he could not shake the sense of insecurity. It was far wiser to escape this perilous place, allowing him to find true peace of mind. Lu Xian was unaware that a being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm had been so frightened by him that it fled in terror, abandoning its Imperial Gate. Outside the Imperial Gate, as if descended from the heavens, Lu Xian stood before the 8 guardians of the Jiang family. His gaze, icy and unyielding, bore down upon them. With his current prowess, eliminating them would be as effortless as crushing an ant. However, he refrained from immediate action. For Lu Xian sought to extract information about the Jiang family from them. The Jiang family, a lineage of longevity among the human race, boasted ancestors who had once been true immortals, although it had been countless years since that immortal-less existence. One could only wonder if other formidable beings still lurked within the Jiang family's ranks. Even though Lu Xian has achieved the status of an emperor, he is still merely at the initial stage of this exalted realm, not ranking among the weakest in terms of combat prowess. However, he is not so arrogant as to consider himself a match for the esteemed ancestor of the Jiang family. This ancestor, at present, undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, a level of power that Lu Xian cannot yet contend with. Nevertheless, given Lu Xian's current capabilities, the chances of the Jiang family's emperor being able to retain him are slim. Thus, what Lu Xian must ascertain now is whether there exists another emperor within the Jiang family, or even a being of greater strength. Among the human race, the existence of 9 emperor laws signifies that there are indeed 9 emperors. Currently, only 7 of these emperors are known to the public. What has become of the remaining 2? The most plausible explanation lies with the long-lived families and the immortal traditions. Therefore, theoretically, it is indeed possible that the Jiang family harbors a second emperor. Lu Xian must first ascertain these matters. Only by understanding the secrets of the Jiang family can Lu Xian confidently rescue his kin. Above the imperial gate, Emperor Jiang Ming listened to the last words conveyed by the Jiang family's protector, filled with myriad emotions. He yearned to open the imperial gate and venture forth to rescue the 8 guardians, yet such an act was fraught with peril. Should they choose to activate the imperial gate's formation, it would undoubtedly invite Lu Xian's entry. Without the protection of the imperial gate's formation, none among them, the esteemed emperors, could withstand the onslaught of this harbinger of death. After all, Lu Xian had ascended to the status of an emperor himself. However, to stand by helplessly as his family's 8 Huang-level guardians perished was a burden too great to bear. Thus, he stood atop the imperial gate and called out, "Lu Xian, you are, by all means, a sinner of our race. My forebear, in his pity for you, granted you a chance for redemption. Yet your current actions are no different from those of traitors among humankind. I advise you to regain your composure and return to guard the heavenly abyss. As for the transgressions you commit today, we can intercede on your behalf to our forebear for your forgiveness." At this juncture, Emperor Jiang Ming maintained a lofty demeanor, casting judgment upon Lu Xian as though he were a criminal. Below the imperial gate, the 8 guardians of the Jiang family, initially believing that Lu Xian hesitated to act, were about to urge him not to err further. However, upon hearing Emperor Jiang Ming's words, they were all struck with trepidation, glaring furiously at the emperor atop the gate. "Lu Xian, do not heed his nonsensical utterances. We are merely following the commands of the emperor, patrolling this area. Whether you are guilty is not for us to decide. If you choose to cease your actions, when the emperor descends, we shall plead for you," one of the guardians hastily explained. As his words fell, the other guardians quickly joined in, urging him, "Lu Xian, you have steadfastly defended our race for 100,000 years. You are a great benefactor of humankind. The emperors are well aware of your contributions, and the countless beings of our race shall not forget your merits. Should you choose to return to the right path now, I believe the emperors will surely pardon you. We were previously unaware of the facts, which led to our offense against you. Now, we apologize, hoping you will grant us a chance for redemption." Their expressions had long since shed any vestige of arrogance. Instead, they bowed in humility, proactively apologizing to Lu Xian. Had Lu Xian merely been at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, they would not have deemed him worthy of their contrition. Yet now, they recognized that Lu Xian had ascended to the status of an emperor, an existence beyond their reach. To preserve their lives, they were compelled to lower their proud heads and acknowledge their errors before Lu Xian. Lu Xian quietly observed their performance. Once they had all finished speaking, he slowly began, his tone devoid of inflection. "If you wish to survive, then demonstrate your sincerity." Upon hearing this, the 8 guardians of the Jiang family brightened with a glimmer of hope for survival, hurriedly pressing forward with anxious inquiries. "Your Excellency, the Emperor, please tell us what you require of us. Whatever you command, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly." These guardians, who had once addressed Lu Xian by name, now referred to him as Your Excellency, the Emperor. Regardless of their change in demeanor, Lu Xian remained unfazed, his voice still flat as he stated, "Survival is quite simple. Whoever can divulge everything about the Jiang family shall be spared." The previously animated 8 guardians of the Jiang family were rendered speechless at Lu Xian's demand for them to betray their own clan. Although they yearned to live, they lacked the courage to betray the Jiang family. While such an act might offer a chance at survival, they knew all too well that the Jiang family would not show them mercy. They feared Lu Xian, yet the dread of the Jiang family's ancestral patriarch loomed larger. After all, Lu Xian had only just stepped into the realm of the emperor, whereas their ancestral patriarch had long since reached the pinnacle of that domain. Compared to Lu Xian, the ancestral figure of the Jiang family is undoubtedly more formidable. In an instant, despair filled the eyes of the 8 Jiang family protectors. Upon hearing Lu Xian's demands, Emperor Jiang Ming revealed a hint of derision, mockingly retorting, "Do you wish for them to betray my Jiang family? Lu Xian, you are lost in your delusions. The members of the Jiang family possess indomitable pride. They would rather meet death than betray their lineage or the esteemed emperor." However, no sooner had he uttered these words than he was met with a resounding slap of reality. Bang! One of the yellow-grade protectors fell to his knees before Lu Xian, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "I will tell you anything you wish to know, esteemed emperor. I implore you, grant me mercy and spare my life. It took me 20,000 years to reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm. I have yet to enjoy the riches of the mortal world. I cannot accept dying like this." At the brink of life and death, There are always those willing to sacrifice everything for survival. Moreover, Lucien merely asked them to betray the Jiang family, requiring no further sacrifices. Thus, Lucien was not surprised by this protector's choice. Despite the isolation imposed by the emperor's barrier, Lucien had distinctly heard Emperor Jiangming's confident voice moments earlier. Therefore, after this Jiang family protector knelt, Lucien deliberately cast a cold glance toward Emperor Jiangming above the barrier, sneering, "It seems your family's pride bends easily. They are not as noble and fearless as you claim." The sight of a peak emperor protector, akin to a stray dog, kneeling before Lucien in supplication was astonishing. Emperor Jiangming, witnessing this, was nearly rendered speechless with shock. Especially Lucien's mockery struck him like a stinging slap, leaving his countenance grim. Observing the kneeling protector, Emperor Jiangming bellowed in fury, "How dare you? Do you not fear the punishment of our ancestors for betraying the family?" Yet, the Jiang protector paid him no heed. With death looming, who would still concern themselves with such matters? Even if the ancestral figure were to punish him, that could only come after he managed to escape with his life. The other Jiang family protectors, who had previously held a resolute demeanor, were now visibly shaken upon witnessing one of their own kneel. Bang, bang, bang. Emperor Jiangming's threats proved utterly fruitless, resulting in several more Jiang family protectors kneeling in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, 4 protectors had knelt, eagerly proclaiming, "Esteemed Emperor, we shall reveal everything you wish to know without reservation. We beseech you, spare our lives." Observing the Jiang family protectors groveling on the ground, Emperor Jiangming felt as if he had been dealt a crushing blow. Just moments ago, he had been adamant about the Jiang family's pride. Yet now, their actions revealed not the slightest trace of that pride. This is unmistakably a pack of spineless hounds. The dignity of the Jiang family has been ruthlessly torn asunder by these individuals, cast beneath Lucien's feet, where it is trampled and humiliated. Yet, at this moment, Lucien deliberately proclaims, "The Chongqing lineage is but this, a mere assembly of spineless dogs." Cough. The Emperor Jiangming, stationed at the imperial pass, was so incensed that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you? I shall ensure that everything that transpired today is conveyed to the ancestor. Even if you manage to survive, prepare to face the wrath of the ancestor." Jiangming was utterly infuriated. He could not fathom that, when confronted with life and death, these guardians of the Jiang family exhibited such a lack of resolve, such cowardice. They have brought unparalleled shame upon the Jiang name. Especially the mockery from Lucien left him feeling utterly humiliated. However, the guardians of the Jiang family seemed indifferent to his words, unfazed by his derision. Instead, those few guardians who remained standing were nearly driven to the brink of fury upon witnessing their kneeling companions plead for mercy. "You shameless wretches! My Jiang family harbors none who would cower in fear for their lives. From this day forth, you are no longer part of the Jiang clan. Even if you survive today, the Jiang family shall not spare you." To betray the Jiang family and the ancestor is to invite certain death without a burial. This was Huang Er, the second among the 9 Huang-level guardians. With Huang De now deceased, he assumed the leadership of these guardians, furiously reprimanding those who had betrayed their family. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when he heard Lucien's frigid voice, "Whether they meet a fate without a grave, you shall not witness." In the next instant, he beheld his own head drifting further from his body. Lucien stood before the imperial pass, effortlessly unleashing a sword chi that severed his head from his body. That head of Huang Er had already soared hundreds of feet away, yet his consciousness remained intact, filled with terror as he beheld his own decapitated form. Under the onslaught of the sword chi, his body erupted into a myriad of blood rain. He could scarcely fathom that he would be the first to meet such a fate. In the next instant, his head too exploded, disintegrating into a puddle of flesh, which was then consumed by flames that appeared out of thin air, reducing it to ashes. He was indeed the epitome of a soul without a resting place. With a swift motion of his hand, Lucien retrieved a source of the great emperor, upon which he could even discern the incredulous expression of the yellow-level guardian in his final moments. Previously, when Lucien had slain Huang De, it had been through the barrier of a formation, rendering his actions unseen. However, this time the circumstances were decidedly different. Lucien, in their presence, effortlessly eradicated an existence at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. This scene utterly petrified the other Huang-level guardians, rendering them speechless. Even those guardians who had previously held their ground were so terrified that they simultaneously fell to their knees. Just as they were about to plead for mercy, they beheld the oncoming sword light. What had initially appeared as mere sparks rapidly magnified within their eyes. At the moment the sword light surged forth, they were overwhelmed by an immense aura, immobilized in place, incapable of even fleeing. They could only watch in horror as the sparks of sword light expanded, transforming into an unparalleled divine sword that shattered their very beings. The resounding booms echoed as the last 3 kneeling guardians of the Jiang family were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Lu Xian struck with ruthless precision, dispatching the emperor as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables. Observing yet another 3 companions fall victim to his might, the 4 guards of the Jiang family, who had knelt first, silently rejoiced in their earlier decision. Had they hesitated even for a moment longer, they too might have found themselves in the same dire predicament, bereft of a burial site. Lu Xian is truly terrifying. A powerhouse at the imperial sovereign realm, he is simply beyond their capacity to contend with. It is only at this very moment that they come to this realization. Before Lu Xian, they were afforded no opportunity to strike. Their fates, whether life or death, lie entirely within Lu Xian's whims. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly slayed 4 guardians of the Jiang family, appearing nonchalant, yet internally, his blood surged tumultuously. After all, he had only just ascended to the imperial sovereign realm, and he was not employing his most potent force of law, but rather utilizing the sword path, which left him feeling somewhat fatigued. His swordsmanship, after all, was merely at the pinnacle of the emperor level, not yet reaching the realm of integration. Thus, after engaging, Lu Xian began to refine the emperor's essence within his grasp, replenishing his magical energy while simultaneously striving to breach the 3rd tier of the chaotic celestial emperor's art. Simultaneously, he cast a cold, disdainful glance at the 4 Jiang family guardians, who resembled lost dogs, and spoke in a frigid tone, "You are each afforded but a single opportunity. Whoever divulges a secret that sways me shall be spared. Remember, there is but one spot available. Your survival hinges upon your own actions." The 4 guardians, who had just moments ago believed they could evade calamity, were left utterly stupefied upon hearing that Lu Xian would grant them only one chance at life. After a brief period of bewilderment, they clamored to speak. "My lord of the imperial sovereign, I am privy to all the secrets of the Jiang family. Whatever you wish to know, I shall disclose. My lord of the imperial sovereign, I am the eldest, having served the Jiang family for 50 millennia. There is nothing within the family that eludes my knowledge. My lord of the imperial sovereign, the Jiang family's might is not as simplistic as it appears, in truth. Throughout the years, the Jiang family, my lord of the imperial sovereign, I possess knowledge of secrets unknown even to them. These revelations pertain to the very survival of the Jiang family." The 4 guardians of the Jiang family, kneeling upon the ground, eagerly recounted the secrets they knew, each one pouring forth their words as if from a bamboo tube, fearful of being outpaced by the others. Lu Xian quietly observed the 4 guardians of the Jiang family, who were eagerly divulging the family's secrets. While his expression remained serene, his heart was engulfed in profound astonishment. Each revelation they shared was both astonishing and shocking. "Your Majesty, we have disclosed everything we know. We beseech you to honor our agreement and spare our lives." The 4 yellow-level guardians, having revealed all their knowledge, hurriedly continued to plead for mercy, fearful of being a moment too late. After all, Lu Xian had already declared that among the 4 of them, only one would have the chance to survive. Observing these 4 guardians, who had indeed unveiled numerous secrets of the Jiang family, Lu Xian's expression slightly darkened as he spoke in a measured tone. "I have already stated that whoever presents the most significant information shall be granted this opportunity. However, it appears that the secrets you have shared are rather similar. So, who do you believe I should bestow this chance upon?" Lu Xian deliberately feigned a troubled expression, his gaze shifting among the 4 yellow-level guardians. Each of them was in existence at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. How could they fail to comprehend Lu Xian's intentions? Among the 4, only one would have the chance to survive. Moreover, he had placed the choice in their hands, which was tantamount to forcing them into a brutal conflict amongst themselves. "Lu Xian, you are, after all, an emperor. Can you truly disregard your words? You have clearly stated that as long as we divulge the secrets of the Jiang family, you would spare us. Now, you wish to go back on your word. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed should this come to light?" One of the yellow-level guardians stood up in fury, glaring at Lu Xian as he bellowed. The implications of Lu Xian's words were unmistakably clear. It was merely a matter of articulating them. The choice between life and death lay in their own hands. After all, they were kin who had shared countless years together. How could they be incited to infighting by mere utterances from Lu Xian? However, he ultimately overestimated his standing in the eyes of others, as well as the malevolence inherent in human nature. In the very moment his words fell silent, 3 long swords, almost indistinguishably simultaneous, pierced his body. The shock in his eyes was palpable as he beheld the 3 blades that rendered him utterly cold, gushing forth a mouthful of black blood. He turned his head with great difficulty, incredulously gazing at his companions, who had simultaneously struck him, now succumbing to eternal sleep. Even with the element of surprise from 3 peak emperors, any hope for survival was utterly extinguished. Until his last breath, he could scarcely fathom that those who had been his family for countless years could truly turn against him with such lethal intent, and that 3 of them would act in concert. In that fleeting moment as he turned his gaze, he discerned not a hint of hesitation or doubt in their eyes, only ruthless determination. The 3 yellow-level guardians, having executed their strikes, paid no heed to the man already doomed. Without the slightest pause, they withdrew their swords and turned their lethal intent towards one another. There was no need for Lu Xian to continue sowing discord. They were already locked in a deadly clash. In a desperate bid for survival, they unleashed their most formidable powers. The imperial laws clashing above the boundary sea with cataclysmic force. Atop the imperial barrier, Emperor Jiangming stared in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled to such depths. All it took was a simple provocation from Lu Xian to incite the Jiang family guardians to turn against one another. Witnessing the frenzied battle among the Jiang family guardians, Emperor Jiangming was once more overwhelmed by fury, spitting forth another mouthful of black blood, his body teetering backward. Had it not been for timely support, he would have surely collapsed against the city wall. Lord Guardian, Lu Xian is already an emperor. Even with the protection of the imperial barrier, we can only momentarily halt his advance. The situation here is beyond our intervention. If the barrier falls, we will all meet our doom. The one supporting Emperor Jiangming was also an emperor, a member of the subordinate imperial clan of the Jiang family. As they observed the turmoil beneath the barrier, their voices trembled in fear. With all the Jiang family guardians slain, would they be next in line? Initially, 5 esteemed emperors of the Jiang family had secured the barrier. Regrettably, the other 4 had met their demise at the hands of Lu Xian upon their emergence in the boundary sea. Thus, the only Jiang family emperor remaining at the barrier was Emperor Jiangming, the guardian of this stronghold. In a state of heightened agitation, Emperor Jiangming, upon hearing the council, once again expelled a mouthful of black blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Get away. Emperor Jiangming forcefully pushed the individual aside and staggered towards the imperial gate, his gaze filled with fury as he beheld the devastating scene below. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 guardians of the Jiang family had already determined their fates. Before the imperial gate lay 2 corpses of great emperors, reduced to mere pulp. The sole surviving guardian of the Jiang family had suffered the loss of an arm and was blinded in one eye, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Yet, despite his dire condition, his eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. He knelt before Lu Xian with a resounding thud, exclaiming with uncontainable enthusiasm, "My lord, the emperor, I have triumphed. I am the last one standing. You need not worry about whom to choose anymore." Lu Xian gazed quietly at the kneeling guardian of the Jiang family before him, feeling no pity for the man. It was precisely 100,000 years ago, at the moment he was forced to leave the human race, that every member of the Jiang family had already found their place on his list of targets. Over the years, had it not been for his concern for the safety of his kin, he would have long since returned to the human realm. Even if he could not annihilate the Jiang family, he would ensure they paid a price. Thus, witnessing the demise of these Jiang family emperors before him, Lu Xian felt no psychological burden whatsoever. On the contrary, he believed that allowing them to perish so easily was a kindness they did not deserve. As Lu Xian remained silent, the guardian of the Jiang family, now with only one eye, suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. In a state of panic, he hurriedly raised his head to look at Lu Xian, his voice trembling with fear as he implored, "Your Majesty, I have complied with your instructions. You cannot go back on your word. Is that so?" Lu Xian suddenly smiled. Yet that icy grin sent a shiver through the body of the kneeling guardian of the Jiang family. Lu Xian then continued, his voice chillingly cold, "I assure you, I shall not be untrustworthy. I have stated that whoever divulges the most secrets shall be of utmost utility to me. I shall grant them clemency. This promise shall hold true, regardless of the time." Just as the guardian of the Jiang family was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Xian's words struck him with terror, causing his complexion to change dramatically. "But how can you be certain that the secrets you just revealed are indeed the most advantageous to me?" Even the most dim-witted of the Jiang family's guardians had begun to awaken to the grim reality. They had been toying with Lu Xian from the very beginning. It was absurd. These individuals had divulged all the secrets of the Jiang family for a hope that was utterly non-existent. They had even resorted to mutual slaughter in their desperate bid for the singular chance of survival. With a splutter, the guardian of the Jiang family, who had but a single eye remaining, was so enraged that his blood surged violently, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of black blood before collapsing. Lu Xian slowly approached him, resembling a solemn ancient deity presiding over judgment, his voice chilling and commanding. "Look at you, suffering so profoundly. Existence only prolongs your agony. Allow me to grant you liberation." As his words fell, the final yellow-level guardian perished before the Imperial Gate. Above the Imperial Gate, Emperor Jiangming was nearly overwhelmed with rage, almost losing consciousness. These 9 yellow-level guardians were the trump cards of the Jiang family. Who could have anticipated their demise in such a manner? To make matters worse, the 9 guardians, in their final moments, divulged all the secrets of the Jiang family. Although he only grasped the gist of their revelations from his vantage point above the gate, it was evident that the truths they spoke were the family's deepest secrets. Many of these secrets were unknown even to the esteemed members of the Jiang clan. Particularly scandalous was the revelation regarding the Jiang family's use of living blood essence to cultivate elixirs of immortality, a matter of utmost confidentiality. The only ones privy to this information were likely the ancestors and these guardians themselves. Yet now, this infamous issue had been publicly disclosed by their own protectors. Fortunately, most of the emperors present at the Imperial Gate had not comprehended the details clearly. Furthermore, as vassals of the Jiang family, even if they had understood, they would not dare to utter a word. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Ming's forehead as he shuddered to think of the consequences should this information reach the human realm. Even as a family of longevity, they would likely find themselves utterly bereft of a foothold. Silence. Seal your lips tightly. Anyone who dares to utter a single word of what you have seen or heard today shall face annihilation. Emperor Jiangming glared ferociously at the emperors behind him. The other emperors, fully aware that they had stumbled upon monumental secrets and witnessed that which should not be seen, promptly sealed their lips. Even if given 100-fold courage, they would not dare to speak of the events that transpired here. Below the Imperial Gate, Lu Xian collected the essence of the imperial sources from the guardians of the Jiang family. Even he had not anticipated that. Since relinquishing his post at Tianyuan and embracing his true nature, the imperial essence had become an essential resource for his cultivation. Presently, he possessed 2 or 3 dozen pieces of imperial essence. However, each of these imperial essences held significance for him. The second tier of the Panwu Great Strength technique required an enormous amount of resources for cultivation. These imperial essences were merely a drop in the ocean, wholly insufficient for him to refine the Panwu ancestor body. Thus, he utilized these imperial essences to cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique. His chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique had already reached the second major perfection, and it was now time to strive for the third tier. After vanquishing the guardians of the Jiang family, Lu Xian did not immediately assault the imperial barrier. Instead, he entered the God Burial Coffin space. Within the God Burial Coffin space, Lu Xian's eyes shimmered with divine light. The formations on the imperial barrier were of a respected tier. They had once withstood the attacks of ancient alien sovereigns. Although I have attained the Emperor's realm, I am but one individual. It is unrealistic to forcibly breach the imperial barrier formations. Although Lu Xian was eager to return, he remained prudent. Given his current strength, forcibly breaching the imperial barrier formation was nearly impossible. Therefore, enhancing his power was of utmost importance. Once his Chaos Emperor technique advanced to the 3rd level, he would acquire a formidable ancient dual pupil talent. Perhaps then, he would be able to shatter the imperial barrier formation. The reason Lu Xian did not hasten to assault the Imperial Pass was his desire to attain the 3rd level of the chaotic Celestial Emperor's art and thereby acquire the ancient. As Lu Xian channeled the chaotic Celestial Emperor's art, he transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, casting in numerous sources of the Great Emperor, which he directly refined and absorbed. Even though Lu Xian had already ascended to the rank of Emperor and possessed a chaotic body, the process of refining the sources of the Great Emperor was not something that could be achieved overnight. Within the confines of the divine burial coffin space, time flowed like a river. After several hundred years, Lu Xian had refined and absorbed the power of 3 sources of the Great Emperor, allowing his chaotic Celestial Emperor's art to successfully break through to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the chaotic Celestial Emperor's art is also known as the Realm of Chaotic. At this stage, the chaotic body achieves great perfection, awakening another formidable innate talent, the Ancient. As Lu Xian entered the third level of the chaotic celestial emperor's art, his pair of eyes underwent a rapid transformation. Under the infusion of countless streams of chaotic energy, the laws of the great Tao began to autonomously operate and evolve within his eyes. However, this evolution required an immense quantity of chaotic energy to sustain it. In Lu Xian's hands, the essence of the great emperor was refined once more. After expending a significant number of the great emperor's essences, his pair of eyes finally completed their transformation. What was once an exceedingly ordinary pair of eyes, under the enhancement of chaotic energy, evolved into the ancient. Upon closer inspection, another set of pupils astonishingly emerged within the original ones. Now, each of Lu Xian's eyes harbored two pupils, exuding a terrifying aura, akin to black holes capable of devouring all. The ancient had come to fruition. Lu Xian took a deep breath, overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Within the confines of this divine burial coffin space, he had cultivated for a millennium, expending 10 emperors' origins, and had finally awakened the ancient dual pupils. As he activated the ancient dual pupils, a startling beam of dark light erupted from his eyes. This was one of the innate divine abilities of the dual pupils, the destructive divine light. Within this divine light resided a terrifying power capable of annihilating all, enabling him to vanquish foes beyond his level. However, this was not the sole ability of the dual pupils. With a mere thought from Lu Xian, the original dark light vanished, instantly transforming into a chaotic luminescence of black and white. This too was one of the innate divine abilities of the dual pupils, the chaotic divine light. Within the chaotic divine light dwelled the dual energies of yin and yang, granting the ability to pierce through all illusions and origins, as well as an extraordinarily potent capacity for learning. Anything that had been illuminated by the chaotic divine light could be swiftly comprehended and mastered by Lu Xian. When this chaotic divine light reached its zenith, his dual pupils could even emanate an incessant flow of chaotic energy, possessing the formidable capability to create worlds. Of course, Lu Xian had only just awakened the ancient dual pupils and had merely begun to harness their powers. The path to fully realizing their potential was still long ahead. Having cultivated to the third level, he had already attained the four symbols sacred body and the chaotic body, in addition to awakening the ancient dual pupils. If he were to cultivate the chaotic emperor technique to the 9th level, one could scarcely imagine the extent of his power. Sensing the might of the ancient dual pupils, Lu Xian inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration, reflecting on the unfathomable existence of the one who originally crafted the chaotic emperor technique. A single technique capable of continuously awakening the strongest physiques and talents in this world. Such a notion had once been beyond Lu Xian's imagination. It could be said that the chaotic emperor technique had transformed everything for him. Without it, he would not have even had the opportunity to merge paths, let alone possess the chaotic body and the ancient dual pupils, such supreme talents. Now, having only reached the 3rd level, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, emerging as a top-tier cultivation genius in the realm. If he continued his training, he would undoubtedly be able to suppress his peers and become invincible in this era. Once, Lu Xian was the taboo emperor who dominated an age. Now, he aimed to subdue even those imperious emperor lords. He sought to become the true taboo of this time. Lu Xian exhaled deeply, acutely aware of the surging energy within him. His physical form felt as though it had undergone a profound baptism. His flesh radiated a resplendent light. His bones gleamed like gold, and even his pores seemed to emit ethereal rays. His chaotic body, undergoing a metamorphosis, appeared reborn, stronger, more resilient, and more formidable than ever before. It also bore a greater purity. His being was suffused with chaotic energy, and it seemed that even his flesh, bones, fascia, and skin were on the verge of coalescing into profound marks. This was a sign of the chaotic body's heightened purity. The paramount advantage of the chaotic body lies in its affinity with the great Tao, unbound by the constraints of heavenly laws. Even among the human race, it could disregard celestial regulations and directly attain enlightenment and integration with the Tao. Previously, Lu Xian's chaotic heavenly emperor technique had not reached the 3rd tier, which limited him to cultivating the great strength divine ability, merging with the Tao through the principle of strength to become an emperor. Now that his chaotic heavenly emperor technique had ascended to the 3rd level, he was presented with a multitude of options for Tao integration. The 3rd tier of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique corresponds to the emperor realm of Tao integration. Moreover, this 3rd tier is distinct from conventional Tao merging. While typically one can only choose a single principle to integrate, the chaotic heavenly emperor technique allows for the merging with myriad paths. This is also one of the innate gifts of the chaotic body, the ability to harmonize with all paths. Lucian has now attained the third realm of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique, having acquired the ancient, yet he still needs to achieve Tao fusion. Only through this fusion can he attain completeness. Tao fusion entails the amalgamation of myriad paths. It is only by integrating these countless paths that his chaotic physique can progress further, advancing into the next tier of the Tao integration realm. This is in stark contrast to Lucian's cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, which harmonizes with the laws of force. The laws of force constitute one of the 3,000 chaotic laws, representing the most primordial and fundamental principles of existence. Following the chaos's dissolution, the Great Tao emerged as the sovereign of the universe. From this Great Tao, myriad laws of the Tao were subsequently derived. Lucian cultivates the chaotic Celestial Emperor Sutra, aiming to integrate the myriad paths, where myriad paths refers to the great ways. The Panwu Divine Power, on the other hand, merges the 3,000 chaotic principles. The chaotic Celestial Emperor Sutra necessitates the amalgamation of countless great ways. This signifies that Lucian is currently faced with a pivotal choice. The optimal decision would be to select one path of cultivation from either the chaotic Celestial Emperor Sutra or the Panwu Divine Power. Human capabilities are inherently limited. Thus, attempting to cultivate both techniques simultaneously would equate to engaging in the practice of two distinct systems of principles. The energy and resources required for this dual endeavor would far exceed those needed for the singular pursuit of one set of principles. Lucian's gaze traversed the two martial arts techniques before him. Whether it was the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art or the Panwu Great Power technique, he was unwilling to relinquish either. With the passage of 100,000 years in Tianyuan, I can afford to wait. What is there that cannot be achieved? Moreover, with the God burial coffin space at my disposal, I need not worry about the insufficiency of time for cultivation. The only hurdle to overcome is the matter of cultivation resources. Lucian's eyes flickered with an unprecedented determination. My time in the Empyrean sovereign realm has been too brief. Relying solely on a single technique renders me utterly incapable of contending with those seasoned Empyrean sovereigns. Thus, I must diligently cultivate multiple techniques. By simultaneously practicing the chaotic Celestial Emperor's art and the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability, I may bridge the gap between myself and those venerable Empyrean sovereigns, overpowering them with my divine abilities. In Lucian's mind, an unprecedented clarity emerged. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to cultivate both methods simultaneously. He would pursue the law of strength. He would also seek to traverse the myriad paths of the Great Tao. As Lucian grasped this realization, his thoughts became unencumbered, and his understanding of the Great Tao sharpened with newfound clarity. Within this space of the divine burial coffin, however, he found himself unable to sense the power of the Great Tao. Lucian's figure shifted, reappearing beneath the imperial gate. Upon witnessing Lucian's return, the myriad human emperors atop the gate were struck with trepidation, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He has come. He has returned. After vanishing for a day and a night, his presence has grown even more formidable. Could it be that he has broken through once more? The human emperors trembled in fear, their bodies quaking with anxiety. The scene of Lucian vanquishing an emperor is terrifying, casting a profound shadow over these human emperors. Thus, upon seeing Lucian, they are unable to suppress their fear. Observing the pallid faces and trembling bodies of these frightened emperors, Emperor Jiangming scolded furiously, a bunch of useless individuals. No matter how formidable Lucian may be, he is but one man. Can he truly overturn the heavens? Look at you, reduced to such a state by fear. It is a disgrace to our Jiang family. These human emperors are vassals of the Jiang clan, and none dare to refute Emperor Jiangming. However, there are still those who harbor resentment, muttering quietly. Didn't you also faint from fright? Though the voice was soft, the assembly of human emperors could certainly hear it. Emperor Jiangming shot a fierce glare at the speaker and retorted angrily, I was merely overcome by rage. Lucian toyed with the guardians of the Jiang family and mercilessly killed their 9 great protectors, leaving Emperor Jiangming in a state of faint rage. This had long been a thorn in Emperor Jiangming's heart, and now he was compelled to bring it up himself, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger once more. Had it not been for the pressing need for talent at this moment, he would have undoubtedly crushed that loquacious emperor into oblivion. I know you all fear Lucian, but let me assure you, he is nothing more than a mere jester. Even if he were to ascend to the rank of emperor, he would be incapable of stirring any real tempest. Our imperial barrier is unassailable. Even those ancient alien sovereigns, leading their million-strong armies, could not breach the imperial barrier. What can a solitary Lucian do but shake a tree like an ant? He won't even have the opportunity to step foot within the imperial barrier. Emperor Jiangming brimmed with confidence regarding the imperial barrier before him. Although they had never witnessed the sight of the imperial barrier withstanding a million-strong alien army, they never doubted its might. To serve as the first line of defense for humanity against the alien threat, how could the imperial barrier be so easily breached? The human emperors, who had just trembled in fear moments ago, found their expressions soften and their morale rekindled upon hearing Emperor Jiangming's reassurances. I have already relayed the news from here. At this moment, the esteemed emperor should have received the message. It won't be long before the emperor himself may descend in person, Emperor Jiangming continued. And upon hearing that the emperor might personally arrive at the imperial barrier, the eyes of these human emperors sparkled with excitement. In an instant, the imperial barrier, which had been shrouded in despair moments ago, was once again filled with laughter and joy. Beneath the imperial barrier, Lu Xian reigned in his aura, aspiring to merge with the Tao and elevate his strength further. However, he harbored doubts about whether the members of the Lu family could continue to wait. The events transpiring at the Imperial Gate would soon reach the ears of the human race. Once the esteemed emperors became aware of his rampage here, they might take action against the Lu family. Although the formations left by Lu Xian were formidable, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the direct assault of an emperor. Thus, he needed to conclude matters swiftly, breaching the Imperial Gate with utmost haste and returning to the human realm. Only by personally returning to the Lu family could he ensure the true safety of his kin. Gazing up at the towering Imperial Gate, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. Human race, I, Lu Xian, shall return. 100,000 years ago, for the sake of his family, Lu Xian had been compelled to leave the human realm, guarding the abyss of heaven. This departure had lasted for a century of millennia. Even he had not anticipated that, after such a long time, he would be able to rejoin the human race. Moreover, he would do so in this manner, fighting his way back. Beneath the Imperial Gate, Lu Xian's voice resonated coldly and powerfully. I am the emperor of the human race, guarding the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years, contributing greatly to our kind. Are you now intent on obstructing my path home? His words echoed across the Imperial Gate. Many human emperors atop the gate were stirred by his proclamation. Among them, many were unaware of the events from 100,000 years prior. Indeed, for some, it was their first encounter with the name Lu Xian, and they were oblivious to the magnitude of his contributions. Hearing Lu Xian's own words, these emperors were taken aback. Within the Imperial Gate, numerous human cultivators stationed there approached the gate, their astonishment evident as they beheld Lu Xian standing outside. Previously, they had only heard rumors of someone slaying human emperors atop the Sea of Realms. Yet they had not realized that this individual was a great benefactor of the human race. Do you think what he says is true? Could he have truly guarded this place for 100,000 years? If that is the case, he is indeed a great benefactor to our kind. Wouldn't it be exceedingly unjust to hinder him? Among the emperors atop the gate, one wavered, murmuring softly. They had only witnessed Lu Xian's violent rampage, never considering the origins of his stature or the magnitude of his merits. Now, upon hearing Lu Xian proclaim his own contributions, these human emperors turned their hesitant gazes toward Emperor Jiangming. The Jiang family had consistently obstructed Lu Xian's return. Was there something more to this? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the human emperors, Jiangming let out a cold snort, rebuking, "Do you intend to believe his deceitful words? He was merely an emperor in the past. How could he possibly withstand those ruthless foreign races and demonic tribes? Such nonsense. Do you truly believe it? Have you lost your senses?" Emperor Jiangming cast a disdainful glare at the doubting emperors, stepping forward before the Imperial Gate, inverting right and wrong as he declared. "Lu Xian, you truly are brazen. In my several tens of thousands of years, I have never encountered someone as shameless as you. For a mere 10,000 years, you have guarded the abyss. Do you truly believe you possess the strength for such a task? It was precisely 10 millennia ago that the sovereigns of our human race united and invaded the foreign realms, inflicting grievous wounds upon those alien races and demon clans, which rendered them too fearful to step even a single pace across the boundary sea for the past 10,000 years. At this juncture, Emperor Jiangming let out a disdainful scoff, remarking scornfully, "What right have you, a wretch expelled from the human race due to your grave transgressions, to claim that you have safeguarded the abyss for 10 millennia? To dare to usurp the merits of our human sovereigns is truly to be ignorant of the heavens and the earth. I have never encountered such a brazen and shameless individual as yourself." The emperor's words were so fervently delivered that even he began to believe them. How much more so would the uninformed human emperors? So it is, They thought, how could a single emperor possibly withstand the onslaught of those alien races and demons? To claim he has guarded the abyss for 10 millennia is indeed a bold assertion. They were astonished to discover that Lu Xun was such a despicable character. In an instant, these human emperors were swayed by Emperor Jiang Ming's rhetoric, deriding Lu Xun with disdain. Even the human cultivators within the imperial pass were convinced, hurling curses at Lu Xun for his shamelessness. To dare usurp the achievements of the sovereigns is a level of audacity that is truly reprehensible. Such a contemptible individual. It is no wonder he was cast out from the human race. Such a person is unworthy to be among us. Beneath the imperial pass, Lu Xun maintained an unruffled demeanor. He had already anticipated that these individuals would refuse to acknowledge his contributions. After all, he had safeguarded the abyss for 10,000 years, securing an era of peace for humanity. The weight of such merit was immense. Once recognized, he would be celebrated as a great benefactor to the entire human race. Even the most powerful sovereigns would hesitate to erase the legacy of one who had done so much. Thus, to deny his achievements was the most advantageous course for those sovereigns. Emperor Jiang Ming, representing the Jiang family and their sovereign, would naturally never concede to Lu Xun's accomplishments. What Lu Xun did not foresee, however, was that Emperor Jiang Ming would not only refuse to acknowledge his merits, but would audaciously attribute this monumental achievement to those human sovereigns who had contributed nothing at all. 10,000 years ago, did the human sovereigns indeed invade the foreign realms and weaken the spirits of the alien races? Lu Xun appeared to have heard the greatest joke. At that time, it was evidently the human emperor who was forced into a retreat, with the 7 great emperors simultaneously guarding the imperial gate, nearly succumbing to the onslaught of the alien forces that sought to invade the realm of humanity. In that dire moment, it was Lu Xun wielding the Burial Heaven Divine Sword who staunchly upheld the last bastion, although they ultimately managed to fend off the alien invaders. The humans of that era were in no position to pursue them, let alone penetrate into alien territory, with the presence of alien celestials. Even if the human emperors were granted 100-fold courage, they would not dare to set foot into the alien domain. This matter, a mere 100,000 years ago, was not a secret. However, in the present day, it has faded from memory. The cultivators of that bygone era have long turned to dust, and naturally, no one remains to testify to the events that once transpired. Lu Xun did not engage in any argument with them. Continuing to debate what has already transpired holds no significance. He yearned only to return swiftly to the human realm, to the Lu family. Only by witnessing the safety of his kin with his own eyes could he find solace. The Jiang family, as expected, remained as shameless as ever. Lu Xun let out a cold smile, offering no explanation. His chilling voice reverberated throughout the imperial pass. I am the ancestral elder of the Lu family. Who dares obstruct my path home shall face death. The frigid and commanding tone resounded like a thunderclap, enveloping the imperial pass. Lu Xun did not act immediately. He was willing to extend a chance for redemption to those imperial beings and cultivators of the human race. Within the imperial gate, not only were there members of the Jiang family, but also other emperors from various imperial clans, alongside human cultivators from distant lands. These individuals were innocent, at least for the time being. Unless the moment demanded it, Lu Xun was reluctant to unleash a massacre. After all, he too belonged to the human race and had not yet descended to the level of slaughtering innocents indiscriminately, even in his quest for vengeance. His targets were unmistakably clear, the 7 primary emperors, along with the Chashing family and the undying Dao lineage to which they belonged. Additionally, there were those who had previously targeted his own family over the years. These individuals were destined for death. As for the others, as long as they did not seek their own demise, Lu Xun could hardly be bothered with them. Lu Xun ascended to the skies, descending upon the imperial gate, surveying the assembly of human emperors positioned atop it. He also caught sight of countless human cultivators in the distance, armed and vigilant, standing behind the imperial gate. As the first line of defense against foreign races, the imperial gate is perpetually guarded by an army of 100,000 cultivators. At this moment, these cultivators were all tense, their gazes fixed upon the heavens. Even through the protective formation, they could still sense the formidable and terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xun. Above the imperial gate, Emperor Jiang Ming regarded the suddenly airborne Lu Xun with a glimmer of derision in his eyes, coldly laughing as he spoke. Lu Xun, do you truly understand the gravity of your actions? This is the imperial gate of the human race. As one of our kind, to assault the imperial gate, are you intending to become a traitor to humanity? I advise you to be wise and kneel in repentance. Otherwise, Not only will you face the judgment of our people and be deemed a sinner, doomed to a grave without a resting place, but your kin shall also perish alongside you. Despite knowing that Lu Xianxing is an emperor, Jiang Ming harbored no trepidation. For this is the Imperial Gate. The formation of the Imperial Gate is a formidable array, meticulously crafted by the 7 great emperors of the human race, capable of withstanding any emperor. Even those at the pinnacle of emperor rank would find themselves powerless against this revered formation. Lu Xian has only just ascended to the status of emperor, and it is utterly impossible for him to breach the array. At this moment, the Imperial Pass array stands as the greatest reliance of the great Emperor Jiang Ming. Lu Xian paid no heed to the clamorous Emperor Jiang Ming. His gaze shimmered with divine light as he activated his dual pupils. Instantly, a resplendent beam of divine radiance shot forth from his eyes, enveloping the entire Imperial Barrier formation. Before him, the intricate array materialized with crystal clarity. The activation of his dual pupils not only allowed him to pierce through illusions, but also enabled him to comprehend and master the profound principles of the Tao. The Imperial Barrier formation before him was scarcely worthy of being called a Tao in itself. Under the illumination of his divine pupil light, countless luminous patterns flowed across the formation, with various trajectories of array combinations unfolding within his vision, automatically deducing themselves. In but a fleeting moment, this exceedingly complex, supreme-level formation had been largely resolved by his dual pupils. Simultaneously, Lu Xian felt an increasing familiarity with the Imperial Barrier formation before him, as if he were on the verge of grasping its essence and mastering the entirety of the formation. Once he fully comprehended the array before him, breaking it would be an effortless endeavor. On the Imperial Barrier, Emperor Jiang Ming had not anticipated Lu Xian's indifference to his provocation. However, as a formidable emperor himself, upon witnessing the divine light emanating from Lu Xian's eyes, his expression shifted dramatically. Hiss. A wielder of dual pupils. How could this be? Lu Xian is indeed a wielder of dual pupils. Emperor Jiang Ming staggered back in astonishment. The revelation of a dual pupil wielder left the other human emperors atop the barrier utterly flabbergasted. The title of dual pupil wielder carried immense weight. Legend spoke of each generation's wielder as an invincible force among their peers. Particularly, upon awakening their dual pupils, they could see through the Tao and grasp its essence. It was said that in ancient times, no formation or divine ability could hinder the path of a dual pupil wielder. Now, Lu Xian possessed such power. What did this signify? The human emperors atop the Imperial Barrier gasped in astonishment, understanding all too well why Emperor Jiang Ming had recoiled in fear moments ago. The dread of a dual pupil wielder was truly formidable. After Lu Xian acquired the Imperial Barrier array before him could not impede his advance. Once the formation was breached, the fate of those present lay entirely in Lu Xian's hands. Despite the presence of dozens of emperors and 100,000 cultivators behind them, they would not be foolish enough to arrogantly believe that such numbers could halt Lu Xian's progress. The emperor is insurmountable. In the face of the emperor, these great emperors and the ordinary cultivators behind them are indistinguishable. Beneath the emperor, all are mere insects. Even at the pinnacle of their power, they could not withstand a single strike from Lu Xian. The earlier battle atop had already demonstrated this truth. Only an emperor can withstand another emperor. However, their human race's emperors were still miles away. By the time these emperors arrived, the Imperial Barrier would have already turned into a graveyard. Emperor Jiang Ming understood this all too well, so upon witnessing Lu Xian's, he swiftly altered his course of action, shouting in a panic, "We cannot wait for him to break the array. Quickly, activate the formation, summon the Imperial weapons, and strike him down." The Imperial Barrier Array is a revered formation that combines offense and defense. Not only does it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it also boasts dozens of offensive techniques. If they combine the strength of 100,000 cultivators, they could even summon dragon spirits to unleash attacks of imperial caliber. Emperor Jiang Ming's shout jolted the panicking emperors back to their senses. They understood that they had reached a critical moment of life and death, and each quickly commanded the gathering of 100,000 cultivators, urging them to unleash their strongest divine abilities. Above the Imperial Barrier, Emperor Jiang Ming soared into the air, the principles of the Imperial Path trembling behind him, cascading like the waters of the Yangtze from the heavens into the array. Behind him, dozens of human emperors also ascended into the sky. The principles of the Imperial Path manifested behind them, resembling brilliant golden pillars of light shooting into the sky. These dozens of human emperors merged with the formation, becoming one of its focal points. Behind the Imperial Barrier, 100,000 human cultivators also took to the skies. They radiated an ascending brilliance, their boundless magical power converging towards the array. In an instant, the revered array was infused with the strength of dozens of emperors and 100,000 cultivators, its momentum reaching an apex. As the primary focal point of the array, Emperor Jiangming had fully integrated with it, his voice erupting like thunder as he respectfully called to the heavens, Emperor Barrier Guardian, Jiangming. Summon the two dragon ancestors to protect our human race. His voice reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the heavens and resonating above the imperial barrier. At the moment his voice fell, the imperial barrier began to tremble. The walls of the imperial barrier, coiling like a great dragon upon the ground, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Roars filled the air as the sound of dragon cries resonated from the walls of the imperial barrier, shaking the very heavens and earth. Beneath the feet of these great emperors of the human race, the serpentine city walls of the imperial pass astonishingly soared into the air like a colossal dragon. No, it was indeed a dragon. A genuine, true dragon. Two majestic dragon phantoms burst forth from the imperial pass walls, swirling above the formation, elevating the might of the imperial pass array to an unprecedented zenith. This is the essence of dragon souls. Outside the imperial pass, Lucien, wielding the power of the heavy eyes, discerned the true nature of these two dragons at a glance. They were unmistakably two authentic dragon souls. Bound within the walls of the imperial pass, they had become one with the structure. In ordinary times, they remained dormant, only emerging when the imperial pass array was activated, transforming into true dragons to safeguard the formation and protect the imperial pass. Lucien gazed in astonishment at the two true dragons hovering within the formation. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from these ancient beasts, the true dragon clan was once a sovereign of this realm. And it is said that at the pinnacle of their power, they ruled the four seas, truly embodying the essence of dominion over the world. Some even regard the true dragon clan as the foremost among the 10 ancient ferocious beasts. From this alone, one can perceive the immense strength and terror of the true dragon clan. Before him, the two dragon souls manifesting atop the imperial pass instilled in Lucien an overwhelming sense of dread. Even he, who wielded the laws of the emperor, found himself retreating under the oppressive might of these dragon souls. Without even engaging in battle, their presence had already placed him at a disadvantage. This spectacle left a look of shock in Lucien's eyes. Merely two dragon souls were formidable enough to evoke such a reaction. It is unfathomable to consider just how powerful the true dragon clan must have been in ancient times. However, soon Lucien's gaze sparkled with excitement, for he discerned a unique pathway of principles emanating from the two dragon souls. Ah, this is the pathway of the dragon clan. If I could observe closely, perhaps I could grasp the methods of cultivation pertaining to the dragon clan's path from them. Lucien's eyes radiated with brilliance as the divine light of his dual pupils enveloped the two dragon souls. The true dragon lineage had long vanished from the realms of existence, and the arcane arts of this ancient clan were scarcely passed down through the ages. It is worth noting that each of the 10 ancient fiends possessed mastery over the most supreme arcane techniques. To acquire any one of these fiendish arts would be a formidable asset. Under normal circumstances, Lucien's aspiration to obtain the true dragon's techniques would be nothing but a fanciful dream. Yet, in this moment, endowed with the power of his dual pupils, he realized that by observing the profound principles embodied in the two dragon souls, he might just grasp the essence of the true dragon's arts. This was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity for him. He found himself even wishing to express gratitude to the Emperor Jiangming. Had it not been for the Emperor's invocation of the Imperial Barrier formation, summoning these two dragon souls, Lucien would remain oblivious to the fact that within the ancient walls of the Imperial Barrier, two dragon souls lay sealed for countless years. After all, during the final battle between humanity and the otherworldly beings, the Imperial Barrier had nearly been breached, and no one had thought to summon the dragon souls enshrined upon its walls. The emergence of the two dragon souls instantly captured Lucien's complete attention. Even the task of deciphering the esteemed level formation was momentarily set aside as he devoted himself to studying the two dragon souls. Meanwhile, atop the Imperial Barrier, within the formation, Emperor Jiangming, filled with excitement and confidence, commanded, "Ancestors of the dragons, vanquish this intruder and protect our people." As his voice echoed, the two dragon souls that had been lingering within the formation unleashed a thunderous roar. Almost simultaneously, they surged forth from the array. The colossal dragon souls descended upon the Imperial Barrier, casting a lofty gaze upon Lucien for a brief moment before launching their assault, their immense forms darting towards him like bolts of lightning. In that instant of their descent, Lu Xian's dual pupils keenly discerned the arcane aura emanating from the two dragon souls. However, their speed was so astonishing that even Lu Xian, with his dual pupils, could scarcely find the time to meticulously observe and study them. How swift! This must be the pinnacle of speed within the true dragon's arts. Lu Xian's gaze trembled with excitement. It is said that the 10 ancient fiends each possessed unparalleled speed. In particular, the true dragon and Kunping clans exemplify the pinnacle of swiftness. If one could master the rapid techniques of the true dragon's path, even if they could not defeat those esteemed human emperors, they would undoubtedly remain beyond their reach. Lu Xian was filled with anticipation, eagerly desiring to attain the true dragon's Tao and comprehend the essence of swiftness. In truth, within the Panwu's great strength divine art, there also exists a method for cultivating the divine technique of speed. However, it necessitates the simultaneous understanding of the principles of force and velocity. What exactly is the principle of speed in Lu Xian's cultivation? It remains an enigma, let alone comprehending the very essence of speed. Thus, mastering the rapidity inherent in the Panwu great power technique is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Yet, the true dragon's speed emanating from these two dragon souls is undeniably authentic. Given sufficient time to observe, with his unique dual pupil talent, there exists at least a 90% chance that he could grasp the true dragon's rapidity, perhaps even attain the complete mastery of the vacuum path. Consequently, as he beheld the two dragon souls charging toward him, Lu Xian felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. This ecstatic gaze startled the two dragon souls, who momentarily believed that this human was driven to madness by fear. In the face of life and death, the audacity to smile suggested he was either a lunatic or a fool. As the two dragon souls approached, Lu Xian also made his move. Under the influence of his dual pupils, their speed was decelerated to an infinitesimal crawl, even their true dragon speed. In the presence of Lu Xian's dual pupils, appeared to move as sluggishly as a snail. Even though Lu Xian acted later, he still seized the initiative, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the two dragon souls. With a swift turn, he unleashed a powerful strike, his fists embodying the very essence of force, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, crashing towards the colossal forms of the dragon souls. With a resounding impact, the ethereal bodies of the dragon souls were pierced by Lu Xian's fists, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. With a ferocious roar, the two dragon souls unleashed their might, their enormous tails sweeping through the ranks, while their massive heads suddenly pivoted, aiming to bite down upon Lu Xian's head. Yet, under the gaze of his formidable eyes, their movements appeared as sluggish as those of a snail. Lu Xian effortlessly evaded the attacks of the two dragon souls, and then turned to charge towards them. The formidable aura of these dragon souls ignited the primal bloodlust within Lu Xian, compelling him to seek battle. The convergence of the laws of power and flesh elevated his physique to an astonishing height of 1,000 zhang in an instant. In that moment, Lu Xian transformed into a colossal giant, exuding the essence of the laws of power with every movement. A mere punch bore the might surpassing 100,000 pounds. He resembled an ancient demon god, enveloped in chaotic energy, akin to a wild man emerging from the wilderness, his eyes brimming with longing and yearning for combat. The true dragon clan was indeed formidable. With a mighty roar from Lu Xian, the very walls of the Imperial Guard's city trembled. As he took a step forward, it was as if a demon god had descended, standing before the two dragon souls. His voice resonated with an overwhelming arrogance, challenging. "Let me test the strength of you ancient ferocious beasts." As his words echoed, the earth shook and mountains quaked. Lu Xian did not wield any weapons. Instead, he engaged in a formidable battle with the two dragon souls using only his bare hands. As their fists and feet collided, Lu Xian activated his heavy pupils, meticulously capturing the essence of the divine arts manifested by the dragon souls. The spectacle of one man and two dragons unleashed a cataclysmic clash upon the imperial fortress, rendering the outcome uncertain. To the spectators, it appeared as though the combatants were locked in a stalemate. However, in reality, Lu Xian maneuvered with remarkable ease. Although the two dragon souls harnessed the power of the formation, they were ultimately only at the level of an emperor. Their temporary ascent to the Emperor Venerable realm, facilitated by the formation's might allow them to suppress an average Emperor Venerable, yet they were far from being Lu Xian's match. Having cultivated both the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique and the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, Lu Xian possessed an astonishing level of power. remaining unfazed even amidst the onslaught of the two dragon souls united in their attack. The reason Lu Xian did not directly slay the two dragon souls was to glean insights into their combat techniques and thereby comprehend the complete essence of the true Dragon Dao. Throughout the course of the battle, he had already discerned the intricacies of the techniques and divine powers wielded by the dragon souls. However, the true Dragon Dao, being one of the 10 fiendish Daos, serves as the foundation for the true dragon clan's dominance across the seas, and it is not easily grasped. Even with the assistance of his dual pupils, it was improbable for Lu Xian to fully comprehend the true Dragon Dao within such a brief span. He remained unhurried, his mind racing as he contemplated that continuing in this manner would render the acquisition of the complete true Dragon Dao nearly impossible. Although the strength of these two dragon souls fell short of his own, bolstered by the formation, they reached the Emperor Venerable realm, further enhanced by the true Dragon Dao. Consequently, it was no simple feat for Lu Xian to truly subdue these two dragon souls. Moreover, there were still 100,000 cultivators behind the Imperial Barrier formation, continuously empowering the dragon souls, rendering them seemingly tireless, akin to war machines capable of relentless combat. Lu Xian was not inclined to remain entangled with these two dragon souls for long. Although he coveted the true dragon's path of magic, he understood the importance of prioritizing matters. At present, breaking through the Imperial Gate and returning to the human realm was of utmost significance. Perhaps it is time to experiment with the primordial techniques of the dual-pupiled vision. Lu Xian's eyes flickered, and in an instant, boundless chaotic energy erupted from his gaze, enveloping the two dragon souls. As the relentless stream of chaotic energy surged forth, an independent microcosm materialized before Lu Xian. This was one of the divine powers of the, utilizing the chaotic divine light to forge a small realm. Within this space, the laws of the heavenly path were effectively isolated, suppressing all divine arts and techniques. Furthermore, apart from himself, no one else could traverse this realm freely. The two dragon souls, ensnared within this domain, found themselves akin to prisoners in a cage. No matter how fiercely they struggled, escape remained an impossibility. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the two dragon souls had vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Jiangming's countenance transformed in shock, his gaze rife with terror. The two dragon souls stationed upon the walls of the imperial city had been their greatest reliance. They had believed that summoning these dragon souls would allow them to effortlessly suppress Lu Xian. Yet, the outcome? The two dragon souls had inexplicably disappeared. Despite his repeated attempts to activate the formation, he could not re-establish even the slightest connection with the dragon souls. After countless futile endeavors to contact the two dragon souls, Emperor Jiangming was genuinely frightened, his voice rising in a terrified shriek. No, this cannot be. The two dragon ancestors, bolstered by the formation, harness the strength of our 100,000 cultivators, achieving the status of emperor. Lu Xian has merely just entered the emperor realm. How could he possibly contend with two dragon ancestors? Emperor Jiangming could not comprehend how Lu Xian, who had just ascended to the emperor realm, could have subdued two dragon ancestors. Regardless of his disbelief, the two dragon souls had undeniably vanished. Aha! This space is quite splendid. For now, it shall confine these two dragon souls. When I have the time, I can always extract the true dragon techniques from them. Lu Xian beamed with delight. He temporarily suppressed the two dragon souls within a spatial realm, allowing them to struggle and roar within that space without paying them any heed. His gaze once again fell upon the Imperial Barrier Array. As he activated the array swiftly began to deconstruct and unfold before his eyes. Having already conducted extensive research on this formation, he now deduced its intricacies at an even swifter pace. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had mastered the esteemed array before him. So it was merely a formation reliant on the principles of the heavenly way, without the augmentation of those two dragon souls. How could this array possibly withstand me? Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gazed upon the Imperial Barrier formation, perceiving it as riddled with flaws. He knew that, should he choose to, he could dismantle the formation at any moment. However, Lu Xian refrained from acting hastily. Instead, his attention shifted to the towering walls of the Imperial City. Within the confines of the Imperial Barrier, the true source of dread was, astonishingly, these very walls. This revelation had never crossed Lu Xian's mind before. Through his profound gaze, countless runes emerged upon the surface of the Imperial City walls, and streams of Imperial sovereign laws surged forth from them. What initially appeared to be lifeless stone suddenly seemed to awaken in an instant. Hiss. This is a supreme divine weapon. Moreover, it possesses the 9 Imperial sovereign laws. Lu Xian inhaled sharply. Beneath the celestial decree, The human race possesses the laws of 9 illustrious emperors. Only by assimilating these imperial laws can one ascend to the status of an emperor. Hence, throughout history, the number of emperors among the human race has never exceeded 9. Each of these 9 imperial figures wields mastery over a distinct imperial law. Yet, astonishingly, within the confines of the city wall of the imperial pass, there lies a profound essence of 9 distinct imperial laws. Does this not imply that the wall was forged collaboratively by the 9 eminent emperors of the human race into an unparalleled divine weapon? Initially dismissive of the imperial pass, Lu Xun was compelled to reassess its significance. This wall is indeed the epitome of invincibility. It stands as the most formidable defense within the imperial pass and constitutes the very core of its intricate formations, the foundation upon which the array is built. Should one fail to subdue this wall, even if the array is breached, penetrating the imperial pass would remain an unattainable feat to his astonishment. The true terror of the imperial pass emanated from the seemingly inconspicuous wall. Lu Xun took a deep breath, his eyes still brimming with astonishment, intermingled with a hint of admiration. The individual who first conceived the idea of forging the imperial city wall into a supreme divine weapon was nothing short of a genius. At present, this formidable formation poses no hindrance to me. The true obstacle impeding my progress is this supreme divine weapon. I must first subdue this imperial city wall before I can step into the imperial gate. Lu Xun took a deep breath, a hint of gravity appearing in his gaze. He had initially believed that breaching the imperial gate was merely a trivial matter. Little did he anticipate that events would escalate to such a degree. Now, he was confronted not only with the formidable array of the respect level but also with the towering walls of the imperial city, fortified by the supreme divine weapons. Even if he were to dismantle the array and breach the walls, he would still face a formidable force of 100,000 human cultivators behind the imperial gate. Although the disparity in strength between these cultivators and Lu Xun was vast, they still comprised a staggering number, 100,000. A multitude of ants can indeed bring down an elephant, let alone 100,000 cultivators armed with divine weapons and wielding supernatural abilities. Ultimately, Lu Xun was alone. After he forcibly breached the esteem-level formation and subdued the Emperor's divine weapon, he would inevitably fall into a state of vulnerability. Should he be ensnared by 100,000 cultivators, even if he were to escape with his life, he would surely suffer greatly. Just as Lu Xun furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to navigate this predicament, dark clouds suddenly rolled in above the Sea of Realms. Accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, Lu Xun did not even need to turn around to sense that at least 1 million foreign troops had crossed the boundary sea and were heading towards the Imperial Pass. What is happening? Why have the foreign tribes emerged at this moment? Lu Xun furrowed his brows deeply, turning to behold the vast, ominous assembly of 1 million foreign troops looming over the boundary sea, his countenance shifting dramatically. His astonishment escalated as he beheld the formidable foreign dignitaries soaring at the forefront of this colossal army, alongside the terrifyingly powerful ancient sovereigns of the alien races. In utter shock, he inhaled sharply and exclaimed, "Are they truly poised to wage war against the human race?" Lu Xun was utterly astonished. It had been at least several millennia since he last witnessed the spectacle of 1 million-strong army from an alien race mobilizing. Moreover, this time, the leaders were none other than the esteemed sovereigns of the alien realm. Not just one, but a staggering 4 ancient sovereigns had descended upon the Sea of Realms. Leading the charge was none other than the revered Qinghu, who had personally bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality. As for the other 3, Lu Xun recognized their identities at a glance. Almost in tandem with Qinghu was the formidable Majin sovereign. The Majin sovereign's true form was that of a colossal golden ape, towering over 1,000 feet, resembling a walking war machine, exuding an aura of terror, wielding a staff of fire and water that weighed an astonishing 80,000 pounds. With each stride, he covered vast distances, causing the waters beneath to churn violently, parting the waves. The sea creatures lurking below dared not approach. Among the ancient sovereigns of the alien realm, the combat prowess of the Majin sovereign was undoubtedly among the pinnacle. Together with Qinghu, they were regarded as the left and right arms of the alien sovereign, serving as his most capable aides. While Qinghu excelled in strategy and cunning, the Majin sovereign was unparalleled in martial might, renowned for being invincible among sovereigns. Even the previously ambitious Haifeng sovereign, who had sought to eliminate Lu Xun, would feel inferior in the presence of the Majin sovereign. Upon witnessing the left and right arms of the alien sovereign mobilizing simultaneously, Lu Xun understood that this time, the alien race was genuinely serious. Besides Qinghu and Majin, the other 2 sovereigns were equally formidable. The one on the far left was a white bear, Towering at the same height as the Majin sovereign, its fur as pure as snow, shouldering a massive cleaver. As it ran, it exhaled twin jets of white mist from its nostrils, piercing through the air like swords, producing a thunderous crack. This was the Baixiong sovereign, a renowned figure among the alien races. The final sovereign was the Golden Eagle sovereign, soaring on the far right. The Golden Eagle sovereign's true form was that of a golden divine eagle, possessing noble bloodlines, reputed to carry the essence of ancient divine beasts. Soaring in the sky, its expansive wings stretched for thousands of feet, its golden feathers glistening and radiating a solar-like brilliance. It moved swiftly across the heavens, emitting a dazzling light, akin to a golden sun. Qinghu, Majin, Baixiong, and Golden Eagle. The alien race had mobilized not one, but 4 sovereign-level behemoths. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Even Lu Xian could not guarantee that he could withstand the might of any one of these sovereigns, let alone face them all at once. Furthermore, behind these 4 sovereigns lay dozens of ancient emperors from the alien race and a million-strong army. Hiss. Even Lu Xian felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of this formidable alien army. Previously, he guarded the abyssal chasm, steadfastly securing the passage to the alien realm, thereby maintaining the defense against the foreign entities for 100 millennia. This passage serves as the sole conduit connecting the otherworld to the realm of mortals. To safeguard this passage is to grasp the very throat of the enemy. However, it must be noted that Lu Xian could not have sustained this vigil for 100 millennia solely on this account. The primary reason lies in the instability of the alien passage, which can withstand only a limited amount of force, with the utmost capacity accommodating only the strength of an emperor-level warrior. Should a formidable being of the revered realm engage in battle at the passage, it could very well lead to its destruction. Consequently, during his century-long guardianship, Lu Xian's most formidable adversaries were merely the ancient emperors of the alien race, leaving no opportunity for confrontation with the ancient revered beings. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Xian was able to maintain his dominion over the alien realm for such an extensive period, wielding the power of an emperor. As Lu Xian withdrew from the passage, the esteemed beings of the alien races were naturally able to exit the channel and emerge from the abyss of heaven with ease. Currently, upon this vast ocean of realms, these alien dignitaries were unbound, free to unleash their full might at will. Even Lu Xian, regardless of his prowess, found it utterly impossible to obstruct these 4 alien sovereigns. However, with Lu Xian's myriad of tactics and a full-fledged effort, these dignitaries would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Alas, having guarded against the alien races for 100,000 years, the appearance of these dignitaries would undoubtedly prompt them to target him first. As he observed the advancing alien army drawing ever closer, Lu Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He harbored no desire to engage in battle with these extraterrestrial beings. Yet, he feared that their eyes would blaze with fury upon seeing him. They would undoubtedly not let him escape unscathed. Throughout his tenure of guarding the abyss of heaven for 100 millennia, the number of alien lives extinguished by his hand was not in the millions, but certainly in the hundreds of thousands. It could be said that he was the greatest enemy of these alien races. Now that these dignitaries had emerged from the abyss of heaven, how could they possibly let him go? Just as Lu Xian's countenance fluctuated with uncertainty, the voice of the esteemed Qinghu suddenly resonated in his ears. Lu Xian, you need not worry. We have come to lend you a helping hand. Stunned by the unexpected proclamation, Lu Xian was momentarily rendered speechless. He could not fathom the intent behind Qinghu's words. Previously, in the alien domain, it was this very Qinghu who had intervened to bestow upon him the elixir of immortality. Now, astonishingly, it was this same Qinghu who had arrived with an army of 100,000 alien warriors to assist him in breaching the Imperial Pass. Furthermore, it seemed that the ancient sovereigns of the alien races who had followed him earlier were also orchestrated by Qinghu. Lu Xian furrowed his brow tightly. He had no prior acquaintance with the esteemed Qinghu. The entire situation was exceedingly strange. As if sensing Lu Xian's thoughts, the voice of Qinghu reverberated once more, cheerfully stating, "You need not worry. All of this is orchestrated by the Celestial Sovereign. The elixir of immortality is a gift from the Celestial Sovereign to you. Those ancient emperors you encountered earlier were also arranged by the Celestial Sovereign to assist you in returning to the human realm. Now that the Celestial Sovereign is aware of your obstruction at the Imperial Gate, we have been sent to lend you a helping hand. Once we unlock the Imperial Gate, you shall seek your opportunity to return to the human realm." Qinghu's explanation left Lu Xian utterly bewildered. The Celestial Sovereign of the alien races was a being far superior to any esteemed figure, even surpassing the status of Qinghu. The 7 great emperors within the human realm could not hold a candle to the celestial sovereign of the alien races. Were it not for the fact that the celestial sovereign rarely departed from the alien domain, this imperial gate might not have been sufficient to impede the footsteps of such a formidable entity. Lu Xian took a deep breath, and his expression grew solemn. The foreign celestial being was showing him favor at every turn, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Could it be that this alien deity also sought to entice me into their ranks? Lu Xian furrowed his brows. Previously, the Lord of the Yellow Springs had sought to entice him into the ranks of the alien demons, offering enticing conditions. Given Lu Xian's current prowess, it would not be surprising if the alien deities wished to recruit him. If they genuinely desired to win me over, should they not? Like the Lord of the Yellow Springs, promise me numerous alluring terms and assure me of assistance in rescuing my kin? If I were to return to the human race, they ought to intervene. Yet, why are these alien beings now willing to aid me in rejoining the human realm? Do they not fear that upon my return, I might forge alliances with those humans and become adversaries to their kind? Lu Xian's eyes flickered, and his expression suddenly turned icy. Something was amiss. These foreign beings were exceedingly suspicious. He seemed to have discerned the true intentions of the alien sovereign. As an adversary of their kind, the alien sovereign, no matter how magnanimous, would never assist him without ulterior motives. In an instant, Lu Xian grasped the situation. These foreign entities must be seeking to exploit his hand to incite discord among the human race. Should strife erupt among humanity, it would present the aliens with an opportunity to return. Lu Xian's eyes darted about as he contemplated even more distant schemes. Should I manage to escape the clutches of humanity, I shall undoubtedly remember the benevolence of the alien sovereigns. After all, they previously bestowed upon me the elixir of immortality. And now they assist me in breaching the imperial gate. These are indeed tangible acts of kindness. Thus, as long as I draw breath, I must acknowledge their generosity. Even if I wish to refrain from joining the foreign realms in the future, such a desire would be rendered impossible. Truly, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Having discerned the ulterior motives of these foreign beings, Lu Xian was resolute in not allowing himself to be indebted to them. Regarding the prior matter of the elixir, while it was indeed offered by the alien sovereign, it was ultimately acquired through Lu Xian's own prowess. It cannot be deemed a significant favor, it was merely a shared benefit. However, the present circumstances differ greatly. Should these foreign entities genuinely assist him in overcoming the imperial gate, such a favor would be exceedingly difficult to repay. Though Lu Xian once entertained thoughts of possibly aligning with the foreign realms in the future, it was merely a notion of joining, not of being subjugated. Yet, should he now find himself in their debt, any future alliance would compel him to heed the commands of the alien sovereign, rendering him a mere pawn beneath their dominion. This is not the outcome Lu Xian desires. Qinghu sovereign, what is your intent? Do you look down upon me? Or do you believe that, with my strength, I cannot breach this mere imperial gate? Lu Xian's expression was grim, and his voice, heavy with a hint of fury, reached the ears of the esteemed Qinghu. The once enthusiastic Qinghu was rendered speechless upon receiving Lu Xian's transmission. What on earth is happening? He almost doubted whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. They had come to assist Lu Xian in breaching the imperial barrier, yet he seemed not only ungrateful but also regarded them as an encumbrance. Particularly, upon hearing Lu Xian's tone, which suggested he believed he could dismantle the imperial barrier alone, Qinghu's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Such audacity was beyond measure. Even they, as seasoned ancient dignitaries, would never dare claim that a single individual could shatter the human race's imperial barrier. Lu Xian, a recently ascended emperor, harbored the audacious belief that he could breach the imperial barrier. What fueled such confidence within him? While the source of this arrogance remained elusive, the esteemed Qinghu elder disowned Lu Xian's simmering fury. With a mere wave of his hand, the surrounding elders halted in astonishment, and the million-strong alien army behind them came to a standstill upon the boundary sea. Qinghu, what transpires? Are we not to assault the imperial barrier? We are now at its doorstep. Why do we pause? The formidable figure of the demon ape elder came to a halt, his feet stirring up a tempest upon the water's surface, exhaling 2 plumes of mist from his nostrils in a display of displeasure. The imperial barrier lies before us. We should muster our strength and shatter it, subjugating the human race. After 10 millennia of restraint, I shall not let this opportunity slip. Though the other 2 elders remained silent, their sentiments echoed those of the demon ape elder. Hold on. Circumstances have changed. The Qinghu elder, after casting a glance at the trio, bellowed towards Lu Xian. Rest assured, Lu Xian, we are here under the command of the Celestial Lord to assist you. With our presence, the imperial barrier shall undoubtedly fall. Let any within the human race that dares to harm you face the wrath of our realm. His voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, filling both the inside and outside of the imperial barrier. Upon hearing the Qinghu elder's proclamation, Emperor Jiangming and the other human emperors, along with the 100,000 cultivators behind them, were rendered utterly speechless. Jiangming, already fraught with anxiety upon the appearance of the alien forces, found the Qinghu elder's words to be like adding fuel to the flames. He seethed with indignation. Lu Xian, you traitor of the human race, what further words do you have? To conspire with alien beings and willingly become their pawn. How do you justify this to your ancestors of the Lu clan? To your kin? Emperor Jiangming, sensing he had grasped Lu Xian's Achilles heel, was alight with excitement. Previously, Lu Xian's claim of safeguarding Tianyuan for 100,000 years had placed Jiangming in a precarious position. Yet now, the Qinghu elder's statement confirmed Lu Xian's collusion with the aliens and his betrayal of the human race. Thus, Lu Xian had become a pariah among his kind. A human traitor, regardless of what he might say or do, would find no one willing to believe him. Jiangming felt as though he had reclaimed his moral high ground, looking down at Lu Xian beyond the formation, and laughed triumphantly. Lu Xian, the truth stands before us. You have betrayed the human race and conspired with the alien realm, making you a sinner of our kind. Await the judgment of the emperors for your heinous deeds, and your kin shall suffer for your actions, destined to face annihilation. Lu Xian paid no heed to the clamorous Emperor Jiangming, instead casting a frigid gaze towards the esteemed Qinghu above the Sea of Realms. The words of the Qinghu were undoubtedly deliberate. While they appeared to offer him support, they were in fact designed to position him as an adversary of humanity, even implicating him in collusion with foreign entities. Lu Xian, even with 100 mouths, could not elucidate his circumstances. However, he harbored no desire to explain. As for the allegations of collusion with foreign races, he remained utterly indifferent. In his eyes, both the farcical Emperor Jiangming and the 100,000 cultivators following the imperial gate had long since become indistinguishable from the dead. Yet, while he may choose to disregard these matters, it does not imply that the esteemed Qing fox could manipulate him at will. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xian had been ensnared by the 7 great emperors, forcing him to forsake the human race. Now, a century later, he finds himself ensnared once more by the Qing fox, unjustly burdened with the accusation of betraying humanity. Lu Xian cast a frigid glance towards the celestial fox elder, unleashing the annihilating power of his dual pupils, akin to the descent of a colossal sun, which instantaneously severed the connection between the celestial fox elder and the imperial sovereign's laws. The imperial sovereign's laws represent the very essence of a sovereign's might. Stripped of this connection, the celestial fox elder was struck as if by an overwhelming blow, her complexion paling dramatically, and her eyes filled with terror as she staggered backward in disbelief. Simultaneously, Lu Xian's cold voice resonated in the ears of the celestial fox elder. What? Do you wish for me to return to the abyss? With a single utterance from Lu Xian, the countenance of the esteemed Qinghu shifted dramatically. It instantly conjured memories of the 100 millennia during which Lu Xian had stood sentinel. A staggering 100 millennia. It was solely due to Lu Xian's vigilance at the Tianyuan passage that their alien race had been unable to venture even a step into the human realm for an entire eon. Now, after enduring the arduous wait for Lu Xian's rift with humanity, they had finally glimpsed a chance to emerge from the Tianyuan. Yet they would sooner perish than face the prospect of being sealed away once more. In a flurry, the Qinghu Venerable sent a message, hastily elucidating, Lu Xian, please, do not misconstrue our intentions. We sincerely wish to extend an invitation for you to join us in the alien realm. There is absolutely no ulterior motive at play. The celestial sovereign has explicitly stated that should you choose to ally with our domain, you shall be granted the autonomy to establish a forbidden zone of your own. Moreover, all members of the Lu family shall be permitted to join our realm, becoming denizens within your sacred domain. At this juncture, the Qinghu Venerable had finally unveiled a modicum of genuine sincerity. However, in comparison to the conditions proffered by the demonic race, the terms from the alien realm still lacked substantial allure. After all, the demonic race had assured him that they could facilitate the extraction of the Lu family from the human fold entirely. Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly, indicating his acceptance of this perspective. For the time being, he had no desire to jeopardize relations with the foreign realms over trivial matters. His earlier warning to the Qinghu Venerable was merely a cautionary gesture, simultaneously intended to convey his formidable strength to the esteemed figures of the other races. Cease your petty scheming. Whether I choose to depart from the human race is solely at my discretion. Should I discover any underhanded plots against me, Do not blame me for being merciless. I have already attained the status of Emperor Venerable. If necessary, I shall return to guard the heavenly abyss. Whether it takes 100,000 years or 200,000 years, I possess the patience to endure. Lu Xian paid no heed to the explanation offered by the Qinghu elder, instead responding with an icy demeanor. The Qinghu elder harbored no doubts. Lu Xian was genuinely enraged and capable of acting on that fury. The mere thought of being under Lu Xian's watch for 100,000 years, or even 200,000, sent shivers down the Qinghu elder's spine. In an effort to avoid provoking this lunatic, he reluctantly lowered his stance, forcing a wry smile as he explained, "Rest assured, none of our kind would ever conspire against you. Whether you believe it or not, we sincerely wish to assist you. However, since you do not require help, we shall merely observe from here. Naturally, without your consent, we will not interfere. Should you find yourself in need of assistance, simply speak, and we stand ready to lend a hand." The Qinghu elder found himself at a loss for words. They had come with good intentions to aid Lu Xian, only to nearly incite his wrath. Nevertheless, Lu Xian's suspicions were not without merit. His earlier vocal support for Lu Xian had stemmed from a desire to bind him to their kind. Now that Lu Xian had seen through their intentions, the Qinghu elder could no longer feign ignorance. As Lu Xian finally averted his gaze, a wave of relief washed over the Qinghu elder. The moment he had been subjected to Lu Xian's piercing gaze, he had nearly struggled to breathe. Had he not known that Lu Xian had recently been a dying, aged emperor, he might have suspected that Lu Xian had already attained the status of an emperor of the Tao. The fact that a mere junior emperor could suppress his own imperial laws, severing all connection with his essence, was nothing short of astonishing. What does Lu Xian mean? We have clearly come to assist him, yet he acts as though we owe him a great debt. Humph. This fellow truly lacks discernment. Several other elders noted the warning glint in Lu Xian's eyes, indignation bubbling within them. They were, after all, elders, only second to the celestial sovereigns among their kind. Even the emperors of the human race held no authority to confront them. Yet now, they found themselves threatened by Lu Xian. This infuriated them to the point where they contemplated taking action against him. "Qinghu, I cannot restrain myself any longer. I must teach this ignorant scoundrel a lesson. What right does a mere junior emperor have to challenge us, the venerable ones? I shall show him how to conduct himself with humility." The demon ape elder bellowed, his massive form hurtling toward Lu Xian like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing, leaving no time for the others to intervene. By the time they reacted, the demon ape elder had already soared tens of thousands of miles, closing in on Lu Xian. "This is bad. Stop him at once." The countenance of the Azure Fox sovereign shifted dramatically, urgency lacing his voice as he attempted to thwart the advance of the demon ape sovereign, but alas, it was too late. The demon ape sovereign, unfazed by the Azure Fox sovereign's intervention, fixated his gaze upon Lu Xian, swiftly closing the distance with several great strides until he stood directly before him. In the heavens above, the immense form of the demon ape sovereign, towering thousands of feet, resembled a deity of darkness, disdainfully looking down upon Lu Xian. He exhaled two jets of white mist from his nostrils, akin to blades slicing through the void, resonating with a thunderous boom. "Lu Xian, you are truly ungrateful. The celestial sovereign has bestowed upon you the elixir of immortality and even sent us to assist you in breaching the imperial gate, yet you choose to disregard our goodwill, treating it as mere folly. A person like you deserves a lesson. I cannot stand by idly without imparting one." The demon ape sovereign paid no heed to the Azure Fox sovereign's attempts to impede him, and, with a direct proclamation of his intentions, challenged, "Come. Let me witness the extent of your abilities, you novice imperial sovereign. Your arrogance knows no bounds." Lu Xian's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at the demon ape sovereign, his eyes glinting with the sharpness of a blade. He had not anticipated that. Merely moments after warning the Qing Fox sovereign, the demon ape sovereign would emerge to confront him. "Is this the sincerity you speak of, Qing Fox sovereign? Or is it that your foreign realm has always resorted to intimidation through power?" Lu Xian's gaze suddenly turned icy as he swept it towards the swiftly approaching Qinghu Xuanzhang. At that moment, Qinghu Xuanzhang had already arrived, hastily positioning himself in front of Mo Yuan Xuanzhang. With a slight smile, he apologized. "Lu Xian, you have misunderstood. The heavenly sovereign has sent us to assist you. It is not as you perceive." At this juncture, Qinghu Xuanzhang shot a fierce glare at Mo Yuan Xuanzhang, warning him. "Mo Yuan, have you forgotten the heavenly sovereign's orders? Hurry and apologize to Lu Xian." Mo Yuan Xuanzhang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Qinghu, have you lost your mind? You want me to apologize to him?" The suggestion that he should apologize infuriated Mo Yuan Xuanzhang, who erupted in anger. "Ha! Apologize to him? What a ridiculous joke. His voice thundered like a tempest. If you desire my apology, then let us see if you possess that qualification. With a forceful shove, he pushed Qinghu Xuanzhang aside. His golden fur bristled with fury as his water and fire staff erupted with brilliant light. Mo Yuan Xuanzhang soared into the air, resembling a descending demon. His blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lu Xian, a chilling and maniacal laugh escaping his lips. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall consider apologizing to you. What harm could it do? As his words echoed, Mo Yuan Xuanzhang swung his staff, sweeping aside all in his path, aiming a devastating blow at Lu Xian. His ominous voice resonated once more, mocking, "Be careful. Don't let me crush you with a single strike." Lu Xian's countenance darkened as he coldly regarded the approaching water-fire staff. This was his inaugural encounter with a master of the Emperor's realm. Moreover, this demon ape sovereign, renowned as the foremost expert beneath the heavenly sovereign, was the mightiest emperor from a foreign domain, possessing formidable strength. As the demon ape sovereign launched his attack, Lu Xian exhibited neither retreat nor trepidation. Instead, he felt a surge of anticipation. Beyond the imperial pass lies the realm of humanity, and upon returning, he would inevitably confront the human emperors. Thus, the opportunity to engage in a fierce battle with the demon ape sovereign before facing the human emperors could prove advantageous. In that moment, Lu Xian remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the mocking taunts of the demon ape sovereign. To him, this represented an unparalleled opportunity to truly gauge the prowess of a seasoned emperor and to gain a clearer understanding of the disparity between himself and these illustrious figures. Therefore, as the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xian's heavy pupils meticulously locked onto his surroundings. Instantly, the demon ape sovereign's thunderous speed appeared to slow down to a snail's pace in Lu Xian's perception. Of course, this slowness was merely a figurative expression. The capabilities of his heavy pupils did not diminish the actual velocity of the demon ape sovereign. Rather, under the influence of his perception, the sovereign's movements seemed considerably more languid. Nonetheless, this alteration granted Lu Xian ample time to react. As the water-fire staff descended, Lu Xian's form shifted like a specter, effortlessly evading the strike. The demon ape sovereign's attack missed its mark, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze, yet his movements intensified as he swiftly retracted the staff, swinging it back towards Lu Xian's head with renewed ferocity. Lu Xian remained poised, refraining from making any moves as he calibrated his state to adapt to the combat at the emperor level. Beneath his dual pupils, his speed increased significantly, enabling him to anticipate his opponent's actions. Before the water-fire staff could descend, he had already pivoted to evade. His form moved with such swiftness that the sky was filled with his afterimages. For a moment, onlookers could scarcely discern whether he had been struck by the demon ape sovereign at all. Only the demon ape sovereign himself was aware that his 2 full-force strikes had both missed their mark. With every attempt, he had been confident in sealing off all of Lu Xian's escape routes, rendering him utterly unable to evade. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Xian had eluded his assaults each time. Following 2 consecutive failures, the demon ape sovereign no longer harbored any contempt for Lu Xian. Boom! He withdrew the water-fire staff, causing the very air to tremble. The demon ape sovereign staggered backward, creating a distance of 1,000 zhang between himself and Lu Xian. His colossal form, towering 1,000 zhang, suddenly diminished, shrinking to merely several dozen zhang in height. Although his body contracted swiftly, it unleashed an even more terrifying aura. With a single glance from Lu Xian's dual pupils, he discerned that this diminished version of the demon ape supreme was even more formidable and terrifying. Hiss! What kind of divine ability is this? It is utterly unlike any he has encountered before. Lu Xian's eyes shifted, fixating intently on the diminished figure of the demon ape sovereign, filled with a blend of astonishment and curiosity. In the past, when employing divine abilities, one's physical form would expand, concomitantly amplifying one's magical prowess. The larger the body became, the greater the enhancement of strength. Yet, the demon ape sovereign's powers defied this logic. Upon shrinking, it appeared as though its magical energy was compressed as well. This diminutive form, bearing the weight of its originally colossal power, was, in fact, more terrifying than 1,000-foot stature. Even under the scrutiny of his profound gaze, Lu Xian could not discern the mysteries of this ability. He could only ascertain that the now contracted demon ape sovereign had grown stronger and more formidable. With every movement, an aura of terrifying imperial laws radiated from it, demonstrating not only enhanced agility, but also astonishing prowess. Despite its reduced size, The demon ape sovereign still towered at 20 to 30 feet, a giant before Lu Xian. Its eyes blazed with anger, but it refrained from immediate action. Earlier, it had declared that Lu Xian must withstand 3 strikes. Should Lu Xian endure those 3 attacks, it would signify the sovereign's defeat. Having squandered 2 opportunities due to overconfidence, this was the final chance. It was imperative to secure a decisive blow. This last strike could only yield victory. Defeat was not an option. To lose to Lu Xian would obliterate the dignity of this seasoned sovereign. Would it truly apologize to Lu Xian in front of everyone? That would be more difficult than death. Lu Xian's continuous evasion seemed a trivial skill. If you possess true ability, engage me in a genuine duel. Are your kind merely a race of cowards, forever fleeing? The demon ape sovereign berated, attempting to disturb Lu Xian's composure. Such base tactics from the demon ape sovereign did not faze Lu Xian in the slightest. His imperial cultivation had allowed him to guard the abyss for 100,000 years precisely due to his calm demeanor. Were he to be incited into a reckless charge into the foreign realm by mere insults, he would have perished countless times already. Over the years, the vitriol hurled by various alien races and demons had been 100-fold more venomous than the words of the demon ape sovereign. Lu Xian had long since mastered the art of remaining unperturbed, unaffected by the waves of animosity. After all, throughout these years, the alien races and demons had gained not a single advantage from him. Indeed, he had claimed the lives of countless beings. Was he not entitled to a few insults in return? The experiences of the past century had fortified Lu Xian's unwavering resolve. In response to the furious tirade of the demon ape sovereign, he offered no retort, merely stating, "Demon ape sovereign, I have heard you are the foremost champion under the celestial sovereign. Yet, I never expected this esteemed champion to be nothing more than a blustering fool." In Lu Xian's words, there were no malicious curses. However, it was precisely this dismissive attitude and tone that made the demon ape sovereign feel utterly humiliated. Especially the phrase "the king of verbal prowess," which nearly drove the demon ape sovereign to the brink of explosion. Roaring in fury, the demon ape sovereign emitted a primal, beastly growl, his eyes instantly igniting with rage, turning a deep crimson. "Lu Xian, you seek death. I shall make you aware that I am not someone you can insult." The demon ape sovereign's wrath erupted, and with a colossal fist, he shattered the very fabric of space, charging towards Lu Xian with lethal intent. In his fury, he abandoned even his water and fire staff, opting instead for close combat, intending to teach Lu Xian a thorough lesson using the supremacy of his formidable physique and combat prowess. Close combat. Very well, as you wish. Observing the demon ape sovereign's approach, a barely perceptible smile graced Lu Xian's lips. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt drowsy. Only in close combat could he gain a clearer understanding of the seasoned imperial sovereign's strength. It was also through close combat that he would truly comprehend the disparity between his power and that of the venerable sovereign. Thus, even as the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xian had already been contemplating how to compel him into close quarters. Unexpectedly, it was merely a mention of being the king of verbal prowess that ensnared the demon ape sovereign. As the unarmed demon ape sovereign charged forth, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with divine light. Activating he meticulously tracked the sovereign's movements before swiftly retaliating. Although Lu Xian had just ascended to the rank of emperor, his physique, owing to his chaotic body and the cultivation of the Panwu divine power, was far more formidable than that of an ordinary emperor. As he made his move, the 636 chaotic dantians within him resonated, unleashing an unending torrent of chaotic energy. With a single punch, he shattered the very fabric of space. Observing Lu Xian's action, the demon ape sovereign remained unfazed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Lu Xian, I shall make you understand that there exists a disparity even among emperors." As the words left his mouth, he accelerated, colliding with Lu Xian with the ferocity of thunder. The air erupted with a cacophony akin to thunderous explosions. The two figures were terrifyingly powerful. Each clash radiated an overwhelming pressure that shattered vast expanses of space, instilling fear in all who dared to approach. Lu Xian grew increasingly fierce and exhilarated as the battle unfolded. After 100,000 years, this was his first genuine and unrestrained display of close-quarters combat. The combat instincts, long etched into his very bones, were reawakened. Blood and flesh erupted in a brilliant radiance, and his bones shimmered with divine light, transforming him into an unyielding combat machine. Relentlessly striking with fervor, relying on his dual-eye ability, he adeptly evaded the attacks of the demon ape sovereign with precision, countering with strikes from seemingly impossible angles. Thus, from the onset of this confrontation, The tide turned overwhelmingly in his favor. Remarkably, the demon ape sovereign found himself being dominated by Lu Xian. This spectacle left the powerful beings of other races, who stood behind, utterly astonished. They could hardly believe their own eyes. Good heavens! Who can deliver a punch to me? I must be hallucinating. The Qinghu sovereign was equally bewildered, even doubting the reality of his perceptions. The demon ape sovereign was the mightiest among their race, and not even he dared to engage in close combat with such a formidable foe. Lu Xian, a newly ascended emperor. How could he possibly overpower the demon ape sovereign in battle? And in the very close quarters combat that the demon ape sovereign excels in. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around them. These were the ancient emperors of various races, including the Tianhu ancient emperor and others who were somewhat familiar with Lu Xian. They were all here, witnessing Lu Xian dominate the demon ape sovereign, rendered utterly speechless by the shock. They recognized Lu Xian's formidable strength, knowing he had no rivals among the emperor realm. But what was unfolding now? This was undeniably a battle at the emperor sovereign level. A recently ascended human emperor was overwhelming our strongest emperor of a foreign race. Is he still human? I was aware of Lu Xian's might. Yet I never dared to imagine he had reached such an extraordinary level of power. The Tianhu ancient emperor gasped, utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Especially when recalling that just a few days prior, Lu Xian had been effortlessly sent flying by the sea-tried demon sovereign with a single strike. He found it almost impossible to believe. In the span of mere days, the man who could barely withstand a blow from the sea-tried demon sovereign had now managed to overpower the strongest emperor of their foreign race. This was utterly beyond comprehension. Above the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming, who was exerting all his strength to maintain the formations, along with the other human emperors and the 100,000 cultivators behind them, stood frozen in shock. What were they witnessing? Lu Xian, astonishingly, was overpowering the demon ape sovereign. This was simply unbelievable. Gasped. Could Lu Xian truly be this formidable? Observing that imposing figure, Emperor Jiangming felt a chill run down his spine. His back already drenched in cold sweat. Initially brimming with confidence in the imperial barrier array, he now found himself wavering. He began to doubt whether a mere sovereign-level formation could indeed withstand such a powerful opponent as Lu Xian. Demon ape sovereign, you must exert yourself. It would be best if you could eliminate Lu Xian outright. Should you succeed in vanquishing Emperor Lu Xian, I, Jiangming, would gladly erect a longevity tablet in your honor and bow in reverence. Emperor Jiangming's eyes reddened, his anxiety palpable. He had even begun to pray, fervently wishing for the demon ape sovereign to defeat Lu Xian. As a human emperor, to pray for the triumph of an alien race was undoubtedly a tremendous absurdity. However, contrary to his desires, just as his prayers fell silent, a thunderous explosion resonated from the heavens above. With a resounding boom, Lu Xian's figure shattered the void. Terrifying divine power erupted from his fist, colliding head-on with the fist of the demon ape sovereign without any hesitation. This was not the first time Lu Xian had clashed with the demon ape sovereign, but it was certainly his first direct confrontation. Such a genuine clash, devoid of any techniques, was purely a contest of strength. Of course, it was only after engaging in consecutive battles with the demon ape sovereign that Lu Xian had gained a sufficient understanding of his opponent's power, allowing him to confront the demon ape sovereign head-on. With this punch, even if I cannot subdue the demon ape sovereign, I shall surely not be defeated. Lu Xian, brimming with confidence, unleashed his full potential. Although the demon ape sovereign stood at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, he might not be able to suppress Lu Xian solely with brute strength. With his chaotic body and the formidable Panmu divine arts, Lu Xian's physical prowess transcended limits, reaching an extraordinary level beyond common comprehension. Previously, he had merely been testing the strength of the demon ape sovereign, seizing this rare opportunity to experience the combat power at the emperor's peak while refining his own battle skills. Now, he had a comprehensive understanding of the demon ape sovereign's abilities and techniques. Thus, he was confident that, when he fully unleashed his power, he could certainly subdue the demon ape sovereign. Just as he anticipated, when he launched his punch, both he and the demon ape sovereign were sent flying backwards simultaneously. After their exchange of blows, both figures were propelled through the air, but the sole difference was that Lu Xian was only knocked back several dozen steps, while the demon ape sovereign staggered backward for several hundred zhang, nearly losing his footing. Beyond 100 zhang, the disdain and arrogance in the demon ape sovereign's eyes had vanished, replaced by profound shock and astonishment. He had believed that a single punch would suffice to dominate Lu Xian, yet it was he who faced defeat, although it appeared as if they had reached a stalemate. Lu Xian remained as composed as ever. In contrast, the demon ape's sovereign felt as if his arm might shatter. With at least half of the bones in his arm broken, even his palm trembled incessantly, the joints within almost obliterated. Had it not been for the restorative power of the laws, his arm would have been utterly ruined. How could this be? He had only just entered the Emperor realm. How could he possess such divine strength? The demon ape's sovereign exclaimed in disbelief. The force behind Lu Xian's recent strike transcended mere divine power. As the foremost warrior under the command of the celestial sovereign, the demon ape's sovereign, due to his inherent bloodline and cultivation, possessed tremendous brute strength, unparalleled in might. Not even the exalted beings from other realms could match him in sheer power. Yet now, the very strength he took pride in had been subdued by Lu Xian. This revelation struck him like a resounding slap, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Most distressing, however, was the realization that they had already surpassed the third exchange. He had previously declared that if Lu Xian could withstand 3 of his strikes, he would apologize in person. Now, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Was he truly expected to apologize to Lu Xian in front of all? The thought was more unbearable than facing death itself. Nevertheless, as a dignified ancient sovereign from another realm, he could not go back on his word. He could not afford to be deemed untrustworthy. Thus, the wounded demon ape sovereign, enduring the agony of shattered bones, reluctantly approached Lu Xian to offer his apology. Lu Xian, I retract my previous statements and extend my sincerest apologies to you. You are indeed worthy of respect. The demon ape sovereign bowed his noble head, acknowledging the price of his arrogance and underestimation. Lu Xian did not anticipate that the demon ape sovereign would so readily offer an apology. He had initially believed that this sovereign would not concede so easily. However, it now appears that the actions of the demon ape sovereign are marked by integrity, especially when compared to the treacherous and fickle members of the human race. Observing the forthright apology from the demon ape sovereign, Lu Xian was once again reminded of past events. 100,000 years ago, he had made a pact with those from the eternal life realm and the immortal Dao lineage. They had promised that if he could withstand the might of their emperors, they would apologize and spare the Lu family. Yet, after Lu Xian had subdued the most formidable emperors sent by those eternal life families and the immortal Dao lineage, they all turned against him. Not only did they break their word, but they also forced Lu Xian to leave the human realm altogether. It is precisely these unfortunate experiences within the human race that have made Lu Xian appreciate the rarity of the current situation with the demon ape sovereign. The demon ape sovereign is gracious, while I have merely been fortunate enough to withstand a few moves. Had it not been for the sovereign's leniency, I would have surely been defeated. Lu Xian revealed a slight smile, and his attitude towards the demon ape sovereign underwent a significant transformation. At the very least, he did not harbor any aversion towards a person of such genuine nature. Thus, he was willing to extend a gesture of respect to the demon ape sovereign. Of course, his words were not entirely unfounded. The reason he was able to engage in a fierce battle with the demon ape sovereign and ultimately gain the upper hand was indeed due to some advantages. Had the demon ape sovereign activated the emperor's laws early on, employing the principles of the great Tao in conjunction with his divine powers to suppress him, Lu Xian would undoubtedly have faced defeat. Lu Xian was able to discern this fact, and naturally, the esteemed individuals present were also aware of it. The demon ape sovereign had come to this realization as well. However, for him, defeat was simply defeat. He could accept both victory and loss. Thus, when he saw Lu Xian speaking in his defense, the demon ape sovereign felt an increased fondness for Lu Xian and exclaimed with enthusiasm, Lu Xian, if you are willing, I would be honored to be your friend. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. At the Imperial Pass, when the attendees witnessed the demon ape sovereign apologizing to Lu Xian, they were all left utterly astonished, especially Emperor Jiangming, whose eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Just moments ago, he had been fervently praying for the demon ape sovereign to eliminate Lu Xian. But the outcome? The demon ape sovereign had actually been defeated. No, this is impossible. How could Lu Xian, a mere junior emperor sovereign, possibly be a match for such a seasoned emperor sovereign as the demon ape? Something is amiss. Very much so. Emperor Jiangming gasped, disbelief evident in his eyes. He could not accept that Lu Xian had indeed triumphed over the demon ape sovereign. Soon, however, a glimmer of realization crossed his mind, and he burst into laughter, declaring, Lu Xian, I knew it. You have colluded with the alien races all along. Did you really think your performance was flawless? How ridiculous. I could see through your act with a single glance. You merely sought to intimidate me, to instill fear, and compel me to lower the Imperial Pass formation, didn't you? Dream on. Such childish tricks are only effective on fools. Convinced he had unraveled Lu Xian's scheme with the alien races, Emperor Jiang Ming laughed even more triumphantly, challenging, "Come forth. If you possess the ability, then break the formation. If you can breach the imperial pass of the human race, I shall willingly sever my own head and present it to you as a ball to kick." Regardless of the truth of Jiang Ming's claims, this explanation instilled considerable confidence among the human cultivators behind him. Earlier, upon witnessing the defeat of the demon ape sovereign at Lu Xian's hands, they had nearly been paralyzed by fear. Thus, they preferred to believe the emperor's fabrications, even if it meant deceiving themselves, as it provided a semblance of relief from their inner trepidation. Otherwise, they would lack the courage to confront Lu Xian. Outside the imperial pass, upon hearing Emperor Jiang Ming's audacious remarks, the demon ape sovereign was nearly driven to fury. With a thunderous roar, he reverted to his colossal form. Looming over the imperial pass, glaring down at Emperor Jiang Ming with malevolence, and bellowed, "What do you think you are? I have lost, and that is that. What theater are you speaking of? Do you look down upon me? Come forth, if you dare. I shall let you experience firsthand whether this is a performance." Suddenly confronted by the wrath of the demon ape sovereign, Emperor Jiang Ming trembled in fear, shaken by the sovereign's imposing presence. Nevertheless, as the guardian of the imperial pass, he understood that his every action would determine the fate of the 10,000 human cultivators behind him. Thus, despite his trembling fear, he mustered his courage and shouted, "Whether it is acting or not, you know it in your heart. Come and attack if you dare, and see whether my human race's imperial pass is mightier or your foreign blade swifter." The roar of Emperor Jiang Ming reverberated, instilling a fervent spirit among the human cultivators behind him. Those who had recently trembled in fear now joined in a resounding chorus. Glorious human race. Majestic human race. Invincible human race. The fervent cries echoed from the imperial pass like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. Even the foreign dignitaries were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the previously demoralized humans would suddenly rise with such indomitable spirit. Yet, what does their spirit avail? The imperial pass was guarded by only a few dozen emperors. Should the formation be breached, these few human emperors and the tens of thousands of cultivators behind them would undoubtedly fall as prey to their foreign adversaries. "Qing Hu, let us strike. We've been stifled for 100,000 years. Allow me to lead the charge and shatter the imperial pass formation." The golden eagle sovereign, unable to contain his eagerness, turned to Qing Hu sovereign, seeking permission to engage and deliver a blow to the exuberant human cultivators, to make them taste despair. "Do not act rashly." Qing Hu sovereign glared at him, shaking his head. "This is a personal vendetta between Lu Xian and those human emperors. Should we intervene, we would only incite Lu Xian's ire. We shall abide by our original agreement and observe from here. If Lu Xian falters, we will intervene then, and not a moment sooner." Qing Hu sovereign chose to honor Lu Xian, yet he could not extinguish the fervor of the foreign army behind him. With a chilling voice that resonated across the realm, he urged, "Warriors, grasp your blades tightly, seize your swords. The human imperial pass lies before us. An opportunity for battle shall surely come. When the time for action arrives, should anyone dare to sully our foreign prestige, I shall personally flay them alive and strip their tendons." 1,000,000 foreign troops raised their arms in unison, shouting, "Wind, great wind." This battle cry, emblematic of invincibility and might within the foreign ranks, symbolized their army's unstoppable force, sweeping all before them like a tempest. Upon hearing this familiar and ancient battle cry, Lu Xian was momentarily stunned, his gaze drawn to the past. Before him, the harrowing images of that battle from 100,000 years ago resurfaced. In that conflict, 7 sovereigns and 300,000 foreign troops had surged forth. Lu Xian still vividly recalled the sight of the millions of foreign soldiers, boldly shouting, "Wind, great wind," as they charged fearlessly into the fray. In that great war, the human race deployed 7 sovereigns, amassing an army of several million at the imperial gate. Yet, the outcome was dire. The imperial gate was breached, and nearly the entire human army faced annihilation. Had it not been for Lu Xian, who single-handedly wielded a sword and a coffin to staunchly defend the gate, buying crucial time for humanity against the onslaught of the alien forces, it is feared that the human race would have ceased to exist after that battle. 100,000 years later, standing once more before the imperial gate, witnessing the million-strong alien army rallying with shouts of "Wind, great wind," Lu Xian felt as though he were reliving the harrowing events of that catastrophic conflict from 10 millennia past. However, a century ago, He had been the one to step forward and safeguard the last bastion. Now, as the Imperial Gate faces the threat of being breached and the million-strong alien army sweeps forth, one wonders who will rise to defend it this time. Yet, regardless of the outcome, what concern is it of mine if humanity lives or dies? Lu Xun shook his head with a sigh, his voice imbued with resoluteness and determination. The 7 great emperors had forced him to sever ties with the human race, while they were the root cause of his plight. Those who turned a blind eye and stood idly by were equally despicable. The moment he realized that, despite his unwavering dedication in guarding the abyss for 100,000 years, his kin were nearly annihilated, Lu Xun had resolved to distance himself from humanity. Just as no one believed that he was the one who safeguarded the abyss for a century, bringing peace to the human race. Lu Xun had long lost hope in them. Now, he lived solely for himself. The only debt he bore was to his own people. He had thought that defending the abyss would grant his kin a chance at survival, yet it instead condemned them to a fate worse than death. As the ancestor of the Lu family, he felt profound shame towards his descendants. Therefore, no matter what the alien races intended to do today, Lu Xun would not intervene. His gaze turned towards the Imperial Barrier formation. After the fierce battle with the demon ape emperor, he had become acutely aware of the chasm that separated him from the seasoned emperors. This disparity could not merely be compensated for by techniques and divine powers. Now, the only support he had left was his divine weapon. With a thunderous sound, as Lu Xun took a step forward, the god-burying coffin emerged from within him, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the colossal black coffin, towering tens of thousands of feet, descended upon the Imperial Barrier like a small mountain. This immense coffin loomed over the Imperial Barrier, casting a shadow that enveloped the human cultivators within, instilling fear and dread among them. The morale that had just been ignited was instantly quelled under the weight of the coffin, as the human cultivators shrouded by its shadow displayed expressions of terror. Hiss. What is that? Such a terrifying aura seems to transcend the limits of an ultimate imperial weapon. Could it possibly be a celestial artifact? A human emperor gasped in astonishment. His eyes filled with dread as he looked up at the god-burying coffin. Celestial artifact. At the mere utterance of those words, all the human cultivators changed countenance. Even Emperor Jiangming sensed the terror emanating from the god-burying coffin. Despite the protective barrier of the formation, the coffin's dreadful aura pressed down on him as if it were a tangible force. It seemed that even this formidable formation could not withstand a single strike from the god-burying coffin. Such an overwhelming presence could only belong to an artifact of celestial caliber. Damn, I never expected Lu Xun to possess a celestial artifact. Emperor Jiangming's eyelids flickered in shock. He had never anticipated that Lu Xun wielded such power. While he held confidence in the Imperial Barrier formation, he would not be foolish enough to believe that this formation, bolstered by the strength of 7 great emperors, could withstand the full might of a celestial artifact. What shall we do, Emperor Jiangming? Lu Xun possesses a celestial artifact. Can our formation withstand it? He can't possibly breach the formation, can he? A mighty emperor gasped, casting a fearful glance towards the Emperor Jiangming. Doubts began to take root within him, igniting a desire to flee. Yet, escape was not an option. Should he dare to flee without the approval of Emperor Jiangming, he would be branded a traitor to the human race. Not only would he face certain death, but his entire family would also suffer the consequences. At this moment, the other human emperors trapped within the formation shared his sentiments. Upon witnessing Lu Xun unleash a celestial artifact, their will to fight evaporated, leaving only a yearning for escape. However, the fear of implicating their families kept them rooted in place. All eyes turned towards Emperor Jiangming. Regret washed over him. The instant he beheld the coffin of the god of burial, he wished he could slap himself. Had he known that Lu Xun possessed a celestial artifact, he would never have dared to provoke him. Even if it meant opening the Imperial Gate and welcoming Lu Xun in, he would have hesitated not. After all, once inside the Imperial Gate, everything would rest in the hands of the Imperial sovereigns. Even the formidable Lu Xun must bow his head in the presence of the emperors. Yet, the emperors of the human race have yet to arrive. Once Lu Xun shatters the Imperial Barrier, will there be any escape for them? However, retreating now is a path to certain death. Faced with the beseeching gazes of the many great emperors, Emperor Jiangming steeled his resolve and declared in a deep, commanding voice, "The Imperial Barrier is our battlefield. As the guardian of the Imperial Barrier, even in death, I shall perish upon its grounds. Who dares to falter in the face of battle shall face merciless execution." His words extinguished any thoughts of retreat among the great emperors. Lu Xun, having already observed everything within the Imperial Barrier, let out a cold smile and proclaimed in a deep, authoritative tone, "Jiang Ming, remember your promise just now. I shall await the moment you sever your own head to serve as my ball." At that instant, the god burial coffin descended like a mountain, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Crack! The seemingly indestructible imperial barrier shattered under the weight of the god burial coffin. The immensely powerful barrier was instantly obliterated. As the formation crumbled, layers of shimmering barriers, akin to eggshells, splintered above the imperial barrier and vanished without a trace. With a cough of black blood, Emperor Jiang Ming, stationed at the heart of the formation, plummeted from the sky, his body broken and bloodied. As the focal point of the formation, he bore the brunt of the destruction, his body torn asunder. Nevertheless, being a peak emperor, the surging vitality within him rapidly began to mend his shattered form. In mere moments, he had regenerated his entire body, struggling to rise from the ground. However, his complexion was ashen, and his aura was waning. Having been severely injured by the backlash of the formation and then hastily regrowing his flesh, he was now exceedingly weak. Had he not consumed dozens of exquisite imperial medicines, he might not have been able to stand at all. Simultaneously, the human emperors in the sky were also sent crashing to the ground, each one spitting blood and sustaining grave injuries. Fortunately, they were somewhat better off, as their lives were not in immediate danger. In contrast, the ordinary cultivators faced a horrific fate. In the brief moment of the god burial coffin's descent, thousands among the 10,000 human cultivators were directly obliterated, exploding into blood mist. The survivors, though they lived, were left gasping for breath upon the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. The once spirited cultivators of the imperial barrier now hung their heads in despair, suffering heavy casualties. Beyond the imperial barrier, a suffocating atmosphere of death loomed, with the wounded human cultivators wailing in agony. Just as Emperor Jiang Ming regained his corporeal form and beheld the devastation behind him, his eyes were filled solely with terror and dread. No, this cannot be happening. Emperor Jiang Ming gasped, utterly disoriented. The events unfolding before him were simply beyond his comprehension. They had possessed a formidable imperial-level formation. How could it have been shattered so effortlessly? Was it truly because Lu Xian summoned a celestial artifact? Yet, even if that coffin of the god of burial above was a supreme celestial artifact, it should not have been capable of breaching the imperial barrier so easily. Suddenly, a profound realization struck Emperor Jiang Ming. He recalled that Lu Xian had activated the Heavy Eye. Those endowed with the Heavy Eye possess the innate ability to penetrate all forms of magical arts and are inherently drawn to the Great Tao. Legend has it that no formation or magical art can withstand the advance of one with the Heavy Eye. Could it be that Lu Xian's Heavy Eye had already discerned the intricacies of the imperial barrier? How could this be possible? Was it conceivable that those with the Heavy Eye were truly so defiant against the heavens? Were they genuinely that invincible? Emperor Jiang Ming cried out in astonishment, his eyes brimming with shock and understanding. He had finally grasped the truth. Lu Xian had long since discerned the intricacies of the imperial gate formation through his dual pupils, which allowed him to effortlessly dismantle the array. Even without the divine artifact known as the God-burying coffin, the imperial gate formation could not impede Lu Xian's advance. In this world, there existed no formation capable of obstructing one endowed with dual pupils. Such formidable beings were truly terrifying. Ah, ancestor, if you do not descend soon, I may perish here. Emperor Jiang Ming gasped, his palms clammy with sweat as he tightly grasped a talisman. This talisman, bestowed by their family ancestor, not only enabled direct communication with him, but also harbored the power of a single strike from the ancestral figure. In a critical moment, it could safeguard his life. Upon witnessing the formation's collapse, he no longer doubted the extent of Lu Xian's might. Previously, he had questioned whether Lu Xian's victory over the demon ape sovereign was merely a ruse. Yet now, he dared not entertain such thoughts. The ability of Lu Xian to instantaneously dismantle the Imperial Gate formation made it entirely reasonable for him to have triumphed over the demon ape sovereign. At that moment, Lu Xian's cold voice echoed, "Come forth. Show me how you intend to sever your own head and offer it to me as a ball." What was initially a jest from Emperor Jiang Ming, a mockery aimed at Lu Xian, turned into an unforeseen reality as Lu Xian truly breached the sovereign-level formation. Emperor Jiang Ming's face flushed crimson, akin to having been dealt a stinging slap, his dignity utterly shattered. "Lu Xian, what are you so arrogant about? You merely rely on the divine artifact Cheng Wei. What is there to be proud of?" The emperor's voice boomed, seemingly brimming with bravado. However, he was already sweating profusely, his body trembling with fear. Had he possessed absolute certainty of escape, he would have fled without hesitation. As for the Imperial Gate, what concern was it of his? Even if the alien forces stormed in and slaughtered all the human cultivators within, it would be Lu Xian's fault. After all, it was Lu Xian who dismantled the Imperial Gate formation. It was Lu Xian who had personally opened a path for the alien races to invade the human realm. If there were to be blame, it rested squarely on Lu Xian's shoulders. Jiang Ming, do not fret. I am nearly there. At that moment, a venerable and commanding voice emanated from the talisman in Jiang Ming's hand. It was the voice of the Jiang family ancestor, a terrifying presence at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. Upon hearing that his ancestor was on the way, Jiang Ming's eyes brightened, and the fear within them vanished in an instant. He excitedly raised his arms and proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. The emperor is on his way. If we can endure a little longer, that traitor Lu Xian will find no place to rest." As he spoke, Jiang Ming directed the talisman towards the walls of the Imperial Gate. With a resounding boom as the talisman ignited, the oppressive walls of the Imperial Gate erupted in a radiant divine light, enveloping the entire gate once more. Just moments ago, Lu Xian, who had shattered the Imperial Barrier formation with the coffin of Goddess Burial, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the divine light emanating from the walls of the Imperial City. Once again, he activated his dual pupils. To his astonishment, the walls of the Imperial City turned out to be an integrated weapon of both offense and defense, a divine artifact of the Emperor. Lu Xian was greatly astonished. Beneath his dual pupils, he could distinctly perceive 9 formidable Imperial laws swirling upon the walls of the Imperial Pass. These represented the 9 most potent Imperial laws under the heavens of the human race. Each Imperial law embodied an invincible human emperor. At this moment, the radiant brilliance enveloping the entire Imperial Pass was a manifestation of one such powerful Imperial law. These 9 Imperial laws had attained perfection, rivaling the presence of 9 Imperial avatars. If I cannot subdue them, I shall never be able to step into the Imperial Pass. Lu Xian's countenance grew grave. The esteemed level formation was merely the first line of defense guarding the Imperial Pass. The very walls of the Imperial Pass itself served as the ultimate weapon of protection. At the moment his words fell, 9 ethereal figures emerged from the 9 Imperial sovereign laws displayed upon the walls of the Imperial Pass. These were the genuine avatars of the Imperial sovereigns. The avatars of the 9 great Imperial sovereigns of humanity simultaneously appeared atop the walls, their indistinct colossal forms exuding an aura of terrifying dominance that could suppress all. The 9 Imperial sovereign laws transformed into 9 immense chains, sealing the sky above the Imperial Pass with unyielding fortitude. With a resounding tumult, the radiant chains forged from the Imperial sovereign laws extended infinitely, resembling enormous luminous whips, akin to a prison confining the heavens and the earth, enveloped in resplendent clouds as they surged towards the god-burying coffin. In an instant, the chains shimmering with the light of the laws ensnared the god-burying coffin tightly, resembling a colossal rice dumpling, suspended above the Imperial Pass. Under the suppression of these resplendent Imperial sovereign laws, the god-burying coffin gradually diminished in size. In the blink of an eye, it shrank from the size of a small mountain to a mere 100 feet. The gigantic avatars, formed from the 9 Imperial sovereign laws, radiated a celestial glow as they hovered above the Imperial Pass, reminiscent of the sovereigns themselves. Grasping divine radiance, the terrifying laws morphed into long whips, dazzling with brilliance. As they pressed down upon Lu Xian, in the face of the suppression from the 9 Imperial sovereign laws, Lu Xian activated his heavy pupils, enabling him to perceive the essence of these 9 laws. However, these were, after all, the 9 most formidable Imperial sovereign laws of humanity. Even with clarity, comprehending their depths was not an endeavor to be achieved in a fleeting moment. Lu Xian remained unhurried, for he possessed ample time to delve into his studies. His figure moved like a specter, deftly evading the resplendent whips of the laws. Simultaneously, he activated the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, from which emanated a continuous flow of chaotic energy from his 10,836 chaotic dantians. Under the enhancement of the laws of power, Lu Xian did not find the suppression of these 9 Imperial laws particularly daunting. Particularly with his chaotic body, he was further shielded from the weight of the law's oppression. Thus, when these 9 Imperial laws descended upon him, his chaotic body instinctively absorbed a substantial portion of the impact. Consequently, even while confronting the suppression of 9 Imperial laws, Lu Xian navigated the situation with remarkable ease, skillfully evading the myriad chains of attack forged by the Imperial laws through a newfound understanding of the true dragon's swiftness. The densely packed chains of law, radiant and brilliant, nearly transformed the heavens and the earth into an expansive net, yet Lu Xian moved like a nimble fish, gliding effortlessly through the interstices of these chains. Indeed, the synergy between his dual pupils and chaotic body proved to be an invincible force. Coupled with the Panwu great strength divine art, although I am merely at the initial stage of the Imperial realm, I remain undaunted by these peak Imperial laws. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement within. These 9 Imperial laws were bequeathed by the 9 great emperors of the human race. Although it is uncertain whether they are indeed the current 9 great emperors, it is highly probable that they hail from a more ancient era of human emperors. Nevertheless, they wielded the identical Imperial laws. Lu Xian is currently engaged in a fierce struggle against these Imperial laws, akin to battling the 9 great emperors themselves. The 9 Imperial laws left on the walls of the Imperial Pass are merely manifestations of the attack sealed within the Imperial divine weapons. Their power and lethality are significantly diminished compared to that of true human emperors. For Lu Xian, this presents an invaluable opportunity to familiarize himself with the combat prowess of human emperors. Previously, in his confrontation with the demon ape sovereign, he merely grasped the disparity between himself and the veteran emperors. However, now, battling these colossal manifestations of the 9 Imperial laws enables him to truly comprehend the means of human emperors. Thus, Lu Xian cherishes this opportunity, choosing not to hastily destroy these 9 embodiments of Imperial laws but rather to engage in combat while contemplating the Imperial laws, discerning their might and mastering their techniques. To outsiders, however, his current state appears as if he is ensnared by the 9 titans, desperately fleeing for his life, with the grim prospect that pausing would mean certain death. Above the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming watches this spectacle with unrestrained glee, laughing heartily. Lu Xian, aren't you formidable? If you're so capable, why not break the formation again? Haha, don't think you're the only one with divine artifacts. Our Imperial Pass walls are divine artifacts in their own right. Now that your god-burying coffin is suppressed, I am eager to see what waves you can still stir. Emperor Jiangming's laughter echoes with a renewed arrogance, eagerly anticipating Lu Xian's demise beneath the titanic embodiments of the 9 Imperial laws. Above the Sea of Realms, the ancient sovereigns of foreign races gaze anxiously at the sky. Previously, when Lu Xian shattered the formation of the Imperial Pass with the god-burying coffin, they were left in stunned disbelief. However, their shock quickly transformed into exhilaration. With the formation breached, they were bursting with excitement, ready to charge through the Imperial Pass and invade the human realm. Yet, before they could make a move, they were met with this astonishing sight. No one had anticipated that the walls of the Imperial Pass would possess such formidable Imperial divine weapons, capable of unleashing the Imperial laws. 9 distinct laws, no less. As they beheld the 9 colossal figures entirely formed from Imperial laws, even the most powerful among the foreign ancient sovereigns, the demon ape sovereign, was struck with astonishment, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, these humans are cunning. I never imagined their Imperial Pass walls would also be Imperial divine weapons. Lu Xian is now essentially facing 9 emperors alone. How can he possibly withstand this? Concern welled in the eyes of the demon ape sovereign. Just moments ago, he had expressed his desire to befriend Lu Xian, offering assistance in times of need. Now, witnessing Lu Xian in peril, he knew he could not stand idly by. I must lend him a hand. I cannot allow those treacherous beings to revel in his misfortune. As he spoke, the demon ape sovereign prepared to intervene. But before he could move, he was halted by the Qinghu sovereign. Qinghu, are you going to stop me? Or do you intend to watch as Lu Xian is bullied by them? The enraged demon ape lord glared at the Azure Fox Lord, his tone laden with hostility as he questioned, I am aware that Lu Xian has slain many of our kind. If you are now plotting against him, I shall hold you in contempt. He presumed that the Azure Fox Lord intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Lu Xian, a perceived threat, his voice tinged with fury. Indeed, Lu Xian has taken the lives of numerous beings from my race, but that only attests to his formidable prowess. We, the otherworldly beings, revere the strong. How could I ever conspire against him? The Azure Fox Lord replied with a wry smile, attempting to clarify, I understand your concerns for Lu Xian, but for now, it is prudent that we refrain from intervening. Let us not forget, he has already cautioned us. Without his explicit invitation, we must not take action. Should you choose to act now, not only will he not express gratitude, but he may also become infuriated. At this juncture, the Azure Fox Lord revealed a sly smirk, whispering, moreover, how can you be certain that Lu Xian requires your assistance? Since he has bested you, you ought to place your faith in him. This explanation served to temper the ire of the demon ape lord. Previously convinced that Lu Xian was in dire straits, he began to discern some extraordinary nuances. Initially believing Lu Xian to be in peril, upon closer observation, He noted the lack of any sign of anxiety on Lu Xian's part. On the contrary, he appeared to navigate the onslaught of the 9 sovereigns with remarkable ease. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Truly, he is a man worthy of defeating me." The demon ape lord was unabashed in his admiration and praise for Lu Xian, particularly when he noticed the radiant brilliance emanating from Lu Xian's dual pupils, which further illuminated Lu Xian's intentions. Lu Xian is deliberately stalling for time. His intention is to comprehend the 9 imperial laws mastered by the human emperor from those 9 colossal giants of the laws. This revelation left the demon ape sovereign astounded, gasping in disbelief, exclaiming, "Lu Xian, this is utterly audacious. In such circumstances, he still dares to seek an understanding of the imperial laws. It is truly outrageous." Even a seasoned sovereign like the demon ape, a pinnacle figure among the revered, would not dare to be so dismissive in the face of the divine weapon of the emperor. Lu Xian, having just entered the realm of the emperor, audaciously dared to exhibit such arrogance. It was not merely an act of audacity, it bordered on madness. The golden eagle and white bear sovereigns, standing beside him, were equally startled by the words of the demon ape sovereign. They had initially believed that Lu Xian would be incapable of withstanding the 9 colossal manifestations of the emperor's laws. However, upon the revelation by the demon ape sovereign, they began to discern the intricacies of the situation. Instantly, they were taken aback, inhaling sharply in astonishment. Hiss! Lu Xian was nothing short of a lunatic. Not merely a lunatic. This was tantamount to courting death. Before the emperor's gate, Lu Xian was enveloped in a swirling haze of chaos, emanating a gentle luminescence. As agile as a swimming fish, he darted with ghostly speed amidst the 9 colossal giants. With each passing moment, not only did he uncover deeper mysteries of the emperor's laws, but even the recently mastered true dragon speed became increasingly fluid and adept. In that moment, he truly resembled a genuine dragon, his velocity reaching unparalleled heights, leaving the 9 giant embodiments of emperor's laws to merely trail behind, eating dust. Truly, the techniques of the true dragon lineage are extraordinary. I have grasped merely a fraction, yet my speed has surged exponentially. Should I fully comprehend the true dragon speed, it would undoubtedly serve as the ultimate means of escape. Lu Xian's eyes gleamed with fervor, his expression brimming with excitement. In the blink of an eye, he had engaged in a fierce struggle with the 9 colossal embodiments of the law for nearly half an hour. Within that time, the 9 titans of the law had not even garnered a single opportunity to touch him, rendering them mere sparring partners for Lu Xian. Lu Xian, utilizing the divine power of his dual pupils, not only comprehended the divine laws of the emperors embodied within them, but also rapidly enhanced his own abilities, familiarizing himself with the myriad techniques of the 9 great emperors of the human race. He even aspired to glean the complete essence of the emperor's laws directly from these colossal figures of law. However, such an aspiration proved to be somewhat unrealistic. While the dual pupil technique was indeed formidable, it could not instantaneously bestow upon him the full understanding of the 9 great emperor laws. Achieving a grasp of the majority was already a remarkable accomplishment. Lu Xian was well aware of this principle. He had already become quite familiar with 7 out of the 9 laws of the human race's emperors. Continuing to observe further would not yield significant enhancement. Break! With a chilling roar, Lu Xian commanded, and the coffin of the god of burial, ensnared by countless chains of laws, instantly emanated a resplendent divine light. Within the coffin, 54 prohibitions were activated, unleashing a mysterious radiance capable of obliterating all, and in an instant, it broke free from the shackles of the myriad chains of laws. At the same time, Lu Xian also escaped from the encirclement of the 9 towering giants of the laws, hovering atop the god burial coffin, burying heaven, burying earth, burying gods and demons. Lu Xian swiftly transformed his hand seals, and beneath his feet, the god burial coffin resembled a colossal black hole, emanating a terrifying power of absorption that instantaneously engulfed the 9 giants formed by the laws of the emperors. Once drawn into the god burial coffin, the 9 giants reverted to the 9 laws of the emperors, rampaging within its confines. Lu Xian seized the opportunity, harnessing the power of the 9 emperor sovereign laws to break through the forbidden seal of the god burial coffin. Utilizing strength against strength, he aimed to refine the restrictions of the coffin with this formidable force. A tremendous roar echoed as the entire god burial coffin trembled, its various magical prohibitions being instantaneously shattered. After aiding Lu Xian in overcoming 3 magical prohibitions, the 9 emperor sovereign laws dissipated entirely. This time, he struck it rich. having successfully unsealed 3 restrictions. Alas, if only there were more Emperor's sovereign laws, the outcome would have been even more splendid. Lucian beamed with joy. Previously, he had harnessed the power of the 5 great calamities to unlock the seals of the divine burial coffin to the 54th level. 54 seals indicate that the divine burial coffin has reached the realm of a high-grade celestial artifact. It could also be regarded as a high-grade Emperor-level divine weapon. The term Emperor-level divine weapon refers to weapons that surpass the extreme Emperor weapons in power. Essentially, both Emperor-level divine weapons and celestial artifacts belong to the same tier. However, Emperor-level divine weapons are formidable weapons forged in the lower realms. Although they embody the laws of the Emperor, they lack the refinement of celestial energy, thus cannot be classified as celestial artifacts. For instance, the city wall of the Imperial Pass beneath his feet is a divine weapon forged by the 9 great emperors of the human race, infused with the laws of the Emperor. Yet, without the tempering of celestial energy, it is termed an Emperor-level divine weapon rather than a celestial artifact. In truth, the might of these Emperor-level divine weapons is nearly on par with celestial artifacts. The divine burial coffin in Lucien's possession is evidently a unique entity. When Lucien first discovered the divine burial coffin, it contained a staggering 108 treasure seals. Once fully unsealed, it would manifest as a true celestial emperor artifact, the most powerful divine weapon that can only be forged at the celestial emperor level. Moreover, the divine burial coffin had already undergone refinement with celestial energy. Thus, after unlocking the 54th seal, Lucien deemed it a celestial artifact rather than an Emperor-level divine weapon. Now, by leveraging the power of 9 laws of the Emperor, he had once again unlocked 3 additional seals, elevating the status of the divine burial coffin directly from that of a celestial artifact to the realm of a celestial king weapon. In a lower realm where celestial artifacts are exceedingly rare, the celestial king weapon undoubtedly stands as the most powerful divine weapon available. Although the consumption of the 9 laws of the Emperor allowed Lucien to refine only 3 treasure seals, it was still a commendable achievement. After all, these 3 treasure seals had elevated the rank of the divine burial coffin by 1 tier, advancing it from the celestial artifact level to that of a celestial king weapon. After refining 57 treasure seals, Lucien could distinctly sense a closer connection between himself and the divine burial coffin. He even acquired some entirely new divine abilities from the coffin. These abilities pertain to the manipulation of the divine burial coffin, and only through mastering them could he truly unleash the might of the celestial king weapon. Lucien merely cast a fleeting glance. In the current circumstances, he lacked the luxury of time to slowly cultivate these divine techniques. However, having shattered the 9 imperial laws, the city walls of the Imperial Pass beneath his feet no longer instilled fear. Heaven's burying strike. With a resounding roar, Lucien unleashed the coffin of the buried god, which erupted with a dazzling divine light capable of annihilating all, hurtling towards the city walls of the Imperial Pass. These walls constituted the final bastion of defense for the Imperial Pass. Should they be breached, he would gain unfettered access to the realm of humanity. No. Witnessing the coffin of the buried god shatter layer upon layer of protective barriers as it advanced towards the city walls, Emperor Jiangming's eyes widened in despair. The city walls represented their ultimate line of defense. Once breached, it was feared that none of them would escape with their lives. Yet, despite his furious cries, he could not halt the impending destruction of the city walls. The coffin, exuding the might of a top-tier immortal artifact, surged forward relentlessly, creating a massive breach in the city walls. The Imperial Pass, spanning tens of thousands of miles, was now marked by a gaping hole several hundred feet wide. Instantly, even the protective barrier enveloping the Imperial Pass was torn asunder. Beholding this scene, Emperor Jiangming collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. It was over, utterly over. He felt as if his very soul had been siphoned away, his eyes filled solely with fear and trepidation, his body trembling uncontrollably. After guarding the Imperial Pass for 100,000 years, it had been shattered by none other than Lucien himself. With the Imperial Pass breached, Lucien strode into its depths unimpeded. At that moment, as he set foot upon the city walls, a torrent of emotions surged within him. 100,000 years. Once, he had been coerced by the 7 great emperors and exiled to the abyss for 10 long decades. Believing he would never again have the opportunity to return to the Imperial Pass, he had resigned himself to the notion of resting eternally in the abyss. To his astonishment, he found himself granted a chance to return. As he gazed upon the once familiar sight of the Imperial Pass, tears of exhilaration welled in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still of the human race. He had once shed blood and tears upon these very walls. He had stood resolutely on these city walls, wielding a sword and a coffin, to fend off a million-strong army of alien foes. He had been a hero safeguarding humanity. Yet now, he was the one who had torn open a breach in the Imperial Pass. Nevertheless, Lucien felt no pangs of guilt within his heart. 100,000 years prior, he had single-handedly repelled an army of 1,000,000 aliens, defending the Imperial Pass and safeguarding humanity. Yet, he had been slandered, schemed against, and ultimately forced by the 7 great emperors to abandon his kin. For 100,000 years, he had stood sentinel over the abyss. Though there had been moments of discontent, he had never once faltered. Throughout that time, he had prevented the alien races and dark demons from stepping even a single pace beyond the abyss, securing a century of peace for humanity. However, the 7 great emperors, who had once pledged to protect his kin for eternity, had betrayed their vows, forsaking their promises. Not only had they failed to safeguard his kin, but they had nearly brought ruin upon the Liu family, threatening to sever their lineage. Thus, he owed humanity nothing. Rather, it was humanity that owed him a debt. I have guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, securing peace for humanity for an equal span of time. Yet you, the esteemed emperor of the human race, have betrayed your trust, resulting in the near annihilation of my Liu family. Now that I seek to return, you obstruct my path home. Is this how you treat the meritorious ones of humanity? Lu Xian's countenance was dark and his voice cold, each utterance revealing his grievances and fury. A profound silence enveloped the entire Imperial Pass, with many beginning to murmur quietly, their gazes tinged with skepticism. It was evident to them that Lu Xian was forthright, appearing not to be lying. Could it be that everything he previously declared was indeed truthful? Was he truly maligned? Were the emperors of the human race so apprehensive of him that they compelled him to abandon humanity? The truth from 100,000 years ago remains beyond verification. However, over these millennia, the Imperial Pass has been shrouded in tranquility. The alien races, having vanished without a trace for 100,000 years, have not troubled them at all. Initially, they had grown accustomed to this peace, yet in hindsight, it now seems rather unreasonable. Thus, it appears that Lu Xian's claims bear a semblance of truth. Perhaps it is precisely because he guards the abyss that no alien entities have dared to disturb the Imperial Pass for these 100 millennia. If Lu Xian's words hold true, does that not imply that our human emperors have been deceitful? As the human cultivators began to unravel the truth, Emperor Jiangming grew anxious. The suppression of Lu Xian was a strategy orchestrated by the human emperors. It was originally proposed by the ancestor of the Jiang family, who also reaped the greatest benefits from it. Although Emperor Jiangming had not personally witnessed the events of 100,000 years ago, he had gleaned fragments of truth from his family's elder. Consequently, within the Jiang family, many possessed an understanding of the historical truths. Now witnessing these cultivators casting doubt upon the human emperors, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming vehemently, "Lu Xian, no matter how eloquently you speak, it cannot alter the fact of your collusion with alien races. You are a traitor to humanity. 100,000 years ago, you were already cast out. And now you dare to assault the Imperial Pass. Truly heinous. Just wait. The emperors shall arrive shortly, and that will be your end." Emperor Jiangming was not foolish. As he spoke, he swiftly retreated, intent on escaping the Imperial Pass. He was aware that the human emperors were on their way, likely to arrive imminently. Thus, he needed to distance himself from Lu Xian as rapidly as possible. Once the emperors descended, he would have no need to concern himself with a mere Lu Xian. Upon witnessing Emperor Jiangming's attempt to flee, Lu Xian coldly smirked, waving his hand as a terrifying radiance descended from above, striking Jiangming down to the ground. Thud! Jiangming, who had just reached the gates of the Imperial Pass, fell like a toppled onion, struggling to rise and continue his escape, only to be suppressed once more by an overwhelming force, lying prostrate on the ground. It was Lu Xian's intervention from above the Imperial Pass. Under the suppression of his laws of force, the entire Imperial Pass transformed into his domain of power. In an instant, all beings within the confines of the Imperial Pass sensed an awe-inspiring terror that made their very souls tremble. 100,000 years ago, your esteemed Jiang family emperor compelled me to depart from the human race. I shall begin to reclaim a portion of that debt from you. Lu Xian's voice resonated with a deep and commanding authority, echoing throughout the Imperial Pass. The suppressed Emperor Jiangming, prostrate on the ground, was instantly engulfed in terror, his face turning ashen. Under the overwhelming might of Lu Xian's imperial laws, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Though the distinction between the peak of an emperor and an emperor of supreme authority may seem but a hair's breadth, The disparity in strength was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. In the presence of Lu Xian, even a peak emperor of Jiangming's caliber was no more significant than an ant. As Lu Xian descended from the city walls, advancing step by step towards the imperial pass, Jiangming was driven to the brink of madness. Ancestors, if you do not come soon, all that will remain is to collect my corpse. His voice trembled as he retreated in fear, desperately attempting to flee the imperial pass. Yet, the city gate, a mere step away, now felt as distant as the very cosmos itself. He writhed in vain, futilely struggling in place, his eyes wide with terror as he watched Lu Xian approach, step by step. Lu Xian entered the imperial pass with a grim expression, and with each step he took, it felt as though the hearts of those present were struck violently. The vast expanse of the imperial pass was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Lu Xian's footsteps echoing ominously. As he approached, the surrounding human emperors, gripped by terror, recoiled in fear, none daring to impede his advance. With each stride forward, the tens of thousands of cultivators within the imperial pass also retreated in fright, parting to the sides to clear a path for Lu Xian. Upon reaching the end of the imperial pass, his final step halted right before the terrified figure of Emperor Jiangming, who lay prostrate on the ground. At that moment, the once arrogant Jiangming bore no semblance of his prior bravado. Upon witnessing Lu Xian's footfall halt before him, dread consumed him, and in a frantic outburst, he cried, "No, Lu Xian, you cannot kill me. I am an emperor of the Jiang family. My ancestor will arrive shortly. If you take my life, he will not spare you. Your kin will also pay the ultimate price for your impulsiveness. As long as you spare me, there remains room for reconciliation between us. Even if you disregard your own life, consider the fate of your family. Do you truly wish to watch them perish before your very eyes?" Jiangming, akin to a bird startled by a bowstring, was utterly terrified. In his threats towards Lu Xian, he was simultaneously pleading for mercy. He had discerned that Lu Xian was unafraid of death. Even summoning their family's emperor would not intimidate him. However, Lu Xian had something he cherished, the members of the Lu family among the human race. Indeed, upon hearing Jiangming mention his family, Lu Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He realized the truth in Jiangming's words was not exaggerated. Although he had crossed the imperial pass, returning to the Lu family was not an instantaneous endeavor. The imperial pass stood as the first line of defense safeguarding the human realm, with several formidable barriers still separating it from the heart of the human territory. Lu Xian had heard tales of the origins of the imperial pass. Initially, the first checkpoint for humanity was not located here, but rather at the entrance to the human realm, a distance of over 100,000 miles away. That location was the gateway to the human domain. If breached, it would allow alien forces to surge directly into human lands. Given its proximity to the human territory, each breach would precipitate a bloody catastrophe. To mitigate this peril, powerful human cultivators banded together to establish a new checkpoint, situated many miles away from the human realm. This new barrier significantly reduced the risk of a direct assault on the human domain. Recognizing the advantages of building checkpoints beyond the human realm, proposals arose to create fortifications even further afield. Thus, the barriers extended from 10,000 miles to 20,000 miles, and eventually to 30,000 miles, culminating in the establishment of fortifications at the very edge of the Sea of Realms. Between the oceanic boundary and the realm of humanity lies a staggering distance of 100,000 miles, within which 9 formidable fortresses have been erected, collectively known as the 9 Majestic Passes. Each of these fortifications bears its own name. However, the one beneath their feet is designated as the Imperial Pass. This title is befitting, for since its inception, it has stood as the foremost bastion against the encroachment of alien races. The wars that have erupted here have invariably reached the level of imperial conflict, with countless emperors having fallen upon this hallowed ground. It is no exaggeration to assert that each inch of earth beneath the Imperial Pass has been drenched in the blood of emperors, which is precisely why it has earned its esteemed designation. Following the establishment of the Imperial Pass, its efficacy was pronounced. The presence of the 9 majestic fortresses has exponentially heightened the difficulty for alien races attempting to breach the realm of humanity. Rumors abound that since the inception of these 9 great barriers, the alien forces have not truly penetrated the human domain. The veracity of such claims remains uncertain to Lu Xian. However, he is well aware of the cataclysmic battle that transpired 100 millennia ago. During that time, the alien sovereigns nearly unleashed their entire might to shatter the Imperial Pass and surge through the subsequent 8 majestic fortifications, only to ultimately retreat in defeat. In that confrontation, The alien forces faltered before the last of the majestic passes, witnessing the human realm tantalizingly within their grasp yet compelled to withdraw. Each of the 9 majestic passes stands as resilient and indomitable as the Imperial Pass itself. Although Lu Xian has breached the Imperial Gate, it does not necessarily follow that he will effortlessly conquer the subsequent 8 majestic barriers, even if he possesses the capability to break through. It is undoubtedly not an undertaking to be accomplished in a fleeting moment. The esteemed emperors of the human race will not patiently await his passage through each formidable challenge. Should they disregard their esteemed status and launch an assault on the Lu clan, Lu Xian would find himself powerless to protect his kin. It must be acknowledged that the threat posed by Emperor Jiangming has indeed struck a chord with Lu Xian. Observing Lu Xian's hesitance to act or speak, Emperor Jiangming recognized that he had seized upon Lu Xian's vulnerability, and he could not help but exhale in relief. Seizing the moment, he hastily proclaimed, "Lu Xian, if you release me now, I shall intercede on your behalf with the emperors. Given your current strength, they would undoubtedly hesitate to impose punishment upon you. Even if punishment were to be meted out, it would merely be a minor reprimand. The past is behind us. There is no need to burden ourselves over matters that cannot be undone. We cannot remain shackled to the past. One must always look forward. If you are willing to cease hostilities now, there remains room for reconciliation." Emperor Jiangming's words, though somewhat veiled, were not lost on Lu Xian. To not dwell in the past, was that not an encouragement for him to overlook the grievances of 100 millennia ago? To disregard the injustices endured by the Lu clan over these 10,000 years? Lu Xian let out a cold smirk, placing one foot upon the head of Emperor Jiangming, nearly crushing it underfoot. "What qualifications does a mere emperor of the Jiang family possess to counsel me to relinquish my hatred?" With half of his face pressed against the ground, Emperor Jiangming was struck with terror, nearly losing control of himself. He had firmly believed that his previous words had swayed Lu Xian, even convinced that he had secured his own survival. Yet, what was happening now? Lu Xian, did he truly absorb the words just spoken? The once haughty Emperor Jiangming, who had earlier attempted to persuade Lu Xian with an air of arrogance, now appeared utterly terrified, his spirit lost, as he frantically pleaded for mercy. "Lu Xian, I was wrong. I shall speak no more. I implore you, do not take my life. The grievances of the past were committed by my Jiang family against you. Yet, those matters bear no relation to me. Woe is me. At the time you were cast out from the human race, I had yet to be born. As for the subsequent persecution faced by your Lu family, it is entirely unrelated to me. I have never even encountered a member of your family, nor am I aware of your whereabouts. This has nothing to do with me, even if you seek vengeance. My death would serve no purpose." A dignified peak emperor now resembled a stray dog, groveling in desperation for Lu Xian's clemency. Just as Emperor Jiangming was beseeching for mercy, an enraged roar echoed from the ends of the earth. "Silence. How has my Jiang family produced such a worthless creature as you?" With those words, a terrifying imperial law descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the imperial gate with a resounding boom. As the imperial law fell, a colossal figure, a manifestation of immense power, appeared in the sky. After casting a furious glance at the pitiful Jiangming, its cold gaze shifted ominously towards Lu Xian, and in a voice both deep and authoritative, it thundered, "Lu Xian, who granted you the audacity to humiliate my Jiang family?" Jiang Wuliang. Upon witnessing the giant manifestation at the imperial gate, Lu Xian's eyes ignited with profound hatred. Jiang Wuliang, the emperor of the Jiang family, was the very one who had spearheaded his expulsion from the human race 100,000 years prior. Although it was a coalition of 7 emperors that had banished him, not all shared the same sentiment. 2 of those emperors opposed the decision, even suggesting that Lu Xian's contributions be publicly acknowledged, so all would know of his monumental achievements in that battle. However, the majority ultimately supported his expulsion, with 5 out of the 7 insisting on it. Among them, the most resolute was none other than Jiang Wuliang. Thus, it could be said that Lu Xian's tragic fate over the past 100,000 years was entirely orchestrated by Jiang Wuliang. If there existed a singular nemesis among the human emperors, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Wuliang. Consequently, Lu Xian's enmity towards the Jiang family was likewise the most profound. 100,000 years ago, faced with the relentless pressure from these human emperors, Lu Xian had felt powerless, forced to endure and safeguard the abyss for the sake of his kin. Now, having returned and ascended to the rank of emperor, it was indeed a case of enemies meeting, and the tension was palpable. Were it not for Jiangming beneath his feet, Lu Xian might have been unable to restrain himself and would have charged directly into battle against Jiang Wuliang. Yet, Lu Xian was not without wisdom. After all, he is merely a junior emperor, whereas Jiang Wuliang is at the pinnacle of emperor status. In terms of current strength, he may not be inferior to the demon ape sovereign. In a direct confrontation, Lu Xian would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage against Jiang Wuliang. However, Lu Xian is not intimidated. With his present abilities, it would not be an easy task for Jiang Wuliang to take his life. Lu Xian took a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. His eyes, ablaze with an aura of lethal intent, fixed upon Jiang Wuliang, who had descended upon the imperial pass. In a voice that resonated with both depth and authority, he declared, "Jiang Wuliang, it has been 100,000 years since we last met, and I never imagined that you, old wretch, would still draw breath. Do you have any inkling of the fervent prayers I uttered during those eons in Tianyuan? Night and day, I beseech that you and your shameless ilk would endure a fate worse than death. May you choke on water, suffocate on food, or meet your end in a latrine. Yet, it seems that heaven truly lacks foresight, allowing a hypocrite like you to persist until this very moment." Lu Xian's voice, though not loud, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. When his curse echoed, everyone within and beyond the imperial pass was rendered speechless in astonishment. Could such words truly be uttered by an emperor? These profanities were akin to the raucous exchanges of street brawlers. No one had anticipated that such vulgarities would emerge from Lu Xian's lips. After all, he was an emperor. Had he completely discarded his dignity? Good heavens! This fellow Lu Xian was indeed audacious. Look, even the elder of the Jiang family was left dumbfounded by his tirade. Ha ha ha, what a relief, truly a delightful spectacle. I almost feel compelled to join in with a few curses myself. Outside the imperial pass, the demon ape sovereign laughed heartily, his voice echoing within, showing no deference to Jiang Wuliang. The already grim-faced Jiang Wuliang, upon hearing the demon ape sovereign's provocation, nearly succumbed to fury. Inside the imperial pass, the human cultivators were equally astonished, left in a state of disbelief. It was hard to fathom that a powerful emperor would resort to such vile language. Even the Emperor Jiangming, who was trampled beneath Lu Xian's feet, was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Lu Xian, have you lost your mind? This is my Jiang family's ancestor. You are the first to dare speak thus to our forebear. Are you truly unafraid of death?" Above the imperial pass, the elder of the Jiang family trembled with rage. He was indeed the patriarch of the Jiang clan, an emperor of the human race. Moreover, he was one of the 7 esteemed lords of the Supreme Hall. Within the human realm, he held an unparalleled status. Who among the human race would not prostrate themselves before him in reverence? He, who was so high above, had never encountered such a scene. Being directly insulted was more jarring than a slap to the face, an affront he could hardly bear. "Lu Xian, you are genuinely deranged. Who granted you the audacity to insult me?" Jiang Wuliang trembled, his voice quaking with rage as he thundered. "It seems that casting you out of the human race 100,000 years ago was an egregious mistake. Had I known you were such a treacherous wretch, I would have eliminated you and your Lu family back then. This moment of leniency has birthed a thankless ingrate like you." At the mention of 100,000 years ago, the fury in Lu Xian's eyes was on the verge of erupting. With a cold snort, he retorted without reservation, "Jiang Wuliang, do you even have the face to bring up 100,000 years ago? Are you not afraid of exposing the truth from that era to the world? Let everyone witness the hypocritical and shameless visage of you so-called human emperors." Jiang Wuliang, filled with wrath, felt his expression shift dramatically upon hearing the truth of those ancient days. The blaze of his anger diminished significantly, replaced by a hint of fear as he warned, "Lu Xian, do not forget, your kin remain among the human race. Should you spout nonsense and distort the truth, I would not hesitate to ensure your kin accompany you to your demise." At the mention of Lu Xian's family, the fury he had long suppressed erupted in its entirety. 100,000 years ago, this despicable and shameless individual threatened him using the members of the Lu family. Now, the same scene unfolds once more. However, the Lu Xian of today is no longer the same. The moment he shattered the imperial barrier, there was no turning back. This time, he will not succumb to any threats. Even if it costs the lives of his kin, he will not waver. Heh, Jiang Wuliang. You remain as shameless as you were 100 millennia ago. Back then, you wielded the lives of your family to intimidate me. I had no choice but to acquiesce to your threats for the sake of my kin, and since then, I have never returned to the realm of humanity. Yet, what about you? Did you fulfill the promises you made to me back then?" Lu Xian's expression was so dark that it seemed almost capable of dripping water. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a heavy drum, striking at the hearts of everyone present. The final question he posed left Jiang Wuliang in an exceedingly awkward state. rendering him utterly speechless, a grand emperor of the human race, confronted by Lu Xian's inquiry. Lu Xian, however, was not prepared to let him off the hook. The grievances accumulated over 100,000 years seemed poised to erupt at this very moment. 100 millennia ago, you promised me that as long as I departed from the human race to guard Tianyuan, you would protect the Lu family, ensuring our everlasting peace. Yet, how have you acted? After my departure, you turned around and suppressed the Lu family. If it were not for the remnants of our family's heritage and a modicum of means, we would have ceased to exist 100,000 years ago, wouldn't we? His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, yet as he recounted his tale, it grew increasingly fervent. Ultimately, he bellowed with icy disdain, "You esteemed emperors of the human race. Perched high above, yet you are even inferior to the most wretched of commoners. Even the lowliest of merchants understand the value of keeping one's word, of honoring promises. However, your words are as empty as the wind. The oaths you have sworn are less than mere trifles. Old scoundrel with a white beard. You who have lived for countless years, yet possess not an ounce of shame. I cannot fathom how such a shameless old rogue like you can still find the audacity to exist in this world." Lu Xian's probing inquiry not only stripped away Jiang Wuliang's facade, but also laid bare the true nature of the esteemed human emperor's previous actions. Who could have anticipated that these exalted figures, once held in high regard, were merely a cadre of deceitful and despicable individuals? Those human cultivators who had previously harbored doubts about Lu Xian's assertions, upon witnessing Jiang Wuliang's utter humiliation, could no longer deny the veracity of Lu Xian's claims. A century ago, these lofty human emperors not only slandered Lu Xian and usurped his accolades, but also, out of fear of his burgeoning strength threatening their positions, resorted to threatening Lu Xian through his kin, compelling him to forsake the human realm. Even after Lu Xian's departure, these human emperors swiftly turned their ire upon the Lu family, seeking to obliterate its legacy entirely. Such tactics were not merely despicable, they were utterly shameless. Even the most ordinary cultivators among the human race would scorn to employ such base threats against their kin, yet it was precisely these venerable human emperors, once revered by all, who engaged in such sordid machinations. In that moment, many cultivators found their convictions wavering. Their admiration for the human emperors began to erode, and whispers of dissent began to circulate. Could such conduct truly merit the title of human emperor? Jiang Wuliang, at the pinnacle of his power, was acutely aware of the murmurs, their resonance a clear indication that he was on the verge of becoming an object of public disdain. Despite his exalted status, he could not silence the voices of the world. Should the truth of this matter be substantiated, these once mighty human emperors would be reduced to the status of pariahs. No matter the cost, he would not allow the events of this day to escape into the public domain. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. To conceal the truth, he would not hesitate to eradicate the imperial gate. With a cold snort, Jiang Wuliang fixed his icy gaze upon Lu Xian. His voice laced with fury. "Lu Xian, I never expected your talent for inverting right and wrong to have grown so formidable. It was you, a century ago, who colluded with alien races and brazenly breached the imperial gate's barrier, bringing calamity upon our human race. Had it not been for the efforts of the 7 great emperors and countless cultivators who fought valiantly, our realm would have long since been laid to waste. Yet here you stand, unrepentant, not only distorting the truth and slandering us, but also audaciously shattering the imperial gate. Is it not your intention to repeat your treachery, aligning with foreign entities to annihilate the human race? Your wolfish ambition is glaringly apparent. The evidence is before us, and no amount of your cunning rhetoric can alter the reality." Jiang Wuliang's words were truly a case of turning the tables, placing all blame squarely upon Lu Xian. If it were 100,000 years ago, Lu Xian might have engaged in a futile debate with him. However, now Lu Xian is utterly indifferent to such matters. He had witnessed the shamelessness of these human emperors a century ago. Thus, he felt no surprise at Jiang Wuliang's blatant distortion of truth and his attempt to shift the blame. A cold smile crept across his face as his aura surged dramatically, causing the Emperor Jiang Ming, whom he had underfoot, to let out a terrified wail. Above the imperial gate, Jiang Wuliang's eyes blazed with fury. Lu Xian, this scoundrel, is deliberately humiliating him. Jiang Wuliang's fury erupted as the emperor's laws enveloped the heavens and earth. With a voice cold as ice, he proclaimed, "Lu Xian, if you possess any sense, release him at once. Should he suffer even a single hair's loss, I shall ensure your demise is without a grave." However, at the very moment his words fell, Lu Xian ruthlessly stomped down. With a thunderous crash, The head of Emperor Jiangming was crushed beneath his foot. Lu Xian's actions were nothing short of a slap in the face. Just as Jiang Wuliang had issued a stern warning to Lu Xian, the latter immediately crushed the head of Emperor Jiangming. This was an unabashed provocation. Moreover, it did not end there. After shattering Emperor Jiangming's mind with a single step, Lu Xian effortlessly grasped and obliterated his physical form, extracting the essence of his imperial being, thereby ensuring a complete annihilation. Lu Xian casually grasped the emperor's essence left behind by the great Emperor Jiangming, tossing it into the air like a mere toy before catching it effortlessly. He then feigned surprise as if he had only just heard Jiang Wuliang's threat. Raising his gaze towards Jiang Wuliang hovering in the sky, a taunting smirk graced his lips as he coolly remarked, "So, are you intending to leave me without a place to rest in death?" Jiang Wuliang, who was already on the brink of exploding with rage, found himself utterly incensed by Lu Xian's words. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, only to force it back down. After all, he was the emperor of the human race, the supreme existence among them. To be made to vomit blood in public would utterly disgrace him. However, witnessing Lu Xian trample upon the dignity of his Jiang family's great emperor was not merely a slap in the face. It was a blatant provocation against his status as the emperor of the human race. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Jiang Wuliang's expression shifted through numerous emotions before settling into a calm demeanor. His voice emerged through clenched teeth, cold and deliberate as he growled, "Lu Xian, you are courting death." Meanwhile, in the domain of the human race, at the pinnacle of the nine heavens world, in the ancestral land of the Jiang family, an elder enveloped in the laws of the emperor suddenly opened his eyes. As light radiated from him, his appearance was revealed to be strikingly similar to that of Jiang Wuliang currently in the imperial realm. Surrounded by the laws of the emperor, he could summon countless imperial powers with a mere wave of his hand, demonstrating an unparalleled comprehension of these laws. Had Lu Xian been present, he would have recognized that this individual's power had transcended the limits of the fusion realm and was on the verge of stepping into the next level, the harmony realm. Upon achieving harmony, one surpasses even the emperor's status. In this lower realm, where the path to immortality is severed, the emperor is akin to the true immortals of ancient times. In this current era, the title of emperor is often referred to as the dust immortal, a term that denotes both a classification and a commendation. In the age where the path to immortality is blocked, beings of the lower realm seek a glimmer of ascension, becoming true immortals. However, lacking the experience of the tribulation of ascension, they are referred to as dust immortals. Though they have not undergone the tribulations of ascension, their combat prowess is not inferior to that of true immortals. It is said that the dust immortals of ancient times have even slain true immortals. To transcend beyond the great emperor and become a dust immortal is both a designation and a testament to one's strength. In contemporary times, the title dust immortal has fallen out of use, and thus they are generally referred to as emperors. The elder within the Jiang family's ancestral land, enveloped in the laws of the emperor, had reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm and was now striving to break through to the next level, possessing strength comparable to that of a celestial sovereign. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, a terrifying presence was striving to reach the realm of the celestial sovereign. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the world. Damn it, I never anticipated that Lu Xian, left behind for 100,000 years, would become a calamity in the present. The elder, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Wuliang, wore a grim expression, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Had I known, I should have eliminated him 100,000 years ago, uprooting him entirely. In the realm of the human race, within the Lu family, after enduring relentless assaults time and again, the protective barriers of the Lu family remained steadfast. Conversely, the patriarch of the Jiang family, witnessing the formidable attacks that failed to breach the Lu family's defenses, finally called for a halt. Behind him, dozens of emperors stood, now mere vassals of the Jiang family. This was due to the Jiang patriarch's earlier promise that once the Lu family was vanquished, he would bring them to the Jiang family, allowing the esteemed Jiang sovereign to personally guide them. Thus, they had been exerting tremendous effort in recent days, even summoning the emperors from their own families. Consequently, the number of emperors gathered outside the Lu family had surged from a mere dozen to over 30. Despite such a formidable alliance, their consecutive assaults still failed to make any dent in the Lu family's protective formation. As exhaustion set in among the ranks, the Jiang patriarch, albeit reluctantly, issued a command for a temporary respite, stating they were merely engaging in a desperate struggle. He resolved to return and procure a divine weapon from the ancestors, confident it would shatter the Lu family's protective array. Upon hearing the Jiang patriarch's intent to return for the celestial weapon, the emperors were filled with excitement. The elder of the Lin family stepped forward, brimming with enthusiasm, assuring, "Rest assured, Patriarch Jiang, we will hold this position. Not a single mosquito shall escape before your return." "Good then." The Jiang patriarch nodded, casting a cold glance at the Lu family's formation and the figure of Lu Tianyuan, along with the 8 elders of the Lu family, who were steadfastly defending their territory. He declared with a chilling voice, "You Lu family, well done. I shall see how long you can endure." Lu Tianyuan let out a cold scoff, remaining silent. It was not that he desired to refrain from speaking, but rather that he found himself at a loss for words. Over the past few days, a multitude of mighty emperors had relentlessly assaulted them, leaving him, the patriarch stationed at the protective family formation, scarcely a moment's reprieve. Newly ascended to the emperor realm, he was utterly fatigued. Thus, even upon hearing the taunts from the Jiang family patriarch, Lu Tianyuan lacked the strength to respond. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "What? Are you all planning to summon reinforcements again? Ha! The illustrious patriarch of the Jiang family is nothing more than this. I wonder who once boasted that they could effortlessly breach our protective formation and annihilate my Lu family?" As the words fell, Lu Linglong gracefully appeared beside Lu Tianyuan, her youthful eyes radiating an unexpected maturity and dominance that belied her age. Even the peak existence of the Jiang family patriarch, upon locking eyes with Lu Linglong, felt a jolt of astonishment. In that fleeting moment, it was as if a colossal hammer struck his mind, causing his entire being to tremble. Hiss. This is a soul attack. How could this young girl, seemingly no more than a teenager, possibly wield such a terrifying spiritual secret technique? The Jiang family patriarch's eyes were filled with shock. Although such a degree of soul attack would inflict no harm upon him, it profoundly shook him to his core. A young girl from the Lu family, merely in her teens, has surprisingly managed to shake the very foundations of his pinnacle spirit power as a great emperor. This is nothing short of miraculous. The patriarch of the Jiang family, who previously held little regard for the Lu clan, now bore an expression of grave concern. His eyes, ablaze with murderous intent, were fixed intently on Lu Linglong. This girl could not be allowed to live. She must be eliminated. In his eyes, this mere child posed the greatest threat to the entire Lu family, more so than even Lu Tianyuan. Should she be allowed to mature, she could very well become the next Lu Xian, the next taboo emperor capable of suppressing her contemporaries. Guard well. Not a single fly must escape from the Lu family. The Jiang patriarch, preparing to depart, seemed unable to shake off his unease. He deliberately sent a message to the elder of the Lin family, instructing him that this girl, Lu Linglong, must not be allowed to escape the Lu estate. If she were to flee, he must spare no effort to eliminate her. Upon hearing the Jiang patriarch's orders, the elder of the Lin family was taken aback. He had assumed the patriarch's caution was directed towards Lu Tianyuan, never anticipating it would concern such a young girl. The elder gazed at Lu Linglong with a look of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how a mere child could pose any significant threat, let alone warrant such urgent instructions from the Jiang patriarch to ensure her demise. Though uncertain of the reasons behind it, the Lin elder respectfully nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Jiang patriarch, I shall pay special attention to this girl. I guarantee that not even a fly will escape." The Jiang patriarch nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to glare at Lu Linglong within the formation, coldly stating, "You sharp-tongued little girl, you may live a few more days. Soon, you shall descend and reunite with your ancestor Lu Xian." At the mention of Lu Xian, Lu Tianyuan forcefully inhaled, shouting in anger, "What have you done to ancestor Lu Xian?" Lu Xian, the ancestral figure of the Lu family, represents the hope for all his kin. As the newly ascended patriarch of the Lu clan, having just entered the realm of the emperors, he has persevered against all odds, clinging to the belief that Lu Xian would return. He is acutely aware that once Lu Xian reappears, all the tribulations facing the Lu family will be effortlessly resolved. However, upon realizing that Lu Xian may be in peril, Lu Tianyuan feels as though the heavens themselves are collapsing around him. Witnessing Lu Tianyuan's despair, the patriarch of the Jiang clan bursts into triumphant laughter, proclaiming with disdain, "Our ancestral figure has already ventured to the imperial pass. What fate do you suppose awaits Lu Xian? Just wait and see. Your family shall soon reunite on the path to the underworld." With those words, the patriarch of the Jiang family departs, vanishing into thin air. In the skies above, the other emperors of the human race are filled with exhilaration, especially upon learning that the Jiang clan's emperor has personally made his way to the imperial pass, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. The patriarch of the Lin family deliberately steps forward, glaring at Lu Tianyuan with arrogance, and smugly declares, "This is the consequence of offending our Lin family. Did you truly believe that an ancestor from 100,000 years ago could save you? Now you find yourselves at a loss, do you not? Your Lu Xian has likely already 1 foot in the realm of the dead. Lu Tianyuan, your time is running short. You should savor these final days. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open and never offend those whom you cannot afford to cross." Within the confines of the Lu family, the atmosphere was steeped in melancholy, as all present wore expressions of despondency, their eyes betraying a profound sense of tension and concern. Master Lu Xian is the hope of them all. Now that everyone knows that the emperor of the Jiang family has personally gone to the imperial pass, they are all deeply concerned for Master Lu Xian's safety. Linglong, can you still reach the master? If so, please convey to him that he must not return. We are prepared to face death, but we cannot allow ourselves to become a burden to the master. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grave as he arrived at a difficult decision. It was clear to all that he intended to urge ancestor Lu Xian to abandon them. As the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan was resolute in his preparation to face life and death alongside his kin. Even if all his relatives perished, he would never allow ancestor Lu Xian to be encumbered by their fate. The 8 elders discerned Lu Tianyuan's intent and nodded solemnly, voicing their agreement. Linglong, heed your father's words. The situation for the Lu family is dire. Even if the ancestor were to return, it would avail us nothing. After all, he stands alone and would inevitably fall victim to those despicable fiends. We are prepared to face death. It holds no terror for us. The ancestor is the very foundation of our clan. So long as he lives, the Lu family shall endure. Linglong, find a way to convey the news of the imperial lord of the Jiang family to the ancestor. Urge him to depart at once and preserve himself. That is of utmost importance. Only with the ancestor alive can we hope for vengeance in the future. Dear Linglong, did you not mention that the ancestor was in poor condition? Inform him that we of the Lu family are ready. We can readily offer our life essence to him. After all, death would be a waste. It is far better to contribute to the ancestor's cause. One by one, the 8 elders spoke, all wearing expressions of fearless resolve. Even deciding to offer the life essence of every member of the Lu family to Lu Xian. Although the Lu family possessed but 1 emperor and 8 quasi-emperors, they still had tens of thousands of clansmen. The combined life essence of these thousands would undoubtedly provide immense support to Lu Xian. We are willing to sacrifice everything for the ancestor. We do not require him to save us. His mere survival is the most reassuring news. Linglong, can you convey this to the ancestor? Though I am but 5 years old, I fear not death. I too wish to offer my life essence to the ancestor. As the elders' words echoed, the members of the Lu family stepped forth, each expressing their willingness to face death without hesitation. Even the youngest among them bore resolute expressions, their voices ringing with determination as they offered their life essence. In that moment, not a single member of the tens of thousands of the Lu family showed fear of death. All were eager to willingly contribute their life essence. They preferred to perish rather than be a burden to ancestor Lu Xian. Watching her kin, who embraced death so fearlessly, Linglong felt her eyes moisten with emotion. Although the Lu family may not be the strongest, the unity among its members is unparalleled, even in the face of life and death. Not a single traitor driven by fear has emerged from the Lu clan. Such a family is deserving of her love, worthy of her protection, and worthy of her utmost sacrifice. Rest assured, you shall not perish. Even if the revered ancestor Lu Xian does not return, I shall ensure your survival. Lu Linglong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her expression remained resolute as she murmured to herself. As for the sentiments of the Lu family members, there was no need for her to convey them to Lu Xian. Lu Xian left a bloodline mark within her, with his current strength. He could observe all that transpires within the Lu family at any moment. The imperial pass. Lu Xian quietly listened to the voices of the Lu family members, those who were resolute in the face of death, and suddenly, his eyes became somewhat misty. Even he did not anticipate that, at the brink of life and death, the members of the Lu family could remain so composed and filled with righteous valor. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves rather than burden him, their venerable ancestor. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his voice emanating from within Lu Linglong, resonating throughout the entire Lu family. Livewell, I do not require your essence. I am your ancestor, and I shall forever guard you. His voice was deep and commanding, exuding a compelling force that inspired confidence. Those members of the Lu family, who had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, suddenly trembled with excitement upon hearing Lu Xian's voice. It is the ancestor. The ancestor is still alive. Those worthless Jiang family members were indeed spouting nonsense. Haha. I always knew that our Lu family's ancestor is the true invincible one. The mere Jiang family ancestor is insignificant. They do not even merit the honor of holding our Lu family's ancestors' shoes. The members of the Lu family, who had previously been anxious and fearful of Lu Xian's demise, were now all beaming with joy. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian still lives, and their hopes remain unwavering. Upon hearing ancestor Lu Xian's voice, Lu Tianyuan felt a profound sense of relief. However, unlike the jubilant members of the Lu family, he wore a worried expression and implored, "Ancestor, the emperor of the Jiang family has already made his way to the imperial pass. Please, do not concern yourself with us. Our lives are inconsequential. What truly matters is your survival. You must leave at once and avoid any encounter with the Jiang family as emperor." The emperor of the Jiang family is a formidable figure, an established sovereign with unparalleled status and power within the human realm. Even though he knew that Lu Xian had ascended to the realm of emperor, Lu Tianyuan remained deeply concerned for him, urging him to abandon his kin and flee the imperial pass. After all, how could a newly ascended emperor contend with an ancient sovereign like the Jiang family's ancestor? Yet, no sooner had his words fallen than Lu Xian's unwavering voice resonated. He is merely the emperor of the Jiang family. He is no monstrous threat. He cannot possibly pose a challenge to me. With a single utterance, Lu Xian's words struck like a thunderbolt, plunging the entire Lu family into a profound silence. Even Lu Tianyuan's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, his expression one of utter disbelief. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming tension that rendered him speechless. At that juncture, Lu Xian's voice resounded once more, assuring them to remain at ease. Unless he were to perish, none would lay a finger on them. Above the imperial pass, as Lu Xian crushed Emperor Jiang Ming beneath his foot, Jiang Wuliang erupted in fury. The terrifying laws of the emperor enveloped the imperial pass like the mighty Yangtze River, descending upon Lu Xian with an oppressive force. Jiang Wuliang's colossal manifestation traversed the void, directly confronting Lu Xian, launching a cataclysmic punch aimed at Lu Xian's head. "Lu Xian, you wretched creature, surrender your life." Jiang Wuliang's roar reverberated like thunder, shaking the heavens. His fist struck with the speed of lightning, carving the air into a dragon-shaped imprint that encircled him, sealing all of Lu Xian's escape routes. In the face of the Jiang family's emperor's onslaught, Lu Xian maintained an icy composure, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Under the influence of his dual pupils, the speed of the Jiang family emperor seemed to be inexorably slowed. However, he was still an emperor. Even when decelerated, his swiftness remained terrifyingly formidable. Countless fist imprints erupted forth, unrelenting in their pursuit of Lu Xian. Such an assault was utterly unavoidable. Yet, Lu Xian had no intention of evading. After 100 millennia, he finally had the opportunity to exact vengeance. How could he possibly retreat? A century ago, he had dared to confront the Jiang family's emperor with the pinnacle of emperor-level strength. Though he had suffered a crushing defeat, it was sufficient to showcase his courage and confidence. Now, having ascended to the rank of emperor himself, he possessed the strength to contend with the Jiang family's emperor, and naturally sought to reclaim his honor. Even if he were not the Jiang family's emperor's equal, Lu Xian would not retreat a single step. Even in defeat, he would engage in a battle of epic proportions with the Jiang family's emperor. Boom! As the chaotic energy surged forth from Lu Xian's body, every pore radiated a brilliant glow, and his form swiftly ascended to match the towering stature of Jiang Wuliang in an instant. Enveloped in the chaotic aura, his eyes emitted a devastating light that obliterated the surrounding dragon-shaped fist imprints in a heartbeat. He then took a decisive step forward and unleashed a powerful punch, conjuring a multitude of fist imprints that clashed with those of Jiang Wuliang. In the moment of impact, the 108,636 chaotic dantians within Lu Xian surged forth, his golden body exuding an aura akin to that of a divine warrior. A mere strike from him possessed the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Although his cultivation level was not on par with that of the Jiang family's emperor, the enhancement from his chaotic body and the laws of strength rendered his power even greater than that of the Jiang family's emperor. After numerous clashes of fist imprints, it was the fiercely imposing Jiang family emperor who found himself forced back several hundred zhang. In mere moments, this very emperor, who had just descended into the imperial pass, was suppressed by Lu Xian and compelled to retreat back into the skies. "No, this is impossible. You are merely a newly ascended primary emperor. How could you possess such divine might?" The Jiang family emperor's astonishment grew with each strike. his incredulous roar filled with disbelief and shock. He had initially believed that his strength would easily subdue Lu Xian, even to the point of dispatching him with a single blow to eliminate this nuisance. Yet, the outcome was the complete opposite, with Lu Xian driving him back. Realizing that his power could not contain Lu Xian, the Jiang family emperor bellowed, channeling the laws of the emperor behind him, gathering them into his being like the mighty Yangtze River. Instantly, divine patterns appeared upon his body, shimmering with golden light that spread rapidly, coating him in an aura reminiscent of gold. However, the golden radiance surrounding him paled significantly in comparison to that which enveloped Lu Xian. Above the imperial pass, two colossal golden giants, each standing 1,000 zhang tall, engaged in a fierce struggle once more. Unlike before, this time the Jiang family emperor was truly exerting his full strength. Each punch and kick was infused with the utmost exertion of the emperor's laws, fully unleashing his true power. Though it appeared to be a simple exchange of blows, it was, in truth, a clash of various divine abilities and techniques. With every movement, the Jiang family emperor wielded formidable spells that gradually tipped the scales in his favor, subduing Lu Xian beneath his might. Though Lu Xian had anticipated that he would not match the Jiang family emperor, he was nonetheless astonished at how quickly the emperor adapted and seized control of the battle's rhythm. Indeed, these seasoned emperors were far from unremarkable. With a resounding clash of fists, the golden light surrounding Lu Xian began to waver, suggesting it might soon shatter. Hiss! Lu Xian inhaled sharply, swiftly retreating to distance himself from the emperor of the Jiang family, before promptly regaining his strength. Unbeknownst to him, he had been embroiled in a fierce confrontation with this Jiang family emperor for nearly an hour. Even with a staggering count of 10,836 chaotic dantians, he found it increasingly challenging to sustain his strength, feeling the weight of inadequacy. Truly, this Jiang Wuliang, despite his unscrupulous nature, possessed a power that was astonishingly extraordinary. Even the previously formidable demon ape sovereign would have to concede a rank beneath him in this encounter. Lu Xian inhaled a breath of spiritual energy, utilizing his dual pupils to track Jiang Wuliang's movements. He activated the true dragon's swift escape to evade. Continuing the confrontation would surely lead to his devastating defeat. Thus, he could only temporarily withdraw, pondering Jiang Wuliang's combat techniques while replenishing his internal mana. Fortunately, his dual pupils were remarkably potent, embodying not only combat prowess but also the ability to absorb energy during battle, gradually restoring his mana. Although the replenishment of mana was exceedingly limited each second, it instilled in Lu Xian a glimmer of hope to persist in the fight. Regrettably, his mastery of the dual pupils was still inadequate. The rate of mana recovery could not keep pace with the consumption of chaotic energy within him. In the future, he must strive to cultivate the dual pupils to their utmost potential. As Lu Xian wandered, he pondered deeply. Previously, he had paid little heed to the extraordinary ability of the dual pupils to restore mana during combat. He believed that with his vast reservoir of 108,636 chaotic dantians, his chaotic energy was inexhaustible. However, at this moment, he acutely felt the deficiency of his chaotic energy. His mana was utterly insufficient. Engaging in battle with a top-tier emperor like Jiang Wuliang, no amount of chaotic energy would suffice. Moreover, it was evident that Jiang Wuliang possessed a secret technique to regain strength in combat. Under the gaze of his dual pupils, Lu Xian could distinctly observe that each time Jiang Wuliang executed a divine technique, he astonishingly managed to reclaim half of the mana he had expended. This revelation left Lu Xian utterly astounded. The ability to recover one's own released mana during battle was an extraordinary talent, rivaling even his dual pupils. After all, while his dual pupils could absorb spiritual energy to restore his mana, their effectiveness was currently hampered by his low level, resulting in a recovery rate that paled in comparison to the mana he consumed. The efficacy of his ability was significantly inferior to Jiang Wuliang's miraculous technique. If only I could comprehend this secret technique of Jiang Wuliang, would it not allow me to reclaim the mana I release in battle in the future? Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as a bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Such an extraordinary divine ability, when combined with mine, would undoubtedly yield astonishing results. The secret technique wielded by Jiang Wuliang stirred Lu Xian's heart. However, deducing it was not a matter of mere moments. After all, his was currently too low in rank. Perhaps he could more easily deduce certain imperial-level divine techniques. Yet, attempting to unravel the secrets of the emperor-level divine methods posed significant challenges. His had not yet attained the capability to instantly deduce the secret technique displayed by Jiang Wuliang. As Jiang Wuliang's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, Lu Xian recognized the considerable gap between them. Achieving victory through direct confrontation seemed virtually impossible. Nonetheless, he had numerous resources at his disposal. Even if he could not triumph over Jiang Wuliang, he could ensure his own survival. However, this situation could not persist indefinitely. With Jiang Wuliang relentlessly pursuing him, returning to the realm of humanity seemed an unattainable goal, while Lu Xian contemplated a means of breaking this deadlock. The emperor-level laws erupted from Jiang Wuliang's body. Thunderous roars echoed from within him, coalescing outside into a formidable thunder spear that pierced through the air towards Lu Xian. This thunder spear, born of emperor-level laws, possessed a power even more terrifying than that of imperial weapons, and its speed was astonishingly swift, piercing through Lu Xian in an instant. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the thunder spear passed right through Lu Xian without spilling a drop of blood. Damn it! How could his speed be so incredible? Jiang Wuliang lamented inwardly. He realized that the entity struck by the thunder spear was merely an illusion left by Lu Xian, for his speed was so fast that at least hundreds of shadows surrounded him, even though Jiang Wuliang had locked on to Lu Xian's aura before launching his attack. He still only struck Lu Xian's shadow. Bang! The thunder spear, after traversing Lu Xian's shadow, crashed into the city wall of the Imperial Pass, cleaving a gaping hole before vanishing from sight. In the distance, Lu Xian, who had escaped from beneath the thunder spear, exhibited no signs of excitement in his gaze. Rather, it was filled with solemnity. How formidable! Is this the true strength of a peak emperor? The might of this single strike rivals that of the god-burying coffin. Lu Xian inhaled sharply, realizing that had it not been for his dual pupils, which allowed him to decelerate time, he might have been struck by the recently unleashed thunderous spear. Observing the gaping hole in the imperial city wall, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Had that spear truly found its mark, he would have faced certain death or, at the very least, grave injury. He had long believed that he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the might of these seasoned imperial dignitaries, yet he now recognized that his knowledge merely skimmed the surface. The prowess of those who ascended to the ranks of esteemed imperial dignitaries was indeed unfathomable. With my current capabilities, I am absolutely ill-equipped to confront Jiang Wuliang head-on. Though this individual is shameless and despicable, his strength is undeniably formidable. Perhaps only upon reaching the 6th, or even 7th or 8th levels of imperial dignity will I stand a chance of overcoming him. Lu Xian's countenance darkened. Continuing the battle offered him no advantage. Yet retreating was not an option. He had to return to the human race. Not even the presence of a single Jiang Wuliang, let alone all 9 esteemed emperors of the human race, could deter his resolve to return home. However, he could no longer afford to act recklessly. He had to devise a strategy to return safely to the Lu family. After all, he was merely a junior emperor, with his true cultivation at the first level of emperor status, and could not withstand the might of these seasoned emperors who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, in order to return to the human race and rescue his kin, he needed to employ some cunning tactics. However, before Lu Xian could contemplate a new approach, Jiang Wuliang's assault came once more. After nearly 2 hours of struggle, failing to subdue, Lu Xian had already ignited Jiang Wuliang's fury. For this venerable emperor, it was a tremendous humiliation. At this moment, he unleashed his full power. His golden Dharma body radiated a resplendent divine light, resembling an ancient deity emerging from the sun. Lightning flickered within his eyes, brewing a cataclysmic strike. Under the scrutiny of his piercing gaze, Lu Xian discerned the impending terror of Jiang Wuliang's attack. Should it succeed, it might very well seal his doom. Thus, before Jiang Wuliang could unleash his lethal move, Lu Xian activated the spatial talisman to flee. If he could not fight, then he would escape. Lu Xian felt no shame in this matter whatsoever. To stubbornly persist in a losing battle, fully aware of one's inability to prevail, would indeed be the mark of true foolishness. Lu Xian was never a person bound by convention, nor did he believe that saving face was more important than life itself. Of course, had it not been for the members of the Lu family awaiting his rescue, he might have fought to the bitter end. Even if he were no match for Jiang Wuliang, he would not retreat an inch. However, at this moment, he must prioritize his own survival. As Lu Xian activated the space divine talisman, a colossal rune enveloped his form. Jiang Wuliang, who was preparing a lethal strike, couldn't help but change his expression upon witnessing this, roaring in fury. Thinking of escaping? Dream on. As the space rune surrounded him, Lu Xian's figure began to waver, ready to slip into the void. Jiang Wuliang, unable to continue his preparation, unleashed a blinding bolt from his eyes, transforming it into a thunder sword that cleaved through the heavens. At the instant the thunder sword manifested, the entire Imperial Pass was engulfed in lightning, its sword aura cutting through the sky, aimed at Lu Xian, intending to disrupt the power of the Space Divine Talisman. Yet, Jiang Wuliang was ultimately a step too late. When the thunder sword descended, Lu Xian had already vanished completely. The might of the Space Divine Talisman tore through the fabric of space, even thwarting Jiang Wuliang's imperial law. Boom! The thunder sword struck, shaking the Imperial Pass and cleaving the space apart. Had Jiang Wuliang not retracted his strike in time, the entire Imperial Pass might have been obliterated by his sword. Above the Imperial Pass, Jiang Wuliang's expression darkened, his eyes filled with rage as he roared to the heavens. Lu Xian, did you not seek vengeance? I await you here. Come forth and battle me. 100,000 years ago, you were no match for me. Reduced to a pitiful state, 100,000 years later, I see you remain as inept as ever. You, who only knows how to flee. Dare to seek revenge against me? What a delusion. Come, show yourself. I await you at the Imperial Pass. If you are a man, step forward. Do not make me look down upon you. Jiang Wuliang's voice echoed throughout the Imperial Pass, even reaching the depths of the Sea of Realms where the aquatic tribes resided. The ancient demon lord, who had nearly slain Lu Xian before, emerged from the depths, his large eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed upon the surface of the sea. Bewildered, what on earth had transpired? Were the humans engaging in infighting? This ancient demon, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance illuminating the underwater realm, suddenly recalled, Lu Xian? I remember now. That despicable fellow who rampaged through the depths was none other than Lu Xian. He truly is a troublemaker. What is he up to now? Even the human Imperial Lord seems intent on killing him. Beyond the Imperial Pass, the ancient beings of other races were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Lu Xian had grown powerful enough to contend with a seasoned Imperial Lord like Jiang Wuliang. Although he ultimately retreated, it was evident that Lu Xian had sustained no injuries. Hiss. Jiang Wuliang's current strength surpasses even mine. Lu Xian had just entered the realm of the Emperor and astonishingly managed to engage in combat with Jiang Wuliang, successfully escaping. This was truly remarkable. The Golden Eagle Sovereign spoke, his eyes filled with astonishment. His words carried a hint of self-aggrandizement, tinged with jealousy and envy. Although both were emperors, Jiang Wuliang stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Had it not been for the constraints of the heavenly laws, he might have advanced further into the realm of harmonization, ascending to the status of a celestial sovereign. In contrast, the Golden Eagle Sovereign's power was merely at the 6th level, revealing a significant disparity between them. However, 100,000 years ago, both the Golden Eagle Sovereign and Jiang Wuliang were on equal footing. In that battle from long ago, the Golden Eagle Sovereign's opponent was indeed Jiang Wuliang. At that time, he was even capable of subduing Jiang Wuliang, forcing him to flee in disarray. Yet, a century later, Jiang Wuliang had ascended to the peak of the Emperor realm. While the Golden Eagle Sovereign remained stagnant, this reality was difficult for the Golden Eagle Sovereign to accept, stirring feelings of envy within him. The other spectators could perceive the undertone of bitterness in his words. They merely smiled faintly, choosing not to expose his feelings. Jiang Wuliang's current strength was undeniably formidable, and none dared to underestimate him. Among the 4 ancient sovereigns of their race who had come, only the Demon Ape Sovereign, also at the 9th level, might be able to match Jiang Wuliang. Even the Qing Fox Sovereign was no match for him. As for the White Bear Sovereign, it was needless to say. Both he and the Golden Eagle Sovereign were at the 6th level, and against Jiang Wuliang, they might not last even a moment. In the realm of emperors, the gap between each minor level is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Even a slight difference in level might render one unworthy of engaging in combat with the other. Individuals like Lu Xian, capable of challenging a 9th level emperor with a 1st level emperor's strength, are exceedingly rare throughout history. Certainly, Lu Xian's ability to fight beyond his level stemmed from his chaotic body. The chaotic body is not restrained by heavenly laws, thus when facing Jiang Wuliang, the latter's power was effectively diminished by more than half. This provided Lu Xian with the opportunity to contend with him. Without the chaotic body, Lu Xian, at his current emperor level, would not even qualify to face Jiang Wuliang. A 9th level emperor could effortlessly obliterate a 1st level emperor. Yet, Lu Xian's strength could not be merely measured against an ordinary 1st level emperor. Having cultivated the Panwu Great Strength technique and unlocked a staggering number of chaotic dantians, his power was comparable to that of fourth or even fifth-level emperors. It was precisely due to this mutual attenuation that Lu Xian could engage Jiang Wuliang and even withdraw unscathed. Although Lu Xian retreated from this battle, he would not be mocked by anyone. In fact, his reputation would soon resonate throughout the cosmos. The first-level Emperor Zun's audacity to challenge a ninth-level Emperor Zun is nothing short of astonishing. It is destined to become a remarkable tale in the annals of history. However, such matters are of little concern to Lu Xian at this moment. In truth, Lu Xian has not ventured too far away. During his initial attempt to employ the Space Divine Talisman, he was unaware of where he might be transported, as it was his first experience. Yet now, having perfected his innate Divine Talisman, he has acquired the ability to manipulate the teleportation distance of the Space Divine Talisman with ease. After much effort, Lu Xian finally breached the Imperial Pass, and he had no intention of being whisked away by the spatial talisman to the outside of the pass again. Moreover, Jiang Wuliang could never fathom that Lu Xian would audaciously conceal himself right beneath his very nose. Thus, when the spatial talisman activated, he boldly transported himself beyond the Imperial Pass. Even if Jiang Wuliang racked his brain, he would never suspect that the elusive Lu Xian had already stepped beyond the confines of the pass. Now, he hovered high above, gazing quietly at the second formidable stronghold beneath him. It was a fortification as majestic and grand as the Imperial Pass, bustling with life upon its walls, where at least a dozen formidable emperors stood guard. Behind the towering walls, tens of thousands of human cultivators were stationed. This was the second great stronghold of the human realm, known as the Deercall Pass. It was said to have been named in honor of a legendary emperor of the Deercall, who fought valiantly here, leading human cultivators to establish this formidable fortress. Hence, this stronghold was aptly named the Deercall Pass. Lu Xian activated his dual pupils and cast his gaze upon the towering walls of Looming Pass, letting out a sigh of relief. Though the walls had undergone a process of tempering, their strength was merely on par with that of Imperial weapons. Given Lu Xian's current prowess, breaching the defenses of Looming Pass posed little challenge. However, he understood the necessity for patience. Jiang Wuliang was stationed at the Imperial Fortress a mere 10,000 miles away. Should Lu Xian make his presence known at Looming Pass, it would undoubtedly attract Jiang Wuliang's attention. Lu Xian currently lacks the confidence to confront Jiang Wuliang. Recklessly charging forward would only lead to trouble. There simply isn't enough time. If only I had sufficient time, Jiang Wuliang would be no match for me. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, and in the absence of alternative solutions, the only course of action left to him was to swiftly enhance his strength. In the next moment, his figure appeared within the world of the god burial coffin. As he manifested, he activated his heavy pupil, his eyes radiating a brilliant divine light. Instantly, the heavy pupil world he had previously conjured using chaotic energy materialized before him. Within this independent realm, suffused with chaotic energy, two dragon souls were still rampaging about. However, no matter how fiercely they clashed, they could not escape this realm of the heavy pupil. Within this domain, the true dragon laws embodied in these two dragon souls were suppressed, rendering their power to a mere fraction of 1%. Lu Xian's eyes shimmered as he quietly observed the two rampaging dragon souls. After a brief moment, he waved his hand, causing a fissure to manifest in the realm of the heavy pupils. Roar! Roar! The two dragon souls emitted thunderous roars, each vying to escape through the crack. However, ultimately, only one dragon soul managed to flee. The other, which was a heartbeat too slow, did not even touch the fissure before being forcefully suppressed back. All of this was, of course, the handiwork of Lu Xian. He had deliberately released one of the dragon souls, his gaze remaining tranquil as he watched the creature suddenly materialize in the world of the god-bearing coffin, curiously surveying its surroundings. It is you. You are the one who intentionally set me free. The dragon soul, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped its predicament and attempted to escape the realm of the god-bearing coffin, yet it found no direction for its flight. This place was also an independent world, and astonishingly, it was even more inescapable than the previous realm of heavy pupils. The dragon soul, which had just moments ago been brimming with excitement, now wore an expression of utter dejection. Its colossal true dragon form descended from the void and landed on the ground, its eyes devoid of luster as it gazed at Lu Xian, sighing as it inquired, "Speak. You have released me. What do you desire?" Lu Xian did not anticipate that the dragon soul would be so forthright, getting straight to the point. Moreover, judging by its demeanor, it seemed to have completely relinquished any semblance of resistance. Lu Xian's gaze fell upon the dragon's soul, and he was able to discern clearly that, although its physical form had long since dissipated, the realm of this dragon soul showed no signs of decline. On the contrary, it appeared to be even more formidable than before its demise. Moreover, he was astonished to perceive a unique golden aura emanating from the dragon's soul. This was the essence of fortune. It was unexpected that such a powerful force of luck from our human race had coalesced within this dragon's soul. No wonder. This must be the reason why, after its fall, the realm of the dragon soul not only remained intact but had indeed ascended. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed the aura of fortune emanating from the dragon's soul. Within the records of the Panwu Great Divine Technique, methods for cultivating the power of fate were documented, a notion that had previously crossed Lu Xian's mind. He had intended to practice the faith-based techniques contained therein to gather the power of fortune and bolster the strength of his kin once he rescued them. Unexpectedly, he now encountered the manifestation of this power within the dragon soul. Furthermore, it appeared that the dragon soul possessed the ability to absorb this aura of fortune, thereby elevating its own spiritual realm, which only deepened Lu Xian's curiosity. After all, the power of fortune is not something that can be effortlessly absorbed or mastered. Without specialized techniques, one might not even perceive its existence. The reason Lu Xian was able to perceive the aura of fortune emanating from the dragon soul was due to his unique dual pupils. Previously, during his encounters with these two dragon souls, Lu Xian had been engrossed in studying the true dragon's methods, thus he overlooked the existence of this aura. Now, upon witnessing the aura of fortune surrounding the dragon soul, he felt a genuine surprise. Noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, the dragon's soul grew anxious. It slightly swayed its enormous true dragon head and sighed, saying, "I understand. You seek the true dragon's methods. It is not that I am unwilling to impart them to you, but rather that you lack the bloodline of my true dragon clan. Even if I were to bestow them upon you, you would be unable to cultivate them. The methods of my true dragon clan can only be practiced by those who possess true dragon blood." The dragon soul was not a fool. It articulated Lu Xian's thoughts with clarity. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Xian revealed a faint smile. He could discern that the dragon soul was not entirely resigned to its fate, which suggested a willingness to impart the true dragon's methods to him. While it was true that others might struggle to cultivate the true dragon's methods without the bloodline, Lu Xian was an exception. His chaos body inherently allowed him to comprehend any mystical arts in existence, including the true dragon's methods. However, he refrained from voicing this, instead adopting a cold demeanor as he stated, "Since you are aware of what I desire, present the true dragon's methods." "Ah, very well. Who could deny the esteemed reputation of my true dragon clan's teachings? I am not averse to sharing them, but as I mentioned earlier, unless you can absorb true dragon essence blood to gain the true dragon bloodline, even acquiring the methods would be futile." The dragon soul was acutely aware that Lu Xian would not relinquish his pursuit of the true dragon's methods based on mere words. Therefore, it had already prepared itself to share the teachings with Lu Xian. Naturally, it harbored no fears about the methods being divulged to others. The dragon soul's previous assertions were entirely truthful. Without true dragon essence blood, no other beings could master the true dragoness methods. Even though these teachings were a closely guarded secret of the true dragon clan, the dragon soul felt no trepidation about them being leaked. When the two dragon souls were imprisoned within the city walls of the Imperial Pass, those who subdued them, the human emperors, had already extracted the true dragon's methods from their lips. Yet, despite this, none of those individuals had successfully cultivated the true dragon's teachings. Thus, for the dragon soul, imparting the methods to Lu Xian was a mere formality, as he would ultimately be unable to practice them. Nevertheless, it was imperative for the dragon soul to clarify its position to avoid any potential blame from Lu Xian. "Fear not. Simply convey the complete true dragon methods to me. Whether I can cultivate them is my own affair. I shall not implicate you in any way." Lu Xian's voice remained calm, yet it instilled a sense of reassurance in the dragon soul. "Very well. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths with the true dragon clan. I only hope that after you acquire the true dragon's teachings, you will grant us brothers a chance at survival." The dragon's soul spoke again, its gaze directed at Lu Xian, imbued with a hint of plea. Lu Xian seized these two dragon souls with the sole purpose of acquiring the true dragon Dao. Once the true dragon Dao was in his possession, releasing them would pose no challenge. "I agree." Upon hearing Lu Xian's affirmation, one of the dragon souls felt entirely at ease. Subsequently, it imparted the complete true dragon Dao to Lu Xian. Lu Xian closed his eyes to contemplate the profound principles of the true Dragon Tao, and with each passing moment, his astonishment grew. A brief while later, he opened his eyes, filled with exuberance. Initially relying on his extraordinary eye ability, he had already grasped 70 to 80% of the true Dragon Tao. Now, with the mutual confirmation of the teachings imparted by the Dragon Soul, Lu Xian's comprehension of the true Dragon Tao surged at an astonishing pace. In that fleeting instant, what had once felt somewhat unfamiliar, the true Dragon S speed, transformed entirely into a divine ability. Dragon soars through the 9 heavens. With a low exclamation from Lu Xian, a magnificent true dragon manifestation coalesced behind him. This awe-inspiring dragon form stretched several thousand zhang in length, adorned with golden dragon scales, exuding an imperial aura. After emitting a thunderous dragon roar, it shot upwards into the heavens in an instant. In that moment, Lu Xian's figure vanished from sight. Now, he had merged with the true dragon manifestation, truly comprehending the might and unparalleled nature of the true Dragon Tao. The technique he executed, Dragon Soars Through the 9 Heavens, was the true Dragon-S speed he had previously pondered upon, representing the pinnacle of the Dragon clan's velocity. When cultivated to perfection, its speed could rival the most formidable beings of heaven and earth. Even during the ancient era, when countless ferocious beasts roamed the wilderness, the true Dragon clan's speed was among the most exceptional. Now, Lu Xian had mastered